Chapter 1. The Grand Wedding. Bai Ying gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her slender figure obscured by the voluminous wedding attire. Her pale visage, adorned with powder derived from mermaid pearls, emanated a luminous, pearlescent glow. She bit down on the crimson lip paper, pressing her lips together fiercely, and beneath the wedding candles, her mouth acquired a seductive sheen. "Lu Ling, do I look beautiful?" Bai Ying asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Lu Ling secured the final phoenix hairpin into Bai Ying's coiffure, feigning delight as she replied, "Of course, Bai. Fairy, you look splendid." "That's good to hear." Bai Ying sighed in relief. "This way, I won't embarrass Xiaoyu." Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Lu Ling's eyes. She wished to say something, but ultimately held her tongue. "Fairy, the hour is drawing near." Lu Ling closed her eyes briefly, realizing there was no point in delaying further. "Shall I help you don the red veil?" Bai Ying's face instantly flushed crimson. She nodded, allowing the spirit crafted by her, Lu Ling, to drape the blood-red veil over her head. Today marked the day of her dual cultivation ceremony with Xiaoyu, and Lu Ling was the spirit that resided within the treasured artifact she had refined. This precious item was the fruit of Bai Ying's solitary endeavor to conquer the Night Blade leopard atop Tianfeng Mountain, where she excavated crystal stones and spent a grueling 81 days to refine it, sustaining grave injuries that nearly cost her life. Though the process of crafting this treasure was fraught with peril, Bai Ying believed that only the finest was worthy of the one she cherished. On the day of its completion, she had arranged to meet Xiaoyu at the summit of Chuanyu Mountain, summoning her courage to present the artifact as a pledge, requesting him to take her as his bride. Under the boundless moonlight, the only sounds between them were the whispers of the wind. Time slipped away, and just as Bai Ying's heart began to shatter, Xiaoyu grasped the artifact she had offered. "I promise you, the dual cultivation ceremony will be set for the 9th day of the 9th month. However, since you have entrusted me with the artifact you refined, I shall take charge of the arrangements. Is that agreeable, Yinger?" "Very well." Bai Ying offered her affirmation. Bai Ying was adept at crafting artifacts, and usually, when her fellow disciples ventured out for trials, or during the sect's grand competition, it was she who managed the affairs. To her, her master and fellow disciples were akin to family. She had once thought that life would continue in this tranquil manner. Bai Ying was aware of her pitiable background. Thus she meticulously arranged everything for her sustenance and comfort. Yet gradually circumstances began to shift. She could not pinpoint when it began, but she found herself scolded by her fellow disciples, accused of having taken something from her junior sister. No matter how she explained that it was a gift from her junior sister, they refused to believe her. When she sought her junior sister's assistance in clarifying, her junior sister could only shed silent tears. When her junior sister's hairpin broke, they claimed she had deliberately damaged it. When her junior sister was injured while cultivating, they accused her of sabotaging her, intentionally causing harm. Her fellow disciples labeled her as petty and envious, urging her to keep her distance from the junior sister. Even they began to drift away from her. Suddenly, she found herself an outcast. It was during this time that Xiaoyu appeared by her side. He accompanied her in gathering treasures, assisted her in searching for new spiritual flames, and watched the sunset with her atop Chuanyu Mountain. One day, he confessed that he liked her. Guided by Lu Ling, Bai Ying slowly advanced forward. The clamor of guests gradually faded, enveloping the surroundings in silence, and Bai Ying's heart tightened instantly. Why was there no sound? Where was the officiant? At that moment, she heard a piercing, derisive laugh. "Lu Ling, has your master gone mad? What nonsense is this?" It was the voice of her senior brother, Su Yu. Just days prior, he had punished her, whipping her arm with a vine, inflicting pain that reached her very bones. The mere sound of his voice made Bai Ying tremble, instinctively gripping Lu Ling's arm tighter. To her surprise, Lu Ling slowly withdrew her hand, hesitantly yet compassionately saying, "She is not my master. My master is the esteemed Xiaoyu." Bai Ying froze, and with that, a wave of skepticism engulfed her. Is that really wedding attire? Why is she dressed like this for someone else's birthday celebration? How absurd! Merely seeking attention. The more Bai Ying listened, the more disconcerted she became. In a sudden haste, she lifted her veil, and the bustling hall came into view, where Xiaoyu stood not far away. She extended her hand, as if grasping a piece of driftwood in turbulent waters, yearning to reach him. Yet, just as Xiaoyu was about to connect with her, That piece of driftwood unexpectedly veered away. Xiao Yu brushed past her, instead taking hold of the beaming Ruan Shinro, who had just emerged from the crowd. Ruan Jr.'s sister, happy birthday. Do you like the banquet I prepared for you? Bai Ying heard Xiao Yu say. Something within her seemed to snap. Bai Ying stood there stupefied. Her mind buzzed. She could hardly believe it as she turned her head. How could her soulmate be holding Ruan Xinra's hand? Had he not detested her as much as she did him? Why had her dual cultivation ceremony transformed into a birthday celebration? An ominous premonition lingered in Bai Ying's heart, filling her with an indescribable dread. She yearned to seize Xiao Ye's arm and demand an explanation. However, just as her fingers brushed against his forearm, Xiao Yu violently shook her off. Bai Ying, today is Xinra's special day. Are you attempting to steal the limelight from your junior sister by dressing like this? Xiao Yu regarded Bai Ying with an unfamiliar and disdainful gaze. Is this wedding attire? His words stirred a tempest of murmurs, and all eyes fell upon Bai Ying. Her sixth junior brother, Qin Zijing, surged from the crowd, shouting, Bai Ying, are you trying to cause trouble again? Today is junior sister's birthday, a celebration organized specifically by Brother Xiao for her. Why are you dressed in wedding attire? What madness is this? Bai Ying stood frozen, as if encased in ice. While the crowd continued to mock her, Lu Ling let out a soft groan and then, gritting her teeth, declared loudly to Xiao Yu, Master. Yesterday Bai Fairy instructed me to secretly drop this pill into your drink when you were unaware. Lu Ling dared not do, so Lu Ling would never betray her master. With that, Lu Ling produced a pill from her sleeve, showcasing it before the assembly. Bai Ying slowly turned her head, incredulity written across her face as she looked at Lu Ling. A chill of indescribable terror surged from the depths of her heart. Chapter 2. The Deception. Lu Ling seemed to sense Bai Ying's gaze, her shoulders instinctively hunching in trepidation. As soon as the pill was revealed, the banquet erupted into chaos. For it did not take long for someone to recognize it as a cursed drug. This cursed pill harbored a cursed insect, capable of temporarily controlling a person's mind, compelling them to act according to one's will. Bai Ying, you are audacious beyond measure, daring to flout the rules so openly. Suye's disappointment was palpable. Was the whipping I administered too lenient? You truly deserve a lesson. Senior sister, is that cursed drug real? What do you intend to do to Xiao Yu? Ruan Shinro questioned, tears streaming down her face. I understand now, Qin Zijing exclaimed, smacking his forehead as if a revelation had struck him. His disbelief was evident. Why, senior sister, your heart is truly foul. I've known for a long time that you harbor feelings for Brother Xiao. Are you attempting to control him with that cursed pill? To make him declare his love for you before everyone? You even wore wedding attire. Do you wish for him to marry you under the gaze of all? As Qin Zijing spoke, his voice grew more fervent. Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, Bai Ying indeed wore wedding attire. In an instant, the crowd was convinced by his claims. Bai Ying coldly surveyed those around her, her heart suddenly pierced by a sharp pain. This agony was far more intense than the claws of the night blade leopard that had once pierced her heart and lungs. At this point, what was there left to comprehend? It was truly a grand scheme. What affection! This was nothing but a deception. Xiao Yu had purposefully approached her when she was at her most despondent. While she considered him her lifeline, he had offered her gentle words of comfort. And just as she resolved to give her heart to him, he dealt her a crushing blow. What kind of hatred must one possess to orchestrate such a thing? Ha! It was utterly ridiculous. He had turned her into a grand joke. A metallic taste surged in Bai Ying's throat. The guests surrounding her regarded her with scornful eyes. How despicable! Is she intent on ruining Xiao Ye's life? I have never encountered such a duplicitous individual. Even in wedding attire, she is blatantly shameless. Does she not gaze into the mirror? What makes her think she is worthy of Brother Xiao? She is simply a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. As Bai Ying listened to these words, her body trembled uncontrollably. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Yu, her eyes burning with rage, desperate to discern whether he harbored even a hint of guilt or remorse. Yet, there was none. As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of applause erupted from the crowd. Bai Ying's complexion grew increasingly pale and unsightly. Out of nowhere, someone hurled a bowl of sweet soup, splattering it violently across Bai Ying's face. The viscous liquid drenched Bai Ying, cascading down her hair and rendering her a pitiful figure, akin to a madwoman yearning for something unattainable. Upon hearing the commotion, the enforcement hall also made their way over. Within the sect, the use of poison is strictly forbidden. Should it be discovered, the possessor will face severe punishment. Come with us to the discipline hall, came the order as they seized Bai Ying. Yet, in a sudden frenzy, Bai Ying violently shook off their grip and swung her palm forcefully toward Xiao Yu. Let it be obliterated. Let this farcical spectacle come to an end. May her sincerity, her affection, her humble attempts at pleasing, and her cautious yearnings all be annihilated. All her cultivation converged in her palm, spiritual energy surging forth as her hand neared Xiao Yu. In a hurried response, Qin Zijing drew his sword, thrusting it fiercely towards Bai Ying. Bai Ying, do not harm anyone. His intention was merely to deter Bai Ying. Yet he underestimated the murderous intent within her. The blade pierced straight through her body. Crimson blood gushed forth. Yet Bai Ying's hand halted just an inch before Xiao Yu's face, not from any softness of heart, but from sheer exhaustion, having previously sustained grievous wounds to present Xiao Yu with a treasured artifact. She had forcibly suppressed her injuries until now, which could no longer be contained. She glanced down at the sword that had penetrated her body, and then she smiled. This very sword had been forged by her for Qin Zijing. No one anticipated such an occurrence. Bai Ying caught sight of the astonished expressions around her, gazing at Xiao Yu, while Qin Zijing frantically called her name. Yet her eyes held no flicker of emotion. All she pondered was, am I to die like this? So be it. At last I am liberated. She had long since wished for her own demise. Upon reopening her eyes, Bai Ying abruptly sat up, gasping for breath. Her exquisite face was as pale as snow, devoid of any color. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Bai Ying, you're awake? Bai Ying, somewhat dazed, lifted her head to find her sixth junior brother, Qin Zijing, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, wonderful. Now that you're awake, I want face punishment. You have no idea, they actually blamed me for harming a fellow disciple. Clearly, it was you who did not dodge. What does that have to do with me? Bai Ying surveyed her surroundings, noting only the presence of her senior brother, Wan Xinro, Qin Zijing, the enforcement hall personnel, and a few curious cultivators. It dawned on her what had transpired. She had been deceived by Xiao Yu and stabbed by Qin Zijing. Not only that, just moments ago, while she lay in slumber, she had experienced an extensive dream. In her dream, she found herself once again deceived by Xiao Yu, reviled by everyone in the sect. From that point forward, she became a true pariah, shunned by all. Those individuals regarded her as an enemy, and when she finally succeeded in cultivating a golden core, they cruelly dissected her, extracting it to present to Wan Xinro. They claimed the junior sister was facing a bottleneck in her cultivation, asserting that only her golden core could facilitate a breakthrough, urging her not to be stingy. After having her golden core extracted, she felt a burning desire for vengeance. Though living like a maggot, she relentlessly pursued her cultivation. Yet, by that time, her brothers and sisters had already reached the nascent soul stage, far beyond her ability to contend. She lost track of how much effort she had exerted and how long she had trained. After finally stepping into the god transformation stage, she was besieged by inner demons, turning to ashes. Bai Ying felt a chilling sensation envelop her. The agony of having her golden core extracted lingered painfully in her memory. That was the torment of her past life. After a prolonged moment, she finally comprehended that this was not merely a dream, it had indeed transpired. These were the memories of her previous life. So she had been reborn. It turned out, after her rebirth, she had not regained her memories, and events continued along their original course. Fortunately, she had recalled everything. Bai Ying instinctively clenched her fists. Qin Zijing was solely focused on persuading Bai Ying to clarify the situation with the enforcement hall outside, oblivious to anything else. He grasped her arm firmly. Senior sister, please explain to them that this is your own issue. Ruan Xinri's gentle voice chimed in. My senior sister, please do not hold it against sixth senior brother. It was not his intention. During your unconsciousness, he tirelessly sought medicinal herbs for you. Your awakening is largely due to his efforts. You should let it go. Chapter 3. Severing emotional bonds. Wan Xinro's magnanimity was merely a few words that trivialized the injury Qin Zijing inflicted upon her, reducing it to a matter of little consequence. Indeed, Bai Ying was even expected to express gratitude towards him. If it weren't for her overwhelming fatigue, Bai Ying would have felt compelled to applaud her fervently. Before she could voice her thoughts, The eldest senior brother, Suyu, had already chosen the path of forgiveness on her behalf. As the enforcers of the law entered, Suyu promptly stated, "It is merely a minor issue between fellow disciples. There is no need to escalate it, Bai Ying. I have already spoken to the enforcers." Clarifying that Zijing's actions were unintentional. "You have forgiven him. There is no need for further punishment." Bai Ying cast a glance at her wound, which had come perilously close to her heart, so this was merely a trivial matter among peers. They so effortlessly chose to forgive on her behalf. Such were her fellow disciples, whom she had loved fiercely in the past. They had treated her with disdain, and she had desperately sought to mend their relationships, going to great lengths to appease them. Yet, all she received in return was an intensification of their contempt. She had never considered whether they were truly deserving of her love. But now, she would not make that mistake again. After Su Yu's remarks, he prepared to depart. However, Bai Ying's voice rang out coldly, "I do not forgive. You may impose whatever punishment you see fit. There is no need for favoritism." Upon her declaration, a stunned silence enveloped the room. Even Su Yu's steps faltered. Everyone regarded her with disbelief. Qin Zijing exclaimed, "Bai Ying, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea where the enforcers will take me? That place is the Cliff of Reflection." The Cliff of Reflection was a desolate and frigid expanse, devoid of life, where the wind cut like a blade, truly an inhospitable realm. Qin Zijing anxiously grasped Bai Ying's wrist, desperate to persuade her to retract her words. "Senior sister, please, I truly did not mean to. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? You know I dread going to such a place in the past." Whenever Qin Zijing erred, he would beg Bai Ying in a similar fashion. As long as he pleaded, she would always choose to forgive, regardless of his transgressions. But now, Bai Ying remained unmoved, her heart filled with scorn. Fear? Had he forgotten that she had once journeyed to the Cliff of Reflection on his behalf? When Qin Zijing had made a grave mistake in his youth, he had come to her in tears, imploring her for help. Bai Ying had been at a loss for how to assist him. Ultimately, Qin Zijing devised a cunning plan. He asked her to take the blame for him, to endure his punishment. How could this scoundrel fail to consider that she was not much older then? A mere girl, forced to endure the hardships of that bitter place. Did she not feel fear? Yet, at that time, Bai Ying had acquiesced. She could not bear to see her junior brother in distress. She wished for him to remain joyful always. Bai Ying had spent 3 arduous months alone at the Cliff of Reflection, exhausting her very essence. She had genuinely poured her heart and soul into caring for Qin Zijing. But after Ruan Shinro's arrival, he had been the first to turn against her, expressing disdain for her. This time, she would not forgive him. With a fierce motion, Bai Ying flung Qin Zijing's hand away and resolutely addressed the enforcers. "Take him away. I will not forgive." Qin Zijing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. His expression was a tumult of shock, anger, and, more painfully, hurt. How could Bai Ying treat him in such a manner? Qin Zijing, filled with agitation, shouted at Bai Ying, "Have I not already apologized? What more do you want from me, senior sister?" Ruan Shinro interjected hastily, "Senior sister, why must you be so petty? Sixth senior brother was at fault for injuring you. But we all witnessed the situation. You were the one who struck first. If you had not attempted to harm Xiao Shixiang, how could sixth senior brother have hurt you?" With just a few words, Ruan Shinro had deftly shifted the blame onto Bai Ying, as though she were the original instigator of the entire affair. Bai Ying found the absurdity of it all laughable. "Then let him try to stab you with his sword. Oh, and remember, it must be a mere inch away from your heart. Only then shall you speak of forgiveness." Bai Ying's words rendered everyone silent. Even those who had intended to side with Ruan Shinro fell mute. The eldest senior brother, Suyu, seemed to awaken to the gravity of the situation. Indeed, that stroke from Xiao Lu had nearly cost Bai Ying her life. Just an inch away, and fifth shimmy would have perished. Though her actions had been excessive, they did not warrant death. How had he failed to realize this sooner? A chill of apprehension gripped Suyu as he regarded Qin Zijing with a newfound severity. Xiao Wu had indeed suffered greatly, and Xiao Lu ought to learn from this. Even if he wished to assist Xiao Yu, he should not have struck so heavily. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Ruan Shinro. "Little Shimmy, I understand your concern for Xiao Lu, but he has indeed committed a grave error. Do not shield him." Yet, as he continued, his tone shifted. "Xiao Wu, while Xiao Lu is at fault, do you not bear any blame? Do not forget, The root of this incident lies in your jealousy of the affection we bestow upon little Shimmy, your disruption of her birthday celebration, and your reckless attempt to use that potion to bewitch Xiaoyu. If we were to tally the misdeeds, yours far surpasses Xiao Lu's. For him to face punishment, you two cannot escape you had intended for them to acknowledge their respective faults, thus sparing everyone from the journey to the cliff of reflection. However, before he could finish, Ying lifted her head and gazed at him with an icy demeanor. Since you all believe I am at fault, that I am envious of little Shimmy, and that I am infatuated with Xiaoyu, I shall disperse my own cultivation, sever emotional ties, and practice the heartless technique. Then you may rest assured, I will no longer harbor feelings for Xiaoyu or covet any of the affection you have for little Shimmy. With that, Ying gave no one a moment to react and immediately began to disperse her energy. She recalled her past life, when she had argued vehemently to prove her innocence, yet not a single soul believed her. Now, she would no longer waste her breath explaining herself to those who would never accept her. In an instant, everyone stood frozen, particularly the eldest senior brother, who felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He had never envisioned forcing fifth Shimmy to disperse her cultivation. It is important to note that the heartless path was not a particularly powerful technique. Anyone who practiced it would sever emotional bonds. Becoming devoid of feelings, mere shells devoid of affection, was precisely this lack of emotion that allowed practitioners to focus solely on cultivation, enabling them to progress slightly faster than others. Yet, despite the existence of this technique within the sect, no one had ever chosen to cultivate it. Chapter 4. She no longer wishes to send him off. The first step in dispersing one's cultivation was to relinquish all accumulated power. The energy released from shedding over a decade of cultivation was immense. In an instant, a wave of scorching energy enveloped Ying, forming a colossal cocoon around her. Eldest senior brother, you cannot stop the dispersal. Ruan Shinro clung to Suyu, preventing him from rushing forward. You will be hurt. No, this cannot be. Suyu screamed frantically. His fifth Shimmy was someone he had watched grow since childhood. He had cradled her in his arms when she was but a small child. Playing with her, he had been the one to braid her hair for the first time. Back then, he cherished this soft, delicate girl far more than any of the mischievous junior brothers. Though her hair had been styled into a chaotic mess, she had beamed with joy, boasting to others that her eldest senior brother was the best, capable of braiding the most beautiful hair in the world. She had claimed that he was different from the other senior brothers who only made her cry. He was the most gentle. He had witnessed every milestone in her growth. The first time she lost a tooth and cried in fear, he had comforted her by tossing the tooth into the sky. The first time she practiced swordsmanship and struggled to wield the blade, he had crafted her a lighter sword tailored just for her. He would never forget the sight of that adorable little dumpling tightly clutching the sword, vowing to cherish it for a lifetime and to always love her eldest senior brother. But now, that affection was being stripped away, all due to his own hand. How could Suyu possibly accept such a reality? No. Suyu had never felt such an acute pain, as if his heart were being shredded. It was as though his very essence had been extracted and thrown into a boiling pot. In his mind, a loud crack echoed, signaling something had broken. Ruan Shinro's expression shifted alarmingly. The once blurred memories now crystallized with startling clarity. Suyu recalled that merely days ago, he had scolded Ying for shattering little Shimmy's hairpin. He had forced Ying to apologize, mercilessly striking her arm with a rattan switch. When she refused to admit her fault, he had struck even harder. He had expressed his disdain for her jealousy, his aversion to her possessiveness. If only she could behave and cease her competition. He had not forgotten those moments, yet now he realized how profoundly wrong he had been. Why had he felt justified in his actions? Now, his fifth Shimmy truly would not contend for anything. And yet he found himself in such anguish. No. Ying, please. Despite Suyu's frantic pleas, Ying's dispersal of energy remained unabated. Once her cultivation was fully relinquished and the residual spiritual energy still lingered, she began her practice of the Heartless Path's first layer. The initial entry into the Heartless Path was straightforward, yet once begun, it could not be reversed. A practitioner's emotions would gradually fade until they vanished entirely. Having reached the introductory stage, she slowly opened her eyes to find her eldest senior brother's hand still outstretched, attempting to halt her. Ying took a step back, her gaze filled with an icy detachment. Master brother gazed at his empty hands, feeling a sudden void in his heart. He was unwilling to believe that Bai Ying had truly dispersed her powers to recultivate the heartless path. No. There must be a way to rectify this. Xiu Yu felt a disorienting haze envelop him, as if he were transported back to a few days prior when Bai Ying attempted to explain herself, only to be brusquely cast aside by him. His demeanor back then had been far more atrocious than Bai Ying's current state. It was the first time Su Yu felt the sheer agony of being rejected by someone he cared for. "Take me away, to the cliff of reflection," Bai Ying commanded, not even sparing a glance at Su Yu. Addressing the enforcers directly, Su Yu's pupils constricted in alarm. If Bai Ying were taken by the enforcers, she would be imprisoned for months, if not years. To be why then, not only would he be unable to aid his junior sister in dispersing the heartless path, but she would likely have fully mastered it herself. "No!" Su Yu shouted desperately. He attempted to intervene and stop Bai Ying, only to be restrained by the enforcers. "According to the sect's rules, you cannot obstruct us." Subsequently, the enforcers instructed Bai Ying, "Surrender all your magical artifacts to us for safekeeping. Once your punishment is complete, we shall return them to you." Bai Ying had not brought her own artifacts. She only carried those intended as gifts for her fellow disciples. She had believed today to be a day of great joy, one she wished to share with everyone. When Bai Ying produced a round magical artifact, she momentarily froze. It was merely a step away from completion, and to destroy it now seemed a grievous loss. Yet, she no longer wished to give it to him. In an instant, her gaze turned steely, and a surge of crimson flames erupted from her palm as she resolutely obliterated the artifact before her. Without a hint of hesitation, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, for it was a top-tier magical artifact, exceedingly rare. The very aura it emitted revealed the extraordinary materials and immense effort that had gone into its forging. Yet, this precious artifact was effortlessly annihilated by Bai Ying. Su's face turned ashen, for it was a gift she had prepared for him. He had awaited this artifact for what felt like an eternity. Su Yu recalled how, during a sect competition, he had been bested by an opponent, shattering his most cherished sword. He had languished in despondency for a long time thereafter. Upon hearing of his plight, Bai Ying had secretly ventured to Tianfeng Mountain and single-handedly hunted a ghostly fish. Su remembered her reckless determination as she risked everything for that creature. Concerned for her safety, he had scolded her while tending to her injuries. Yet, Bai Ying had excitedly brandished a ghostly fish's tooth, beaming as she declared, "With this, I shall forge the finest magical artifact for my senior brother. Then, he will no longer be sorrowful." She had clutched it tightly, her eyes filled with hope, imploring, "Senior brother, please smile for me. You haven't smiled in such a long time." Su looked at the foolish girl before him, forcing a smile through the ache in his heart. The tooth was of an exceptionally high grade, and Bai Ying, fearing she might ruin it, had stored it carefully while tirelessly researching how to forge it. She had believed it would take ages to see a finished product. Little did she know, she was on the brink of completion. Yet, before the final product could even be placed in his hands, it was destroyed, akin to the obliteration of her feelings for him. All those countless days and nights, the painstaking effort invested, the love poured forth, she had cast it all aside. Su Yu's eyes burned crimson as he stared at her, unable to accept this harsh reality. Bai Ying discarded the remnants of the shattered artifact onto the ground. As if discarding mere refuse, Su Yu looked at the fragments, feeling as though he were plummeting into an abyss, momentarily losing his footing. Chapter 5. A good piece of news. Qin Zijing rushed over to support him, glaring at Bai Ying with contempt, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Qin Zijing could not believe Bai Ying had truly dispersed her powers for recultivation. This must be some form of deception. How could that same sister, who incessantly complained about not having enough spirit stones for her cultivation, possibly bear to relinquish all her hard-earned abilities? A cold smile played upon his lips as he contemplated how to expose the charade before him. Yet, before he could utter a word, Bai Ying retrieved another item and handed it to the enforcers, stating, "This is for the dog you brought with you." Qin Zijing, who had just been so assured, was momentarily taken aback, a surge of indescribable fury flooding his mind. "Bai Ying, you are truly insane. What on earth are you trying to achieve?" The item Bai Ying had just produced was a spatial artifact that Qin Zijing had long requested her assistance in forging. He had envied Bai Ying's jade pendant, which could contain a vast space, and had wished for her to craft one for him as well. Yet, he had never anticipated she would bestow it upon a dog. Was she implying he was inferior to a mere animal? This wretch, Bai Ying, by insulting me in this manner, do you truly wish to sever the bonds between our sect? Bai Ying paid him no mind, discarding the items with a clean, decisive movement before turning to leave. Qin Zijing, unwilling to let her depart so easily, clutched her tightly, but she forcefully shook him off. With every word, she delivered her message with clarity. The so-called bonds between us ceased to exist the moment you allied with Xiaoyu to conspire against me. I should thank my junior brother for the sword he gifted me, for it has allowed me to see through all of this. Bai Ying was taken to the cliff of reflection. Although the environment was harsh, she felt an unparalleled sense of peace. She should have taken this step long ago. It would have spared her the tragic fate of her previous life. Reflecting on that life, she recalled how peculiar Yuan Shinro had seemed. It was as if she possessed a certain charm, drawing everyone close to her into an inescapable affection, even to the point of sacrificing everything for her. Everyone? That is, except for Bai Ying. It felt as though Yuan Shinro had a particular vendetta against her. Bai Ying had always sought to understand It. Wasn't until after her death, when she became a spirit, that she witnessed Yuan Shinro calling out to a system in the void. Only then did she grasp the entire scheme. The system Yuan Shinro spoke of claimed to be the female protagonist of this world, the one with the highest fortune. Yuan Shinro's objective was to usurp Bai Ying's position and seize her luck, gradually stripping her of everything: the affection of her fellow disciples, the care of her master. She referred to these as fortune points. With each item she took, the system's power grew, and Yuan Shinro's progress in replacing Bai Ying increased, granting her more capabilities. It was a positive feedback loop. And eventually, when she wielded the system's abilities, merely standing there would be enough to make everyone fall in love with her. Fortunately, after extensive observation, Bai Ying realized that this so-called system was not omnipotent. For instance, Yuan Shinro could not kill at will. Everything required external force, and even cultivation still necessitated her own efforts. At most, her fellow disciples could offer some assistance, but that was sufficient for her to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. In her previous life, Yuan Shinro had utilized everything provided by her fellow disciples to reach the nascent soul stage in record time, astonishing all and becoming the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the sect, gaining immense notoriety in the entire cultivation realm. Meanwhile, Bai Ying had been reduced to a mere ant, having her golden core forcibly extracted. Bai Ying vividly recalled Yuan Shinro approaching her, viciously stepping on her fingers, then bending down with a smile, taunting, "You have nothing left now. Your desires, your pursuits, your love, everything belongs to me. Rest assured, I shall enjoy it all on your behalf." In her previous life, Bai Ying had never ceased to fantasize about killing Yuan Shinro. Even after losing her golden core, she had not given up. She had dared to venture into forbidden territories that few would dare approach, risking her life in the process. Yet, after finally reaching the spirit transformation stage, just when she had the strength to eliminate her, she discovered that her master had planted a seed of inner demons within her, triggering the curse of the heart demon. The very master she had once revered as a father figure had, out of fear for her safety concerning Yuan Shinro, secretly set her up for destruction. Bai Ying had been utterly incapacitated, plagued by illness, as she helplessly watched Yuan Shinro cultivate to the void refinement stage, ultimately meeting her demise in despair. Thankfully, now she had the chance to start anew. None of this had yet transpired. Bai Ying clenched her fists tightly, resolving to cultivate diligently. In this lifetime, she no longer cared. What mattered now was her own advancement. Affection could be taken away, but cultivation could not. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat leisurely at a tea table, sipping his tea with an air of indifference, as if everything that had transpired that day were of no concern to him. Bai Ying, gravely injured, had been taken for treatment, and many had gone to her aid. Yet he had refrained. He found it utterly distasteful to feign concern for someone he despised. His goal had been achieved, and he felt no need to pay any further heed to Bai Ying. As he savored his tea, he endeavored to calm his restless heart, yet for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling agitation. The image of Bai Ying wounded by a sword constantly plagued his thoughts. They should have ensured she received proper treatment by now. This fool had learned a harsh lesson. She ought to realize she could no longer bully junior sister Yuan. They were animatedly discussing everything that had occurred that day. "You won't believe it. It was truly spectacular," What happened? Tell us all about it. Bai Ying has been taken to the cliff of reflection. Xiaoyu froze, his fingers tightening involuntarily. He could hardly believe it. How is this possible? He had told himself not to concern himself with Bai Ying any longer, yet he couldn't help but approach. His tone betraying an urgency. Bai Ying had just been stabbed. Her injuries are still not healed. How could they take her to the cliff of reflection? Her fellow disciples did not attempt to stop her. Who claimed they did not intervene? It is precisely her own fault for insisting on going. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, this individual enveloped him in a warm embrace. By the way, Xiaoyu, I have some delightful news to share with you. Xiaoyu lifted his gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The person continued with a smile. Bai Ying, perhaps realizing her own shortcomings, has surprisingly chosen to cultivate the path of emotionlessness. This is splendid. You need not fear her entanglements any longer. She has declared that she will no longer harbor feelings for you. At last, you can rest easy. Chapter 6. Bai Ying has disappeared upon hearing these words. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head. She has cultivated the path of emotionlessness? Indeed. Aren't you overjoyed? The person joyfully patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder, offering his congratulations. However, unbeknownst to him, the mere mention of the path of emotionlessness sent a jolt through Xiaoyu's mind, leaving him stunned. An inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart. He could scarcely fathom that the girl who always looked at him with sparkling eyes would henceforth be devoid of warmth. Bai Ying had truly chosen to pursue the path of emotionlessness. Would she truly become devoid of feelings from this point forward? A wave of discomfort washed over him, accompanied by a suffocating ache in his chest. Despite having reassured himself that he need not think of her again, Xiaoyu found his heart uncontrollably heavy, his mind flooded with memories of that day when he had accepted Bai Ying's proposal. Witnessing her joy, Xiaoyu gripped his fingers tightly. At that moment, someone curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? You wouldn't actually wish for Bai Ying to train in the path of emotionlessness, would you? After all, you've never liked her." "How could that be?" Xiaoyu quickly interjected. "I couldn't be happier. You all know that Bai Ying is the one I despise the most. She will no longer pester me, and I couldn't be more delighted." With that, he strode away, even taking flight on his sword toward Ruan Shinro's residence. When he arrived at Ruan Shinro's abode, Xiaoyu hurriedly approached her, an urgency he had never felt before. Ruan Shinro was engrossed in tending to spiritual herbs. Upon noticing him, she warmly waved her hand. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was enveloped in a tight embrace. "Senior brother, Shinro, I adore you." Xiaoyu fervently embraced the person in his arms, desperately reminding himself that his affections were solely for Ruan Xinro, and no matter the past, present, or future, his heart would only ever belong to her. As for Bai Ying, she was merely a distraction during his leisure time, a tool for avenging Ruan Shinro, nothing more. Her choice to cultivate the path of emotionlessness was of no consequence to him. Bai Ying was cultivating at the cliff of reflection, her memories from a past life fueling her rapid progress. She had swiftly advanced from the 7th level of Qi, refining to the foundation establishment stage. In addition to her training, she scavenged for materials at the cliff's base, crafting a fragrant incense burner as a magical artifact in her previous life. She had wielded such artifacts to great effect in various secret realms. Although the materials she had used this time were of lesser quality, they would still suffice for self-defense against opponents of a higher tier. However, she found herself lacking in spirit stones. Bai Ying murmured to herself, having exhausted her supply of spirit stones, if she possessed ample spirit stones to activate the artifact, she could even defeat an early-stage golden core cultivator. Yet she remained unfazed, knowing that the cliff of reflection was rich in materials for crafting artifacts. She could simply produce more artifacts to sell later. Extending her hand, flames erupted from her palm. Had any other cultivators been present, they would have been utterly astonished, for this flame was known as spiritual fire, a type only ignitable by those of the divine transformation stage through their souls. With her awakened soul, Bai Ying not only regained her memories but also possessed the soul of a divine transformation cultivator, making the manipulation of such spiritual fire second nature to her. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. When she emerged from the cliff of reflection, she felt as though she had stepped into another world. Those who accompanied her out appeared pale and exhausted, with one even collapsing immediately upon exiting. The harsh environment of the cliff of reflection drained the life force of every individual who emerged from it. And had Buying not awakened her soul, she likely would have fared far worse. Those waiting outside rushed to greet their fellow disciples, offering support and concern. Yet, Buying found herself utterly alone. Devoid of any welcoming presence in the past, such solitude would have left her despondent. However, at that moment, she felt no emotion. Her only thought was to sell the artifact in her possession as quickly as possible. Once she acquired sufficient spirit stones, her incense burner could unleash its full potential. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingyue had not even bothered to go. Suyu anxiously questioned the old servant cleaning up. The servant nodded, confirming, "I have not seen Bai Xianzi. Master Lu has also not ventured outside these past few days." Suyu's pupils constricted as he promptly retrieved Lu Qingyue's communication talisman. By the time Lu Qingyue arrived, Suyu's expression was already grave. "You didn't go to meet Xiao Wu when she came out from the Cliff of Reflection? I've been preoccupied with crafting a new hairpin for my junior sister. I completely forgot about it. Besides, didn't senior brother say he would pick her up? That was. I was in the midst of training. I assumed you would go to fetch her." Suyu was growing increasingly anxious. Bai Ying had entered the Cliff of Reflection severely injured, and given the harsh conditions she faced for 3 months, she would surely emerge in a state of extreme weakness. He had always intended to meet her. Yet somehow, he had become so engrossed in his training that he forgot entirely. What should he do? Suyu found the situation alarming. 3 days had already passed, and he had no idea where Xiao Wu had gone. Furrowing his brow, Suyu turned to Lu Qingyue and said, "Use the communication talisman to contact Xiao Wu. Inquire about her whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue froze. "Senior brother, you don't have it." Suyu frowned. He had indeed possessed it, but he had discarded the communication talisman out of irritation with Bai Ying for her incessant pestering. At that time, she had always sought to explain that she had not bullied the junior sister. Suyu could never believe her, ultimately ensuring she could not reach him. "I don't have her talisman either." Lu Qingyue had already decided to sever ties with Bai Ying when he learned of her bullying Ruan Shinro. How could he possibly possess her communication talisman? Suyu hastily reached out to other senior brothers in their sect, yet none of them had a talisman either. The absurdity of the situation struck him. In such a large sect, not a single person could contact the 5th junior sister. Were they truly all part of the same sect? What places does Buying usually frequent? Let us search those areas. Upon hearing Suyu's suggestion, the others fell silent, unable to provide any answers. Chapter 7. Ignored to such an extent, gazing at the silence of those around him, Suyu could hardly believe it. "You all don't know where Buying likes to go?" The others shook their heads. "Senior brother, you know it too, don't you?" Suyu furrowed his brow tightly, feeling a sense of dread. No matter how he contemplated it, he could not fathom where Buying might have gone. It seemed he had not paid her any attention for quite some time. There were even moments when she sought them out, and he would find her presence bothersome. Ultimately, he had chosen to feign unavailability and shut his door to guests. Now, when the time came to find her, he could think of nowhere to search beyond Bai Ying's residence. "I'll head to her place and see. You all scatter and search as well. We must locate Bai Ying no matter what." With that, Suyu swiftly soared toward Bai Ying's abode. Upon reaching the exterior of Bai Ying's courtyard, he spotted a figure approaching and felt his heart gradually ease. Thank goodness. As he walked toward the figure, it became apparent that the person had also seen him and hurried over. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Suyu soon realized that the individual was not Bai Ying but rather Ruan Shinro. "Junior sister, what are you doing here?" Suyu entered the house, scanning the surroundings for Bai Ying, only to hear Ruan Shinro say, "Of course I'm here. This is my residence." Suyu stood frozen, astonished. "I ascended this Bai Ying's place? How could it be yours?" Clenching his fingers tightly, he suddenly recalled that during their last conversation, Ruan Shinro had lamented about her residence lacking sufficient spiritual energy. He had then helped her find a new dwelling. At that time, he noticed that Bai Ying's residence was the most abundant in spiritual energy, so he suggested she move out to accommodate Ruan Shinro. Suyu was utterly stunned. How could he have done such a thing? Furthermore, how could he have forgotten about it? Where was Bai Ying currently residing? Is she in the adjacent courtyard? As Suyu spoke, he noticed Ruan Shinro's expression turn awkward. "The adjacent courtyard? Senior brother, you also allocated that to me. Have you forgotten?" Suyu was taken aback. He faintly remembered that when he had evicted Bai Ying from this room, she had expressed a desire to move into the adjacent courtyard. However, considering Ruan Shinro's fondness for flowers and plants, he had given that space to her for gardening purposes. Where is Bai Ying now? Is she in your former residence? Ruan Shinro shook her head. That place has been taken by Six's senior brother for storage. Despair washed over Suyu. Then where is Bai Ying? I don't know. Ruan Shinro furrowed her brow, initially believing that her senior brother had come in search of her. What could he possibly want with Bai Ying? She deliberately leaned closer to Suyu, hoping to use her abilities to make him forget matters concerning Bai Ying. In her mind, she communicated with the system. Make the senior brother ignore Bai Ying. After uttering these words, she produced a small pouch from her sleeve and said to Suyu, Senior brother, this is something I embroidered a couple of days ago. Do you think it looks nice? However, before she could finish her sentence, Suyu rebuked her. Nonsense. Fifth junior sister is missing. How can I possibly be concerned with a pouch? With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Ruan Shinro in disbelief. Could it be that the system had malfunctioned? Why was her senior brother still thinking about Bai Ying? Suyu paid no further attention to Ruan Shinro. He clenched his hands tightly and hurriedly retrieved a communication talisman to contact his fellow disciples. As he spoke, he made his way towards the door. To his dismay, the response he received was that none of them knew anything. How could this be? Suyu felt utterly absurd. He did not possess fifth junior sister's communication talisman and had no idea where she liked to go. He didn't even know where she resided. What kind of senior brother was he? Suyu inquired everywhere but failed to discover Bai Ying's residence. Ultimately, it was an elderly servant from the sect who informed him that Bai Ying was currently residing in the back mountain. Suyu quickly soared towards the back mountain. The back mountain was shrouded in thin spiritual energy, covered in towering trees, and rarely saw sunlight, giving it an eerie appearance. Under normal circumstances, no one would venture there unless necessary. After walking a few steps, he spotted a dilapidated little house standing there, seemingly newly constructed. Suyu's breath quickened. He could hardly believe that Bai Ying was living in such a place. He hoped he was mistaken. Perhaps it was merely a whimsical construction by someone. With a glimmer of hope, he opened the door, but was left stunned. Inside the house stood the furnace Bai Ying usually used for her alchemy. Apart from that, there was only a simple table and a makeshift bed on the floor. Was this truly where his fifth junior sister resided? In stark contrast to the abode of the younger junior sister he had just visited, where the spiritual energy flourished, and the flowers bloomed abundantly, adorned with exquisite furnishings chosen with great care. This place resembled a servant's quarters. No, even a servant would live in far better conditions. Suyu gazed at the scene before him. His breath becoming shallow, he had been so oblivious to his fifth junior sister's plight. And no wonder she had chosen to pursue the path of emotional detachment. Pain etched across Suyu's face. At that moment, he noticed a small box on the table in the distance, containing some leftover materials from her previous forging. He recognized them instantly. They were clearly the teeth of a ghost shark, remnants from Bai Ying's attempt to craft a magical artifact for herself. Trembling, Suyu picked up the leftover materials. Next to them lay a small notebook filled with sketches and notes detailing her thoughts during the crafting process. Bai Ying had aspired to forge the finest magical artifact as a gift for him, documenting her journey from the very start. When he flipped to the beginning of the notebook, he saw Bai Ying had written, "I must create the best magical artifact. This way, senior brother won't feel upset. I must persevere, persevere, persevere." Suyu couldn't help but smile at those words, envisioning the earnest effort of that little girl as she labored over her creation. The notebook was filled with various material ratios and durations for tempering. Bai Ying had indeed conducted numerous experiments. Just as she was about to identify the optimal ratio, the notebook suddenly contained a note that read, "I am taking the nearly completed artifact to see senior brother. I thought he would be very happy. But why won't he see me? I really want to show him that this artifact is incredible. Tailor-made just for him." Suyu recalled the time Bai Ying had come to find him, and how he had dismissed her as bothersome, ordering her to leave. It turned out that she had come bearing the artifact. Eager to show it to him, Suyu desperately wished to personally wield that custom-crafted magical artifact. Yet, he knew he could never use it again, for Bai Ying had destroyed it with her own hands. A sudden pang of anguish enveloped his heart. How could he have acted so thoughtlessly? Chapter 8. The problematic spiritual route. Stumbling out of the house, Suyu sought to find Bai Ying elsewhere. Just then, The communication talisman of his third junior brother, Lu Qingyue, flared to life. Senior brother, I found Bai Ying. She is over by the marketplace. Upon encountering Bai Ying, Lu Qingyue wore an expression of disdain. He had been busy crafting a hairpin for the younger junior sister, nearly finished, when he was summoned by the senior brother to search for someone. An utter waste of time. Lu Qingyue glanced at Bai Ying in the distance. Sneering, she seemed lively and well. How could she be the frail person the senior brother had described? Moreover, this fool was actually setting up a stall to sell magical artifacts. This was a marketplace for mortals. Aside from a few wandering cultivators, who would be a proper disciple from a reputable sect to set up shop in such a place? It was utterly embarrassing. Filled with irritation, Lu Qingyue approached, his eyes brimming with contempt. The ground was littered with rotten vegetable leaves. Merely walking here made him feel nauseated. He covered his nose with his hand, bewildered as to how Bai Ying could stand here so nonchalantly. Bai Ying continued to sell her crafted artifacts, even attempting to pitch to him, when suddenly a voice rang out mockingly, "Has the sect not provided you with spirit stones? Do you need to humiliate yourself in a place like this?" Lu Qingyue seized Bai Ying's wrist, intent on dragging her away. Lu Qingyue prided himself on his superiority, never mingling with mortals, and was particularly disgusted by sect members stooping to such levels. Seeing Bai Ying like this infuriated him. "What I do has nothing to do with you," Bai Ying retorted, uninterested in his opinion, continuing to promote her artifacts to nearby patrons. Lu Qingyue's expression darkened further. Seeing that Bai Ying completely disregarded him, he snatched the artifact from her hands and enveloped it in spiritual power. With a loud bang, the artifact exploded, destroyed before the crowd's eyes. Lu Qingyue's eyes gleamed with triumph. Bai Ying was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixated on the shattered pieces of her artifact on the ground. Crafting such an artifact was no simple feat. Had she not awakened her spirit essence at the thought-reflecting cliff, she would never have been able to forge ITI in the past. It would have taken her a month to create such an artifact. Yet Lu Qingyue had effortlessly obliterated it. Just then, Bai Ying suddenly thrust her hand toward his chest with great force. "Get lost!" The tremendous force sent Lu Qingyue staggering backwards several meters. Clutching his chest, he could hardly believe it. "You brat! You actually dared to hurt me!" Lu Qingyue trembled with rage, unable to comprehend that Bai Ying had the audacity to retaliate. Enraged, he raised his sword, pointing it at Bai Ying. "It seems today, if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth." Bai Ying gazed at his sword and couldn't help but laugh. How ironic! Just like the sword Qin Zijing had previously used to stab her, Lu Qingyue's sword was also forged by her. They all seemed to wield her creations against her. But alas, she would no longer be harmed by them. Bai Ying spread her fingers and softly chanted an incantation. To her surprise, Lu Qingyue's sword suddenly slipped from his grasp and flew directly into her hands. Bai Ying caught the sword and scoffed. "How ridiculous! You dare to use my crafted artifact against me?" Lu Qingyue's anger flared as he stared at his empty hands. "Bai Ying, you actually placed a seal on this sword." He was unaware that Bai Ying's powerful spirit essence had directly erased his mark from the sword. Reclaiming it, Bai Ying had no desire to explain. She raised the sword high and addressed the surrounding wandering cultivators. "Who wants this sword?" 5 low-grade spirit stones. Upon her words, the eyes of everyone around lit up. The sword in Bai Ying's possession was a top-quality bone sword, and the materials alone were incredibly valuable. 5 low-grade spirit stones was an absolute bargain. Instantly, a crowd gathered around Bai Ying. Lu Qingyue, infuriated, gritted his teeth and unleashed his full pressure. "I dare anyone to buy it." Lu Qingyue was already in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, far beyond what these wandering cultivators could contend with. The very individuals who had previously clamored to buy now fell silent, intimidated. Lu Qingyue provocatively regarded Bai Ying. "See? Can you still sell it?" "How about this?" Bai Ying said little more, suddenly conjuring a ball of fire in her palm. And just like he had destroyed her artifact, she incinerated the sword. If no one wanted it, it was better to destroy it. The onlookers gasped in pain as they witnessed the exquisite bone sword being obliterated. Lu Qingyue's anger reached a boiling point, his veins standing out as he gritted his teeth. Bai Ying. When Su Yu arrived, the scene before him was chaotic. Fearing a confrontation between the two, he hurried to intervene, blocking Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue's eyes were filled with rage. "You brat! I have truly seen your true colors. From now on, do not come to me for assistance in your cultivation. Our ties are severed. Bai Ying's spiritual root was indeed problematic, leading to her slow cultivation pace. Every 6 months, Lu Qingyue must bestow his magical energy upon her to prepare for the sect's trials. At this moment, Lu Qingyue was evidently seething with rage, vowing never to concern himself with this ungrateful wretch again. The little junior sister was right. Shouldn't he keep this power for himself? If it weren't for Bai Ying's burden, he would have already transcended the late foundation establishment stage. He had long ceased to wish to transfer any of his power to her, but out of respect for their sect, he had hesitated to refuse her. Little did he expect that Bai Ying would not even display a hint of hesitation. Very well, what a boon indeed. Lu Qingyue was taken aback by Bai Ying's prompt agreement, a cold smile creeping onto his face. With only a few days left until the 6-month mark, the day would soon arrive when Bai Ying would require his power once more. Without his assistance, how would she cope? He was determined to make her beg him on her knees. Yet, Lu Qingyue remained oblivious to the truth that it was not Bai Ying's spiritual root that was flawed, but rather his own. Bai Ying's absorption of his energy was not an act of greed. She was merely attempting to aid him in mending his spiritual root, fearing to hurt his pride in the process. Chapter 9. Bai Ying's desperation. Lu Qingyue's spiritual root was inherently defective. His rare fire spiritual root appeared formidable yet bore significant flaws. Before it matured, it was hollow inside, akin to a bucket with a hole. No matter how much water was poured in, it could never retain any, inevitably leaking away. Lu Qingyue's spiritual root operated under the same principle. No amount of rare herbs or treasures could enable it to absorb energy. When Lu Qingyue suddenly fainted during his cultivation, Bai Ying rushed him to their master. Upon discovering the grave issues with Lu Qingyue's spiritual root, their master had intended to inform him that he was no longer suited for cultivation and to expel him from the sect. It was Bai Ying, in tears, who pleaded with their master to save her third senior brother. Their master knew of a solution, but it required a fire spiritual root individual to sacrifice their own cultivation to seal the flaws in Lu Qingyue's root. This method was endless. Cultivation was already arduous, and yet one had to sacrifice a significant portion of their own power every 6 months to assist another. Hardly anyone would consent to such a fate. Nevertheless, Bai Ying willingly accepted, stating that her own fire spiritual root made her the perfect candidate. She could not bear to see Lu Qingyue leave the sect or fall into despair upon learning the truth. Lu Qingyue, proud and haughty, had never faced setbacks. Upon realizing his spiritual root was an unusual fire type, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment. To protect this pride, Bai Ying implored their master to keep the truth concealed, instead allowing him to believe that it was she who had the flawed spiritual root. Every half-month, Lu Qingyue was required to lend her his energy. While treating Lu Qingyue's spiritual root, Bai Ying needed a vast amount of spirit stones to fill the gaps. She worked tirelessly to forge weapons and earn spirit stones, often selling her crafted items in the marketplace. Despite her relentless efforts, she received nothing but disdain from him. Now, witnessing Lu Qingyue threaten her with the withdrawal of his power, Bai Ying found it laughable. Of course, she would acquiesce in the past. She might have hesitated, but now, after enduring his scornful demeanor, she felt no obligation towards him. She cast a frosty glance at Lu Qingyue before turning to leave. She had already accumulated enough spirit stones for the day. The very sight of the sect members repulsed her. Lu Qingyue, utterly infuriated, declared, "Fine, very well. I will ensure Bai Ying regrets this for a lifetime. No matter how she pleads, I shall not assist her." Within the sect, individuals with fire spiritual roots were scarce. Only he, Bai Ying, and the little junior sister remained. Fearing that the kind-hearted junior sister might aid Bai Ying, he resolved to dissuade her from doing so. He would see Bai Ying's cultivation utterly destroyed, reduced to weeping at his feet. The more he contemplated this, the more enraged he became, his expression contorting into a vicious snarl. Suyu placed a hand on Lu Qingyue, his emotions complex. He had initially intended to apologize to Bai Ying, but upon arriving, he witnessed her destroy the sword she had gifted Lu Qingyue. These artifacts had been crafted with utmost care by Bai Ying, symbolizing her bonds with all her senior brothers and sisters. Was she truly resolved to sever ties with them? Lu Qingyue, I wish to take you somewhere. Suyu led Lu Qingyue to Bai Ying's current residence. intending for Lu Qingyue to see Bai Ying's circumstances and understand her extreme behavior. However, at this point, Lu Qingyue was deaf to all reason. He looked around and scoffed. So what? She deserves it. Who told her to bully the little junior sister and be so narrow-minded? Living in such a place is her just deserts. I help her absorb my energy and mend her spiritual root. And this is how she repays me? A person so devoid of gratitude deserves to descend to the 18 levels of hell. With that, Lu Qingyue took flight on his sword, leaving Suyu to sigh heavily in his wake. He could not comprehend how their brotherhood had devolved into such a state. Unaware of Bai Ying's whereabouts, he resolved to wait for her. Days passed, but Bai Ying did not return, and instead, Suyu received news that she would participate in the Whetbone Forest trial. A cold sweat broke out across his brow as he stood abruptly upon hearing the news. What did you say? You truly saw Bai Ying sign up for the Whetbone Forest trial? Has she lost her mind? Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand on the registration form. Suyu found it hard to breathe. The Whetbone Forest trial was no ordinary sect trial. It was a deadly affair. In the sect, typical trials were safeguarded by elders, ensuring that even if one did not acquire rare treasures, their lives would not be at risk. However, the Whetbone Forest trial was different. Only those with cultivation levels above late Foundation establishment could even enter. And there were no elders to protect them. The dangers within were numerous, with countless demonic beasts lurking, resulting in a high mortality rate. Few disciples ever emerged alive. Bai Ying's participation was tantamount to a death sentence. Suyu could no longer remain idle and set out to locate Bai Ying. He could not allow her to walk into her own demise. After searching fruitlessly for Bai Ying, desperation led Suyu to seek out Xiaoyu. Aware of Bai Ying's feelings for Xiaoyu, he hoped that perhaps Xiaoyu might have a communication talisman from her. When Xiaoyu heard Suyu's request, he appeared awkward. I have no connection to Bai Ying. How could I possess her talisman? What now? Suyu felt utterly lost. Just as he prepared to leave, Xiaoyu seized his arm. Bai Ying, what happened? Though he had resolved to distance himself from anything related to Bai Ying, Xiaoyu could not suppress his curiosity. She has entered the Whetbone Forest trial. I need to find her quickly. You know how perilous that place is. Without uttering another word, Suyu hurriedly departed to search. Leaving Xiaoyu standing in stunned silence, Xiaoyu was bewildered, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. It wasn't until Ruan Shinro tapped him on the shoulder from behind that he snapped back to reality. Senior brother, I am ready. Shall we go out together? Yet Xiaoyu was lost in thought. He had not concerned himself with Bai Ying for quite some time, having devoted his attention to Ruan Shinro instead. He had believed he would no longer care for Bai Ying, but at this moment, he felt an emptiness in his heart. Shinro, Xiaoyu spoke with difficulty. What do you suppose will happen if a Qi refinement stage cultivator participates in the Whetbone Forest trial? Ruan Shinro looked at him curiously. Senior brother, why do you ask that? Well, a Qi refinement stage cultivator would undoubtedly perish. Chapter 10. Lin Yiji die? Xiaoyu felt as though he might collapse. He pressed on. Is there truly no chance of survival? A Qi refinement stage cultivator? How could they survive? Not to mention the Qi refinement stage. Even those at the Foundation establishment stage cannot escape alive. Ruan Shinro matter-of-factly counted on her fingers. Senior brother, do you recall how many people have truly passed the Whetbone Forest trial over the years? Only 3, as far as I know. The Whetbone Forest trial had been held annually for over 20 years. Aside from those 3, all others had perished. Though Xiaoyu had already known the answer, hearing Ruan Shinro articulate it made his heart skip a beat. So, Bai Ying would die. The girl he had once watched daily would vanish from this world. He clenched his fists tightly. In those days, to deceive Bai Ying's affections, he not only visited her daily but also brought her a bouquet of flowers, knowing her fondness for blue. Each time she beheld those flowers, her smile was gentle, remarking on his thoughtfulness. He had perceived Bai Ying as the easiest person to deceive. What was thoughtful? They were merely flowers, lacking any real value. He had reserved the truly precious herbs and treasures for Ruan Shinro, offering Bai Ying only the most ordinary of roadside blooms. She had been so happy. Yet now, Xiaoyu felt regret. He should not have been so miserly with her. Had he bestowed upon her some worthy treasures, she might have had the means to defend herself. Xiaoyu could hardly recall how he spent his day. His mind was elsewhere. He told himself that no one was more important than Ruan Shinro. Yet that very day, he overheard friends discussing the Whetbone Forest trial, relaying the tale of a junior sister who had just entered. only to be pinned down by a black spirit tiger. Its jaws severing her neck, blood spilling everywhere, a group of black spirit tigers surged forth, incessantly gnawing at her body. Cold sweat poured down Xiao Yu's brow. He could no longer deceive himself. He cared not a whit for Bai Ying. From that moment, he began to search everywhere for her. Both he and Su Yu had reached the late stage of foundation building and could no longer participate in the trial of the Wetbone Forest. They were even unable to enter to protect her. The trial was particularly unique, lacking a defined entrance. Any cultivator participating in the trial would be issued a token. When the time came, shattering the token would automatically transport the cultivator to the trial grounds. Thus, he was utterly incapable of intercepting Bai Ying at the entrance. In their desperation, Xiao Yu and Su Yu could not find Bai Ying. They could only observe the situation in the trial grounds through the Qinkuan mirror alongside others on the day of the trial. The choice to enter the Wetbone Forest trial was, of course, due to the presence of the material she needed for refining tools, mystical crystal stones. With those stones, she could upgrade her incense burner artifact to the next level. Although her spirit had revived and her consciousness had expanded, it was still insufficient. She needed to hasten her cultivation. When Bai Ying was transported to the trial grounds, a group of people had already gathered around her. The trial allowed for self-formed teams or solo actions. Before Bai Ying could speak, several individuals surrounded her, proposing, "How about we form a group? We possess plenty of magical treasures. You wouldn't lose anything by teaming up with us." The speaker was Lin Yizhi, the son of the sect leader, accompanied by a few close friends he had summoned. Unlike others, these individuals possessed life-saving talismans personally granted by the sect leader. Even if they were killed, they would not die but would be instantly transported away. Bai Ying looked at the people before her and smiled. She recognized him, Lin Yizhi, the staunchest supporter of Ruan Xinro in her past life. He often defamed her for Ruan Xinro's sake. Due to his unique status, many came to believe his words, leading even those who did not know her to begin to harbor disdain for her. With his backing, Ruan Xinro quickly garnered the favor of the entire sect and was able to absorb her fortune more effectively. Very well, on the other side, as Ruan Xinro watched this scene through the Qinkuan mirror, a smirk crept onto her lips. She wondered why her senior brother and Xiao Yu had been acting so peculiarly these past few days. To her astonishment, both were actually concerned about Bai Ying. When Ruan Xinro noticed her fortune dwindling, her face turned pale. She could not comprehend why her senior brother and Xiao Yu had begun to worry for Bai Ying. Immediately, she contacted Lin Yizhi, tearfully recounting how she had been bullied by Bai Ying. Lin Yizhi promptly vowed to teach Bai Ying a severe lesson. Ruan Xinro added that, despite being bullied, Bai Ying was still her senior sister, and she could not bear to let her perish in the Wetbone Forest trial. Lin Yizhi was deeply moved by Ruan Xinro's apparent kindness. He assured her he would ruin Bai Ying's reputation while preserving her life. Ruan Xinro could no longer contain her laughter. How could she be kind? She wished nothing more than for Bai Ying to die. However, she had not yet siphoned all of Bai Ying's fortune. If Bai Ying were to perish, whose fortune would she seize? When Lin Yizhi heard Bai Ying agree to join their group, several of them exchanged glances before tossing a magical artifact to her. This artifact is specifically designed for healing. When we encounter beastly creatures, we will slay them in the front, and you can heal us from behind. Lin Yizhi's intentions were straightforward. They all carried life-saving talismans. They would not truly perish. He planned to find an easy-to-kill beast to confront. Bai Ying would heal them, while they feigned that she had not healed them, ostensibly leading them to their demise to seize the treasures on their persons. However, Bai Ying certainly could not anticipate that they possessed life-saving talismans. Even as they feigned concern for her safety, they had provided her with a life-saving talisman. While Bai Ying displayed a lack of compassion, they had nevertheless spared her life. Consequently, all the onlookers at the Qinkuan mirror would come to loathe Bai Ying. Her reputation would be utterly tarnished throughout the sect, and she would thereafter be treated like a rat scurrying through the streets. Reviled by all, Lin Yizhi walked ahead with a cheerful demeanor. Before coming here, he had spent a fortune acquiring the map of the Wetbone Forest trial grounds. He was aware that a flying centipede lay ahead. Though not particularly powerful, they could barely manage to deal with it. It was only in such circumstances that Bai Ying's refusal to heal them would be most apparent. Soon, they arrived at the location of the flying centipede. The moment they spotted it, they charged forward. Chapter 11. So impressive upon witnessing the flying centipede, Lin Yizhi's lips curved into a slight smile. He waved his hand forward. addressing the others behind him. The 100 legs of this flying centipede are exquisite materials for refining tools. Brothers, charge with me. Having said this, he also kindly instructed Bai Ying, you are merely at the chi refining stage. Just stay back and heal us. He then dashed forward. Bai Ying, curious about their intentions, temporarily stood aside, following their instructions to only cast healing spells while remaining vigilant. The flying centipede, upon noticing their presence, zipped toward Lin Yizhi with a swift motion. Lin Yizhi quickly raised his sword to strike at the centipede. Though the creature was large, it moved with astonishing speed. Lin Yizhi swiftly dodged, his sword clashing against the centipede's forelegs with a resounding clang. The others, observing this, rushed forward as well. Bai Ying contemplated that, given these individuals' abilities, defeating this beast might be somewhat challenging, yet it was certainly within their grasp. She understood Lin Yizhi's malice towards her and was puzzled by their decision to have her stand aside. Were they planning to lure the flying centipede towards her, provoking it to attack? Had this been before, she would have surely been no match for this beast at the chi refining stage. However, now, Bai Ying felt no trepidation. She could contend with 10 flying centipedes. The creature's vital spot lay there. If she struck it with her artifact at this moment, the flying centipede would undoubtedly perish. Just as Bai Ying believed they were poised for a decisive victory, Lin Yizhi and the others were suddenly struck by the flying centipede. Crying out, Bai Ying, heal us! Bai Ying hastily activated her artifact, casting healing spells upon them. Yet they shouted, Bai Ying, what are you doing? Heal us! Hurry! As they yelled, they clumsily dodged the flying centipede's attacks, gradually falling into a losing battle. At this point, how could Bai Ying not comprehend their intentions? Her healing spells clearly struck them, yet they feigned ignorance, attempting to incite disdain for her among the cultivators watching through the Qinkuan mirror. Indeed, those observing through the Qinkuan mirror were already seething with rage. She was clearly manipulating her artifact, yet how could she be unable to use it? If she couldn't even cast healing spells, she shouldn't have joined the fray. Her actions were tantamount to sacrificing her teammates. Ruan Shinro, witnessing this, looked on with teary eyes. I think my senior sister is just too frightened. She will soon cast her healing spells. However, before she could finish speaking, someone interjected, Junior Sister Ruan, you are too kind. Have you not considered how wicked a person can be? What if Bai Ying is acting on purpose? The healing artifact is so simple to use. We all know how to employ it. If she is deliberately pretending not to know, she likely intends to wait until Lin Shidi and the others perish to seize their treasures and escape. The flying centipede has also been injured. If she uses a movement talisman, the centipede will surely be unable to catch up. Yet she is unaware that we can see everything unfolding in the trial through the Qinkuan mirror. How malicious she is! As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of indignation surged through the crowd. After all, they were cultivators. They all understood how easy it was to use a healing artifact. The shouts of abuse grew louder. I knew it. How could anyone be so foolish as to not know how to use a healing artifact? It turns out she was acting maliciously. How cunning. Lin Yizhi was the son of the sect leader. If Bai Ying could deceive him, she would surely face expulsion from the sect if she survived the trial. Lin Yizhi would not die. As far as she knew, they all carried life-saving talismans. Bai Ying dared to deceive them. She was doomed. Ruan Shinro listened with delight to the discussions around her, casting an appreciative glance at the few individuals she had orchestrated to stoke the flames. Then turned her gaze toward Xiaoyu and Suyu. She could hardly believe that they would continue to side with Bai Ying. Senior brother, surely fifth senior sister isn't truly that wicked? Ruan Shinro bit her lip, asking hesitantly, genuinely hoping to hear disappointment in their voices concerning Bai Ying. To her surprise, Suyu suddenly shouted, nonsense. Bai Ying is not that kind of person at all. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Ying's figure within the Qinkuan mirror. He too did not believe Bai Ying to be such a person. Though she was jealous and had targeted the junior sister, she would never endanger anyone's life. His eyes remained locked on her silhouette, as if he had not even heard Ruan Shinro's words. Within the trial grounds, Lin Yizhi and the others sensed the moment had nearly arrived. Preparing to deliver their final blow to Bai Ying, they only needed to feign that Bai Ying had not healed them and thus perished. As the flying centipede lunged towards them, the climactic moment of their performance approached. Lin Yizhi struggled to toss a life-saving talisman to Bai Ying, exclaiming, take this. It will ensure your survival. The cultivators watching from outside were on the verge of being infuriated by the scene before them. Bai Ying, having betrayed Lin Yizhi, intentionally withheld treatment from them. Yet, even in their final moments, they still harbored thoughts of Bai Ying. Who does Bai Ying truly deserve? Curses erupted in a cacophony, each more vitriolic than the last. Bai Ying, may you perish, they cried. That wretch must be waiting for Lin Shixiang and the others to die before she seizes their treasures. Now armed with a substitute talisman, she fears nothing in the trial and is certain to ensnare even more victims. However, contrary to their expectations, Bai Ying did not eagerly grasp the substitute talisman from Lin Yizhi's hand, nor did she passively await their demise. Instead, she soared into the air, brandishing her sword as she hurtled towards the flying centipede. Her movements were swift as lightning. In mere moments, she unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the creature, each thrust precise and deadly, piercing the centipede's abdomen. The beast was impaled onto a wooden stake, rendered motionless in an instant. A stunned silence enveloped the onlookers. They struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The once ferocious flying centipede lay lifeless. "By heavens, how formidable!" exclaimed one of Lin Yizhi's companions. Unable to contain his astonishment, "That centipede, just like that." Another murmured in disbelief. "So powerful?" Lin Yizhi's pupils dilated in shock. He reflected inwardly. Although they could have triumphed, it would have been an arduous battle, not a swift victory such as this. Chapter 12. Awe-inspiring admiration. The individuals who had just hurled insults at Bai Ying stood frozen, their cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Wasn't she supposed to wait until Lin Yizhi and the others perished to claim their treasures and escape with the substitute talisman? How could she have so effortlessly dispatched the flying centipede that several of them struggled against? Was the centipede truly so easily vanquished? What had Lin Yizhi and his companions been doing moments before? Did Bai Ying withhold treatment because she knew she could easily slay the flying centipede? A lively discussion ensued among the crowd. Yu beamed with pride, declaring, "I told you my junior sister is not the sort to abandon others. Each of you must apologize to her." Yet, Ruan Shinro's expression darkened, though it was tinged with greed. Her gaze was fixated on Bai Ying in the Qian Kuren mirror. Truly, Bai Ying was the protagonist, rapidly growing stronger. She yearned to absorb all of her fortune. Surely, her own strength would then ascend at a similarly swift pace. With that thought, she cast a resentful glance at Xiaoyu, whose eyes remained fixated on Bai Ying. In the trial arena, Lin Yizhi remained rooted in disbelief, unable to fathom how Bai Ying had so easily slain the flying centipede. Their earlier actions now seemed foolish. However, before he could fully process this, an eerie sound shattered the silence. Lin Yizhi instinctively looked up, only to behold a colossal flying centipede, 3 or 4 times larger than the last, descending from above. Its massive form spanned several zhang. Its entire body a menacing black, countless legs thrashing in the air, exuding a chilling aura. This is bad. It's a mutated centipede king. It must possess the strength of a false Dan. We cannot contend with it. Run? Lin Yizhi struggled to rise, pulling his companions to flee. He had seen flying centipedes before, but never one of this magnitude. Yet, before they could take more than a few steps, 7 or 8 ordinary flying centipedes emerged from behind the mutated king. The overwhelming pressure sent Lin Yizhi's heart racing. Even with the substitute talisman, he was desperate to escape. His fear surpassed all reason. At that moment, Bai Ying, undeterred, charged forward, sword in hand. "Bai Ying, are you mad?" Lin Yizhi shouted, grabbing her arm. Yet, she merely replied coldly, "Stand aside." The spectators before the Qian Kuan mirror could hardly believe their eyes. Bai Ying was indeed insane, though she had proven formidable moments ago. Did she not recognize the gravity of the situation? The number of flying centipedes had increased significantly, and now a mutated one was present. Was she truly willing to court death? Did she seek to play the hero? Oblivious to her own limitations, before they could voice their concerns, Bai Ying unleashed a sweeping strike with her sword, sending waves of energy that struck the approaching ordinary flying centipedes. Her movements were deft and calculated. While her cultivation level might not have been enough to slay them outright, she targeted their vital points with precision. As she evaded the attacks of 2 centipedes, she flipped forward and drove her sword into the abdomen of another. With a piercing thrust, The centipede was sent flying in mere moments. Bai Ying felled all 7 ordinary flying centipedes before her. Lin Yizhi and his companions were left wide-eyed. They could sense that Bai Ying's cultivation was at most at the foundation establishment stage. Yet how was she so adept in combat? Each of her actions appeared meticulously choreographed, as though she had survived thousands of battles. Was she truly human? One of Lin Yizhi's companions shook his head in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to flee. She is incredible. She dodges while killing. I can't even tell if she is evading or attacking. Another commented, look, she just stepped back a few paces and still struck a centipede's weak point. How exaggerated. The group exchanged glances, fully aware that they should oppose Bai Ying, yet their respect for her had grown immeasurable. With such combat prowess, it was unfathomable to consider how powerful she would become with further cultivation. Observing that Bai Ying had seized control of the situation, they too summoned their weapons and charged forward. Bai Ying glanced at them, noting that they could barely manage to hold off the remaining flying centipede. Then leapt high, rushing towards the mutated centipede king. She pierced its abdomen with a single strike. However, the blow, despite its might, seemed to have no effect. A collective gasp of dread filled the air. Yet Bai Ying, having faced mutated centipedes countless times in her past life, was prepared for such an outcome. She swiftly retrieved her crafted incense burner artifact. The moment the centipede king unleashed a torrent of venom towards her. She expertly collected it all within her artifact. Hey! Lin Yizhi, still in a daze, jolted at the sound of Bai Ying calling him. Have you finished? Come and surround it. Lin Yizhi and his companions hastily rushed to her side. Swords drawn, encircling the centipede king. Their exhilaration threatened to overwhelm them. They had never imagined they would engage a mutated centipede king, a creature at the brink of attaining Dan's stage. Such a beast was beyond their capability to confront. Yet seeing Bai Ying remain calm and poised instilled them with boundless courage. Bai Ying directed them to position themselves strategically, attacking the centipede king while tossing a few stones in their direction. With merely a handful of stones, they felt their cultivation levels surge dramatically. While others were baffled by her methods, Bai Ying alone understood she had arranged a spirit-gathering formation with those stones, instantly enhancing their powers. Quickly, attack, she urged. The group charged forward with their swords. Bai Ying summoned her artifact once more. The venom she had collected surged forth like arrows towards the centipede king. The purple toxin struck true, splattering into the beast's eyes, eliciting a pained roar from it. Bai Ying swiftly formed hand seals, raising the incense burner high. Under the impetus of spirit stones, it emanated a dread-inducing wave of spiritual energy. With resolute focus, Bai Ying unleashed her most potent strike towards the centipede king. A thunderous explosion resonated, as the colossal wave of energy sliced through the beast's body. The flying centipede writhed in vain against the overwhelming force before collapsing. Utterly lifeless, Lin Yizhi and his companions were left speechless, their admiration boundless. The centipede king lay before them, and they struggled to grasp the reality of their victory. Outside the Qian Kuan mirror, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. Chapter 13. How about a union between the two? Bai Ying's ability to slay ordinary flying centipedes was already an impressive feat. Yet now she had single-handedly faced 7 and even slain a mutated centipede king. A creature of the false Dan realm, truly astonishing. Such prowess was unprecedented. The crowd of cultivators watching through the Qian Kuan mirror erupted into a frenzy. Those who had mocked Bai Ying moments ago now wished desperately to disappear. What bravado! She genuinely possessed the strength. Su Yu beamed with pride, a sense of shared glory swelling within him. Isn't my junior sister magnificent? Who was it that claimed she was merely putting on a show? Weren't you the one who said she was still at the Qi refining stage? Clearly, she has at least reached the early foundation establishment stage. If it weren't for your erroneous intel, we wouldn't have been so harsh in our criticisms. Indeed, you yourself doubted her capabilities not long ago. You were the one worrying, yet now you're calling yourself her senior brother, completely unaware of her true potential. How could you have not gone out to train with her even once? Su Yu was momentarily silenced, caught off guard by their retorts. The pride that had just graced his face instantly transformed into embarrassment. He truly did not comprehend it in his recollection. Xiao Wu was still a little girl who struggled to defeat even the most basic spirit beasts. When had she grown to such remarkable heights? Just days ago, So you had accompanied Ruan Shinro to slay spirit beasts for training. He was acutely aware that Ruan Shinro had already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. He had even contemplated concocting several foundation establishment pills to assist her. Yet, by Ing.it seemed he had indeed overlooked her far too much, to the extent that he was oblivious to when she had broken through to the foundation establishment stage and transformed into such a formidable force. Su Yu's face was filled with frustration. Meanwhile, within the trial arena, Lin Yifei gazed at Bai Ying with sheer astonishment. He had always kept his distance from mutated centipede kings, never once imagining he would participate in their slaughter. Although he had contributed only a meager part, the thrill left him at a loss for words. His companions were equally ecstatic, with one shouting directly at Bai Ying, "Boss, we owe this victory to you." "Indeed, boss, you are incredible. I've never seen such a powerful foundation establishment cultivator." Someone even scampered off to gather the corpses of the centipedes with a spatial ring, presenting them to Bai Ying. "Boss, here are the spoils of our recent battle. Please take them." Bai Ying looked at the spatial ring he offered, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Boss?" "Yes, that's right, boss. Though you may be younger than us, in the realm of cultivation, strength dictates authority. You, Bai Ying, are now our only sister. We are your little brothers." Upon witnessing the defection of his erstwhile companions, Lin Yiji's face betrayed a flicker of discomfort. He had initially intended to put Bai Ying in a difficult position but had not anticipated her overwhelming strength. His companions were utterly enamored by her prowess. Even he found himself in admiration. One of Lin Yiji's companions directly addressed Bai Ying, saying, "By the way, boss, I am Xiahou Ming. You can just call me Monkey from now on." He gestured to the other two. "Quickly introduce yourselves to the boss." "Boss, I am Xie Songjie from Qingwei sect. This is Qiao Changfeng from the neighboring Huanyan sect. Although we belong to different sects, we are all childhood friends of Lin Yiji. Just treat us as your own." These individuals had previously looked down on Bai Ying. Even while teaming up with her, they had not shared their names. Now, they vied to proclaim their identities. They even called Lin Yiji over, teasing, "Why are you so quiet today? Call her boss." They all recognized Bai Ying's formidable strength and foresaw her bright future. She was an excellent target for alliances. Addressing her as boss was certainly not a loss. Lin Yiji awkwardly approached Bai Ying, his face flushed, yet he could not find the words to speak at that moment. Outside the Qian Kuan mirror, someone called out, "Look, Lin Yiji didn't call Bai Ying boss. Could it be that he has feelings for her? It seems likely. Just look at how red his face is. Bai Ying is truly impressive. I have never seen a foundation establishment cultivator shine so brilliantly in actual combat at ITS. No wonder Lin Yiji might fancy her." Xiao Yu, still observing Bai Ying, was momentarily taken aback by the comments from the crowd. Lin Yiji has feelings for Bai Ying. How could that be? Yet, he could not help but agree with the earlier remarks. Bai Ying indeed performed extraordinarily well, making it plausible for Lin Yiji to be attracted to her. An unsettling feeling surged within him. His gaze fixated on Lin Yiji in the Qian Kuan mirror, finding him increasingly displeasing. Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, her cultivation is rare, but her practical skills are even rarer. Bai Ying is truly remarkable. Defeating higher-level cultivators has always been the pursuit of many. If we could gain her guidance, our growth would be assured." The crowd's eyes were filled with admiration as they regarded Bai Ying. Even the observing sect leader remarked, "Our sect has such a promising talent. If you can spend more time with her, it will surely benefit you." Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the crowd erupted in playful banter. "Sect leader, do you wish for Bai Ying to become your daughter-in-law?" The sect leader laughed heartily. The elders of the sect, seeing the enthusiasm, quickly flattered the leader, saying, "Bai Ying is a disciple of the esteemed Qinhua Zhenren from Qingzhou Peak. If you think highly of her, why not propose to her at Qingzhou Peak, allowing Yiji to become her Dao partner? This way, she will have ample time to mentor him." Xiao Yu was utterly stunned. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, a marriage proposal. His fingers clenched tightly. He had never imagined that the elder would suggest Bai Ying and Lin Yiji together. He had even resolved to propose himself. For reasons unknown, Xiao Yu, who had long assured himself that he would only love Ruan Shinro and would sever all ties with Bai Ying, now felt an unbearable discomfort in his heart. His eyes fixated on the sect leader, silently wishing he would not consent. These two harbored no feelings for each other, having never met before today. How could such a marriage be treated so frivolously? Yet, the sect leader remarked, "This child Bai Ying is indeed a prodigious talent. If she could be with Yiji, It would help him focus on his cultivation. Clearly, the sect leader was swayed by the elder's suggestion, feeling an impulse to unite the two. No, this cannot be. His mouth acted before his mind could process. The crowd turned to him. Xiao Yu suddenly realized he had spoken aloud. Chapter 14. Buying captivates all hearts. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao Yu, including Yuan Shinro, who watched him intently. Feeling the weight of their stares, Xiao Yu frowned and declared, Bai Ying has cultivated the path of apathy. She will not develop feelings for anyone. A marriage is out of the question. The sect leader had not anticipated that Bai Ying had practiced the path of apathy. Oh, really? Xiao Yu exhaled deeply, believing the sect leader would abandon the idea. To his surprise, the leader merely stated, the path of apathy is of no consequence. It does not hinder cultivation. Perhaps it will even facilitate mutual growth with Iji. The leader clearly prioritized cultivation over emotional bonds. He did not expect the two to develop a profound connection. In the realm of cultivation, many become Dao partners not out of deep affection but for mutual assistance. Xiao Yu looked at him in disbelief, feeling as if his heart had been violently wrenched from his chest. Images of Bai Ying in a vivid red wedding gown, marrying Lin Yizhi, flooded his mind. Would she, just as she had prepared a wedding dress for him, so one for Lin Yizhi? The grandeur of Lin Yizhi's wedding would far surpass what he had planned. Would Bai Ying be happy? Xiao Yu could no longer bear to think. No, this cannot happen. How could Bai Ying marry Lin Yizhi? His fingers tightened in resolve, his face paling. Fortunately, the sect leader did not make a hasty decision. He intended to consult the opinions of both young ones first. At that moment, two individuals hurried in to see the sect leader, who nodded at them before departing. Xiao Yu watched the sect leader's retreating figure, gripped by an unshakable fear. Never before had he felt such panic. He had never contemplated Bai Ying marrying anyone, nor had he envisioned her with another man. It was he who had abandoned her. Yet he was the one struggling to accept it. Bai Ying practiced the path of apathy. She would not agree. Xiao Yu repeatedly reassured himself, believing this would ease his torment. The gathered cultivators were evidently intrigued by the news of Bai Ying's path of apathy. Do you think cultivating the path of apathy makes one instantly stronger? I doubt it. I've heard it merely helps one maintain focus during cultivation. Then why did Bai Ying choose to practice the path of apathy? As this question arose, another individual lowered his voice, glancing at Xiao Yu as he spoke. I heard it was because she loved Xiao Yu but was rejected, and in her despair, she chose to cultivate the path of apathy. Really? Yes. She even wore a wedding gown, wanting to marry Xiao Yu, only to be turned down. Once this statement was made, all eyes turned to Xiao Yu. Although the speaker had intended to keep his comments discreet, some bold souls directly confronted Xiao Yu, asking, Xiao Yu, why did you reject Bai Ying? She is wonderful. Even the sect leader wishes for her to be his daughter-in-law. Why don't you appreciate her? Xiao Yu's face instantly froze. No wonder. Could it be? Someone chimed in derisively. Xiao Yu's taste is questionable. How could he overlook Bai Ying and prefer Yuan Shinro? The speaker, having been thoroughly impressed by Bai Ying's performance, showed no regard for Yuan Shinro's feelings. Yuan Shinro's face fell, filled with embarrassment, her eyes reddening. She gently tugged at Xiao Yu's sleeve. Senior brother, in times past, Xiao Yu would have immediately comforted her. Yet now, he was too preoccupied, his expression one of utter disarray. The speaker continued, however, Xiao Yu, I must thank you. Your rejection of Bai Ying makes it easier for me to pursue her. Xiao Yu had not yet recovered from the recent embarrassment when he suddenly overheard a conversation that sent a shiver down his spine. You intend to pursue Bai Ying? Naturally, one could not deny their own disinterest while forbidding others from harboring feelings. Bai Ying, with her remarkable prowess, was akin to a goddess in my heart. It was fortunate that you had previously rejected Bai Ying, or I would not have such an opportunity. Upon hearing this, many present began to stir with excitement. Indeed, Bai Ying was exceptional, not only beautiful but also formidable. I found myself somewhat attracted to her as well. Yes, the sect leader even intends for Bai Ying to become his daughter-in-law, they remarked, illustrating just how remarkable Bai Ying truly was. If Bai Ying were to show no interest in Lin Yizhi, wouldn't we still have a chance? Bai Ying's recent performance had been nothing short of stunning, captivating the hearts of many in attendance. Even with the knowledge of the sect leader's interest in her, they were reluctant to concede. As Xiao Yu listened to their words, his expression grew increasingly grim. Within the trial grounds, Lin Yizhi awkwardly trailed behind the group. His companions were particularly enthusiastic, addressing him as boss with fervor. especially Xiahou Ming, who incessantly offered spiritual fruits to Bai Ying. As they walked, they reached a fork in the path where they were obstructed by a group of 4 individuals. The leader, a tall man, approached Lin Yizhi and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Han Xiu, a cultivator from the Mingyang sect. Would you consider joining us? We have discovered a substantial amount of Xinjing stones ahead, though we are currently hindered by a 2-headed python. If we work together to defeat it, how about splitting the spoils evenly?" Bai Ying, whose purpose for participating in the trial was indeed to acquire Xinjing stones, had no reason to refuse and promptly replied. "All right." However, Han Xiu seemed oblivious to her presence, continuing to address Xiahou Ming. "What do you think? Do you agree?" Xiahou Ming furrowed his brow but, upon seeing Bai Ying nod, finally said, "Very well." With that, Han Xiu and his companions led the way. They soon arrived at the cave of the 2-headed python. The python resides within this cave. We have set up a formation at the entrance. We merely need someone to lure it out for an easier confrontation. They explained, their gazes fixated on Bai Ying, their expressions turning malevolent. Han Xiu arrogantly declared, "You will do? You go and lure the 2-headed python out." The 2-headed python was an exceptionally fierce beast, far beyond what an early-stage foundation cultivator could contend with. It had poor hearing and sight. Generally, it would not attack unless provoked. Only when prey was presented would it venture out to hunt. Tio asked Bai Ying to lure the 2-headed python was akin to offering her as bait for the creature. Once the python had consumed its fill, it would emerge in search of more prey, only to fall into their trap. Lin Yizhi, who had been standing at the back of the group, was incensed upon hearing Han Xiu's words. "Are you trying to send her to her death? How can you call it sending her to her death?" Han Xiu raised an eyebrow, looking down on Lin. "As long as she acts swiftly, she can run to the trap before the python consumes her, and she will be just fine." Though he had witnessed Bai Ying's abilities firsthand, Lin Yizhi could not contain his anger at their words. What if Bai Ying were not as capable? Would that not spell certain doom for her? Having forgotten his earlier sulk, he angrily took Bai Ying's arm, intending to leave. The Xinjing stones, though precious, could be acquired from his father without issue. There was no need to engage with these individuals. Seeing Lin Yizhi's intent to leave, Han Xiu stepped forward to block him. With a dismissive glance at Bai Ying, he said to Lin Yizhi, "Just a woman. What is there to be reluctant about?" "Exactly." His companions chimed in, "If you want a woman, once we exit, we can find you as many as you desire. Right now, we need her. Do not be stingy." As he spoke, Han Xiu radiated his oppressive aura. Being a mid-stage foundation cultivator, he was an entire level above Bai Ying and her companions, and his mere presence was enough to intimidate them. The 2-headed python favored tender, delicate women, and with few female cultivators present in the trial grounds, they could not afford to let her slip away. Han Xiu threatened Bai Ying, "Are you going to walk over yourself? Or shall I send you?" Lin Yizhi clenched his fists, restless, but suddenly heard Bai Ying shout at the group, "Quickly, suppress your aura, if you do not wish to die." The others burst into laughter at her words. "What, afraid? Are you overwhelmed by our pressure? Or are you scared that the 2-headed python might be lured out? Do not worry. It is rather dull and will not come out." Bai Ying's brow furrowed tightly. These fools had no idea they were courting disaster. Wherever a 2-headed python lurked, a blue flood dragon was sure to follow, for the python was prey to the dragon. Their loud shouting and oppressive aura might not alarm the sluggish python, but it would certainly attract the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon was far stronger than the mutated centipede king they had encountered earlier, with a minimum level of golden core cultivation. It was a foe these fools could not hope to contend with. Even Bai Ying would find it exceedingly difficult to defeat it. If the blue flood dragon were indeed provoked, these fools were as good as dead. Bai Ying grit her teeth and warned, "If you continue to exert your pressure, you will attract the blue flood dragon." "Who are you trying to scare?" Han Xiu laughed, sizing up Bai Ying. "No wonder they are unwilling to part with you. You are quite beautiful. How about this? You submit to us, and we will place a restriction on you, making it less likely that the 2-headed python will devour you. What do you say?" As he spoke, Han Xiu moved closer to Bai Ying, intensifying his oppressive aura to further intimidate her. The onlookers from the Qingkuan mirror were outraged, cursing Han Xiu and his companions for their shamelessness. The Mingyang sect had previously held a decent reputation, but the emergence of these scoundrels had tarnished it significantly. Bai Ying's frown deepened. Her spirit was extraordinarily powerful, and her awareness far surpassed that of these Foundation cultivators. At that moment, she detected the approach of a blue flood dragon. These fools had indeed roused it. The dragon was incredibly swift, leaving no time to flee. It was too late. Bai Ying shouted, "Quickly, gather stones. The more, the better, and then give them all to me." As she spoke, she bent down to pick up stones from the ground. She had no time to deal with Han Xiu and his group. Han Xiu, however, was relentless, grabbing her by the arm. "What is this? You want to play a game of throwing stones?" His companions erupted into laughter. "Let us not play that game just yet. Let us engage in something far more interesting." He leered, reaching for Bai Ying. Yet before his hand could touch her, Bai Ying delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Han Xiu's companions rushed toward her, but she dispatched them one by one, knocking them all to the ground. Lin Yizhi and the others set down their stones, ready to assist, but Bai Ying urged them, "Do not mind me. Quickly, gather stones. The blue flood dragon is coming." As she continued to collect stones, Han Xiu lay sprawled on the ground. Grimacing as he rubbed his backside, he found Bai Ying's words utterly ridiculous. "What? You're trying that trick again?" Among this group, Han Xiu held the highest cultivation, and he could not sense the blue flood dragon nearby. How could Bai Ying possibly know? Just because she struck me once, does she think I would fall for her ruse and flee? "I will make you pay for this." He brandished his magical artifact. "I just offered you a chance. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for being rude." He gestured to his companions. "Brothers, attack. I will show this BT our might." As they charged, a massive shadow loomed behind them. Unbeknownst to the group, they exuded their oppressive aura in an attempt to render Bai Ying and the others immobile. Han Xiu summoned his magical artifact, prepared to ensnare Bai Ying. He would not let this wretched girl escape. Bai Ying and her companions remained stoic, their expressions grave. Han Xiu, believing them to be intimidated, smugly declared, "Now, if you plead for mercy, I still want to spare you." However, he failed to notice that Bai Ying and her companions were not focused on him. Their gazes were fixed in horror behind him. Lin Yizhi, with a pale face, pointed and exclaimed, "Blue flood dragon." Han Xiu burst into laughter. "You think you can fool me? Do you take me for a fool?" Those surrounding him laughed, exclaiming, "What a convincing act." Han Xiu gave his head a light slap, questioning, "Why are you joining in the ruckus? It's truly a Qingjiao." The man was on the verge of tears. Chapter 16. Like a celestial being descending to earth, Han Xiu turned to behold a colossal Qingjiao, its gaping maw dripping with viscous saliva, looming ominously behind him. It really is a Qingjiao. Panic gripped him, his heart racing as if it might cease to beat. The creature before him was at least at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, a foe far beyond their capability to confront. It was unlike any beast they had previously besieged. The mere aura it exuded left them paralyzed with fear. It was utterly terrifying, an entity of overwhelming dominance. One of Han Xiu's companions trembled uncontrollably, desperately attempting to flee, yet his legs refused to obey. Immobilized by sheer terror, he felt as if he might soil himself, so young, and yet he did not wish to meet his end. His heart brimmed with grievances. Realizing too late that Bai Ying had spoken the truth, if only he had heeded her warning. It was all Han Xiu's fault for provoking the Qingjiao in a state of sheer panic. Han Xiu sprang to his feet and bolted in his frantic escape. He impulsively shoved the nearest companion towards the Qingjiao. The creature, immense and adorned with dark green scales that glimmered coldly in the sunlight, opened its vast maw and effortlessly swallowed the pushed companion whole, its speed undiminished. Almost instantaneously, the Qingjiao lunged, sinking its fangs into Han Xiu's head. A piercing scream echoed across the heavens, only to vanish in an instant. The once arrogant Han Xiu met a brutal demise at the hands of the Qingjiao. The remaining companions scattered, fleeing in all directions as the Qingjiao pursued them relentlessly. Lin Yizhi was equally terrified, struggling to swallow his fear as he observed the Qingjiao targeting those who had just attacked. Bai Ying spoke somberly, "That's because they just exerted their oppressive aura. The Qingjiao perceives this as provocation. It recognizes these scents and will pursue them first." Understanding dawned upon Lin Yizhi, yet he quickly realized that there were only a few left, and once the Qingjiao eliminated them, it would inevitably turn its attention to him. Attempting to comfort Bai Ying, he remarked, "The cultivators before the Qian Kuren mirror must feel the same way." Even Bai Ying's senior brother, Su Yu, expressed relief, saying, "Thank goodness Bai Ying encountered Lin Yizhi. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Everyone regarded Bai Ying's performance as commendable. She had even defeated the mutated centipede king at the fake dance stage. It was entirely reasonable that her current cultivation was insufficient to contend with the Qingjiao. Thus, they began to prepare for Bai Ying's emergence from the trial grounds. However, at that moment, Bai Ying turned to Lin Yizhi and instructed, "In a moment, you all stand in the positions of the bagua and help me hold it for a while. I will be ready soon." As she spoke, she began tossing stones onto the ground. Lin Yizhi was taken aback, realizing she intended to confront the Qingjiao herself. "You want us to face the Qingjiao?" "Indeed," Bai Ying nodded earnestly. Lin Yizhi and his companions were incredulous. Observing their astonished expressions, Bai Ying stated seriously, "After all, you have life-saving talismans, don't you? Why not attempt to slay the Qingjiao?" Hearing her words, Lin Yizhi and the others found their breaths becoming labored. They hadn't forgotten the exhilaration of defeating the mutated centipede king, and now they were actually going to attempt to slay a Qingjiao together? All right. Xia Homing was the first to voice his agreement, his fists clenched in excitement, and the others eagerly concurred. Lin Yizhi nodded repeatedly, questioning, "Can we truly do this?" Bai Ying replied, "As long as you follow my instructions. Just go stand in position." The group quickly complied. They watched as Bai Ying continued to toss stones onto the ground, curiosity piquing. "Boss, we just saw you throwing stones. What are you doing now?" "I am setting up a formation." So it was a formation. This was Lin Yizhi's first encounter with someone using stones for such a purpose. "I have a particularly powerful formation passed down from my father. Would you like to use it?" Yet Bai Ying shook her head. "Your formation is excellent, but it is fixed and cannot adapt on the fly, thus not maximizing its potential." Her words left the group astounded. While they had wondered why Bai Ying was using stones, they had not realized it was to allow for dynamic adjustments during battle. What level of understanding of formations must one possess to achieve such flexibility? Was she harboring hundreds of formations in her mind? How exaggerated! They were unaware that Bai Ying had traversed countless secret realms in her previous life. For the sake of survival, she had mastered not just these formations, but far more at that moment. The Qingjiao had dispatched the last few individuals and was surging towards them. Lin Yizhi and his companions hurriedly took their positions as instructed by Bai Ying. However, the terrifying pressure emanating from the Qingjiao made them increasingly anxious. Xia Homing repeatedly reassured himself that they had life-saving talismans. At worst, it would serve as practice. In the midst of his thoughts, he summoned his magical weapon. Excellent! Bai Ying leapt into action, positioning herself directly opposite the Qingjiao. Drawing her sword to engage in combat, Lin Yizhi quickly readied his own magical artifact. "You each take turns attracting its attention. If one cannot hold out, let the next step and I will wear it down from above." Following Bai Ying's instructions, they took turns unleashing their weapons. With each action, Bai Ying continuously adjusted the formation. Her formations adapted to each individual's techniques and magical artifacts, maximizing their output. Yet even with such efforts, the Qingjiao proved formidable. They could only gradually whittle away at its vitality. The strain on their group was immense. After Xie Songjia's turn, it was Lin Yizhi's turn. He gasped, "I can't hold on any longer." "Yizhi, you go." He summoned his magical weapon, but he had exhausted too much spiritual energy and could summon none. It was over. His energy was depleted. The pallor of despair washed over his face. They had been working so well together. And the Qingjiao was nearly at its end. If only he could avoid being a hindrance, they might actually win. The Qingjiao sensed the weakening on Lin Yizhi's side. It immediately turned its wrath upon him. The overwhelming pressure rendered him immobile, and in despair, he shut his eyes, bracing for death. Suddenly, he heard Bai Ying shout, "Get out of the way!" Lin Yizhi jolted awake, opening his eyes to see Bai Ying standing before him like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Chapter 17. Bai Ying cannot be together with him. Lin Yizhi's eyes widened as he beheld the figure before him. She stood in front of him, blocking the ferocious assault of the Qingjiao. She appeared like an ethereal fairy, exuding an extraordinary and otherworldly aura. Lin Yizhi's heart raced violently. He thought to himself, he would never forget this breathtaking scene for the rest of his life. Bai Ying showed no fear of the Qingjiao's overwhelming might. She moved gracefully like a swallow, her weapon glinting with cold light as she struck with lightning speed. landing precise blows on the creature's vital points. The Qingjiao roared in fury, twisting its massive form in an attempt to escape her relentless assault. Yet, Bai Ying's speed was unmatched. She seamlessly shifted positions, leaping high or dodging to the side, delivering rapid strikes. Each clash of her weapon against the Qingjiao's scales produced a jarring sound. While Lin Yizhi was still in shock, he suddenly heard Bai Ying call out to him, "Do you have any spirit stones to replenish your energy?" Without hesitation, Bai Ying continued to unleash her full might against the Qingjiao, buying time for Lin Yizhi. He felt the spiritual energy within him gradually replenishing. Finally, he shouted, "I'm ready. It's almost finished. Everyone, be ready to replenish your energy," Bai Ying announced, simultaneously shattering a spirit stone. Within the span of an incense stick, it will surely perish. Though the Qingjiao did not appear to be on the verge of death, the group had developed an instinctive trust in Bai Ying. Faced with such a colossal creature, their initial anxiety had transformed into excitement. Even their attacks became more vigorous than before. Indeed, not long after, the ferocious Qingjiao began to show signs of fatigue. Its immense body writhed in the air, yet it seemed drained of strength. The Qingjiao struggled desperately, emitting chilling howls that echoed with despair. In such moments, vigilance was paramount. Bai Ying's expression remained as calm as water, her gaze fixed intently on the Qingjiao. Without hesitation, she swiftly summoned her incense burner magical artifact, pouring her remaining spirit stones into it. In an instant, a massive surge of spiritual power surged forth, flooding the incense burner and greatly amplifying its potency. With a thunderous boom, the incense burner erupted in brilliant light, ensnaring the Qingjiao in a vast net. Rendering it immobile, the creature thrashed wildly within the confines of the incense burner, its enormous body writhing as it bared its fangs and claws, attempting to break free from its binding. Yet, the radiant glow was unyielding, firmly imprisoning it within. "Quick, attack together. It's about to fall." Lin Yizhi and a few others quickly unleashed all their spells. The azure serpent flailed wildly, unable to break free from the control of the incense burner. As it became evident that its strength was waning, their attacks grew increasingly fierce, until finally, they witnessed the colossal creature crash to the ground. Lin Yizhi and the others could hardly believe their eyes. Gasping for breath, they stared at the scene before them, momentarily disoriented. "Had it truly perished? I can't believe it," said Xia Hongming incredulously. "Indeed. Oh my heavens! We actually killed the azure serpent." Xie Songjie rubbed his eyes, exclaiming, "I've never even dreamed of such an extraordinary dream. If I end up crying, please don't mock me." "Who would mock you?" Xiao Qingfeng replied, wiping away tears. "I feel like crying myself." Lin Yizhi bent down, supporting his knee, still panting. His gaze was fixed on the azure serpent, occasionally darting towards Bai Ying. His emotions were tumultuous. He had intended to harm Bai Ying, yet she had saved him. He desperately wished to apologize to her. He had always believed Ruan Shinro's words, thinking Bai Ying to be a despicable person, but now he simply could not reconcile the individual before him with such a notion. Xia Hongming and the others had already collected the serpent's corpse and presented it to Bai Ying. She removed one of the serpent's horns and said to them, "You may take the rest. This horn can reinforce the incense burner. I have no need for the others. I wouldn't want you to labor in vain." "What do you mean by laboring in vain? Don't you understand that this combat experience is invaluable? You should keep these items. We are not lacking." Xia Hongming insisted to his companions. Lin Yizhi nodded. "Take it. They are either the sons of elders or the sect leader, and they have plenty of resources. If it weren't for you today, we could never have slain the azure serpent." Bai Ying did not hesitate further. She was quite impoverished, and the serpent's corpse could be exchanged for numerous spirit stones. She calmly began to clean the battlefield, while outside the Qian Kuan mirror, excitement was palpable. This exhilarating battle had stirred the blood of all present. They incessantly praised Bai Ying. A group of female cultivators seemed particularly hopeful about Lin Yizhi and Bai Ying's relationship. They watched the interactions between Lin Yizhi and Bai Ying, filled with excitement. "I bet Lin Yizhi definitely likes Bai Ying. Did you see how, right after slaying the azure serpent, he appeared to be observing it but was actually sneaking glances at Bai Ying?" Yes, I saw that too. He must have feelings for her. Quick, look, he's looking at Bai Ying again. They should get together already. After all, the sect leader approves of this union." Xiao Yu, who had been watching Bai Ying, suddenly turned pale upon hearing them link Lin Yizhi and Bai Ying together. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yizhi in the Qian Kuan mirror. Filled with malice, he had sensed something was amiss, something familiar. His fixation on Lin Yizhi led him to ponder the matter deeply. Suddenly, it struck him. Wasn't Lin Yizhi just like him? He had also deceived Bai Ying. Bai Ying had shown no issues when controlling the healing artifact, yet Lin Yizhi had insisted she hadn't treated them. Had it not been for Bai Ying slaying the flying centipede, when she emerged from the trial, she would have certainly become the target of everyone's ire. So that was it. No wonder he found it familiar. He had employed similar tactics himself. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with disdain for Lin Yizhi. Though he had committed acts even more egregious than Lin Yizhi, he viewed Lin Yizhi as a contemptible scoundrel. He had to inform Bai Ying of this, to make her see Lin Yizhi's true nature. Such a despicable person should not be with her. Chapter 18. The most malicious person I have ever encountered is you lost in thought. Xiao Yu did not anticipate that at this moment, Lin Yizhi would take the initiative to apologize to Bai Ying. I'm sorry. I plotted against you. Your healing artifact worked wonderfully. I pretended not to be treated on purpose. I intended to tarnish your reputation. I apologize. I thought you were a terrible person, and I wanted to teach you a lesson. Bai Ying gazed at the individual before her, her suspicions confirmed. She realized Lin Yizhi had been influenced by Ruan Shinro, and she wished to test him. To her surprise, he had indeed managed to break free from Ruan Shinro's influence. So, your apology now means you no longer dislike me? Bai Ying asked, curious about the extent of Lin Yizhi's influence. Of course I no longer dislike you, Lin Yizhi exclaimed, visibly excited. Can you forgive me? As long as you are willing to forgive me, I will do anything you ask. Bai Ying pondered for a moment and replied. If you can maintain this lack of dislike for me, I can forgive you. Absolutely. I will never dislike you again. Bai Ying's intention was to see if Lin Yizhi would revert to disliking her after further contact with Ruan Shinro. However, her words turned Xiao Yu's face ashen. Bai Ying had forgiven Lin Yizhi just like that. Had she lost her mind? How could she so easily forgive him? Did she not see that Lin Yizhi had deceived her? The previous female cultivators were even more ecstatic. They excitedly exclaimed, Look, this must be mutual affection. Bai Ying said she would forgive Lin Yizhi as long as he no longer disliked her. Even though Lin Yizhi was excessive, Bai Ying still likes him. They are such a perfect match. Hurry and get married. Sect leader, please arrange it. Xiao Yu's expression darkened, filled with irritation at the crowd. He wished they would all just be quiet. Frowning tightly, he realized he was feeling unwell and quickly took Ruan Shinro's hand beside him. Inside, he desperately reminded himself that he loved Ruan Shinro, and only her. He must not pay any attention to Bai Ying. Ruan Shinro's expression was also displeased. After working hard for days to earn Lin Yizhi's favor, he had just said such things to Bai Ying. Fortunately, Xiao Yu held her hand, which provided her some comfort, prompting her to act even more affectionate towards him. The nearby cultivators, witnessing their affectionate display, could not help but comment, You two are quite a match. A hint of shyness appeared on Ruan Shinro's face. And Xiao Yu seized the opportunity to embrace her, eager to prove to everyone that he loved her more. At that moment, someone directed a question at Xiao Yu. Xiao Shixiang, Bai Ying is so formidable. Why do you think Ruan Shimi is better? Xiao Yu's face stiffened. His mind, which had been trying to convince himself, suddenly felt tight. It's because Shinro is gentle and kind, with a wonderful temperament. She is the best person I've ever met. As Xiao Yu extolled Ruan Shinro's virtues, he simultaneously belittled Bai Ying in his heart. Bai Ying was inherently jealous, always bullying Ruan Shinro behind her back. She was nothing but a despicable scoundrel. He must not be deceived by the facade before him. Yet, despite his thoughts, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Bai Ying in the Qian Kuan mirror. She did nothing but walk, yet for some reason, he found it impossible to tear his eyes away from her. Once upon a time, he had been closer to Bai Ying than anyone else. Not only would he watch her walk, but even if he wished to marry her, she would not refuse. Having tidied the battlefield and collected what needed to be taken, Bai Ying proceeded towards the cave of the two-headed python. Her purpose here was to obtain the Xinjing stones. There was no need for her to act as a bait as previously suggested by Han Xiu. She had the strength to defeat the two-headed python herself. However, to her surprise, the two-headed python was not in the cave. It had likely been scared away by the azure serpent. Though the two-headed python was sluggish, it could not have failed to notice the prolonged battle with the azure serpent. Lin Yizhi appeared somewhat disappointed. having hoped for another fierce battle with the two-headed python. Isn't this better? It saves us the trouble of fighting, Bai Ying remarked as she gathered the Xinjing stones from within the cave. She needed 5 to reinforce her artifact. Now, there were over 60 here, along with some other crystals. Although Han Xiu was despicable, at least the information he provided was accurate. Bai Ying took the 5 stones she needed and distributed the rest among her companions. Didn't we agree you would take all? Xiahou Ming insisted that Bai Ying keep them all. I have more than enough. Any extra would be of no use. Bai Ying had firmly stated that she would not take any more. And her companions no longer pressed the issue, cheerfully dividing the crystals among themselves, feeling an indescribable joy. This was their first time acquiring so much during the trials. They had even slain the mightiest beast. The Azure Serpent, the wet-boned forest trial, which felt like a den of horrors to many, was no longer daunting for Bai Ying and her group. After gathering some spirit herbs and stones, they concluded this trial. When Bai Ying exited the trial grounds, she found the entrance surrounded by people. Finally out, Bai Ying, hello? I'm Wang Mu from Qingyan Peak. Can we get to know each other? I am Gu Qinglan. Bai Ying, you're amazing. Would you consider becoming my Dao partner? Instantly, Bai Ying was encircled by admirers, each eager to introduce themselves. Bai Ying exhibited no interest in the matter at hand. She had cultivated the path of indifference, rendering her incapable of forming attachments to anyone, let alone forging a bond with individuals such as these. She began to make her way toward her dwelling, yet was unexpectedly halted by an individual before she had taken but a few steps. Bai Ying, I have something to say to you. To her astonishment, she found herself confronted by Xiaoyu. What an unfortunate encounter! She had no desire to even lay eyes upon him. Merely seeing his presence was enough to evoke a sense of revulsion. I have nothing to discuss with you. Bai Ying, noticing her disregard, Xiaoyu seized her arm, urgency lacing his voice. I merely wish to inform you that Lin Aiji is not a good person. Keep your distance from him. Furthermore, several individuals have expressed their intent to pursue you, and none of them are of reputable character, though not be deceived by them. His demeanor was akin to that of a self-proclaimed guardian, attempting to caution Bai Ying. A wave of incredulity washed over her. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Who I associate with is none of your concern. Let us not forget, you are the most repugnant and malicious person I have ever met. Moreover, I implore you to refrain from appearing before me again. I wish to never lay eyes upon you for the rest of my life. Chapter 19. Who said senior sisters must gift their junior sisters? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Clearly unprepared for such a retort from Bai Ying. Since their acquaintance, he had only ever witnessed her harboring affections for him. He had never seen her in such a light. He struggled to adapt. His complexion paling instantly, he stepped forward again, attempting to grasp her. Although he was fully aware that his past actions had led to this present predicament, he was unprepared for the reality of it. The moment his hand brushed against Bai Ying, she retaliated with a swift kick. Get lost. With her sword drawn, she pointed it directly at Xiaoyu. I have made myself clear. Keep your distance, or I shall take your life. Her eyes narrowed, a murderous intent radiating from her. Were it not for her insufficient strength to contend with the elders of the sect behind him, and the considerable trouble that would arise from his demise, she would have relished the opportunity to end him then and there. Xiaoyu, momentarily dazed, felt the chilling aura of her lethal intent and realized she was indeed serious about killing him. She found him exceedingly bothersome. Previously, she had longed to see them, only to be rebuffed. Yet now, when she wished to avoid them, they appeared one after another before her. Furrowing her brow, she was about to speak when suddenly, Lin Yiji's voice resonated from behind her. Boss, you reside in such a place? Lin Yiji, gazing from a distance, could hardly believe his eyes. He exaggeratedly rubbed them, fearing he was mistaken. Having just exchanged pleasantries with friends, he hastened to catch up with Bai Ying, only to be met with the sight of her dwelling in such disrepair. Lin Yiji had previously heard Wan Xinro speak ill of Bai Ying and had assumed her to be arrogant and overbearing. Yet now, what did he see? How could someone so haughty reside in such a place? Lin Yiji exaggeratedly turned to Su Yu. Is this how your peak treats its disciples? This place is worse than the den of my spirit beast. Su Yu's expression turned awkward in an instant. We currently have no available accommodations. But I recall, Wan Xinro's garden is far superior to this. Lin Yiji had been to Wan Xinro's abode. It was beautifully furnished. adorned with gifts from her fellow disciples. Even the adjacent house had been transformed into a garden for her. Suu, flustered, glanced at Ruan Shinro, resolutely suggesting, "How about letting Bai Ying stay in Shinro's garden?" Ruan Shinro was taken aback by Su Yu's proposition. The thought of her meticulously arranged little garden being taken away by Bai Ying brought tears to her eyes. "Brother," Lu Qingyue exclaimed with concern. "What nonsense are you spouting? You know how long it took our junior sister to tend to that garden. How could it possibly be given to someone else?" Lu Qingyue glared at Bai Ying as if she were attempting to usurp Ruan Shinro's living space. "Bai Ying has other places to reside. Why must she take from our junior sister, however, this place?" The elder brother scrutinized Bai Ying's dwelling, which was undeniably unfit for habitation. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to let Ruan Shinro vacate the space. Bai Ying observed his conflicted demeanor, her heart brimming with sarcasm. What did it mean to take from the junior sister? One should first inquire whose dwelling Ruan Shinro had appropriated. Never mind. I have no desire to stay there. I would rather not endure the sight of those I detest daily. Lu Qingyue smirked at Su Yu. You see, your good intentions are met with ingratitude. With that, he took Ruan Shinro by the hand, preparing to leave. Ever since their last encounter, he found Bai Ying increasingly irksome. Had it not been for Su Yu's insistence on his presence today, he would never have come, however, just as Lu Qingyue was about to step away. Bai Ying called out, "Wait!" Lu Qingyue's eyes brimmed with suspicion. "What now? You don't intend to lay claim to the junior sister's garden, do you?" Bai Ying ignored him and approached Ruan Shinro, gripping her hand. "What have you taken?" Ruan Shinro clutched a jade pendant, which she had pilfered from Bai Ying's box. She had been drawn to it when she approached, as her instincts had informed her that it possessed great fortune. Compelling her to seize it, despite her carefulness, she was caught by Bai Ying. Tears welled in Ruan Shinro's eyes as she whimpered. "I merely thought the pendant was beautiful and wanted to take a look." Bai Ying scoffed and, "Can you return it to me now?" Ruan Shinro's eyes betrayed her reluctance to part with the pendant. "Sister, this pendant is truly exquisite. Would you consider gifting it to me?" She clutched the pendant tightly. Unwilling to relinquish it was evident that the pendant held some significance. "I have no intention of giving it to you. Kindly put it down." Ruan Shinro gazed longingly at the pendant, her eyes shifting to Lu Qingyue for assistance. Lu Qingyue stepped forward, asserting, "What is a mere pendant? You appear rather petty. Just gift it to the junior sister." "Why should I give it?" Bai Ying dismissed Lu Qingyue entirely, seizing the pendant from Ruan Shinro's grasp. Lu Qingyue's expression darkened, and he summoned his magical artifact. "You wretch, it seems a lesson is in order for you to understand your own worth." Ruan Shinro sobbed from the sidelines. "Sister, I genuinely adore it. Would you please gift it to me? Or I can purchase it from you." Lu Qingyue vehemently pulled Ruan Shinro closer. "Purchase? With someone as avaricious as her, not even a spirit stone would suffice." Lu Qingyue still recalled Bai Ying's humiliating behavior while selling goods at the marketplace. It was utterly embarrassing. What is wrong with a senior sister gifting something to her junior sister? Is that not natural? I have never seen a senior sister so miserly. As he spoke, Lu Qingyue unleashed his pressure. Bai Ying, undeterred, summoned her artifact in response. She was unafraid of his intimidation. Suu rushed forward to intervene. Having initially brought Lu Qingyue to mediate with Bai Ying, but now it appeared a brawl was imminent. He grasped Lu Qingyue and pulled him outside, directing Ruan Shinro, "Junior sister, you must persuade him. We should remove him from this situation." Ruan Shinro, sensing Su Yu's intent to leave, felt her hands clench in frustration, silently cursing the elder brother for meddling. Yet at that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. "Who says a senior sister must gift her junior sister? Is that not merely theft? Indeed. How can one speak with such audacity? Truly shameless." Ruan Shinro was taken aback, realizing a crowd had gathered outside. Observing the scene, Chapter 20, shocked when had these people arrived? Ruan Shinro's face turned pale. She had failed to notice that, at the edge of the crowd, Lin Yizhi was discreetly giving Bai Ying a thumbs up. Upon sensing that the situation was amiss, he had refrained from intervening, instead calling forth a gathering to witness the drama unfold. Ruan Shinro's eyes reddened. She had always maintained a gentle and amiable demeanor in public. She wondered how many had witnessed her now. "I only admired that pendant. I can exchange it for something of great value," she explained, producing a spirit herb. The herb was indeed valuable, more than enough to trade for a mere decorative pendant. Had this been before, her fellow disciples would have praised her for her beauty and kindness in offering such a precious item for something ostensibly worthless. Yet, not a single person in attendance commended her. Instead, someone derisively remarked, "Isn't that just a worthless spirit herb? Have you not seen how much Bai obtained during the trial?" Exactly. Do not present a spirit herb as if it is a treasure. Have you considered whether she even wants it? How can Qingzhou Peak treat its disciples this way? Had we not come, I would never have imagined Bai Ying would be subjected to such poor treatment. The crowd that Lin Yizhi had summoned consisted entirely of fervent onlookers from Bai Ying's trial. They all wished to cry out in support of Bai Ying, and now witnessing Ruan Shinro bullying her, they felt an overwhelming urge to tear her apart. Their words were equally unrestrained. Since Ruan Shinro's arrival at the sect, she had received nothing but praise, and she had never before encountered such a deluge of vitriol. Her eyes turned genuinely red, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry. I just like her. If you like something, shouldn't it be given to you? Do you expect me to bring down the heavens for you? Such audacity. Who does she think she is? Why should your preferences dictate the actions of others?" This was Ruan Shinro's first encounter with such animosity, and she was utterly flustered. She felt her fortune rapidly dissipating. And in tears, she fled the scene. "Little junior sister." Lu Qingyue shot a fierce glare at Bai Ying before following suit. Suu, feeling a headache coming on, had no choice but to chase after the two of them. Outside, the crowd paid them no mind, instead showering Bai Ying with concern and warmth. It was the first time Bai Ying had been so cherished by so many, leaving her somewhat dazed. Recalling her past life, where she was shunned and reviled like a rat scurrying through the streets, she found it hard to believe that so many were now speaking up for her. Lin Yizhi waved his hand at the crowd. All right, that's enough. I have matters to discuss with the boss, so you all may disperse." Once the crowd had thinned, Bai Ying sincerely thanked Lin Yizhi. "What are you thanking me for? I merely realized that the Ruan Shinro speaks of is quite different from her own self. It turns out she is the one with ulterior motives. How frustrating it is that I was deceived by her before. Boss, please don't be angry with me. Boss, I need to discuss something with you." Lin Yizhi's friend had recently sought his assistance, and he immediately thought of buying. "A friend of mine has discovered several purple jade spirit mushrooms, but they are guarded by another spider. He is looking for someone to help him slay it. Once defeated, we can split 2 of them along with 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Are you interested?" Bai Ying, having depleted all her spirit stones to kill the Qingjiao, readily agreed upon hearing of such a bounty. "All right, I'll contact my friend. 3 days from now, when the malevolent energy dissipates, will be the spider's weakest moment. We will strike then." After bidding farewell to Lin Yizhi, Bai Ying retrieved the jade pendant Ruan Shinro had attempted to take from her earlier. This pendant was a gift from an old beggar in exchange for a bowl of rice she had offered. Its quality was quite poor, even among mundane items. Bai Ying had never thought it to be anything of significance and casually placed it in her box. However, it seemed that this pendant held some hidden secrets. Grasping it in her palm, she earnestly sought to comprehend its essence, but found nothing. It appeared that the pendant could only be activated in a special environment. Bai Ying was not in a hurry. She carefully stored the pendant away and took out her incense burner. This burner was modeled after the mystical heaven furnace from her past life. Due to the lack of superior materials, it was merely a replica. Now, with the addition of Xinjing stones and the horn of a Jiao dragon, it was still far from its former glory but could be significantly enhanced. Bai Ying meticulously ignited the spiritual fire, then gently placed the incense burner atop it. The Xinjing stones blazed fiercely in her hand, transforming into a liquid that flowed gradually into the burner. The incense burner hovered in midair, continuously rotating as it absorbed the liquid bit by bit. Bai Ying focused intently on this process, unwilling to let any moment of negligence slip by. She then took out the horn of the Qingjiao and began the refining process in the same manner. Time slipped by, and gradually, the surface of the incense burner seemed to shimmer with a deep and mysterious glow, as if caressed by an unseen force. Bai Ying released a sigh of relief. The 5 Xinjing stones and a pair of Qingjiao horns had elevated the burner by 1 tier. Although it appeared to be merely a middle-grade artifact, it was refined with spiritual fire, rendering it far superior to an ordinary upper-grade artifact. Due to the slow progress of selling the spirit beasts they had hunted at the auction house, Bai Ying decided to sell some artifacts to earn spirit stones to use as a catalyst for the incense burner. When the time arrived, she and Lin Yizhi hurried to the agreed-upon location. Before Bai Ying and Lin Yizhi arrived, four individuals were already waiting for them. These individuals had great faith in Lin Yizhi's recommendations, expecting him to bring along a formidable cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. However, upon seeing Bai Ying, they were all taken aback. Not only was she merely a cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage, but she also wore no spiritual garments and only carried a middle-grade incense burner. One among them had even encountered Bai Ying a few days prior at the mortal market, where she was selling low-grade artifacts. He had assumed she was merely a vendor. The four exchanged glances, realizing Lin Yizhi had let them down, and they could hardly believe he would be so irresponsible. They had finally awaited the opportune moment to hunt the nether spider. And yet this fellow had behaved so recklessly. The leader among them, Wang Qi, clearly did not wish to squander this opportunity and instructed his companions to keep their distance from Lin Yizhi. Little did he know, Lin Yizhi interrupted with an air of pride. "No need, just listen to my boss." Bai Ying spoke with conviction. "You simply need to summon your artifacts and attack directly." The four were even more shocked. How was this any different from having no commander at all? This was utter chaos. In the midst of the commotion, Lin Yizhi brimmed with trust in Bai Ying. She suggested a direct assault, and he immediately produced his artifact. It seemed the hunt for the nether spider would be relatively straightforward. As he spoke, he proudly showcased his artifact to Bai Ying. "Boss, this time I brought the one I just acquired from my father. What do you think?" Lin Yizhi revealed his artifact, the yin-yang arrow, which could unleash tremendous power with a single shot. Bai Ying nodded approvingly. "Not bad. Perfect for slaying the nether spider." Lin Yizhi beamed with pride, eager to flaunt his yin-yang arrow to everyone present. However, the four could only look at them in disbelief. Although the yin-yang arrow was formidable, it was challenging to hit a target. Such an artifact was suited for colossal and sluggish beasts. Yet today, they were hunting the nether spider, which was remarkably swift and continuously spewed forth smaller spiders. In this scenario, the yin-yang arrow appeared utterly useless. Their spirits plummeted. That moment, Bai Ying suggested, "I can help you make a few modifications to enhance the arrow's power." Lin Yizhi quickly handed the arrow to Bai Ying. The process of modifying the yin-yang arrow was swift. Bai Ying didn't even need to halt her stride. When she returned the modified arrow to Lin Yizhi, he treated it as if it were a treasure. He had long heard of Bai Ying's skills in artifact refinement and had witnessed the potency of her incense burner. Now, having her personally enhance his yin-yang arrow, he was overjoyed. He could hardly wait to show it off to the world. Glancing at the other four, Bai Ying inquired, "Would you like your artifacts modified as well? I happen to have materials, Jiao Dragon Bones." Before she could finish her statement, they promptly declined. "No, thank you. Our artifacts are already quite strong. Indeed, we appreciate the offer, but it's unnecessary. I'm not accustomed to letting others tamper with my artifact." The leader of the four, Wang Qi, could only facepalm. How had he not realized how easily Lin Yizhi could be duped? He assumed Bai Ying was a cultivator at the transformation stage, as only such a practitioner could perform modifications. If she were to handle their artifacts, they might end up ruined. As he pondered this, he cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Yizhi, wondering how this Bai Ying had managed to deceive him into appearing foolish, even going so far as to alter such a precious artifact as the yin-yang arrow. Yet, considering Lin Yizhi was the son of the Huang sect's leader, they refrained from antagonizing him and continued forward in silence. Upon reaching the lair of the nether spider, Wang Qi narrowed his eyes, preparing to share his plan with his companions. Just then, Bai Ying spoke up, "I will lure them into this great formation. You all will just unleash your full power to attack within the formation." Upon finishing her words, she promptly arranged stones on the ground to form a large array. The four onlookers nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Bai Ying setting up such a rudimentary formation. It was their first time witnessing such a simplistic array. Lin Yizhi, however, was particularly excited, proudly declaring to everyone, "Just listen to my boss, as long as you follow her lead. Not even the nether spider will stand a chance." Wang Qi rolled his eyes. He exchanged glances with his companions, initially intending to charge ahead while Bai Ying and Lin Yizhi provided support from the rear. Now, he was curious to see how Bai Ying planned to attract those spiders. "Go ahead and lure them," he thought mockingly as Bai Ying took off into the air toward the nether spider. Wang Qi anticipated a spectacle, but just then, the massive mother spider suddenly shuddered, and countless small spiders cascaded from its large, slightly mottled back like a tidal wave. The sheer number was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Wang Qi had never encountered such a multitude of tiny spiders before. The most they had seen from the nether spiders in the past was a mere few dozen offspring. Yet, this particular specimen astonishingly produced so many in an instant. The expressions of the 4 individuals changed dramatically. As they were aware that nether spiders could give birth to young and had anticipated this, but they had not expected such an overwhelming number to emerge all at once. This was dire. The intelligence they had received was flawed. This spider was far more formidable than they had imagined, and it was now clear that they were ill-equipped to handle it. Initially, they had wanted to witness Bai Ying's embarrassment, but now they found themselves shouting at her. Countless small spiders were surging towards her direction, each expelling threads from their mouths, seemingly intent on ensnaring her. The nether spider was entirely venomous, and even the threads it produced were toxic, capable of corroding even the most potent spiritual garments. To say nothing of Bai Ying, who wasn't even clad in such protective attire. Wang Qi and his companions could sense her impending doom. However, just as thousands of threads were about to ensnare Bai Ying, she gracefully leapt into the air and produced a shuttle-shaped artifact. The moment the artifact appeared, it ensnared all the threads expelled by the spiders. It spun with astonishing speed, resembling a powerful gravitational source, gradually drawing the spiders towards the formation Bai Ying had meticulously set up. Bai Ying soared into the sky, continuously clapping her hands, and a brilliant crimson flame erupted, carving a wide path into the ground. Spiders inherently feared flames and dared not approach the blazing inferno, begrudgingly forced to advance along the fiery route Bai Ying had created. Simultaneously, some audacious spiders attempted to assault her. Yet, Bai Ying's reflexes were exceptionally swift. With a quick pivot, she struck out with a palm, her formidable strength instantly reducing the attacking spiders to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Her series of maneuvers transpired in the blink of an eye, and soon, numerous spiders had surged into the carefully arranged formation. In an instant, the formation awakened with a mysterious power, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. The formation, enveloped in this golden radiance, unleashed its formidable might. Relentlessly slaughtering the spiders, the creatures flailed within the formation, yet they could not escape the confines of this golden prison. They struggled in a state of panic, but the golden light relentlessly pursued them, continuously constricting and twisting. Wang Qi felt dazed, until Lin Yizhi beside him gave him a firm slap on the back of his head. "What are you dawdling for? Use the artifact to help with the slaughter." Chapter 22. Too powerful is this. Real? Wang Qi's voice trembled as he observed the formation, which he had previously underestimated, now robustly ensnaring countless spiders, and no matter how the spiders struggled, their efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, Bai Ying sped towards the area densely populated with spiders, her figure akin to a flash of lightning, tracing a graceful arc in the air. She continued to clap her hands against the ground. Each strike resonated like a meteor colliding with Earth, unleashing immense force. In an instant, flames shot skyward, the roaring fire resembling surging ocean waves, spreading outward in relentless waves. The flames illuminated the entire space, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Wang Qi noticed the others retrieving their artifacts and followed suit, launching their attacks against the spiders within the formation. However, even before his artifact could manifest its power, all the spiders had been eradicated. Wang Qi even questioned whether they needed to utilize their artifacts, as it seemed Bai Ying alone could have obliterated all the spiders. Their involvement felt like mere token participation. Lin Yizhi regarded him with an incredulous expression. "What do you mean real? Didn't my leader just say we only need to attack the formation?" As he spoke, he produced his yin-yang arrow. The slender arrow suddenly transformed into an impressively thick shaft. The 4 were astonished to behold Lin Yizhi's arrow. Was this truly a yin-yang arrow? How could it be so stout? They had seen yin-yang arrows before, even in the hands of Lin Yizhi's father. It would not have been this robust. Lin Yizhi was at a loss for words. "Are you all fools? Didn't you see my leader modify the yin-yang arrow for me?" Lin Yizhi looked at them in disbelief. He had never perceived them as this naive. They had witnessed his leader enhance the arrow, so why ask such foolish questions now? Drawing the arrow to full tension, he released it. The arrow shot forth like lightning, its momentum unstoppable. In an instant, not only were all the spiders within the formation annihilated, but even those drawn in from outside were slain in droves by that singular shot. Not bad, huh? Lin Yizhi exclaimed with excitement. Wang Qi and his companions were nearly in tears. Not bad. Their own superior artifacts lacked such power, capable of dispatching so many spiders with a single shot, especially since Bai Ying had previously offered to assist them in modifying their artifacts, only for them to decline. The regret they felt was beyond articulation. More spiders were drawn in by Bai Ying, their numbers so vast that they piled together like a small mountain, trapped within the formation. They struggled futilely to escape, gradually stacking atop one another, forming an extraordinary tower of spiders. Bai Ying hovered gracefully above, her movements precise and efficient as she dispatched the spiders, weaving through the flames and the swarm like a radiant flash of lightning. Wang Qi and his companions watched in awe, as if witnessing a mesmerizing performance, until Bai Ying called out, "Prepare to eliminate the mother spider." The four suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to them, the massive mother spider had already been successfully restrained by Bai Ying. As she flew closer, the mother spider followed suit. They had previously seen Bai Ying continually drawing in the smaller spiders. How had she managed to do so while simultaneously restraining the mother spider? Lin Yizhi had already drawn his yin-yang arrow to full tension, and a sharp arrow shot forth like lightning towards the mother spider. The arrow whistled through the air, its tip glinting with lethal intent. As if it could pierce through anything, the mother spider let out a thunderous roar. One of its eyes struck blind by the arrow, green, viscous fluid oozed from the injured eye, and the mother spider writhed in agony, its colossal form causing the surrounding air to tremble with its fury. Wang Qi's heart sank. He knew that unless the spider was dispatched in one blow, it would retaliate fiercely, particularly for cultivators like Lin Yizhi who attacked with arrows. They would be immediately ensnared by the threads it expelled. Sure enough, the nether spider erupted in rage, spewing forth countless threads that danced through the air like silver serpents, racing towards Lin Yizhi at breakneck speed. Yet, at this critical moment, Bai Ying decisively struck out with her palm. The gust from her strike severed the threads instantaneously. Then, she swiftly produced a fragrant burner artifact, ensnaring the mother spider within. Brilliant red light erupted from the artifact, radiating like a scorching sun, as torrents of flames surged forth in a tidal wave. The flames blazed and crackled fiercely. Incredible! The four stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to act. They had previously hunted nether spiders, which had never been this powerful. Even when they worked together, they had been unable to subdue it. This spider was unparalleled in speed and strength, making it exceedingly difficult to kill. Had they not ambushed an already wounded spider, they would have had no confidence in their ability to slay it. However, Bai Ying alone had managed to control it. The fragrant burner artifact, which they had previously looked down upon, now displayed astonishing power, continuously emanating a surging spiritual energy. Waves of energy poured forth from the artifact, resembling unyielding chains that firmly bound the nether spider. "Kill it," Bai Ying commanded, her voice resonating like thunder in their ears. The four snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving their artifacts. Although their pace of attack was not swift, Bai Ying had securely restrained it. The spider roared in anguish, its voice piercing and terrifying as it violently assaulted the surrounding chains. Its massive body crashed repeatedly, causing the ground to tremble with each impact. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from this seemingly fragile yet remarkably resilient captivity until it finally collapsed. Devoid of strength, it was only then that the nether spider was completely vanquished. Wang Qi and his companions could hardly believe that they had so effortlessly slain such a ferocious beast. They had not dodged at all throughout the ordeal, nor had they engaged in a true battle. It had been a one-sided assault with their artifacts. It was absurd. They had never experienced such an easy fight in their lives. Chapter 23. Approaching the end of life, Wang Qi gazed at the fallen nether spider and the myriad of small spider corpses scattered about, still struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. He stood in a daze for quite some time before finally grasping the truth, which surged within him like an unstoppable tide. It was overwhelming. His eyes, filled with admiration, were fixed upon Bai Ying. He had encountered powerful cultivators before. He had seen the predecessors of his sect in the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages. However, none can rival Bai Ying in slaying demon beasts. This is not merely the act of hunting demon beasts. It is a solo performance by an individual. My dear friend, you are truly remarkable. He fully comprehended why Lin Yizhi referred to Bai Ying as boss. He too wished to call her that. At this moment, Wang Qi and his companions had already gathered 8 stalks of purple jade spirit mushrooms. According to their initial agreement, they were to present 2 stalks of the mushrooms and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones to Bai Ying. Yet, Wang Qi handed over 2 stalks of purple jade spirit mushrooms along with 7,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which amounted to 6,000 more than originally agreed. Bai Ying glanced at the storage bag he offered and remarked, "You've given too much." "Not at all," he insisted. "You exerted most of the effort. Thus, it is only fitting that the majority of the spoils belong to you. Were it not for our pressing need for the purple jade spirit mushrooms, I would have offered you 2 more." Wang Qi and his companions felt somewhat guilty for having taken 6 mushrooms without much exertion on their part, as they scarcely utilized their prepared magical tools and talismans. In truth, they had not given her much. After a moment's thought, Bai Ying retrieved 4 pills from her storage bag and handed them to Wang Qi. "These are the spirit-nourishing pills I crafted yesterday. Here, take them." Wang Qi accepted the pills, his gaze shifting to Bai Ying, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he wished for her assistance in modifying his magical tools. However, he had previously made his refusal to her quite clear. As they spoke, the group hastily departed on their swords. Once they had left, Bai Ying divided half of the spoils and offered them to Lin Yizhi. Lin Yizhi was hesitant to accept, and only under Bai Ying's insistence did he take 1 mushroom. He firmly refused to take any more. Wang Qi's sect, Lingshao sect, is the most powerful sect in this region. Their Grand Elder had long since attained the transforming spirit realm and had safeguarded the sect for millennia. Regrettably, the Grand Elder's lifespan was nearing its end, which posed a catastrophic blow to the entire sect. Although Wang Qi was merely a young disciple at the foundation establishment stage, unable to play a pivotal role in such a grave matter, he still sought to contribute in any way he could. It was said that the purple jade spirit mushrooms could restore one's lifespan, which was why Wang Qi and his companions had come to gather them. At this moment, having successfully acquired 4 mushrooms, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Their master, upon hearing the news, was overjoyed and promptly led them to meet the Grand Elder. When Wang Qi beheld the Grand Elder, he was struck by the sight of the Elder's pallid complexion, devoid of color, and his once brilliant eyes now dimmed, resembling 2 pools of stagnant water on the verge of drying up. Wrinkles, like creeping vines, adorned his face, each line seemingly narrating the passage of time and the impending conclusion of his existence. Wang Qi's eyes reddened as he respectfully presented the treasure box containing the purple jade spirit mushrooms to the Grand Elder. "Elder, these are the purple jade spirit mushrooms I specifically gathered for you," said to prolong life. The Grand Elder gazed at the mushrooms presented before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You truly possess filial piety. This is a tremendous help to me." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Wang Qi and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. "Elder, please consume them quickly." The Grand Elder, smiling, swallowed the purple jade spirit mushrooms, and his complexion visibly brightened. His spirit improved significantly. "These mushrooms are remarkably effective. Though you still need more? I have 2 more at my friend's place. If you require them, I can procure them for you." The Grand Elder kindly shook his head. "This is sufficient. Thanks to you all, I am already feeling much better." Wang Qi and the others laughed with delight. "Elder, please rest. We shall not disturb you." After Wang Qi and his companions departed, his master was eager to praise the children to the Grand Elder. However, in the next instant, he noticed the Grand Elder's expression had suddenly faded again. "Elder, what is the matter?" The Grand Elder sighed. "My lifespan draws to a close. Theo, protect the sect for a long time. After my passing, you must not let the news of my demise spread. Otherwise, rival forces will surely attack our sect. Before I depart, I shall expend all my energy to help reconstruct the protective formation of the mountain. I will also document my insights from these past several thousand years. You must strive to enter the transforming spirit realm as soon as possible." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, tears streamed down the master's face. It turned out that the purple jade spirit mushrooms were of little use. The Grand Elder was merely comforting the children, enabling others to believe that the mushrooms had restored his lifespan, thus deterring them from attacking the sect. Meanwhile, Ruan Shinro, upon hearing the system announce her current fortune value, was in a state of agitation. She had already seized 70% of Bai Ying's fortune, and with Lin Yizhi as her formidable shield, tarnishing Bai Ying's reputation should have been a simple task. Allowing her to acquire even more of Bai Ying's fortune However, she never anticipated that Bai Ying would perform so exceptionally well during the trial in the wet-bone forest, garnering admiration and affection from many, even causing Lin Yizhi to gravitate towards her. Now, her fortune value had plummeted to 50%, a significant drop that rendered her years of effort futile. In a fit of rage, Ruan Shinro demanded of the system. "What should I do?" "Do not fret," the system replied. Upon hearing this, Ruan Shinro's lips curled into a smile. "I know what I must do." Chapter 24. The one who dies is you. Ruan Shinro hastily contacted Fu Zi, the chief disciple of Lingxiao's sect. In her quest to seize fortune, she had garnered the affection of many, Fu Zi being among them. Upon hearing Ruan Shinro mention that her senior sister had a purple jade spirit mushroom, he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Ruan Shimi, for the information. I shall come immediately." Ruan Shinro smiled as she made her way to Bai Ying's residence. "Senior sister, I heard you recently obtained a purple jade spirit mushroom. Could you sell it to me?" As she spoke, Ruan Shinro produced a bag of mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Ying coldly raised her gaze, utterly unprepared for Ruan Shinro to approach her once more after being harshly rebuffed previously. "Did I not say I would sell you nothing? But senior sister, this mushroom is truly vital to me. Please, just give it to me." In her past life, Ruan Shinro had caused Bai Ying's demise. Were it not for her insufficient cultivation, she would have already killed Ruan Shinro in this life. How could she possibly engage in any trade with her? Bai Ying's master, Qin Hua, possessed an exceedingly strong desire for control, having marked each of them with a seal since their youth to monitor their whereabouts. Bai Ying now had the capability to kill Ruan Shinro, but she was far from being a match for the true master, Qin Hua. Even if she were to kill Ruan Shinro, it would spell her own demise as well. She could only strive to cultivate diligently until she was strong enough to defeat Qin Hua and then eliminate Ruan Shinro. Bai Ying paid Ruan Shinro no mind, resolutely unleashing a powerful palm strike in her direction. Ruan Shinro had no time to react, instantly being sent flying by the fierce wind generated by the strike, her body tracing an arc through the air like a kite with severed strings before crashing heavily to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the door to Bai Ying's dwelling slammed shut with a resounding thud. As Ruan Shinro lay on the ground, she did not leave. Instead, a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes as she began to sob uncontrollably. When Fu Zi arrived, he was met with the sight of Ruan Shinro sprawled on the ground, clutching her chest and weeping pitifully. Fu Zi's brow furrowed slightly. "Ruan Shimi, what has happened?" "I apologize, Fu Shixiang," Ruan Shinro cried, tears streaming down her face. "I earnestly explained to my senior sister the importance of the mushroom to Lingxiao's sect. Yet she refused to give it to me. She even looked down upon the spirit stones I offered and directly injured me. I am truly useless, unable to help you acquire the purple jade spirit mushroom." Fu Zi's anger flared up within him. "I shall confront her," he declared angrily, striding towards Bai Ying's residence. Upon reaching the door, he raised his foot and kicked it open with a resounding crash, shattering the already flimsy barrier. "So, you refuse to give Ruan Shimi the purple jade spirit mushroom? Surrender it promptly, and kneel to apologize to her, or I shall not be kind." Without allowing Bai Ying a moment to react, Fu Zi extended his hand, infused with a surge of spiritual energy, clearly intent on teaching her a lesson. His fingers reached towards Bai Ying's collar, intending to lift her off the ground. Such an action was a humiliation to any cultivator. As he sought to make Bai Ying realize that Ruan Shinro was not someone she could afford to offend, he planned to hoist her up, compel her to beg for mercy, and then demand she kneel. This scoundrel dared to harm Ruan Shimi. He would ensure she lost all dignity. However, Fu Zi was taken aback when, before his hand could even touch Bai Ying, she had already struck out at him. The force of Bai Ying's palm was extraordinarily powerful, and despite Fu Zi's desperate attempt to dissipate its energy, he was still knocked back several meters, nearly losing his footing. Fu Zi had not anticipated that Bai Ying, merely at the foundation establishment stage, would dare to resist him. He had already reached the initial stage of the Golden Core, a level far beyond that of the foundation establishment. With but a mere finger, he could easily crush her. Fu Zi narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "I have given you a chance, yet you are nothing more than an insignificant insect at the foundation establishment stage. Out of respect for senior sister Ruan, I initially refrained from killing you, but now, you can no longer be spared." As soon as Fu Zi finished speaking, he immediately drew forth his life-bound magical artifact. Hearing the commotion of a battle, Suyu hurried over, shouting at Bai Ying as he ran. Bai Ying quickly apologized to senior brother Fu. The Lingxiao sect was immensely powerful, far beyond the capabilities of their own sect. And Fu Zi, as the chief disciple, held significant importance. Even if he were to kill Bai Ying, they would find it difficult to voice any objections that at most. Fu Zi would face a period of reflection. But Bai Ying's life would be forfeit. Suyu urged Bai Ying to apologize without delay. Ruan Shinro also chimed in quickly, "Senior brother, I implore you, do not take senior sister's life. I believe she has already realized her mistake." Upon hearing Ruan Shinro's plea for Bai Ying, Fu Zi looked down upon her from a position of superiority, his voice cold as he replied, "Very well, today I shall spare her life, but only as a dog." Suyu felt a surge of gratitude towards Ruan Shinro upon hearing this. When he arrived, he had already heard about Bai Ying's unprovoked attack on the junior sister, and now the junior sister was still advocating for Bai Ying, which was truly commendable. Suyu secretly vowed to ensure Bai Ying sincerely apologized to the junior sister later. With high hopes for an immediate apology from Bai Ying, he was taken aback when she retorted towards Fu Zi. "Isn't it you who should be dying?" Fu Zi's expression darkened instantly, his teeth clenched as he spat out two words, "Seek death." Bai Ying, undeterred, summoned her magical artifact. That moment, Wang Qi's master was walking toward Wang Qi's residence, filled with melancholy. The Grand Elder had bestowed upon Wang Qi a set of cultivation techniques, instructing him to practice diligently, and his master was on his way to deliver them. Upon entering Wang Qi's room and finding it empty, he intended to leave the jade slip containing the techniques on Wang Qi's desk. However, just as he placed the slip down, his attention was immediately drawn to 4 pei yuan pills. These pills had been given to Wang Qi by Bai Ying, who had assumed they were merely ordinary pills and had carelessly set them aside. Yet, upon seeing the pei yuan pills, Wang Qi's master noticed a surge of vitality emanating from them, radiating outward. He quickly picked up the pills, and the vitality intensified, far surpassing the purple jade spirit grass that Wang Qi had presented to the Grand Elder. His eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened with uncontainable excitement. Perhaps their Grand Elder could be saved. He grasped the 4 pei yuan pills and rushed toward the Grand Elder's quarters. Chapter 25. Please expel her from the sect within the Lingxiao sect. The Grand Elder's quarters were surrounded by a throng of people, including the sect leader, various elders, and core members. The expressions on everyone's faces were grim, glancing sorrowfully at the Grand Elder sitting among them. Although Lingxiao sect boasted 5 peak nascent soul cultivators, it had only one transformation stage cultivator, who was their greatest reliance. Now that this reliance was on the verge of extinction, how could they not be heartbroken? Without a transformation stage cultivator, Lingxiao sect would no longer be a top-tier sect, vulnerable to retaliation from rival forces at any moment. All eyes were filled with sorrow. The Grand Elder's complexion had turned ashen. His skin parched, clearly indicating the end of his lifespan was near. Do not grieve, my friends. Life and death are fated. I have lived for over 2,000 years, far longer than most cultivators. Now, I am content. As he spoke, the Grand Elder began to arrange his affairs for the afterlife, compiling his life's insights to present to the sect leader. The core disciples behind him were already sobbing uncontrollably. Having settled his affairs, the Grand Elder addressed the crowd. You may all leave. He wished to pass in solitude, without the gaze of those dear to him witnessing his demise. Everyone slowly exited. Just as the Grand Elder prepared to enter meditation, Wang Qi's master suddenly burst in. Seeing him, the Grand Elder smiled. Have you delivered the cultivation techniques to Wang Qi? You must guide him diligently. He is exceptionally talented, but he tends to be overconfident. Remind him that there is always someone stronger. Before the Grand Elder could finish his sentence, Wang Qi's master hastily produced several pei yuan pills and presented them to him, saying, Grand Elder, please take a look at these. Could they possibly save you? The Grand Elder, initially thinking his disciple had lost his mind, believed these were just ordinary pei yuan pills. How could they possibly save him? He reluctantly accepted the pills, but the moment his fingers brushed against them, his eyes widened in astonishment. His previously murky gaze suddenly regained clarity as he felt a tremendous surge of vitality emanating from the pills. Where did these come from? I discovered them on my disciple Wang Qi's desk. I just contacted him, and he mentioned that a friend gifted them to him, claiming they might be useful. so he passed them on to me. Grand Elder, please give them a try. The Grand Elder nodded and promptly consumed one of the Pei Yuan pills. In an instant, he felt vitality coursing through his entire body, akin to a parched individual being plunged into a refreshing spring. His heart began to race, and his skin visibly revitalized, turning plump and rosy. The Grand Elder opened his eyes in disbelief, feeling that his lifespan had increased by at least a year. Wang Qi's master, witnessing this transformation, breathed more rapidly and cautiously inquired, "Is it effective?" The Grand Elder excitedly nodded in response. Wang Qi's master quickly offered the remaining pills to him. 1 Pei Yuan pill extended his life by a year. With 4, he could potentially gain 4 years. The Grand Elder could hardly fathom how many years he might gain if there were more of these pills. He grasped Wang Qi's master's arm and urged, "Quickly, inquire with Wang Qi about who gave him these Pei Yuan pills." After contacting Wang Qi, his master hurriedly relayed, "A young female cultivator named Bai Ying from Huayang sect gave them to him. Let us go find this young friend immediately." At this moment, Bai Ying was delivering a powerful strike to Fu Zi, the chief disciple of Lingxiao sect. Fu Zi was at the golden core stage, his cultivation far surpassing that of Bai Ying, and logically, defeating a cultivator like her should be as effortless as squashing an ant. However, he found himself completely overwhelmed by Bai Ying's onslaught. Even after producing his most formidable life-bound magical treasure, he was still sent flying by her single blow. Fu Zi could scarcely believe it. Clutching his chest, he gritted his teeth and declared, "You indeed possess some skill, but you are merely an insect. I will make you understand that insects cannot compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon." Fu Zi swallowed a pill that would temporarily double his cultivation, furiously launching his artifact at Bai Ying. However, with a resounding crash, he found himself kneeling on the ground, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Blood spewed from his mouth as he felt as if his entire being was on the verge of shattering. Terror gripped him. As the chief disciple of Lingxiao sect, he had faced defeat before, but never had he been vanquished by someone of such a lower cultivation level. Moreover, he had not even seen how he was injured. This person was simply too mysterious. Bai Ying's sword pointed directly at him. "Did you not say you would kill me? Today, let us see who meets their end." He had come to retrieve the purple jade spirit grass for the Grand Elder. But this scoundrel not only refused to hand it over, but had also dared to injure him. She was doomed. He looked up to see the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and several other elders arriving. Fu Zi glanced at Bai Ying, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Wasn't this scoundrel so formidable? How could she possibly contend with these individuals? The sect leader of Huayang sect, having received notice from Lingxiao sect, had also arrived, gathering the most powerful figures from both sections. Numerous curious cultivators had also gathered nearby, forming a crowd. As everyone descended from the air to the ground, Fu Zi quickly rose to greet them. Bowing respectfully, after completing his greeting, he promptly stated, "Sect leader, I have come to seek the purple jade spirit grass for the Grand Elder, only to find that this Bai Ying not only refuses to hand it over, but has also injured me. This scoundrel is utterly heinous, attempting to hoard the purple jade spirit grass while disregarding the friendship between our sects. She seeks to instigate conflict between our two great sects single-handedly. I implore the sect leader to take action against her and request that Huayang sect does not shield her, but instead expels her from the sect." Chapter 26. Bai Ying. Is she someone you can offend? Fu Zi gazed at Bai Ying with unabashed pride. His voice rang out clearly, each word a call for severe punishment. Demanding her expulsion from the sect, he was eager to see if this scoundrel could maintain her arrogance in the face of such authority. Upon hearing Fu Zi's words, the expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. They remain oblivious to the entire situation. Yet upon hearing that Bai Ying has audaciously hoarded the Ziyu Lingji in a bid to incite discord between the two prominent sects, their perception of her deteriorates drastically. Even those who once fervently admired her cease to defend her in an instant. They all come to believe Fu Zi's words without question. Ruan Shinro approaches, her demeanor fragile and delicate, evoking a sense of pity in those who behold her. "Senior sister, the Ziyu Lingji holds immense significance for Lingxiao sect. You cannot selfishly claim it for your own desires. It matters not that you have injured me, but you must not stir hatred between the sects. I implore you to relinquish the Ziyu Lingji." Ruan Shinro speaks with such righteousness that she paints Bai Ying as an exceedingly greedy and self-serving individual. One anticipated that Bai Ying would not only repeat her previous mistakes, but also injure the very person who sought to counsel her. Ruan Shinro, prompting an array of furrowed brows amongst the onlookers. Seeing this, Suyu hastily strides towards Bai Ying. Bai Ying, you must apologize to senior brother Fu and junior sister Wan at once. Then swiftly return the Ziyu Lingji. He fears that the sect leader might truly expel Bai Ying. Grasping Bai Ying's arm, he attempts to persuade her to apologize and seek the sect leader's leniency. Bai Ying, hurry! Apologize! Bai Ying lifts her gaze to meet Suyu's, a cold smile gracing her lips as she retorts, Senior brother, did you witness me act as they claimed? Suyu, convinced of his own observation, recalls how the junior sister lay on the ground, her garments torn. Who else could have caused such harm if not Bai Ying? He admonishes her sternly, Bai Ying, apologize at once. Do you truly wish to be cast out of the sect? You have erred gravely. If you do not apologize, I cannot protect you. To his astonishment, Bai Ying straightens her posture defiantly, asserting, I have done nothing wrong. I will not apologize. Her declaration causes the crowd to frown collectively, their discontent palpable, with some even pointing fingers at her. Indeed, did we not hear senior brother Fu say that she sought to instigate enmity between the sects? She is utterly outrageous. What has become of Bai Ying? Fu Zi watches with an air of smug satisfaction, anticipating that events will unfold as he desires, envisioning Bai Ying receiving severe punishment and being expelled from the sect. However, he is taken aback when a resounding slap echoes through the air, his own face stinging from the force of the blow. Delivered by none other than the sect leader of Lingxiao, Fu Zi's own master. In disbelief, Fu Zi exclaims, Master, what are you doing? He cannot comprehend why his master would not punish Bai Ying, but rather strike him instead. The onlookers are equally astonished. The Lingxiao sect leader glares at Fu Zi, fury radiating from him. They had come to Huayang's sect with a request, specifically seeking Bai Ying. Fu Zi not only offended her but also demanded that they punish her and expel her from the sect. How could they continue to seek her favor under such circumstances? Unworthy disciple. What nonsense are you spouting? The Lingxiao sect leader urges, is Bai Ying a person you can offend? Look at the words you have just uttered. Bai Ying's Ziyu Lingji is hers to do with as she pleases. Why, what right do you demand it from her? You disgrace the sect. Yet, Fu Zi protests, I only acted because the Grand Elder required it. Even if the Grand Elder requires it, you should engage in proper discourse, not resort to theft and coercion. Is this how I have taught you? The Grand Elder of Lingxiao sect steps forward, his presence exuding formidable authority that leaves the gathered crowd in awe. This is the aura of a formidable being in the transformation stage. Yet, even such a terrifying figure bows respectfully to Bai Ying, addressing her as young friend and implores, do not take offense. This was all the fault of my disciple. I offer my sincerest apologies. Fu Zi is left utterly dumbfounded. The Grand Elder, a paragon of excellence, is apologizing to Bai Ying. Ruan Shinro pales, completely at a loss for how such an inexplicable turn of events could transpire. Shouldn't the Lingxiao sect detest Bai Ying for her actions? Why, then, do they all seem to hold her in such high regard and speak on her behalf? The situation has inverted to their detriment. The Grand Elder continues, young friend, might I have a word with you privately? His demeanor suggests there are matters of secrecy he wishes to discuss with Bai Ying. She shakes her head, declining at once, stating, I shall not endure being slandered any longer. With so many witnesses present, I wish to clarify this matter. I will not acknowledge guilt where none exists. With that, she turns her attention to Fu Zi and Ruan Shinro. Did you not just accuse me of injuring you for no reason and refusing to hand over the Ziyu Lingji, thus disrupting the harmony between our sects? Tell me, did either of you inform me of your intentions for the Ziyu Lingji? You arrived demanding it outright. Why should I acquiesce? Before she can finish, Fu Zi interrupts, you lie. Junior sister Ruan clearly explained it to you. And you harmed her. Ruan Shinro, sensing the tide turning, feels an ominous foreboding. Yet, with so many present, she can only plead, Senior sister, I told you from the start how crucial the Ziyu Lingji is to Lingxiao sect. Why do you defame me? Whether it is defamation or not is easily discerned, Bai Ying asserts, producing a Qinkuan mirror and suspending it in midair. The Qinkuan mirror can project distant images and record past events. Ruan Shinro is taken aback, realizing Bai Ying had prepared the mirror in advance. Her complexion pales, panic setting in as she exclaims, Senior sister. She attempts to halt Bai Ying, but the images of the recent events have already been cast forth. Everyone clearly observes Ruan Shinro's actions. She never divulged her purpose for the Ziyulingji, merely insisting on its importance to her. Buying naturally refused to yield it. Yet when Fu Zi arrived, Ruan Shinro claimed to have earnestly communicated the significance of the Lingji to Buying. Fu Zi did not even question whether Ruan Shinro spoke the truth, immediately demanding Buying kneel and threatening her life. His appalling attitude incites outrage among the spectators, who now regard Ruan Shinro and Fu Zi with incredulity. Suu is left in a daze, recalling the moment Buying struck Ruan Shinro. That blow had not been forceful. It was merely a means to close the door, as Buying wished to expel Ruan Shinro rather than cause her harm. Otherwise, a strike from a foundation establishment cultivator could have shattered the door. Such a light blow could not possibly result in Ruan Shinro's current state. Shinro? Is this true? Why did you lie? Suyu's voice trembles, for he had never doubted Ruan Shinro's honesty. A profound discomfort fills his heart as he gazes at Buying. Regret washing over him. It was no wonder Buying had questioned him. Did you see with your own eyes that I acted as they claimed? Suyu had believed he was entirely correct. Yet now it appears he was not only mistaken but gravely so. The sect leader of Huayang speaks plainly. Fu Zi, I recall you are not a disciple of Huayang sect. It is not your place to instruct my disciples, nor to take their lives at will. The Lingshao sect leader's expression darkens further as he declares, Zi, you have deeply disappointed me. Fu Zi, overwhelmed, falls to his knees. Master, no. I genuinely believed Buying understood the importance of the Ziyu Lingji to our sect. And so what? The Lingshao sect leader rebukes. Does that give you the right to seize it by force? Even if she refuses to give it, that is only to be expected. From this day forth, you shall no longer be the chief disciple of my sect. Go and become a registered disciple. At this moment, not only Fu Zi but all present disciples are left astounded. None had anticipated such severe punishment for Fu Zi by the Lingshao sect. He had been meticulously groomed as the chief disciple, only to be demoted to the status of a mere registered disciple, inferior even to the most ordinary inner sect disciples. Fu Zi stands in shock. Unable to comprehend his loss, he has not merely lost the title of chief disciple, but also countless resources and support from the sect. His aptitude is not exceptional. He had been favored solely for being the first disciple of his master. Stripped of those resources, he would soon fade into obscurity. Master, I was wrong. I beseech your forgiveness. Fu Zi knelt upon the ground, bowing his head in reverence towards his master. Observing his master remain unresponsive, he hastily turned to prostrate before Buying. The very individual who had previously demanded Buying to kneel now found himself in a position of submission. Yet, before he could plead on Buying's behalf, he was interrupted by the master of Lingshao sect. How could they request something from Buying while allowing her to be put in a difficult position? The matter was settled. You may withdraw. Fu Zi's eyes dimmed, devoid of their former brilliance. He slumped to the ground, utterly defeated. After delivering his statement, the master of Lingshao turned his gaze back to his own sect's leader. The leader of Huayang sect appeared to be in a predicament. Having made a mistake himself, and with Lingshao sect discarding even their chief disciple, it would be only fitting for him to impose a severe penalty on Ruan Shinro as a formality. However, Ruan Shinro was the most cherished disciple of Master Qin Hua, and should he impose a heavy punishment, would he not face dire consequences upon Master Qin Hua's return? Thus, he reluctantly stated, Ruan Shinro has conveyed erroneous information, detrimental to the unity of the sect. Hence, you shall be confined to solitary reflection for half a year. The duration of the penalty seemed considerable, yet it was merely solitary reflection, without the need for the cliff of contemplation. Once this matter was resolved, the elder's eyes gleamed with fervor as he looked towards Buying. Young friend, may I have a word in private? Buying nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the elder's intentions, she was taken aback, for she was unaware that the elixir she had concocted possessed the ability to prolong life. In her past life, she had encountered countless elixirs, both crafted and purchased, yet she had never seen any capable of extending one's lifespan. The reason she had given Wang Qi the Peiyuan Dan she had crafted was solely due to its exceedingly high grade, making it unavailable for purchase elsewhere. Buying retrieved several Peiyuan Dan from her storage bag. Holding one in her hand, and indeed, she felt a vibrant life force emanating from within. Her artifact had not utilized any special materials during its crafting. In her previous life, she had been unable to produce such an elixir. Thus, the only possible source of the life force contained in these elixirs must be the jade pendant. Bai Ying was momentarily lost in thought. She had not anticipated that this jade pendant was such a remarkable object. No wonder Ruan Shinro had been so eager to possess it. Unfortunately, in her previous life, Ruan Shinro had not been adept at alchemy, rendering the pendant useless to her. The elder gazed at the Peiyuan Dan Bai Ying had produced, practically trembling with excitement. His eyes shone brightly. "Young friend, would you consider selling them to me?" Bai Ying promptly handed the elixirs to the elder, offering them as a gift should he require them. The elder was elated, clutching the elixirs as if they were treasures of immeasurable worth. "Thank you, young friend," he exclaimed, quickly presenting Bai Ying with 2 storage bags as tokens of his gratitude, which she graciously declined. "Senior, if it pleases you, might I request to visit your sect's scripture repository? I would be eternally grateful." Allowing an outer sect disciple access to the scripture repository was indeed against sect regulations. Yet in comparison to the prospect of prolonging the lifespan of a master at the nascent soul stage, such regulations were trivial. What sect rules? They could be disregarded. Young friend, proceed as you wish. Chapter 28. Bai Ying's spiritual root issues. Senior, may I request one favor? Please do not disseminate the knowledge of my possession of such elixirs, of course. The elder harbored the same thought. These elixirs held little significance for ordinary cultivators. Yet for those of them nearing the end of their lifespans, they were more precious than any treasure in this world. Once the word got out, it would surely incite a storm of bloodshed. Moreover, he wished for this information to remain solely his secret. How could he ever let it slip? Young friend, do not feel obliged to be courteous with me. Should you acquire more of these elixirs in the future, please be sure to sell them to me. The elder genuinely wished to inquire about the origin of these elixirs, yet with his years of experience, he knew better than to ask questions that ought not to be posed. As long as Bai Ying was willing to continue selling these elixirs to him, that was all that mattered. Upon hearing Bai Ying's affirmative response, the elder's joy intensified. This indicated that Bai Ying still possessed a means to procure such elixirs, a momentous revelation indeed. After bidding farewell to the elder, Bai Ying proceeded to concoct several more Peiyuan Dan, each brimming with vitality. Subsequently, she retrieved the jade pendant from her consciousness, utilizing the same method to craft the elixirs. Without the pendant's enhancement, she could only produce ordinary Peiyuan. It truly is you. Bai Ying could scarcely believe it. All she had done was offer a bowl of rice to that old beggar. And in return, he had bestowed upon her such a precious item. Who was that old beggar, and what immense fortune had she stumbled upon? After slaying the nether spider, she had acquired a substantial amount of spirit stones. And the items gifted by the elder contained a mountain of spirit stones as well. Bai Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since awakening her past life memories, she had altered her cultivation technique to the flame dragon burning heaven decision she had acquired in her previous life. This technique was exceedingly difficult to master and required a vast quantity of spirit stones for ascension. She had been troubled about how to amass enough spirit stones, yet she had not anticipated that they would soon come knocking at her door. With these spirit stones, she could at least elevate the flame dragon burning heaven decision to the 3rd tier, which was precisely the level required to summon the power of the flame dragon, thereby significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. Bai Ying prepared to cultivate with the spirit stones. The door to her chamber was suddenly kicked open. Bai Ying, you scoundrel! Is it unbearable for you to refrain from bullying Ruan Shimi for even a single day? How could you be so malicious? How could you plot against her? Do you have any idea how pitiful she is? Bai Ying raised her gaze, finding Lu Qingyue confronting her with righteous indignation. His expression was one of profound anger, as if she had committed an unforgivable crime. Yet, what she had done was merely record Ruan Shinro's misdeeds with the Qinkuan mirror and present them for all to see. Bai Ying, you are truly excessive. Lu Qingyue was genuinely distressed for Ruan Shinro, speaking at a rapid pace as though he sought to expel all his anger. He could not fathom that gentle and kind Ruan Shinro could commit any wrongdoing. It must be Bai Ying's doing. This scoundrel had previously engaged in numerous malicious acts, causing Ruan Shimi great sorrow, and now she was scheming against her again. Lu Qingyue felt his heart ache unbearably. Do you not realize that since Shimi joined our sect, she has never suffered such humiliation? Now she is to be confined for solitary reflection. How can you bear it? Shimi is so fragile, so kind to everyone, yet why do you target her so? Bai Ying regarded Lu Qingyue with a frigid stare, suddenly realizing that her prior insistence on rescuing him from their master had been the height of foolishness. Please clarify who is targeting whom? Did you truly watch the footage I released today? Who would watch such nonsense? It has all been tampered with by you, Bai Ying. I challenge you to a duel in the training arena. You will kneel before me and apologize to Shimmy. The training arena Lu Qingyue referred to was the designated place within the sect for resolving disputes among disciples. In a duel there, the loser must comply with the winner's demands. Lu Qingyue believed that Bai Ying had slandered Ruan Shinro and wished for her to apologize publicly, confessing that Ruan Shinro was innocent and had been set up. He thought that by doing so, everyone would understand that Ruan Shinro had been wronged, and the sect leader would release her. Lu Qingyue, fearing that Bai Ying might back down, attempted to provoke her. Yet Bai Ying readily agreed. Very well. Lu Qingyue smirked inwardly, deeming her a simpleton. He immediately set off to find Ruan Shinro. Although Ruan Shinro was confined, as she was detained in her own quarters, the guards were not as strict as those at the Cliff of Contemplation. Lu Qingyue bribed the guards and entered. Senior brother. Upon seeing Lu Qingyue, Ruan Shinro leaped into his embrace, her demeanor one of utmost distress. I have been wronged. I am truly not like that. It is the senior sister who has harmed me, brother. You must believe me. Shinro has only you left. I certainly believe you. I have long known that Bai Ying plotted against you. Lu Qingyue gazed at Ruan Shinro's tear-streaked face, his heart aching profoundly. He embraced her tightly, wishing he could shield her from all harm. Shinro, you have truly suffered. As Lu Qingyue spoke, Ruan Shinro wept, intensifying his sorrow. Do not worry. I have a way to help you clear your name and secure your release. Really? Ruan Shinro lifted her head in hope. Indeed, I have challenged Bai Ying to a duel in the training arena. If I win, she will immediately apologize to you and admit that she sought to harm you. However, Ruan Shinro was quite anxious. Bai Ying's cultivation had been progressing rapidly of late. She had excelled in the trial within the wet bone forest. And even senior brother Fu was unable to match her. I fear that you might also be at a disadvantage against her. Do not fret. Lu Qingyue replied confidently. Has Shimmy forgotten? Bai Ying possesses a subpar spiritual root. No matter how formidable she appears now, it is of no consequence. Her strength relies entirely on the power I previously bestowed upon her to stabilize her spiritual root. Once her spiritual root falters, without my support, she will be rendered powerless. Based on my calculations, it will not be long before Bai Ying's spiritual root begins to experience issues. On that fateful day, I invited her to the training grounds, eager to witness how she would behave in her arrogance. Chapter 29. The Path to Rupture. Upon hearing Lu Qingyue's words, Ruan Shinro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Qingyue's gaze was filled with a sense of triumph. He had long harbored resentment towards Bai Ying and was now intent on teaching her a lesson. This was an opportune moment, for he aimed to make the incident widely known, drawing a crowd to witness the spectacle. He intended to strike Bai Ying at her most prideful moment, bringing her crashing down to the depths of despair, so she could truly understand the meaning of pain. It was unfortunate that this individual was so arrogant, having forgotten who had supported her all along. Without him, she was nothing. But, senior brother, what if Bai Ying finds someone else to transfer power to her for the restoration of her spiritual roots? If her roots are indeed repaired, you might not be able to contend with her. What are you thinking? Who would willingly assist her? Lu Qingyue scoffed. You must understand how stringent the conditions are for helping her. Not only does the helper need to possess a fire spiritual root, but their power must also be comparable to hers. As far as I know, the only cultivators with similar qualifications are you and me. As long as you refrain from extending a charitable hand to her, her defeat is guaranteed. In the past, had senior sister come to me, I would have certainly helped her. But after she has slandered me like this, I will not assist her any longer, Ruan Shinro said, wiping away her tears as if recalling her own grievances. Lu Qingyue softly comforted her while inwardly cursing Bai Ying 1,000 times. He had never encountered a girl as kind-hearted as Ruan Shinro. How could Bai Ying treat her so cruelly? 3 days later, the training grounds were thronged with spectators, all eagerly awaiting the contest between Lu Qingyue and Bai Ying. Such an event was quite rare within the sect. Typically, when disputes arose among disciples, they could resolve their issues in the competition arena. However, the training grounds were different. The match did not involve direct combat between the two, but rather pitted each against formidable demonic beasts. In disciple duels, harming one another was prohibited. and they could only engage to a limited extent. Yet, when facing demonic beasts, there were no such restrictions, and serious injuries could easily occur. Although experts from the sect were present to oversee the event, many left the grounds severely injured. Lu Qingyue, fully aware of Bai Ying's spiritual root issues, had invited her here with the most malicious intent. He chuckled coldly to himself, a hint of self-mockery evident in his demeanor. He had genuinely cared for Bai Ying before, always inquiring with the sect's divine physician about when he could next transfer power to her. He had treated her with great kindness, yet she had chosen to be so ungrateful. While Bai Ying remained oblivious to these past kindnesses, he remembered them all too well. As Lu Qingyue spotted Bai Ying approaching from a distance, he strode purposefully towards her. "Bai Ying," he warned, "I will give you one last chance. If you publicly clarify that you slandered Junior Sister, I will let this match go. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly regret it." This was Lu Qingyue's final act of mercy. However, Bai Ying paid him no mind. Heading straight for the adjudicator of the training grounds, Lu Qingyue's temper flared as he realized she wouldn't even spare him a word. "You will soon understand the meaning of regret," he called after her. The two contenders arrived at the training grounds, where the adjudicator raised a hand to signal the start. In an instant, two golden slips of paper appeared before them. They were required to write down the conditions that would bind the others should they lose. Once they pressed their fingerprints upon the paper, they would be compelled to fulfill the others' demands, no matter how outrageous. Lu Qingyue confidently pinned his stipulation. Should he emerge victorious, Bai Ying must publicly acknowledge that she had falsely accused Yuan Shinro and apologized before all. However, when he glanced at Bai Ying's written condition, his eyes widened in disbelief. She had written, "If I win, Lu Qingyue shall never appear before me again." Suyu, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of dread. 3 days prior, he had already cautioned Lu Qingyue against facing Bai Ying at the training grounds. Their relationship had deteriorated significantly, and it was apparent they were on the brink of a rupture. He had not anticipated that she would dare to write such a thing. The oaths sworn at the training grounds were binding. Once they confirmed their vows, a heart demon would be engraved within them, and failing to fulfill it would lead to torment. Bai Ying truly wished to sever ties with Lu Qingyue. She no longer wanted this third senior brother, though she was not targeting him. Suyu felt a bitter pang in his heart, fearing that he might be next. He had hoped to mend the bonds among their sect, yet it had devolved into this. Lu Qingyue was infuriated beyond measure. He could not fathom that Bai Ying would inscribe such words. This wretch, his face flushed crimson with rage, as if blood might seep from his very skin. His eyes bulged in disbelief. How dare she write such a thing? She truly wished for her own demise? Fine. If she craved death so desperately, he would oblige. Lu Qingyue forcefully signed his name on the paper and strode into the arena. The training grounds were divided into 2 sections for the challengers. Each would face a demonic beast of equal strength. The first to defeat their beast would be declared the winner, while the one bested would lose. As Lu Qingyue and Bai Ying entered their respective arenas, 2 night tigers, both at the peak of Foundation establishment, were released. These beasts surpassed Bai Ying, who was at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, and Lu Qingyue, who was at the mid-stage. Such beasts posed little challenge for Bai Ying. She had already bested golden core beasts before. She summoned her magical artifact, her form light and graceful, akin to a celestial feather descending from the heavens. With her garments billowing and hair dancing, torrents of magnificent power erupted from her hands, striking the demonic beast. She moved with apparent ease, and the spectators erupted in fervent cheers for the more powerful Bai Ying. With every strike, they applauded vigorously, while Lu Qingyue's side remained eerily silent. As the cheers for Bai Ying grew louder, Lu Qingyue clenched his fingers in frustration. While he fought, his gaze frequently drifted toward Bai Ying's arena, his mind calculating. Continue your arrogance, Bai Ying. In a mere moment, your time will come. Then we shall see how they cheer for you. Chapter 30. The one with the flawed spiritual roots is not Bai Ying. But you? Lu Qingyue could hardly wait to witness that moment. He yearned to see the expression on Bai Ying's face when she, believing herself destined for victory, suddenly realized that her spiritual roots had lost all trace of power. Would she regret crossing him? Without his assistance, the so-called genius would be nothing. He envisioned Bai Ying kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness. Otherwise, he would never absolve her. As Lu Qingyue mentally counted down the seconds, he remained distracted during the battle, his thoughts consumed by the impending spectacle. Those who had previously cheered him on had all migrated to Bai Ying's side, drawn by the excitement of her performance. She unleashed an array of dazzling spells against the night tiger, effortlessly countering its relentless assaults. The cheers grew deafening, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, in stark contrast to his own dwindling audience. Lu Qingyue's excitement mounted. He counted down the moments until Bai Ying would fall from grace, envisioning her being crushed under the night tiger like a discarded relic. He gritted his teeth, his thoughts racing as he mentally counted down. 20, 19. As the numbers dwindled, his breath quickened, his eyes fixated on Bai Ying, desperate not to miss a single moment. Yet, when he reached one, Bai Ying did not plummet as he had anticipated. Instead, she held her artifact aloft. Channeling her power into it in an instant, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from her artifact, akin to a raging tide. Radiating a force that sent shivers through the crowd, a powerful attack materialized. Launched like a bolt from a bow, hurtling towards the night tiger, the creature, which had previously resisted fiercely, let out a deafening roar before collapsing to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The spectators erupted in jubilant cheers, chanting Bai Ying's name. Even the adjudicator declared her the victor. Lu Qingyue could scarcely believe his eyes. How could this be, Bai Ying? How could she still wield her spiritual roots? How could she still harness her power? Was he mistaken about the timing, or had the divine physician misinformed him? He frantically searched for answers, but in that very moment, the night tiger on his side, growing impatient with his evasive maneuvers, lunged at him. Lu Qingyue instinctively sought to evade the impending danger using his magical powers, wishing to leap aside as he had moments earlier. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly felt utterly incapable of wielding even a trace of his mystical energy. It was as if his powers had been frozen in time, no matter how hard he tried. He could not summon his magic. A wave of desperation washed over Lu Qingyue, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he witnessed the night tiger lunging towards him. In that moment, he had no choice but to flee on foot, like an ordinary mortal. His fear reached a crescendo. Yet how could mere legs escape the clutches of such a colossal beast? He watched helplessly as the night tiger pounced upon him, its razor-sharp fangs sinking into his shoulder, piercing through flesh. An overwhelming agony engulfed him. He screamed in torment, feeling the beast tear at his arm. The pain was all-consuming, and soon, consciousness slipped away from him. When Lu Qingyue awoke once more, he was met with a searing pain in his left arm. He attempted to conjure a spell to alleviate the suffering, but it was as if his powers had never existed at all. He could not muster a single ounce of magic. Why was this happening? He pressed his hand against his left arm, only to find nothing there. The space where his arm should have been felt eerily vacant. Tremors coursed through his body as he continued to reach out, his fingers searching frantically, yet encountering only emptiness. His left side felt powerless, as if it had lost all sensation. Lu Qingyue's face drained of color as realization dawned upon him. He turned his head, trembling, to where his arm had once been. Now, it was utterly absent. He gazed at the divine healer beside him, shouting in desperation, "Shueshini, where is my arm? What has happened to it?" Tears streamed down his cheeks. "Where is my arm?" The healer looked at him with a hint of sympathy. Responding, "Your arm was bitten off and consumed by the night tiger. Had it merely been severed, there might have been a chance for reattachment, but now, with the arm completely gone, there was nothing that could be done." Lu Qingyue stood in stunned silence, his expression shifting to one of despair. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within him. "I can cultivate. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I can reconstruct my arm." Can't I? He had heard tales of how, at that level, one could reshape their body. With diligent practice, he believed he could attain the nascent soul stage. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. However, the healer's countenance remained grave. "Have you not realized that you can no longer wield your magical powers?" At this, Lu Qingyue was filled with confusion. "I wish to understand why this is so. Could it be that Bai Ying has done something?" His expression twisted into one of fury. There was no other possibility. It must be her. That wretch. This enmity could not be left unpunished. Not only had she schemed against his junior sister, but she had dared to harm him as well. Yet, the healer shook his head. "It has nothing to do with Bai Ying." Lu Qingyue sneered, "Shueshini, I know you share a close relationship with Bai Ying. You cannot protect her like this. If not, then tell me, why have I lost my magical powers? The healer looked at him with resignation. Can you sense your own spiritual root? Lu Qingyue shook his head in bewilderment. He was aware that other cultivators could detect their spiritual roots, yet he could not. He had always assumed it was due to the uniqueness of his own. Little did he know, he would soon hear the healer's words. It is because you, not Bai Ying, are the one with the problematic spiritual root. Currently, your root is not repaired, which is why you cannot wield any magical energy. Chapter 31. She has always been unconditionally helping you. Lu Qingyue felt as though he were listening to a farce as the healer spoke. What did it mean that his spiritual root was flawed? His spiritual root had been personally acknowledged by his master as the rare fire spiritual root, and he had been selected as the master's direct disciple from among many. His exceptional aptitude was the envy of his peers. Yet, this healer dared to claim that his spiritual root was defective. This was sheer nonsense. I believe you should not be called a divine healer. You are merely a quack. If you cannot restore my powers, I shall seek help elsewhere. Do not waste my time with your absurdities. Lu Qingyue struggled to rise from the bed, gritting his teeth against the pain, eager to find a means to restore his magic. His master was still in seclusion, and he could only turn to the elders of his sect or even plead with the sect leader. Regardless, he was determined to regain his powers first. Driven by impulse, he moved forward, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, the only thing preventing him from succumbing to despair. The healer looked at Lu Qingyue with a mix of exasperation and pity. Letting out a heavy sigh, he approached Lu Qingyue and grasped his wrist firmly. If you do not believe me, I will assist you in examining the state of your spiritual root. With that, he formed a seal and directed his energy into Lu Qingyue. A stream of spiritual power emanated from the healer's fingertips, striking toward Lu Qingyue's dantian. All right, give it a try now. The healer temporarily forced a repair on Lu Qingyue's spiritual root, allowing him to sense it for the time being. Though Lu Qingyue remained skeptical of the healer, he proceeded to probe his spiritual root. Yet, as he did so, his expression darkened, ultimately turning ashen. How can this be? His spiritual root was indeed a fire spiritual root, yet it was riddled with holes, as if it had been hollowed out by insects. Lu Qingyue raised his head in confusion, his voice tinged with a sob. But wasn't Bai Ying the one with the flawed spiritual root? The healer looked at him in disbelief. Did I not just tell you? Bai Ying's spiritual root is fine. The one with the problem is you. Yet he had previously repaired Bai Ying's spiritual root. Lu Qingyue stammered, desperately trying to validate his viewpoint. I even transferred my own power to her. And what was her condition after each time you transferred your power? Did she appear refreshed or utterly exhausted? Lu Qingyue paused, his already pale face growing even more ghastly. He hesitantly lifted his gaze, only to hear the healer's voice resound. Do you understand now? Your spiritual root has issues, while Bai Ying's does not. However, she continues to seek your help for repairs. What does that signify? It indicates that she does not wish for you to know and is secretly aiding you in repairing your root. Fool! She is helping me? Lu Qingyue felt as though his mind were about to explode, taking an involuntary step back. The healer sighed heavily. Indeed. Otherwise, what do you think is happening? How much power do you think you've given her? A mere fraction. Yet that fraction has all been utilized for your own benefit. She has been unconditionally aiding you all along. The year your spiritual root faltered, Bai Ying came to me in tears. When I informed your master that your root was irreparable, he had intended to give up on you. It was Bai Ying who knelt before your master, pleading for him to save you. It was then that Master Qin Hua devised this plan, to find another with a fire spiritual root of comparable cultivation to assist in repairing yours. Each time this repair was performed, it required substantial cultivation and a vast quantity of spirit stones as support. Do you understand how harsh these conditions are? Who else but that foolish Bai Ying would agree? You know your master. He is solely focused on cultivation, indifferent to everything else. Bai Ying earned those spirit stones all on her own. At that time, she feared that revealing this would hurt your pride, so she insisted that we keep it from you. She wished to preserve your dignity. She truly considered everything for you. How could you ever suspect Bai Ying of wanting to harm you? As the healer concluded, Lu Qingyue found himself collapsing to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. His mind was a tumult of confusion, unable to accept this new reality. So it was Bai Ying who had been aiding him? Was that why she had worked so hard to earn spirit stones? Lu Qingyue had often wondered why Bai Ying was so keen on making money, frequently selling her crafted artifacts at the market. He had even mocked her for engaging in such demeaning activities, yet he had never realized that every coin she earned had been for his sake. Lu Qingyue's eyes turned a furious crimson, a sharp pain piercing through his heart. What then had been the purpose of his previous schemes against Bai Ying? She had been saving him while he had sought to harm her. If Bai Ying were indeed the one with the problematic spiritual root, then she would also have suffered the loss of her arm, just like him. Tears streamed down Lu Qingyue's face, his heart heavy with indescribable anguish. He stood frozen in place, unable to grasp this newfound truth. A throbbing pain assailed his head. Seeing Lu Qingyue in such a state, the healer shook his head in resignation and walked toward the door. Lu Qingyue had no concept of how long he sat there, lost in thought, until the sky had darkened completely. Finally, he mustered the strength to rise, wincing as he pressed a hand against his freshly bandaged wound. And he stumbled toward the door. He yearned to see Bai Ying, to apologize to her in person. Yet, before he could reach her dwelling, he was intercepted by Su Yu. You had just heard the words of the divine physician Shui regarding Lu Qingyue's spiritual root. And his heart was filled with a deep sense of lament. He had specifically come to find him. Lu Qingyue, his complexion pale, spoke to Su Yu. "Senior brother, please step aside. I wish to see Bai Ying. I have so much to say to her." He wanted to sincerely apologize to her. He knew he had acted excessively, yet he still yearned for Bai Ying's forgiveness. She had been so kind to him. If he were to offer a heartfelt apology, perhaps she would forgive him. Even if she did not, he would continue to implore her. Lu Qingyue was eager to meet Bai Ying, but then he heard Su Yu's voice, tinged with conflict. "Qingyue, have you forgotten the wager you made with Bai Ying at the martial arena? You must never appear before her again. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of your inner demons." Chapter 32. He was repeatedly targeting Bai Ying for such a person. Su Yu's words struck Lu Qingyue's heart like a thunderclap. He stood there in shock. Lu Qingyue had completely forgotten about the wager. When he faced Bai Ying in the martial arena, he never entertained the thought of defeat. Thus, he did not truly believe he would never see her again. Yet now, this agreement had indeed come into effect. He could never appear before Bai Ying again? Lu Qingyue's face drained of color. However, reflecting on his actions over the past days, he realized that Bai Ying's choice was inevitable. No one would choose to forgive someone who had consistently plotted against them. Thus, it was clear that Bai Ying truly wished to distance herself from him, to never see him again. In anguish, Lu Qingyue sank to the ground, gripping his hair in despair. This proud and arrogant individual, who had never bowed his head, now crouched on the floor, weeping inconsolably. Yuan Shinro, upon hearing the system state that Lu Qingyue not only lost to Bai Ying but was also gravely injured, had transformed into a cripple, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Lu Qingyue was indeed a worthless fool. He could not even manage such a simple task, allowing Bai Ying to shine while rendering himself disabled. Yuan Shinro was left speechless, regretting her previous high hopes for Lu Qingyue. Yet, she felt compelled to visit him. After all, providing comfort at this juncture would earn his loyalty. Yuan Shinro hoped that the goodwill she extended would enhance her luck. With this in mind, she spoke to the cultivator guarding her, requesting an audience with the third senior brother, claiming she would be unable to rest otherwise. The sect leader consented to her request, instructing the guards that she could visit for an hour. When Yuan Shinro arrived at Lu Qingyue's quarters, she found him lying on the bed like a corpse. His complexion was ghastly, appearing devoid of any vitality, resembling lifeless wood. Lu Qingyue's spiritual root, lacking Bai Ying's nurturing, had begun to wither. He lay there, acutely aware of his gradual transformation from a cultivator to a mere mortal, filled with terror and dread. Having been a cultivator for many years, Lu Qingyue had never regarded mortals as his equals, considering it shameful to associate with them. Thus, he had previously looked down upon Bai Ying for selling goods in the mortal marketplace. Yet he never anticipated that he too would one day become a mortal. The more he pondered, the more his fear grew, manifesting even in his dreams as nightmares of becoming a mere mortal. When he finally saw Yuan Shinro come to visit him, a flicker of clarity ignited in his murky eyes. "Junior sister, you came to see me? I thought you were confined. Third senior brother, I was worried about you. So I specially requested the sect leader to allow me to visit," she replied. Lu Qingyue's gaze brimmed with gratitude, Yet he hesitated. In truth, had Yuan Shinro not come today, he would have sought her out himself. For the past few days, Lu Qingyue had been contemplating a matter. If it were not for his desperation, he would not have broached this topic. As Yuan Shinro expressed her deep concern for him. Wishing she could bear his suffering, Lu Qingyue suddenly said, "Junior sister, my spiritual root is in trouble. Could you lend me some of your energy to help restore it?" Lu Qingyue genuinely hesitated to ask his junior sister for such a favor. Having wrestled with his conscience for quite some time, he was aware that her cultivation level was not high, and requesting her assistance was indeed a considerable burden. Yet he found himself utterly out of options. He spoke with great difficulty. Just a little energy would suffice. Without the maintenance of spiritual power, my root is beginning to wither. If this continues, I will become immortal. Just a small amount to sustain my cultivation would be enough. He did not even dare to ask Yuan Shinro to assist him as Bai Ying had done. Yet, to his surprise, upon hearing Lu Qingyue's plea, Yuan Shinro stood up in a state of confusion. Stammering, "Senior brother, I am still in the qi refining stage. My cultivation is insufficient to assist you." Lu Qingyue was left utterly astounded. He had never expected Yuan Shinro to respond in such a manner. The sect leader had just informed him that she was permitted to visit for an hour, and now, after only a few exchanges, she was leaving. A wave of despair washed over him, as if he had been cast into an ice cellar, leaving him chilled to the bone. So this was the kind of person he had been repeatedly targeting Bai Ying for. Lu Qingyue bowed his head in despair, laughing maniacally, tears streaming down his cheeks. He truly was a fool beyond measure. "Do you truly intend not to help Lu Qingyue?" The system's voice echoed in Yuan Shinro's mind, sensing this as an opportunity to gain Lu Qingyue's favor. What use is it to help him? He has already become a cripple. Even if I exert myself to restore his spiritual root, the gains would not outweigh the losses. Moreover, this is a long-term issue. It is not merely a one-time fix. Only that foolish Bai Ying would recklessly aid him, who would engage in such an unprofitable transaction. The system reflected on this. Yuan Shinro, despite her thoughts, was constrained by her own limitations. She was merely at the qi refining stage, not even foundationally established. How could she possibly garner affection like Bai Ying did through her prowess? Yuan Shinro furrowed her brow tightly. "My cultivation is not high. Do not fret. Your fourth senior brother Yin Jiling is about to conclude his seclusion. You can seek his help then." Upon hearing the system mention her fourth senior brother, Yuan Shinro's eyes lit up. Wonderful, fourth senior brother is finally emerging from seclusion. Chapter 33. He is the sharpest weapon. Yuan Shinro waited patiently in her room for 2 days, and finally, the system announced that Yin Jiling was out of seclusion. She mentally counted down the moments. Within a short while, she heard a knock on her door, accompanied by the call of junior sister. Was he so eager to see her? A triumphant smile spread across Yuan Shinro's lips as she reveled in her success. In the next instant, she immediately feigned a tearful demeanor and walked over to open the door. Upon recognizing the person before her, she exclaimed in surprise, "Fourth senior brother, you have emerged from seclusion?" Yin Jiling had long been consumed by an urgent desire to see Yuan Xinro. At this moment, seeing her, the longing in his eyes seemed about to overflow. His fingers gently caressed Yuan Shinro's cheek. "Shinro, I regret that you have suffered." Yin Jiling had already been infuriated upon hearing that Yuan Shinro had been punished with confinement, and now, witnessing her extreme state of distress, the flames of his anger blazed even more fiercely. "Was it that scoundrel Bai Ying who did this? I shall go and slay her right now." "Senior brother," Yuan Shinro quickly stopped him. "Do not go. You will face punishment as well." Yuan Shinro's intent was not to kill Bai Ying. She merely wished to seize the fortune that resided within her. "Senior brother, could you assist me with a task? Bai Ying is currently quite powerful, and I wish to defeat her." Yuan Shinro wanted Yin Jiling to help her cheat. She planned to personally vanquish Bai Ying after her confinement ended. As long as Yin Jiling could ensnare Bai Ying with an illusion, she would be able to triumph over her, and then all those who admired Bai Ying would flock to her side. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the strong reign supreme. Everything must be dictated by strength. Little did Yin Jiling know that upon hearing Yuan Shinro's proposal, he immediately shook his head. "You are too kind. Winning against Bai Ying in such a manner holds no significance." Yuan Shinro frowned. "Then what should be done?" Yin Jiling coldly smiled. "Bai Ying revels in the spotlight, does she not? I shall ensure that every bit of her glory is attributed to you." rendering all her efforts futile and thus fulfilling you. Ruan Shinro's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never contemplated the possibility of having Bai Ying serve as her stepping stone. How do you plan to accomplish this? She queried. In that moment, she will realize that she has gained nothing and has only facilitated your rise. Should she wish to challenge you then, I shall aid you in defeating her. Her reputation will plummet. All who once admired her will turn their affections to you. Is that not her downfall? As Ruan Shinro listened to Yin Qiling's words, her breath grew heavy with excitement. She had never imagined such fortunate circumstances could arise. Indeed, the points she had spent then were not in vain. She had transformed Yin Qiling into a sharp weapon against Bai Ying. However, I am still confined and cannot challenge the demon suppression tower. Yin Qiling thumped his chest. What do you have to fear with me here? I shall contact our master immediately and request an edict to release you early. Our master is about to break through to the transformation stage. The sect leader will not deny him this favor. Then thank you, senior brother. Ruan Shinro's smile blossomed like a flower. It had been a long time since she had felt such joy. Once Yin Qiling had spoken, he hurried off to seek Bai Ying. He was eager to set his plan into motion, and the moment he laid eyes on Bai Ying, he appeared before her without uttering a single word. Immediately employing his illusionary arts, his eyes transformed into a wild green, fixed intently upon Bai Ying. From this moment forth, you are Ruan Shinro. You must not only participate in the Demon Suppression Tower Challenge organized by the sect, but also give it your all, shining brilliantly, so that the name Ruan Shinro becomes known to all. Upon finishing his declaration, Yin Qiling laughed triumphantly, unaware that Bai Ying's eyes momentarily clouded but soon regained their clarity. Chapter 34. She would not be controlled by this scoundrel again after issuing his commands to Bai Ying. Yin Qiling immediately cast his illusion, transforming her appearance to that of Ruan Shinro. You scoundrel, do you not relish the spotlight? Now, you may bask in it to your heart's content. For every moment you shine. It will all be for my junior sister. However, to morph such a despicable you into my junior sister's likeness is a grave insult to her. Once this task is complete, I shall extract your spiritual root from my junior sister. After all, it seems your spiritual root is easier to cultivate. She will surely be delighted. As for you, remain a worthless being. Do not obstruct my junior sister's path. As Yin Qiling spoke, he aimed a dagger at Bai Ying's neck. Shaking his head in regret, if not for my junior sister's kindness preventing me from killing you, with your vile deeds, I would have slain you long ago. After declaring this, he turned to leave. Oblivious to the fact that once he departed, Bai Ying's hazy eyes had already cleared. She had not been ensnared by his illusion. She had heard every word he uttered with clarity. Her fingers clenched tightly. Even though she had cultivated the path of indifference, her emotions had not completely vanished, and she could still feel the embers of hatred. For Yin Qiling was the most terrifying nightmare of her past life. Bai Ying knew that Yin Qiling was the one most profoundly influenced by Ruan Shinro and recognized that all his actions might not stem from his true self. Yet, he was far too frightening. In her previous life, Bai Ying had lacked the memories of the transformation stage and had not been as strong. Yin Qiling had compelled her to assume the guise of Ruan Shinro, thrusting her into perilous situations. What ensued were moments where she risked her life to save sect disciples and faced demonic beasts alone. Whatever danger arose, it found her. She had endured countless injuries, once suffering the loss of an entire patch of skin from her back due to a savage beast's bite. Yet, despite this, in the eyes of others, it was Ruan Shinro who received all the accolades. They hailed her as the kindest and most beautiful being. Even if she recounted the truth, no one would believe her. They would accuse her of jealousy towards Ruan Shinro, claiming she had developed hysteria, imagining all the deeds Ruan Shinro had accomplished were her own. Yin Qiling had been the most well-trained dog of Ruan Xinro. In her fear of being controlled once more, Bai Ying had kept her distance, diligently cultivating. Little did she expect that upon reaching the golden core stage, Yin Qiling would find her again. He had surrounded her with a group of senior brothers and personally carved open her dantian to extract her golden core. Bai Ying vividly recalled the moment her blood splattered across Yin Qiling, and he had said, "Being splattered by your filthy blood is truly revolting." Bai Ying's grip tightened fiercely. Fortunately, this time, she would not be controlled by this scoundrel again. Previously, when Bai Ying sought permission from the Grand Elder of Ling Shao sect to access their library, It was to find a method to counteract illusionary arts. In her past life, she had relentlessly searched for ways to break such spells, ultimately discovering within a secret realm that the Ling Shao sect's library housed the means to counter these illusions. Regrettably, she had learned of this too late in her previous life, always evading the sect, and ultimately perished without ever visiting the Ling Shao pavilion. Now, she would no longer be intimidated by that scoundrel. If Yan Qiliang intended to serve Ruan Shinro, then she would do so splendidly. She merely wished to see if Ruan Shinro could withstand the pressure. 3 days later, the sect held the Demon Suppression Tower Challenge. This was a competition for all disciples. The risk of death was non-existent. Even if one were to perish within the tower, they would promptly reappear outside. The Demon Suppression Tower comprised 7 levels, each sealing various formidable monsters or malevolent spirits, along with treacherous mechanisms. Contestants were required to navigate through each challenge and ultimately ascend to the tower's summit to achieve success. Given the open nature of this challenge, it garnered immense attention. Not only were the rewards substantial, but participants would also gain the admiration of all. Anyone reaching the final stage would be entitled to a wealth of resources from the sect, thus combining fame with fortune. Bai Ying approached the competition entrance. Yan Qiliang arrived by her side. He was not there to fight alongside her, but rather to monitor her. Given the significance of the competition, he feared that the illusion might go awry and felt compelled to watch over her personally. Ruan Shinro, from her chamber, observed Bai Ying's every move through the Qingquan mirror. The thought that all of Bai Ying's efforts were in service to her made her chuckle. Go shine. All of this is for me. For the first time, Ruan Shinro genuinely hoped for Bai Ying to excel. As soon as Bai Ying stepped into the demon locking tower, she was transported to a designated area. Yan Qiliang placed his hand on Bai Ying's shoulder and was likewise transported to this region. Bai Ying glanced around. Over 100 individuals had been brought into this area. It was a wide expanse of flat ground, with a staircase leading to the second level visible at a distance. Numerous spiritual herbs and crystal stones lay at the foot of the stairs. Upon sighting the rewards, the cultivators rushed forward, eager not to lag behind. However, the moment they took a step forward, they were instantly reduced to ashes. The air was filled with screams as cultivators disappeared one by one. The once crowded space quickly became sparse. Bai Ying's area had lost half its participants from the outset. The remaining half grew noticeably cautious. Some produced small substitute talismans, hoping to send them forth to test the waters, but as soon as the substitute took a few steps forward, the original cultivator vanished alongside it. Others, believing that flight would be safer, attempted to soar into the air, yet they too transformed into ash shortly after liftoff. How could this be? The expressions of everyone present turned grim. They had initially hoped to at least ascend a few levels for some rewards, yet it appeared that they were destined to fail even the first challenge. Just as the crowd found themselves in despair, Bai Ying suddenly took a step forward, prompting many to assume she had resigned herself to defeat. Having failed to uncover a method to surpass the first layer, one could only resign to the same fate as her. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, she took her first step without any issue, followed by a second and a third, each step taken with unwavering safety. She advanced steadily, drawing the gaze of all present towards her. A radiant smile of exhilaration blossomed on Ruan Shinro's face. Bai Ying was indeed formidable. Had she attempted this on her own, she would have surely perished. Bai Ying, however, knew precisely how to navigate every step. Splendidly, she would soon earn renown throughout the entire sect. Their decision had proven to be astute. Little did Ruan Shinro realize that, not long hence, both she and Yan Qiliang would profoundly regret this choice. Chapter 35. 2 gifts. Suddenly, Bai Ying lifted her foot, stepping forward, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed upon her. No one could fathom how she managed to walk when so many before her had failed. Yet she continued to advance without incident. Yan Qiliang pondered for a moment before following in Bai Ying's footsteps, and to his surprise, he, too, encountered no obstacles. The others behind him quickly joined in, their gazes riveted on Bai Ying, terrified of making a misstep. Bai Ying walked with remarkable steadiness, each step multiplying in number. Curiously, someone inquired, "How do you know where to step?" "There are no hints here. Even if we were to follow the safe zones traversed by those who rushed in before, they have long since been completed. Your path has never been taken," Bai Ying replied solemnly. "Since this is a challenge, it surely cannot rely solely on luck. Before we entered, I noticed 10 images of avian beasts posted at the entrance. Each step we take now aligns with the skeletal distribution of one of those images of the Chongming bird. Her words left everyone present in utter astonishment. While they had indeed noticed the 10 images upon entering, how could she discern which one to follow? Furthermore, those images depicted the beasts without any skeletal outlines. How could she possibly know to base her path on skeletal distribution? The crowd was dumbfounded. Bombarding Bai Ying with questions, she explained, "Did you not see how many people rushed in and turned to dust? By connecting the locations of their demise and comparing them to the images outside, I was able to determine the path aligned with the image of the Chongming bird. The skeletal distribution works similarly. When someone inadvertently pushed a few steps further in, their trajectory overlapped with a portion of the skeletal distribution." Revealing the route to follow, Bai Ying's explanation left everyone speechless. Her delivery seemed effortless, yet they all understood the immense difficulty involved. What an extraordinary memory she possessed to recall all 10 images and imprint the locations of the fallen cultivators in her mind, drawing connections and comparisons. Most astonishing was her knowledge of the skeletal distribution of these beasts. Such information may exist within the sect's texts, yet who would retain such intricate details? It was utterly remarkable. They were in an area that should have been lethal. The challenges within the demon suppression tower were notoriously perilous. Some zones led to complete annihilation, while others were relatively simple. Upon witnessing the repeated deaths of challengers in this area, they knew they had been sent to a death zone, cursing their misfortune. Yet, due to a young girl, an entire group had managed to traverse the first layer. It was simply astounding. Was she Ruan Shinro? How impressive, indeed. I've seen her before. She is the youngest disciple of Master Qin Hua. Master Qin Hua is truly remarkable. Each disciple is exceptional, with her and Bai Ying standing out. Who do you think is more powerful? I believe Ruan Shinro is the cleverer one. Bai Ying's performance was nothing short of breathtaking, and praises echoed all around. Even Yan Jiling gazed at her in disbelief, enveloped in an indescribable astonishment. Unlike the others, he could perceive the illusions he had crafted. To him, Bai Ying remained her authentic self. Watching her receive accolades, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride swell within him. Instinctively, he raised his hand, wishing to tousle her hair. The gesture felt so natural, as if he had done it countless times before. Yet, as his hand lifted, he halted, unable to believe his own impulse. Yan Jiling stared at his hand in disbelief. Scoffing internally, had he truly been so foolish as to wish to touch Bai Ying's head? What an absurd thought! Meanwhile, Ruan Shinro's gaze remained fixed upon Bai Ying, her smile unwavering. Bai Ying was indeed impressive, captivating everyone's attention effortlessly. If she performed well, even better, it would only serve to enhance her own reputation, for she was currently donning her own visage. No matter how brilliantly she shone, it would ultimately benefit Ruan Shinro. At that moment, Ruan Shinro's system suddenly erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Host, your fortune value is rising rapidly. This tactic is indeed effective." Ruan Shinro's fortune value had stagnated for quite some time, consistently declining. She had not anticipated such a surge at the onset of the Demon Suppression Tower challenge. She could scarcely imagine how high it might ascend. Had she known, she would have sought her fourth senior brother's assistance sooner. However, it mattered not. Henceforth, she could have Bai Ying serve as her proxy. Whenever a need arose for recognition or perilous tasks, she could let Bai Ying handle it all, reaping the benefits herself. Ruan Shinro's eyes sparkled with excitement. She switched the scene on her Chinkuan mirror, revealing a figure resembling Bai Ying. More precisely, it was someone bearing Bai Ying's likeness. Ruan Shinro couldn't help but stifle a laugh. If transforming Bai Ying into her likeness was the first gift from Yan Jiling, then this was the second. She wondered where Yan Jiling had found someone to mimic her appearance so precisely. That fool Lin Yizhi remained blissfully unaware of the truth, happily lingering by Bai Ying's side, boasting about how impressive his boss was. With great pride, he introduced to everyone just how remarkable his leader was. "If you wish to avoid failure at the first hurdle, follow my boss through," he declared. "That I assure you, with my boss, reaching the pinnacle is a certainty." Bai Ying had many supporters. Upon hearing Lin Yizhi's words, they were all aflame with excitement, eager to follow Bai Ying to the top. The challenges in Lin Yizhi's area were not particularly daunting. In the first test, they merely needed to evade the six-winged heavenly silkworms. These creatures, numerous and easily startled by noise, required one to hold their breath and tread carefully. However, when the six-winged heavenly silkworms appeared, Bai Ying did not cautiously evade them but instead screamed in terror, crying out in fear. Her panic not only alerted the silkworms, which had not previously noticed the crowd, but also enraged them. The six-winged heavenly silkworms surged towards them en masse, resulting in the immediate demise of everyone in that area. Not a single soul survived. This outcome was wholly unexpected. Even Lin Yizhi emerged from the challenge in a daze. Chapter 36. Did you not want me to perform well? Well, I shall demonstrate my capabilities. How is this possible? He felt immense pride for Bai Ying. Yet, such a remarkable individual could never have executed such a blunder. How could she have been frightened enough to endanger everyone? Lin Yizhi turned frantically, seeking Bai Ying, refusing to believe she could have acted so recklessly. Surely, there had to be some misunderstanding. However, no matter how he searched after exiting, he could not find Bai Ying. A throng surrounded Lin Yizhi, trapping him. Did you not claim Bai Ying was extraordinary? If it weren't for our faith in you, how could we have all been gathered in one place? Only to be annihilated? Had we known, we should have sent Bai Ying out first. Indeed. I wonder how Bai Ying managed to cheat before, pretending to be so formidable. Yet, upon encountering true beasts, her true colors were revealed. What terrible luck! All that preparation for naught. That wretched Bai Ying. I hope I never cross paths with her again. I will make my displeasure known every time I see her. Lin Yizhi stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Outside the demon suppression tower, the Qinghuan mirror projected the image of Ruan Shinro leading the group through the first layer. A few cultivators derisively remarked, I once believed Bai Ying to be remarkable, but now it seems she pales in comparison to Ruan Shinro. I hear those from their sect do not favor Bai Ying, treating her with disdain. If I were in their position, I would. 2. She is nothing but a burden. One person saves the day while another leads to total ruin. How can they even be compared? Those who had suffered due to Bai Ying's actions lashed out at her without restraint. Lin Yizhi could scarcely believe the situation. He sensed something was amiss, as Bai Ying successfully traversed the first challenge. All the spirit herbs and crystal stones were left to her alone, for without her, they would not have cleared a single hurdle. Ruan Shinro beamed, her mind already racing with plans on how to utilize the spirit herbs and crystals. After Bai Ying collected everything, she advanced towards the second layer. The second level was more straightforward but no less brutal, as it was overrun by the bloodthirsty demon bats. The bloodthirsty demon bat, a formidable beast at the late golden core stage, poses an immense challenge for any who dare confront it. With its colossal form, razor-sharp claws, and fangs, the most terrifying aspect is its venom. A single bite from this creature can infect a person with its toxins, turning them into its minions, upon encountering it. The crowd was already frowning with concern, but their expressions darkened further upon ascending to the second level, as they acutely felt the loss of their cultivation. The second level inexplicably reduced the cultivation of everyone present to the 10th level of qi refining. Among them were primarily foundation establishment cultivators, with only a handful at the golden core stage. Even then, dealing with the bloodthirsty demon bat was a daunting task. Now, reduced to the qi refining stage, their chances of survival seemed bleak, a veritable death sentence. Although the rewards for this death squad were significantly more generous than those of ordinary squads, the difficulty was exaggeratedly steep. The group's demeanor shifted drastically, with some contemplating surrendering to death, rationalizing that merely reaching the second level would still yield rewards upon their exit. Dejected, they brandished their weapons. Yet none believed a group of qi refining cultivators could vanquish the bloodthirsty demon bat. Just then, Bai Ying, unexpectedly, addressed the group. I will lead us. The revelation jolted everyone. This petite girl, whose voice was delicate, exuded a calming authority. Bai Ying assessed the magical tools each person possessed, swiftly categorizing them. After confirming each individual's name, she produced several flags and commenced arranging a formation. The flags soared into the air, embedding themselves in various corners, enveloping the entire area. Yan Jiling watched in astonishment as Bai Ying deployed the flags with remarkable finesse. Since his emotions were transferred by Ruan Xinro, his memories of Bai Ying had also faded. He only recalled that Bai Ying was his fifth junior sister, lacking any further impression of her. He did not remember that it was he who first taught her the art of formations. Master Qinhua was not fond of teaching, and their seniors instructed them one-on-one. From the moment Yan Jiling laid eyes on Bai Ying, he was captivated by her, eagerly embracing the teaching role that others shunned. He longed to take on all the responsibility of instructing her. Back then, they would use small flags or stones to craft formations together. Initially, they trapped their senior brother's spirit chickens, inadvertently plucking all their feathers, which led to a frantic chase by their senior. Later, they ensnared demon beasts together. Over the years, employing these ubiquitous items for formation crafting became second nature for both Bai Ying and him. Now, as he observed Bai Ying's formation, a wave of familiarity surged within him. A vivid image flashed in his mind. A young boy teaching a little girl how to set up formations with small flags. The girl attentively studied the flags while the boy gazed at her. Yan Zhiling yearned to discern the faces of the two children in the vision, but found it impossible to see clearly. An inexplicable discomfort welled up within him, prompting him to clutch his head in pain. Bai Ying swiftly completed the formation and called out each participant's name, directing them to arrange themselves within the formation. The bloodthirsty demon bat was soon trapped at the center of the array, thrashing violently in a futile attempt to escape or retaliate against its captors. The cultivators engaged in close combat manipulated the formation, continuously channeling spiritual energy into it, while those with ranged magical tools attacked from the perimeter. However, fatigue quickly set in. The bloodthirsty demon bat was indeed formidable, though they suffered no physical harm within the formation. Their cultivation limitations left them with scant spiritual energy. It seemed likely that once their energy was depleted, they would be unable to slay the beast. Could they truly defeat it? One voice questioned aloud. Of course we can. Bai Ying boldly drew her sword and confidently advanced toward the bloodthirsty demon bat. A glimmer of vengeance flickered in her eyes. Ruan Xinro, you wanted me to perform well. Did you not? I shall showcase my prowess. Chapter 37. A dazzling performance by Ying's formation was indeed impressive, managing to confine the ferocious bloodthirsty demon bat within her magical array. The 50-odd cultivators within the formation followed her commands with unwavering precision. In that moment, she resembled a puppeteer skillfully manipulating her marionettes. Many elders of Huayang's sect observed the battle, recognizing that while the sect boasted numerous talented disciples, none shone as brightly as Bai Ying. Do you think she can lead so many through the second trial? What are you saying? The Grand Elder stroked his beard, shaking his head slightly. Although this challenge lay only on the second level. Since the establishment of Huayang's sect, only the founding master Lingxi had ever succeeded in overcoming it with his unique Lingxi swordplay. No one else had ever managed to pass. The disciples who climbed to the top were merely fortunate enough to avoid this trial. If faced with it, anyone would surely fail. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, a momentary silence enveloped the crowd. The Lingxi swordplay had not been lost to time, but mastering it remained an arduous task. Even the oldest among them struggled to execute the entirety of the technique, particularly the final move, Lingxi Void-Breaking Slash, which no one had accomplished. This technique demanded not only relentless practice but also extraordinary comprehension. Mere knowledge of the move was insufficient. The elders watched Bai Ying's remarkable performance, already resolved to grant her attention and resources, even if she failed to clear this trial. They observed the bloodthirsty demon bat's relentless assaults. Noting the fatigue settling over the cultivators in the array, and understood the inevitable outcome, and no matter how formidable the formation, the cultivators' cultivation had been suppressed to the qi refining stage, rendering them too weak. What a pity for this great array! If not for the suppression of their cultivation, with such a formation, they could surely succeed. The Grand Elder sighed regretfully. The other elders nodded in agreement, recognizing the brilliance of Bai Ying's talent in formation crafting. As they awaited the inevitable failure of this group, the bloodthirsty demon bat grew increasingly agitated, and the cultivators appeared to be reaching their limits, on the verge of defeat. Yet, at that moment, the girl commanding the formation continued to reassure everyone. We can indeed defeat it. With that declaration, she unsheathed her sword and advanced step by step toward the bloodthirsty demon bat. What was she planning? Did she not intend to give up? Although the elders admired Bai Ying, they perceived her actions as a futile resistance. It's pointless. The Grand Elder muttered, but suddenly, he witnessed the girl leap toward the bloodthirsty demon bat. Her long sword sliced through the air, creating dazzling arcs of light. Her movements graceful and fluid, as if she were a silver serpent in motion. Each strike radiated an indescribable elegance and power. At times, her sword danced like brilliant stars cascading down. At others, the momentum surged like a thundering waterfall. Every move she executed was breathtaking, an exquisite sight paired with overwhelming lethality. The bloodthirsty demon bat emitted anguished shrieks as it writhed in despair. All eyes in the vicinity were riveted upon the spectacle. "Isn't that the Lingxi swordplay?" someone exclaimed. "She is using the Lingxi swordplay." The elders were taken aback, astonished that anyone in this era still wielded the Lingxi swordplay. However, they lamented that without executing the final move, the technique would be rendered meaningless. "Still, I hold her in high regard. Indeed, the Lingxi void-breaking slash has not been performed by anyone in ages." As the Grand Elder spoke, he suddenly saw Bai Ying shift her stance, her sword spinning with increasing fervor, as the blade gleamed. It seemed to conjure countless petals drifting through the air. Then, with a powerful thrust, she cleaved through the void, unleashing a force so potent that it shattered the air itself. A terrifying black mist seeped from the rift, as if invisible hands grasped everything nearby, tearing it apart with relentless force. The bloodthirsty demon bat, once so formidable, let out a sorrowful wail and plummeted to the ground. An explosive sound followed as the creature erupted in a violent display. In that instant, all present widened their eyes, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. They watched as the torn void began to mend itself. While the crowd remained in shock, the elders stood trembling, their astonishment palpable. The Lingxi void-breaking slash. "Surely, I am not mistaken." The Grand Elder's voice quivered. The Lingxi void-breaking slash. No sooner had the Grand Elder uttered those words than gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How is that possible? This technique has not been seen in millennia. Was it not deemed a legendary move? Could it truly be executed? Discussions erupted, voices rising in fervor. It was not just the younger generation of cultivators. Even many elders had never witnessed it firsthand. They had heard that only the founding master of the sect had ever performed it, yet now, a junior had unleashed it and, with a single strike, defeated the bloodthirsty demon bat at the late Golden Core stage. The power displayed here is truly terrifying. It is no wonder that it is the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan. The Grand Elder is overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. His greatest wish in life has always been to behold the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan once more, and now his desire has been fulfilled. Even if he were to die now, he could do so with peace in his heart, for our sect has birthed a prodigy. Truly, heaven has favored our sect. The other elders are equally exhilarated. Quickly, summon that young talent. Her name is Ruan Xinro. Is it not? Yes, she is the esteemed disciple of Master Qin Hua. Master Qin Hua has indeed taken on a remarkable apprentice. The Grand Elder can hardly contain his impatience to hear this girl's insights on the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan after she completes the remaining layers. Everyone eagerly calls out Ruan Xinro's name. Meanwhile, Ruan Xinro's system is evidently overjoyed. It has never witnessed such a rapid increase in fortune values. Host, the fortune value is skyrocketing. Incredible. Ha ha ha. It continues to shout and laugh uncontrollably. The crowd erupts in cheers. Even the system celebrates the soaring fortune values. Yet, Ruan Xinro's expression is one of deep distress. The Lingxi sword technique, particularly the final move, Lingxi Pi Su Zhan. How could she possibly master it? If someone were to demand she execute the Lingxi sword technique in the future, how would she manage? She cannot rely on Bai Ying to substitute for her forever, can she? Chapter 38. If I do not elevate you high, how will you feel the pain when you fall? Ruan Xinro's face pales with worry. She is already troubled by the fact that Bai Ying is at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while she herself is at the 10th level of qi refinement. Yan Qiliang advises her to break through quickly, then no one would discern her flaws. But is the transition from qi refinement to foundation establishment so easily achieved? Even with the numerous foundation establishment pills Yan Qiliang has provided, she feels immense pressure. Now, with the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan looming over her, what is she to do? Outside the demon suppression tower, the crowd chants Ruan Xinro's name. All are astonished by her execution of the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan. The Grand Elder has even instructed those still engaged in challenges to pause momentarily. After witnessing the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan, he suddenly finds himself enlightened. Such an opportunity is rare and precious. He desperately wishes to see it once more. Apologies. Upon seeing Ruan Xinro, who has been forced to interrupt her challenge, his face is full of regret. I would love to see you perform the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan once more. Could you demonstrate it for us? Bai Ying readily agrees, drawing her sword and executing the Lingxi Pi Su Zhan once again. This time even more vividly than before. The overwhelming power that radiates from the slash through the void leaves everyone in awe. It is utterly terrifying. The force seems as though it originates from another, more powerful realm, intent on dragging everyone within. The Grand Elder experiences a familiar sensation, reminiscent of the days when the Lingxi ancestor was still present, and he is filled with exhilaration. Child, you are truly remarkable. How did you come to comprehend this final move? The Grand Elder's words prompt everyone to perk up their ears, eager to replicate such a technique themselves. Bai Ying reflects for a moment before responding. As a junior, I once practiced swordplay beneath the night sky, gazing at the myriad stars, and suddenly, enlightenment struck. The Grand Elder nods helplessly. Her explanation is far too simplistic, nearly devoid of substance. Yet, enlightenment is indeed an enigmatic phenomenon that defies verbal description. Nevertheless, several cultivators present are inspired to emulate Bai Ying's starry night practice. Bai Ying's words may seem straightforward. But how could such a lethal move be so easily grasped? Her gaze flickers to Yin Qiliang standing not far away, and she clenches her fingers tightly. This technique was, in fact, forced from her in a previous life. Back then, after Yin Qiliang had extracted her golden core, she was on the run, terrified of being captured again and becoming Ruan Shinro's scapegoat. In her flight, she stumbled into the lair of the golden-winged roc, a creature of nascent soul cultivation far beyond her capabilities. Facing certain death, she was pierced in the shoulder by the roc's talon, her flesh torn mercilessly. Outside the lair, Yin Qiliang was still in pursuit. Pain intertwined with fear penetrated her very bones. She wept in agony, unable to comprehend why the one who vowed to protect her for life would inflict such harm in the face of death. She unexpectedly broke through and comprehended this move, ultimately slaying the golden-winged roc. Heaven knows how long she wept after its demise. The most ironic part is that the very person who once taught her this sword technique was Yin Qiliang himself. In her past life, Bai Ying would have been overwhelmed with sorrow. Yet in this lifetime, she feels no such distress. Yin Qiliang, witnessing Bai Ying's execution of the Lingxiao sword technique, feels an odd familiarity. He is unaware of just how long he had practiced alongside her, striving to teach her well. Once the Grand Elder bestows his praises upon Bai Ying, eagerly retreating to meditate on his insights. Yin Qiliang approaches her and states gravely, "That move of yours was executed beautifully." Upon uttering those words, even he is taken aback by his own inexplicable sentiment. Why would he express such praise to someone he despises? Bai Ying scoffs inwardly. Beautiful, is it? Sooner or later, she will unleash this move upon that scoundrel. Bai Ying's challenge is temporarily halted, and the demon suppression tower will not reopen until tomorrow. Yin Qiliang escorts Bai Ying to Ruan Shinro's quarters. Commanding her to wait outside. He opens Ruan Shinro's door. She eagerly exclaims, "Senior brother, what about the rewards Bai Ying received?" Ruan Shinro has long coveted those rewards and immediately seeks them from Yin Qiliang. He is momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a reaction from her. "The rewards are still with Bai Ying. Then hurry and retrieve them. They were meant for me, were they not? Bring them quickly." Yin Qiliang's brows furrow slightly, pondering that if he had not interfered, those rewards would rightfully belong to Bai Ying. "Fourth senior brother?" Ruan Shinro notices his hesitation and looks at him quizzically. Although Yin Qiliang feels it is inappropriate, he still calls for Bai Ying, instructing her to give all she has earned today to the junior sister. Ruan Shinro gleefully accepts, laying out the items before her, handling them one by one with delight. She glances at Yin Qiliang and says, "Senior brother, Bai Ying's performance was far too dazzling. Could you please ask her not to use techniques I cannot replicate? It is truly bothersome. I cannot always let her take my place. Besides, she is still at the initial stage of foundation establishment. It is incredibly difficult for me to reach that stage in such a short time. It is all Bai Ying's fault. If only she were at the Qi refinement stage, it would be much better. Why must there be such an annoying person?" As she speaks, Ruan Shinro pouts in displeasure. Usually, when she behaves this way, Yin Qiliang is deeply moved and joins her in berating Bai Ying. Yet now, he feels no such inclination. Yin Qiliang gazes at Ruan Shinro, brow slightly furrowed, perplexed by his own lack of agreement with her. Having witnessed Bai Ying's stunning display, he finds himself inexplicably irritated by Ruan Shinro's disdain for her superior cultivation. Nevertheless, he responds, "Very well, I shall request she tone it down. Let her not shine so brilliantly." Ruan Shinro joyfully steps up to him, throwing herself into his embrace. "Fourth senior brother, you are the best. With you around, Ruo is the happiest. Yin Qiling's gaze shifts uncomfortably. He cannot fathom why he feels so odd. He does not wish for Baiying to witness Ruan Shinro in his arms, despite knowing she is trapped in an illusion and perceives nothing. However, Yin Qiling remains unaware that Baiying is not under any illusion. She sees everything clearly before her. Her face bears no expression, yet she scoffs inwardly. Enjoy yourself, revel as much as you wish, that as for toning it down, that is simply impossible. If I do not elevate you high, how will you feel the pain when you fall? Chapter 39. Her presence in our sect is truly a blessing. The next day, the area outside the Demon Suppression Tower is thronged with people. For Baiying's outstanding performance on the first day has drawn the attention of all for today's challenge. Ruan Shinro feels both excited and anxious. Over the past 2 days, she has been diligently cultivating. Yin Qiling has provided her with numerous foundation establishment pills, and she has claimed all of Baiying's rewards for herself. If she consumes all these spiritual herbs and medicines, she should be able to reach the foundation establishment stage. Then, even if she ventures out, she will not attract suspicion. Ruan Shinro swallows the spiritual medicines in one go, diligently practicing to avoid revealing her weaknesses. As for Baiying, due to the extreme difficulty of the previous 2 challenges, the subsequent ones appear remarkably easy. With Baiying as their pillar of support, the group quickly arrives at the final challenge. The last test reveals the lair of the golden-winged ROC. As all the cultivators gaze upon these golden-winged rocks, they cannot help but gasp in astonishment. For here, not just 1 but 5 golden-winged rocks of late golden core stage have appeared. The combined pressure emanating from the 5 rocks leaves everyone trembling. Although Ruan Shinro is quite formidable, she can only contend with 1 rock at most. How can she possibly prevail against 5? The crowd instinctively turns their gaze toward Baiying. They incessantly inquired of Baiying, "Sister Ruan, do you have any plans? Indeed, do you feel confident? Do we need to set up a formation or something?" In his mind, vivid images of his past life surged forth, where the golden-winged Dapeng had pinned him down, piercing his arm and savagely tearing at him. Yin Jiling's gaze kept darting towards Baiying. He noticed that she trembled even more than the others, as if she had suffered similar torment from the golden-winged Dapeng. Instinctively, Yin Jiling placed his hand on Baiying's shoulder and asked, "Are you all right?" However, the moment his hand made contact, Baiying violently shook it off, exclaiming, "Get away! Don't touch me!" Her words startled Yin Jiling. He was well aware of her disdain for him, yet in the past few days, after being ensnared by an illusion, Baiying had been remarkably docile. He had grown accustomed to her quietly standing beside him, and her sudden rejection left an emptiness in his heart. Fearing unexpected mishaps, Yin Jiling cast an additional layer of illusion upon Baiying. Unbeknownst to her, she remained fixated on the golden-winged Dapeng, slowly unsheathing her sword. Everyone anticipated that she would commence formulating a strategy, but to their astonishment, she charged forth alone, sword in hand, towards the Dapeng. Did she intend to confront 5 golden-winged Dapengs by herself? How could this be possible? A wave of apprehension swept over the onlookers. Even Yin Jiling was dumbfounded. Tio challenged 5 late-stage golden elixir Dapengs alone. Was she mad? Baiying's gaze was resolute and sharp, her face devoid of fear, her sword firmly grasped. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her entire spiritual energy into the blade eye. In the next moment, she swung the sword with tremendous force towards the golden-winged Dapeng. The Lingxi break void slash was instantly triggered, a brilliant light streaking through the void like a flash of lightning. The terrifying technique that shattered the void manifested once more, causing a slight tremor in the surrounding space. With a resounding crash, the last Dapeng had no time to react before Baiying cleaved through its body, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. Simultaneously, the other 4 Dapengs lunged at her in unison. While she had slain one, she could not contend with so many at once. Was it youthful exuberance or sheer arrogance? Had she employed a formation, perhaps she could have trapped the other 4. Now, defeat was certain. One believed Baiying could triumph. Yet as she faced the 4 Dapengs, she exhibited no inclination to evade. As if foreseeing the outcome in an instant, she soared into the air. Thunderous lightning erupted from above her, crashing down upon the 4 Dapengs as they approached. Concurrently, the Lingxi break void slash was triggered once more. But this time, it was different. A colossal flame dragon emerged from Baiying's sword energy, its red fire slicing through the void with searing intensity, exponentially more powerful than before. The sword energy surged forth. The four Dopings, already incapacitated by the lightning, could not evade I in the blink of an eye. The corpses of all 5 Dopings lay sprawled on the ground, that moment. Both the spectators inside and outside the arena were profoundly shaken by Ying's display of power. What had she just executed? Why had the Lingxi break void / summoned a flame dragon and fire? What was that lightning? Those of lower cultivation could not fathom her technique. Yet the elders of the sect understood clearly. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment. That was the flame dragon devastation technique. Ruan Shinro had actually cultivated such a challenging technique to the 3rd layer, enabling her to unleash the flame dragon, merging it with the Lingxi break void / This was nothing short of genius. At such a young age, she had already achieved such greatness. Just yesterday, I underestimated her. A child like her transcends the definition of a genius. Her presence in our sect is indeed a blessing. What was the lightning that appeared above her? The elders could hardly contain their eagerness to summon Ruan Shinro from the tower. Over the past 2 days, this girl named Ruan Shinro had left them in endless awe. The techniques she executed were incomprehensible even to them. Upon hearing the elders call her name, Ying directly responded, "The lightning is a tribulation. If it weren't for the tribulation, with my cultivation level, I would not have been able to slay all 5 golden-winged Dopings simultaneously." Ying's words caused the entire assembly to gasp in unison. It was known that cultivating the flame dragon devastation technique to the 3rd layer, given its extraordinary nature, would attract a tribulation. Yet, no one had ever witnessed such a phenomenon before. Today, however, they had been fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. The Grand Elder was exceedingly pleased with the girl before him. Were it not for her already having a master, he would have eagerly taken her as his direct disciple. Tomorrow, I shall reward every disciple who has passed the final trial in the sect's plaza. As for Ruan Shinro, due to her outstanding performance, I shall personally bestow upon her a set of techniques. The Grand Elder's announcement filled the assembly with envy. Upon hearing this, Ruan Shinro's breath quickened with excitement. A set of techniques from the Grand Elder would undoubtedly enhance her power significantly. She swiftly sent a communication talisman to Yan Jiling, expressing her intent to attend the ceremony in person. Shinro, let Ying go tomorrow. Chapter 40. Ruan Shinro's countenance changed. Ruan Shinro could not comprehend Yan Jiling's desire for Ying to attend. Ying was merely a substitute. She was needed solely for combat. Now that she had finally received recognition, why should she be sent again? Ruan Shinro's heart was tumultuous. For the past few days, she had been filled with dread. Ying's performance was far too exceptional. If this continued, she would be unable to step out again. She could not allow Ying to take her place. Now that the sect was finally rewarding her, Yan Jiling wanted Ying to go. This was undoubtedly her moment to shine. She could envision the attention she would receive when the Grand Elder personally acknowledged her. At that moment, her fortune would undoubtedly soar. How could she possibly miss such an occasion? Tears welled in Ruan Shinro's eyes as she asked, "Have you fallen for Ying?" Yan Jiling was taken aback, finding the notion utterly absurd. How could I possibly like her? You know I detest her. Have I not beaten her black and blue on countless occasions? Yan Jiling habitually spoke such words, but halfway through, he glanced at Ying and felt a twinge of self-consciousness, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. I'm merely concerned that the Grand Elder will request you to demonstrate the Lingxi break void / again tomorrow. What if you are unable to perform it? It's all right. I can simply say I've been fatigued these past few days. Besides, Ying has already executed it multiple times, so they should have seen enough. The Grand Elder wouldn't require me to perform that technique again. Moreover, it is a set of techniques that I cannot allow Ying to take. As she spoke, Ruan Shinro released her aura of early-stage foundation establishment towards Yan Jiling. Look, I am already at early-stage foundation establishment. I am no longer inferior to Ying. If I learn that set of techniques, I might even surpass her. Yan Jiling shook his head inwardly at Ruan Shinro's seemingly reckless behavior. Although both she and Ying were at the early stage of foundation establishment, they were not on the same level. One was a product of medicinal enhancement, while the other had taken a complex path to solidify her foundation, resulting in slower progress. They were no longer comparable. Just then, Yan Jiling's communication talisman suddenly brightened. It was a message that their master, Qin Huazhenren, would emerge from seclusion tomorrow. Ruan Shinro was overjoyed upon seeing this news. Her master had always favored her. If he witnessed her prowess, he would surely be delighted. Senior brother, you've seen it too. It's our master. He will also come to witness my reward. If Bai Ying is present at that moment, our master might take notice. Yan Jiling furrowed his brows. He was acutely aware that their master was exceptional, far too familiar with his disciples to overlook the differences between Ruan Shinro and Bai Ying. Fine, you may go, but Bai Ying's illusion cannot be lifted yet. Of course, in truth, Ruan Shinro no longer intended to have Bai Ying's illusion dispelled. Yan Jiling shuddered, feeling a sudden pang in his heart. His complexion paling drastically, he could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? What I mean is, as long as Bai Ying remains outside, she can easily be identified when executing the Lingxi break void slash. She must never be allowed to appear in public again. From now on, I shall keep her bound by the illusion, making her serve me. Ruan Shinro's ruthless intent shocked Yan Jiling. He was no paragon of virtue himself. Such thoughts had crossed his mind before, but he could not believe such words would come from the kind-hearted Ruan Shinro. Yan Jiling's eyes fixed intently on her, almost convinced he had misheard. You mean to turn Bai Ying into a puppet forever? To strip her of her own thoughts and make her solely serve you? The mere thought of such a reality caused his heart to ache. Ruan Shinro continued, we can occasionally release her from the illusion, allowing her to appreciate the fruits of her labor on my behalf. Once my cultivation surpasses hers, we can cast her aside, at that point. Even if she speaks of this to others, no one will believe her. Ruan Shinro spoke of malevolence. She had long since employed a method on Yan Jiling, causing all his affections to be directed towards her. Fearless of Yan Jiling's potential lack of affection for her, she unabashedly unveiled her malice before him. Yan Jiling contemplated the scene she had described, his heart quaking violently. Would Bai Ying truly go mad upon hearing such words? Bound by his unparalleled love for Ruan Shinro, he found himself utterly incapable of refusing her demands. He even dreamt of telling a girl, who was tirelessly practicing her swordsmanship, you need not exert yourself so. I shall protect you. The girl smiled sweetly at him and replied, I do not require your protection. I can safeguard myself. Yet he persisted, I care not. I will protect you. For a lifetime, I shall always be your protector. After declaring this, he forcibly grasped the girl's hand, insisting they make a pinky promise. The girl, amused by his childish antics, laughed heartily but still extended her finger to engage in the promise. Yan Jiling strained to visualize the girl from his dream, but her appearance remained elusive. Abruptly awakening, he was perplexed by the intense pain in his heart, tears spilling from his eyes. He was left wondering what was wrong with him. The following day, all members of the sect gathered. With the exception of a few in seclusion or away on business, everyone who could attend was present. The sect leader and elders assembled at the forefront, prepared to commend the most promising disciples within the sect. Every disciple who had successfully challenged the demon suppression tower would be rewarded generously. Among them, the most illustrious, Ruan Shinro, would not only receive these rewards but also the personal teachings of the Grand Elder. Ruan Shinro beamed with joy as she beheld her mentor seated at the front. As she heard her name called, pride surged within her. That moment, several elders from other sects arrived, extolling Ruan Shinro's prowess. It was said that she had defeated 5 golden-winged rock birds with her early-stage foundational cultivation. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Listening to their praises, Ruan Shinro felt immense pride, silently grateful that she had come. Yan Jiling had indeed worried unnecessarily. How could they possibly require her to practice swordsmanship at such a time? However, at that juncture, an elder addressed Ruan Shinro, young friend, I have heard you can execute the Lingxi ancestors' Lingxi void-breaking slash. Might you demonstrate it for us? Indeed. I have heard that the Lingxi void-breaking slash is exceptionally formidable. I have come specifically to witness it today. Ruan Shinro was taken aback, her heart contracting sharply as her complexion paled. Chapter 41. Bai Ying has disappeared. What shall she do? Ruan Shinro's expression shifted dramatically. She had never anticipated that they would wish to witness the Lingxi void-breaking slash. How vexing. Was there truly nothing else worth seeing besides the Lingxi void-breaking slash? Fortunately, she had instructed Yan Jiling to bring Bai Ying along. As long as Bai Ying was present, she could perform the Lingxi void-breaking slash before them. A flicker of resentment crossed Ruan Shinro's eyes as she addressed the elder. Senior, I must prepare a moment. I shall demonstrate for you shortly. The elder appeared eagerly anticipative, turning to the recently emerged Qin Hua Zhenren. It is said that heroes arise in youth. Qin Huazhenren, your disciple is truly bound for greatness. Qin Huazhenren's face radiated pride as he laughed heartily. Yet, at that moment, someone in the audience remarked, "Why is it that Ruan Shinro excels while Bai Ying has brought ruin to her entire team?" Qin Huazhenren's brows furrowed in concern. He had been in seclusion and was unaware of the situation. What had happened to Bai Ying? You may not know, but Bai Ying caused her entire team to perish during the first challenge of the Demon Suppression Tower. Had this not been a sect challenge, there would have been real fatalities. Bai Ying is responsible for the deaths of over 100 individuals. The speaker's voice was filled with indignation, emphasizing that their group had possessed many skilled individuals capable of overcoming the final challenge. It was solely due to Bai Ying that they had met with total defeat. Should she not be made to account for their losses? Indeed, Bai Ying must be held responsible for our losses. Upon this statement, a chorus of voices erupted in anger. Some even employed the Qinkuan mirror to replay Bai Ying's disgraceful actions for all to see. Look, Bai Ying is the reason our entire team perished. The crowd's condemnation of Bai Ying grew increasingly fervent. Qin Huazhenren's countenance darkened as he observed the humiliation inflicted upon Bai Ying within the Qinkuan mirror. Where is Bai Ying? Where is she? Master, senior sister did not come today, Ruan Shinro replied cautiously. Then let her remain absent forever. She should face the wall of reflection for her transgressions. A glimmer of delight appeared in Ruan Shinro's eyes. These individuals were precisely whom she had summoned. Today marked her moment of glory, and with such auspicious fortune, she would seize the opportunity to tarnish Bai Ying's reputation. Thus, her own fortune would flourish even more swiftly. The voices ridiculing Bai Ying grew louder, and Ruan Shinro smiled triumphantly, while Lin Yi stood nearby, seething with anger, his teeth clenched tightly. Ruan Shinro descended, signaling Yin Jilin to summon Bai Ying to replace her. Under the pretense of needing to change swords, she approached a corner, ready to usher Bai Ying onto the stage. However, to her astonishment, Yin Jilin arrived without Bai Ying, his expression fraught with panic. Bai Ying is missing. Ruan Shinro could scarcely believe her ears, convinced she had misheard. What did you say? Do not speak carelessly, that I said. Bai Ying is missing. A moment of blankness engulfed her mind. She clutched Yin Jilin's clothing tightly, her entire being trembling. This was impossible. Yin Jilin was equally frantic. He had clearly brought Bai Ying along. What were they to do? Ruan Shinro felt dizzy. She had meticulously prepared for everything. Yet she had never anticipated that Bai Ying would simply vanish. Desperately, she grasped Yin Jilin's attire, tears threatening to spill from her eyes, utterly at a loss. Senior brother, the elders are waiting for me to demonstrate the Lingxi void-breaking slash, if Bai Ying is missing and I cannot perform it. Won't that expose my charade? Yin Jilin's mind raced with urgency. All his plans hinged on Bai Ying's presence. You go on ahead and stall them. I will search for her. We must find her at all costs. Ruan Shinro trembled all over, too frightened to approach. It was only when the sect leader summoned her that she slowly stepped before the assembly. Anticipation filled the faces of the crowd, and the sect leader spoke gently to her. Are you ready with your sword? Shall we begin? Ruan Shinro's face drained of color. She slowly raised her sword, all eyes fixed upon her, eagerly awaiting her demonstration of the Lingxi ancestor's signature technique, the Lingxi void-breaking slash. Yet, she hesitated, merely waving the sword weakly a few times, beads of sweat threatening to fall. As the crowd grew restless, murmurs of confusion spread. What is wrong with her? Why is she flailing aimlessly? Exactly. Stop flailing and execute the Lingxi void-breaking slash. The crowd's calls intensified, but rather than initiating her technique, Ruan Shinro's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Many were puzzled. Just moments ago, Ruan Shinro had executed the Lingxi void-breaking slash with such finesse and ease. Why now did it seem as though her life depended on it? As the crowd remained bewildered, a mocking female voice cut through the tension. Bai Ying, the very person who had been vilified moments before, suddenly appeared before the crowd, striding confidently towards Ruan Shinro. The assembly frowned in confusion, and Qin Huazhenren spoke directly. What brings you here? I have come to watch my junior sister perform the Lingxi void-breaking slash. Why have you not yet executed it, junior sister? Are you unable? Bai Ying's smile was rare, her gaze filled with playful intrigue. Ruan Shinro stared at her, momentarily dazed. How could Bai Ying be here now? Had she not fallen under the illusion? Ruan Shinro's expression twisted at Bai Ying's smile. Had this wretch broken free from the illusion? Ruan Shinro's fingers trembled violently. She longed to strangle Bai Ying. Yet she could barely steady her sword. Qin Hua Jinren's expression darkened severely. You dare show your face here? Have you not learned from your junior sister? She has achieved such remarkable success in a short time. Yet what have you accomplished? Bai Ying regarded Qin Hua Jinren and could not suppress her laughter. What of it? You, the disgraceful fool, who led your entire team to ruin, dare question me? As she spoke, Qin Hua Jinren produced the Qinkuan mirror, displaying the scene of Bai Ying's disastrous actions for all to see. Look at the havoc you wrought. You shall face the wall of reflection for your misdeeds. Yet, rather than exhibiting even a hint of shame, Bai Ying's eyes sparkled with derision. Master, are you certain the person in the Qinkuan mirror is me? Chapter 42. Ruan Shinro's desperation. Qin Hua Jinren's expression darkened ominously. He was a man of pride, and today was meant to be a day of commendation for Ruan Shinro. He could have shone brilliantly, yet the insufferable Bai Ying brought her nothing but disgrace. How dare she defy him in such a manner? The oppressive aura of the late Yuaning stage was instantly unleashed. How outrageous! Who do you think you are? The force emanating from him bore down upon Bai Ying. The individuals surrounding her were utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming pressure, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Their spines remained unbending. That so, Master has already concluded that it was me without even conducting an investigation. Bai Ying's words left many present exchanging bewildered glances, unable to grasp the meaning behind her statement. Even the sect master remarked, Bai Ying, your performance that day was indeed abysmal. You ought to reflect upon it. As soon as the sect master's words left his lips, the group that Bai Ying had so thoroughly humiliated began to hurl accusations at her. Bai Ying, how can you claim it wasn't you? Each one of us saw it with our own eyes. There is no way we could be mistaken. Lin Yizhi was on the verge of despair. He had not anticipated that even his father would utter such words. Just as he was about to retort, he caught sight of Bai Ying shaking her head at him. Reluctantly, he sealed his lips. Bai Ying's countenance remained devoid of any sign of remorse, as if she were entirely oblivious to her transgressions. The face of Master Qin Hua had turned crimson. Why haven't you gone to the cliff of reflection to contemplate your actions? Bai Ying regarded the group before her with the same bemusement one might reserve for a jester. Playfully remarking, I have encountered many situations akin to today's, and each time, no matter how I attempted to explain, it was futile. Since you all believe it to be me, then I shall indeed proceed to the cliff of reflection. I hope you will not come to regret it. Ah, and dear junior sister, do strive to master the Lingxi breaking void soon. Do not claim that you executed it so proficiently before, only to suddenly forget how to do it now. Bai Ying departed with an air of nonchalance, as though she were not heading to a place of penance, but rather to some delightful destination. Discontent was etched across the faces of all present. How could they possibly harbor regrets towards such a person? Only Ruan Shinro's complexion had turned pale and ghastly. Once Bai Ying had finished speaking, all eyes shifted towards her. Some even called out to Ruan Shinro, junior sister, quickly perform the Lingxi breaking void for Bai Ying to witness. Indeed, let her see what it means to be a genius girl. How could Bai Ying even compare to you? Hurry and demonstrate that technique. The crowd erupted with fervor, practically wishing for Ruan Shinro to deliver a resounding slap to Bai Ying's face. Yet Ruan Shinro was on the brink of tears. Bai Ying was being escorted to the cliff of reflection by the enforcers of the sect, all of whom were at the late golden core stage, and Yin Chiling stood no chance against them, let alone transform Bai Ying into her own image before them. What was she to do without Bai Ying? People continued to shout, with numerous prominent figures from both within and outside the sect observing her. Even her master was watching. What was she to do? Ruan Shinro trembled uncontrollably, a stark contrast to the ease with which Bai Ying had previously executed the Lingxi breaking void before the crowd. As the onlookers grew impatient with her inaction, they began to yell, What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Even Master Qin Hua called out to Ruan Shinro, Rower. Ruan Shinro was drenched in sweat, her fingers trembling violently, and she fainted right there before the crowd. When Ruan Shinro opened her eyes, she found Master Qin Hua seated beside her. Rower, what happened? Why did you suddenly faint? Master Qin Hua had just checked her pulse. Her body showed no signs of distress. Ruan Shinro gazed at her master with a fragile demeanor. I may have simply been too exhausted these past few days. Ruan Shinro was relieved. Thankfully, she had fainted, Otherwise, she would have been exposed. With this, she had managed to navigate this hurdle. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, her master said, "Rest well today. Many sects will be bringing their disciples tomorrow. You can showcase the Lingxi breaking void / then. You will surely astonish everyone." Master Qinhua was delighted at the prospect of so many attendees tomorrow. However, Ruan Shinro's face turned ashen. She could hardly believe her ears. She was to perform the Lingxi breaking void / tomorrow? The mere mention of the technique sent shivers down her spine. Yet Master Qinhua assured her, "Yes, thus I shall provide you with some spiritual energy to ensure you do not faint again tomorrow." With that, Master Qinhua genuinely infused his spiritual energy into Ruan Shinro. His energy was warm, yet Ruan Shinro felt as though she was encased in ice, her entire being chilled to the core. She sat there in a daze, unaware of when Master Qinhua had departed, until her fourth brother, Yin Qiliang, appeared at her door. Ruan Shinro rushed towards him. "Brother, what am I to do?" Tears streamed down her face, panic mingling with fear, driving her to the brink of madness. Yin Qiliang was equally vexed. He had no idea how to assist her. Meanwhile, Bai Ying observed the frantic state of the two through her Qian Kuan mirror. Lin Yizhi sat beside her, munching on a spiritual fruit while relishing Ruan Shinro's expression. "I told you, how could my boss perform so poorly? There's definitely something amiss." Bai Ying's earlier woeful performance had left Lin Yizhi utterly baffled. He refused to believe that she was genuinely like that, so he promptly went to her residence to wait for her. Instead of finding Bai Ying, he stumbled upon a troubling situation at Ruan Shinro's place. He was in a state of panic, prepared to gather evidence to report to his father, when Bai Ying reached out to him. Only then did he realize that his boss had not been under anyone's control. Rather, everything was under her command. Truly remarkable. Look at her. She is practically frightened to death. It serves her right. Who told her to be so malicious? While munching on his spiritual fruit, Lin Yizhi asked Bai Ying, "Boss, you should have directly exposed Ruan Shinro back then. It's unfair that you were misunderstood and punished to this place. Because tomorrow will be a significant event, it's better than me revealing her directly. I want to see how Ruan Shinro will handle it." Chapter 43. The arrival she waited for. Ruan Shinro diligently practiced the Lingxi sword technique in her room. She had no fondness for swordplay. All her cultivation had been amassed through the resources and elixirs provided by her brothers. She had no interest in even watching others practice the Lingxi sword technique. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she reasoned that since she and Bai Ying were of the same level, their strengths should be comparable. If she worked a little harder, perhaps she could grasp it. While watching the competition, Bai Ying had executed the Lingxi breaking void / with apparent ease. Perhaps she could muddle through. She turned to Yin Qiliang, "Fourth brother, how do you think I am doing?" In the past, Yin Qiliang would have praised her efforts, but now, he could not bring himself to utter a word of commendation. The difference was stark. The power of Bai Ying's Lingxi breaking void / was tremendous, leaving a striking visual impact. Even the fluctuations of spiritual energy were astonishingly strong. In contrast, Ruan Shinro was merely a clumsy imitation, lacking even a fraction of Bai Ying's power. Yin Qiliang's mind was consumed with the image of Bai Ying executing that move. Her form was ethereal, yet she wielded such power with exquisite finesse. How had she managed it? "Shinro, perhaps you should faint again tomorrow." Ruan Shinro's face turned a deep shade of anger. She promptly shoved Yin Qiliang out, slamming the door shut. "Oh, you also think I am inferior to Bai Ying? I tell you, if Bai Ying can do it, so can I." Ruan Shinro expected Yin Qiliang to apologize as he had in the past, but he merely frowned and turned to leave. Her expression twisted into one of fury. "Fine. You all look down on me. I will prove you wrong." She communicated with the system in her mind. "Can I exchange points for the Lingxi breaking void /? I will pay any amount of points. That will suffice." After exchanging with the system, Ruan Shinro wielded her hand vigorously, and indeed, the Lingxi breaking void / was instantaneously unleashed. A triumphant smile spread across her face. Who said she couldn't do it? The next day, Ruan Shinro arrived at the sect's plaza brimming with confidence. There were even more attendees today than the previous day. Not only were there elders from various sects, but they had also brought their junior disciples. Everyone eagerly anticipated the strongest sword technique of Lingxi, the founder of Huang sect. Master Qinhua looked at Ruan Shinro with warmth. He had just received a spatial ring from Xian Yuanchen, the elder of Lingxiao sect, expressing gratitude for nurturing such a fine disciple. In high spirits, Master Qin Hua took the time to check Ruan Shinro's health to prevent a repeat of yesterday's fainting incident. Shinro, you must perform flawlessly today. There are so many disciples from various sects looking up to you as a role model. Just moments ago, even the elder from Lingshao's sect praised you. Ruan Shinro's face glowed with pride. She knew that after today, her fortune would soar, and surpassing Bai Ying would merely be a matter of time. Master, you can rest assured. Ruan Shinro gracefully approached the Lingyao platform, acutely aware of the multitude of gazes fixed upon her. With a flourish, she drew her sword, eliciting cheers from the crowd, who had missed her performance the previous day due to her ailment. Now, they were eager to witness the splendor of the Lingxi sword technique. Ruan Shinro moved with an ethereal grace, the sword in her hand dancing like a silver serpent, at times light and agile, reminiscent of a swallow skimming over the water. At other moments, it was fierce and powerful. Akin to a dragon leaping from the sea.as, the sword's shadow flickered. Radiance emanated from her, showcasing even the iconic void-splitting slash of the Lingxi technique. It was evident that Lin Aiji, observing through the Qinkuan mirror, was thoroughly impressed. However, he recognized that her display was merely superficial. Bai Ying had witnessed this move from Ruan Shinro in a previous life and suspected it to be yet another exchange with the system. Unfortunately, the system had only provided her with an illusion of power, devoid of any real strength. Logically, such an exquisite sword form should have garnered thunderous applause, yet the atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. No-one seemed able to sense the technique's might, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air were minimal. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Is the Lingxi void-splitting slash truly like this? It appears impressive, yet why is the spiritual energy so weak? Indeed, is it genuinely powerful? Why do the elders hold it in such high regard? Many began to doubt. Even the esteemed Qin Hua Zhenren displayed a hint of confusion, yet for the sake of the sect's reputation. He declared, "Very well done, Shinro." The moment his words left his lips, a thunderous round of applause erupted from the audience, for no one dared to question a peak nascent soul cultivator. Even the sect leader intended to reward Ruan Shinro. The Grand Elder of Huayang's sect boldly proclaimed, "From this day forth, Ruan Shinro shall be recognized as the foremost of the younger generation among the sects." In that instant, all honors were heaped upon Ruan Shinro, and the gazes of admiration, envy, and jealousy converged upon her. Never had Ruan Shinro felt such exhilaration. The system incessantly announced within her consciousness, "Your fortune value has surged to 90. You shall soon become the new heroine of this world." The darling of all, Ruan Shinro beamed radiantly, never having experienced such joy before. Lin Aiji, observing the scene, was nearly driven to despair. "Boss, let me expose her." Yet Bai Ying remained unperturbed, her gaze fixed on the heavens as if awaiting something. Soon, two shadows descended from the sky. One appeared to be in their early 20s, while the other was merely 15 or 16. The older individual coldly remarked, "Did I hear incorrectly? The first among the younger generation of the sect? I must witness this for myself." A mocking smile spread across Bai Ying's face. The individual she awaited had arrived. The speaker was the newly appointed demon lord, Meng Xingchen, who in a past life had come to flaunt his prowess, commanding his disciple to defeat all the young talents of the sects and declaring that these so-called righteous sects possessed not a single capable disciple, branding them all as worthless. One statement had brought great shame to these sections. Now, gazing at the spotlighted Ruan Shinro, he contemptuously instructed his disciple, Ingren, "Go and defeat her." He didn't even suggest a contest. He merely commanded her defeat, a profound humiliation that ignited the fury of the sect's disciples. They shouted, "Junior Sister Ruan, show him your might. Yes, defeat him." The crowd was ablaze with fervor, eager for Ruan Shinro to triumph instantly, yet none noticed her pale visage. The clamor among the cultivators grew louder. Their deepest disdain was reserved for the demon clan, each one resolved to vanquish them. Now, with a demon daring to belittle their young prodigies, how could they possibly tolerate it? Junior Sister Ruan, spare no mercy. Just kill the demon, yes, kill him, the fervor surged, as they wished for Ruan Shinro to annihilate the demon before them. Meng Xingchen shrugged at Ruan Shinro, a smirk gracing his lips. With a single palm, he sent a nearby cultivator flying before taking their place. "But this is rather dull. Let us place a wager, shall we?" How about betting on the heart technique of the Lingxi sword method? His proposition drew the swords of the Huayang sect's members in unison, while their leader seethed with fury. You shan't. Yet, in the next moment, Meng Xingqian produced a crimson pill. If I lose, what about this? The previously furious leader of the Huayang sect's complexion changed dramatically upon seeing the pill, which was the 9th-grade Chaos Heavenly Spirit pill, offering a 70% chance to advance from the nascent soul stage to the transformation stage. Though Huayang sect had several peak nascent soul cultivators, none had yet reached the transformation stage, a source of great anguish for them. The prospect of the Chaos Heavenly Spirit pill, however, suggested they might finally produce a transformation stage cultivator. And no one could resist that temptation. Meng Xingqian leaned back, yawning. So, shall we gamble? The sect leader glanced between the pill and Ruan Xinro, recalling her performance days prior, and gritted his teeth. I accept the wager. Meng Xingqian smiled, addressing Ingren. Make it quick. I have matters to attend to. His demeanor was insufferably arrogant, as though the heart technique of the Lingxi sword method were already his. Ingren, the demon disciple, bowed to Meng Xingqian before advancing towards Ruan Xinro. The crowd's cheers for Ruan Xinro grew louder. Even the elders from various sects urged her to triumph. After all, Ingren appeared exceedingly young, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Given Ruan Xinro's prior performance, defeating him should pose no challenge. Expectations ran high, and the elders were optimistic about her, convinced she was destined to be the pinnacle of her generation. Yet, no one noticed the tremors racking Ruan Xinro's body. They mocked Meng Xingqian for miscalculating, unaware that their sect had birthed a genius maiden. Suddenly, Ingren charged at Ruan Xinro, delivering a single strike, and with that, she was sent flying, her sword clattering away, while a mouthful of blood spilled forth. She had utterly lost her combat capability, unable to summon the Lingxi void-splitting slash. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, who had earlier clamored for Ruan Xinro to defeat the demon, now left in stunned disbelief. Even Meng Xingqian found it hard to fathom that this so-called prodigy could not best his disciple, astonished by her apparent frailty. Am I mistaken? Is this the talent you have nurtured? Meng Xingqian burst into laughter. I expected her to be formidable, yet she pales in comparison to a mere finger of my disciple. This is truly amusing. It seems your esteemed sect has declined to the point of mistaking trash for treasure. Extending his hand, he demanded, now, hand over the heart technique of the Lingxi sword method. Meng Xingqian's derision drained the color from the faces of Huayang sect members. They could scarcely believe the unfolding events. How could Ruan Xinro, who had seemed so powerful, now be defeated? The sect leader clenched his fists, desperate to protect the heart technique, for it was a closely guarded secret reserved for the most core disciples. To surrender it would expose their greatest secret to their enemies. He gritted his teeth, shamelessly asserting, we merely stated that if we lost, we would relinquish the heart technique. We never specified that only one disciple's loss would warrant it. Huayang sect has many disciples. Meng Xingqian recognized this as an attempt to evade accountability. However, he had come to flaunt his disciples' prowess and had no qualms about letting others challenge Ingren. Defeat must be met with acceptance. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, the sect's elder sister lunged at Ingren. The leader's expression darkened, and the elders wore grim visages. Why were you so potent days ago? Yet now you are pathetically weak? Ruan Xinro stammered, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the crowd. Alas, her tears bore no weight, for the sect leader seethed with a desire to strangle her. Ruan Xinro attempted to use her prior ailment as an excuse. What did you say? The crowd turned incredulously towards Lin Yizhi. Lin Yizhi regarded Ruan Xinro with unmistakable scorn. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. I say, the one who participated in the Demon Suppression Tower Challenge was not her at all. She is merely an imposter. The true participant, the one who shone brilliantly, is currently confined at the reflective cliff. Ruan Xinro's participation in the challenge was evident to all, including disciples from various sects, as well as the sect leader and elders. Everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. Who could possibly engage in such deceitful acts under the watchful gaze of so many? Only the discerning Qinhua Zhenren cast a thoughtful glance at his fourth disciple, Yin Jilin. Yin Jilin's illusionary arts differed from those of ordinary demon clans. They had been meticulously crafted under Qinhua's guidance, merging with a unique secret technique of his own invention, making them exceedingly difficult to discern. even capable of deceiving those at the nascent soul stage. Could it be? Both Yin Jilin and Ruan Shinro's faces had turned pale, with Ruan Shinro appearing as if she might faint at any moment. Qin Hua Zhenren's heart sank with a premonition of the truth, and his expression darkened significantly, yet he uttered, "Is there perhaps some misunderstanding here?" Lin Yizhi cast a scornful glance at the trio, denying them any opportunity to downplay the gravity of the situation, and directly produced the Qinkuan mirror from his possession. What misunderstanding could there be? There was no need for denial. I possess evidence. This was a scene Lin Yizhi had preserved when he discovered Yin Jilin and Ruan Shinro conspiring to cast illusions upon Bai Ying. Within the Qinkuan mirror, Ruan Shinro's malevolence was laid bare. She not only exploited Bai Ying for fame and fortune, but also schemed for Yin Jilin to ensnare Bai Ying with illusions, intending to turn her into a puppet bound to serve her for eternity. The most terrifying aspect was that she planned to periodically awaken Bai Ying, forcing her to witness all her efforts being attributed to Ruan Shinro. Although attention remained fixated on the contest between the disciples of Huayang sect and the Shadow Blade, many turned their gaze towards the Qinkuan mirror, where Ruan Shinro's actions appeared alarmingly sinister. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly delicate girl could harbor such a venomous heart? She aimed to trap Bai Ying in illusions for a lifetime, compelling her to witness her own efforts turned into a bridal gown for another. How could anyone be so malicious? This also elucidated Bai Ying's previously poor performance. It was Yin Jilin who deliberately sought to tarnish her reputation. I had wondered why Bai Ying, who had once been so formidable, had performed so poorly this time. I recall Bai Ying had denied the allegations, yet her master, Qin Hua Zhenren, did not even bother to investigate, instead sending her to the reflection cliff for contemplation. Such favoritism from a master is truly unjust. The crowd buzzed with chatter, while the sect leader was visibly seething with rage. He pointed at Ruan Shinro and Yin Jilin, exclaiming, "You two scoundrels! How could you commit such acts?" As he spoke, he ordered for Bai Ying to be brought forth. The demon clan continued their provocations, and he urgently needed disciples capable of defeating them. Otherwise, the sect's treasures would be at risk. Ruan Shinro, lacking any merit of her own, had the audacity to claim the achievements of others. Ruan Shinro was at a loss for words, her face pale with fear, surrounded by a chorus of accusations against her. Even the system within her consciousness cried out in despair. "It's over, it's over. Your fortune value has plummeted to 20. If this continues, your mission will fail." Ruan Shinro collapsed helplessly to the ground. Her mind in a daze, tears streaming down her face. In a moment of desperation, she grasped the hem of Qin Hua Zhenren's trousers, weeping softly, "Master, I'm sorry." She attempted to evoke his sympathy as she once had. Yin Jilin had already knelt before him, declaring, "Master, it is all my fault." Witnessing Yin Jilin's contrition, Qin Hua Zhenren delivered a swift kick to him. "I taught you secret techniques for the purpose of harming your fellow disciples?" Yin Jilin felt a deep sense of self-loathing. In truth, he had regretted his actions halfway through, but it was too late to turn back. He could only press on, "I'm sorry, master." Qin Hua Zhenren's expression darkened further as he kicked Yin Jilin again, the blows appearing to be quite forceful. However, despite the grave mistakes committed by Ruan Shinro and Yin Jilin, he merely addressed the sect leader, stating, "Given their grave errors, let them be sent to the reflection cliff for contemplation." Upon hearing Qin Hua Zhenren's words, not only the other disciples present, but even the sect leader felt he had gone too far. Given the severity of their transgressions, expulsion from the sect would not be unreasonable. Yet now, they were only to be sent to the reflection cliff. Bai Ying had been punished with the same fate merely for underperforming in a challenge at the Demon Suppression Tower. While Ruan Shinro and Yin Jilin were plotting to ruin Bai Ying's entire life, the sect leader was further incensed by Meng Xingqian's remarks. He could not abide the comparison of their sect to the demon clan, especially when it was made by Meng Xingqian himself. Gritting his teeth, he found himself unable to counter Qin Hua Zhenren's authority, for Qin Hua was the most powerful figure within Huayang sect, upon whom the sect relied for protection. Though it pained him, he finally conceded, "If that is the case, let Ruan Shinro and Yin Jilin go to the reflection cliff." However, he had barely finished his sentence when a cool, clear female voice rang out. "Ruan Shinro and Yin Jilin have committed such offenses. I implore the sect leader to expel them from the sect." Though her voice was not loud, it resonated with clarity, ensuring all present could hear. The sect leader looked up to see Bai Ying approaching. Her petite figure and flowing garments belied an imposing presence. She reiterated, Ruan Shinro and Yin Jilin have committed such offenses. I implore the sect leader to expel them from the sect. Qin Hua Jinren's expression darkened instantly, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. You wretched child, what nonsense are you spouting? They are your senior brother and sister. How can you disregard the bonds of fellowship? The terrifying aura rendered the faces of all the younger generation pale with fear. It was evident that this nascent soul peak expert was enraged. To withstand the pressure of such a being was beyond their capability, even in mere presence. Yet, Bai Ying showed no sign of fear. Having already awakened her divine soul, how could she possibly fear the pressure of the nascent soul stage? Was Master enraged out of shame? Did he himself believe they should be expelled from the sect? The sect leader was thrown into a panic at their words. Bai Ying was far too audacious. How dared she speak to Qin Hua in such a manner? Even he would not dare. Bai Ying, perhaps you should speak less. But before the sect leader could finish, Bai Ying turned to him and queried. May I ask, sect leader, how should today's actions of Ruan Shinro and Yin Jilin be addressed according to the sect's regulations? The sect leader was overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He found himself at a loss for words. According to the sect's rules, expulsion was indeed warranted. Yet today, it was clear that Qin Hua sought to shield the two of them. What could he do? Thankfully, Yin Jilin knelt before him, asserting, Sect leader, this is all my fault. I am willing to be expelled from the sect. But Yin Jilin hesitated and added, however, this matter has nothing to do with my junior sister. It is entirely my fault. She was influenced by my illusions and knows nothing of this. Yin Jilin took all the blame upon himself. Ruan Shinro silently wept, appearing utterly aggrieved, as if truly uninvolved. Her demeanor stirred a protective instinct within Qin Hua Jinren. Yet Bai Ying remained relentless. Surely, none present are fools. You claim it is solely your fault, but does that absolve you? If one day I were to intentionally kill someone within the sect, could I simply shift the blame onto another? Master should only punish me with contemplation at the reflection cliff, correct? The sect leader felt as though his head might burst. Qin Hua Jinren, now thoroughly incensed, thundered, You wretch! Speak one more word, and I shall declare this. Whoever dares to expel them from the sect shall be my enemy. Bai Ying gazed at Qin Hua's blatant favoritism towards the two, her heart growing cold. Once, she had regarded him as her utmost respected figure, akin to a father. Whenever she possessed something good, her first instinct was to present it to him. Whenever she achieved something, her thoughts were consumed with earning his praise. Yet now, her master treated her in this manner. Then I implore Master to allow Bai Ying to leave. I willingly depart from the sect at that moment. Bai Ying failed to comprehend why he possessed such a strong desire for control over her. It was only after her death that she understood. Qin Hua had long calculated her extraordinary fortune, taking her as his disciple solely to have her assist him in his cultivation. Only when Ruan Shinro's fortune overshadowed her did Qin Hua finally abandon her. Yet, even so, he had planted the seeds of torment in her heart, effectively delivering her to her demise. At this moment, Bai Ying's aggressive demeanor was intended to compel Qin Hua to willingly lift the mark and release her. Today, I have sworn enmity with these two. With them, there is no room for me, and with me, they are unwelcome. Should my master not allow me to leave the sect, as long as I remain within its confines, I will pursue and hunt them down relentlessly. The gravity of Bai Ying's words caused Yin Jilin to change countenance. Upon hearing her declaration, his heart constricted painfully, as if pierced by a dagger. He cared deeply for his junior sister and was willing to devote his life to her. Just moments ago, he had taken all blame upon himself for her sake. Yet, upon hearing Bai Ying's words of enmity, it felt as though his heart was being torn asunder, a pain so profound it threatened to shatter him. It was as if something precious was slipping away from him. How could this cause him such anguish? Even his eyes turned crimson. His head throbbed maddeningly, as if something were struggling to break free from within. The sect leader, too, felt an excruciating headache. This was a time when the sect needed Bai Ying the most. How could they cast her out now? Furthermore, so many had witnessed Ruan Shinro's and Yin Jilin's actions. If they did not expel them, and instead allowed Bai Ying to depart, would their sect not become a laughingstock? Yet, Master Qin Hua seemed indifferent to these concerns, declaring, Very well, Then be gone. Do you think our sect cannot survive without you? The sect leader's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to offer further counsel, but Bai Ying had already bowed to Master Qin Hua. With a cold expression, he waved his hand, removing the mark from Bai Ying. Leave! Bai Ying felt an immense weight lift from her. She had finally shed the mark binding her. Now, all she needed was to gather her belongings from Huayang sect, and she would sever all ties with this sect. From this moment forth, the skies are high, and the birds may soar. The seas are vast, and the fish may leap. She was free. The sect leader remained anxious, as Meng Xingchen shouted at him, "All your disciples have been defeated. Hasten to deliver the heart technique of the Lingxi sword art." The sect leader's countenance changed instantly, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. The younger generation of disciples lay prostrate on the ground. Their defeat so total it was beyond description. Their loss was catastrophic. The hatred in his heart for Yuan Xinrou intensified. Had she not deceived them, he would never have agreed to this wager. The heart technique of the Lingxi sword art was a secret of his sect, and he was loath to hand it over. Yet, with so many sects bearing witness, he had no choice but to comply. Gazing at Bai Ying, who was about to depart, he tried to reassure himself that while Bai Ying was formidable, she could not possibly surpass the young man known as Ran. After all, he was a disciple personally trained by the demon lord Meng Xingchen, brought specifically to secure victory for them. Thus, even if Bai Ying left, the outcome would remain unchanged. Just then, Meng Xingchen unexpectedly addressed Bai Ying, saying, "Would you care to have a duel with my disciple? If he loses, how about I give you this Chaos Celestial Spirit Pill?" As he spoke, he revealed the Chaos Celestial Spirit Pill. Chapter 47. Bai Ying executes the Lingxi breakthrough / Meng Xingchen clearly delighted in the unfolding drama. The Chaos Celestial Spirit Pill in his hand radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if light from a mysterious ancient realm were casting its glow, imbued with an otherworldly aura. Simply gazing upon it revealed it to be a top-tier elixir. All eyes in the vicinity turned toward the pill, their gazes filled with greed. To possess such a pill would significantly increase the likelihood of entering the god transformation stage. A sect could thrive for a millennium with just one practitioner at that level. Highlighting the pill's extraordinary value, unfortunately, the strength of Meng Xingchen's disciple was formidable, far beyond what the younger generation of disciples could contend with. He had already prepared this bait to achieve his desired outcome. The elders of various sects murmured among themselves. Not only was the Huayang sect leader unconvinced of Bai Ying's capabilities, but others also regarded her with skepticism. Bai Ying looked at Meng Xingchen and coldly inquired, "If I lose, what must I give you?" Meng Xingchen regarded her with keen interest, appraising her, and after a moment replied, "Your spiritual root seems quite exceptional. If you lose, how about you surrender it to me?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Such a wager was indeed frightening, befitting the demon lord. If they were in his position, they would never contemplate such a bet. After all, everyone knew what a spiritual root meant to a practitioner. Without it, they were no different from the utterly futile. "Boss, you can't gamble," Lin Yizhi cried out to Bai Ying. "Meng Xingchen is certain you will lose. If you accept, your spiritual root will surely be forfeit. You would become a cripple." Lin Yizhi's words echoed the thoughts of many present. They could accept wagering secrets or techniques, but staking a spiritual root was utterly unacceptable. Yet, Bai Ying raised her chin and smiled at Meng Xingchen, simply replying, "Very well." Just those two words caused the crowd to gasp in shock. Several elders shook their heads in disbelief. Bai Ying was truly reckless. She was far too arrogant. Did she not understand who her opponent was? That was a practitioner handpicked by the demon clan. Such a person was not someone she could challenge in such a manner. She was underestimating both the demon clan and herself. Once she lost, and had her spiritual root extracted, she would learn the error of her ways. The sect leader of Huayang sect wore a sneer of disdain. He had previously thought highly of Bai Ying and even contemplated a union between her and his son. Lin Yizhi, however, now it seemed that her arrogance was her downfall. Let her depart. Once she became a cripple, she would realize the magnitude of her mistake. In fact, he secretly hoped she would lose her spiritual root. A genius departing from the sect was better off as a waste. Ignoring the thoughts of those around her, Bai Ying drew her sword. Ingren also unsheathed his blade, his speed markedly more serious than when facing Yuan Xinrou. Yet, Bai Ying was no Yuan Xinrou. His strike failed to even graze her as she evaded effortlessly. With a swift motion, she vanished from sight. Ran, momentarily bewildered by her sudden disappearance, was caught off guard as Bai Ying's sword suddenly appeared behind him. He hastily attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Her blade sliced through his arm, leaving a crimson gash. Blood dripped slowly from his wound, and he had clearly underestimated her. The match had barely begun, and he was already injured. In an instant, his aura surged like a tidal wave. His form shifted like a ghost, his previously slender physique suddenly swelling with power. He unleashed a powerful punch towards Bai Ying. An overwhelming force akin to a mountain collapsing, instilling dread in all who beheld it. However, Bai Ying did not flinch. She gracefully raised her sword, bringing it downwards. Her blade danced like a silver serpent. Agile and swift, with a decisive slash, she cleaved through the air, unleashing a force so powerful it rent the very fabric of reality. Dark, ominous energies poured forth from the rift, as if unseen hands were grasping and tearing apart everything in their vicinity. "Is this the Lingxi breakthrough slash?" Someone shouted in an instant. All eyes were fixed upon Bai Ying. My goodness, was this technique truly so fearsome? The aura emanating from that strike was terrifying, and even after the attack concluded, the air around them resonated with a malevolent energy that seemed out of place in this world. It was on an entirely different level compared to the feeble attempt Yuan Shinro had displayed earlier. It was overwhelmingly powerful. That moment, everyone comprehended why the elder of Huayang sect had so firmly believed Yuan Shinro to be the foremost among the younger generation after witnessing her perform this technique. What a pity that Huayang sect had misjudged. Allowing a counterfeit like Yuan Shinro to take the stage had led many to underestimate the true might of the Lingxi breakthrough slash. They had not anticipated that Bai Ying's execution of the technique would be so astonishing. Eyes turned again, this time toward Yuan Shinro, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. They could not fathom why Master Qin Hua had chosen her over Bai Ying. Ran had clearly underestimated Bai Ying, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He shed his previous dismissive attitude, swiftly performing hand seals, summoning a black tiger that surged forth from his artifact. This fearsome black tiger, emanating a terrifying aura, appeared to be a demon from the underworld. Its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, radiating an oppressive pressure that made the ground tremble with each step it took. "Break!" Ran pointed forcefully at Bai Ying, and countless tendrils of black smoke erupted from the black tiger, which lunged at her. Bai Ying's Lingxi breakthrough slash was once again unleashed, yet this strike, capable of rending the very void, proved ineffective against the black tiger. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the black tiger lunged at Bai Ying. Would she truly be defeated? Could such a formidable move fail to secure her victory? The onlookers turned to Bai Ying, shaking their heads in dismay. It seemed that the shadow blade was indeed as fearsome as anticipated, far beyond what Bai Ying could contend with. Even if she unleashed that breathtaking technique, she would still succumb to this demon. Thus, one must not be overly arrogant. It is crucial to maintain a clear understanding of one's own capabilities, lest one end up losing even their spiritual roots. The sect leader of Huayang spoke, seemingly relieved that Bai Ying had lost, for had she won, he might have been driven to despair. Yet, at that very moment, a golden light suddenly erupted from Bai Ying's sword. With a resounding crash, the black tiger was cleaved in two instantaneously. Chapter 48. The sect leader of Huayang felt as though his heart would shatter. This so-called black tiger was merely an illusion, which is why my Lingxi breaking void slash proved ineffective. Now, by employing a method to shatter illusions, it has been vanquished in an instant. I believe this is the true technique you devised. Bai Ying abruptly swung her sword to the left, and with a loud thud, an apparition emerged from thin air. A figure, identical to the shadow blade, fell from the sky only to dissolve into nothingness. "Is this your clone?" Bai Ying pierced through his ruse, lamenting that it was of no use to her, for she had already seen through it. The shadow blade's expression darkened significantly, luring an opponent's attention with illusions. Concealing oneself with clones and then striking is his signature move. He had never been defeated since its inception. Now, not only had Bai Ying seen through his ploy, but she had also called him out on it. Suddenly, a magnificent dragon's roar resonated from Bai Ying's sword. This was the flame dragon devouring heaven technique she had cultivated. In stark contrast to the shadow blade's black tiger, the flame dragon she summoned possessed genuine lethality. With a fierce slash, she raised her sword high, and a massive red dragon surged forth toward the shadow blade. Good heavens! What is this? How is she able to summon a dragon? This is the flame dragon devouring heaven technique, which can only summon a dragon upon reaching the 3rd tier. However, this technique is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. As far as I know, very few have reached that level. This technique is not inferior to the Lingxi breaking void slash. I never anticipated Bai Ying would have mastered this move as well. The audience buzzed with discussion over Bai Ying's technique, clearly captivated by her prowess. The dragon's roar thundered like a rolling storm, deafening in its intensity. The colossal dragon charged forth, seemingly imbued with the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Tearing through the air like a fabric being ripped apart, it surged toward the shadow blade with an overwhelming force that instilled terror in all who witnessed it. Boom! The red dragon collided with the shadow blade with a force akin to a thunderclap, sending him hurtling through the air like a lifeless puppet. The shadow blade struggled to rise, trembling as he wiped the blood that gushed from his mouth. Bai Ying showed no mercy, her sword cutting through the air once more with a fierce slash. In a panic, the shadow blade raised his sword to defend himself. Yet, under the might of Bai Ying's attack, his blade was riddled with alarming cracks before shattering with a resounding bang. The shadow blade was left defenseless, once again sent flying, crashing to the ground like a lifeless corpse, motionless. The crowd could scarcely believe their eyes. Bai Ying merely stood there, awaiting the shadow blade. It was only when he struggled to his feet that she spoke. "Thank you for the match." Bai Ying's words left everyone in a stupor. They could hardly believe she had won, and so decisively. The spectators regarded Bai Ying with astonishment, their eyes filled with awe. She was undeniably formidable. No wonder the elder of Huayang sect had extolled her virtues so highly. With just the Lingxi breaking void slash, she was already a force to be reckoned with. Yet she had also mastered the flame dragon devouring heaven technique. I sense she has not even unleashed her full potential. Who knows what other surprises she might possess? It is regrettable that the shadow blade was not strong enough to compel her to reveal them. The once formidable shadow blade had now become the subject of their scorn. Meanwhile, the sect leader of Huayang remained in a state of shock. Bai Ying had actually triumphed. He could hardly believe the spectacle before him. He had hurriedly invited Bai Ying over, harboring the hope that she might win. Yet he had never imagined she would do so with such utter dominance, rendering her opponent completely defenseless. He had anticipated the demon clan would defeat Bai Ying and strip her of her spiritual roots. Yet here she stood victorious. The sect leader of Huayang felt an overwhelming rage toward Wan Xinro, such a powerful disciple. Why had Qin Hua not chosen her? Had he lost his senses? Disciples from other sects began discussing the matter fervently. Indeed, what could they have possibly been thinking? Perhaps their minds were clouded. As they spoke, one bold individual directly approached Bai Ying in front of the sect leader of Huayang, extending an olive branch. "Young friend, have you considered joining our Qinghua sect? Should you choose to join us, we will ensure you receive the finest treatment. Our sect Xiahou Ming once teamed up with you during the Wetbone Forest trials. Please, join us, and we shall designate you as our chief disciple." These individuals were eager to forge a connection with Bai Ying, even citing their disciples' past collaborations with her. The sect leader of Huayang felt faint at their words, unable to fathom the pain in his heart. Who could have foreseen this? Bai Ying had once been their disciple. Now, he was forced to watch as this throng competed for her favor. Bai Ying bowed gracefully to the crowd, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed seniors. I will consider it carefully." With that, she turned her gaze toward the demon lord, Meng Xingchen, evidently seeking her spoils. Meng Xingchen approached Bai Ying without hesitation, readily tossing her the Chaos Heavenly Spirit Pill. "You fought splendidly. It now belongs to you?" The crowd watched in breathless awe as Bai Ying held the elixir, their breaths growing heavy. This was the Chaos Heavenly Spirit Pill, which granted a 70% chance for a Yuanying stage cultivator to break through to the Huashan stage. And now, it had fallen into Bai Ying's possession. The sect leader of Huayang felt as though his heart would split apart. Had Bai Ying not left the sect, this elixir would have been theirs. They would have had a 70% chance to produce a Huashan stage cultivator. Yet now, not only had they failed to obtain the elixir, but they had also lost the essence of their sect's secret technique, the Lingxi sword art, to Meng Xingchen. From this day forth, Huayang sect would become the laughingstock of the Zhengzhou region. Chapter 49. He could not bear to see his fifth junior sister leave the sect. Holding the Chaos Heavenly Spirit Pill, Bai Ying understood well the adage that a man without fault may bear the burden of possessing precious treasures. With such a valuable item in her possession, she had become the target of envy. The gathered crowd refrained from seizing it, held back by the mutual restraint among the major sections. However, the moment she left this place, it was certain that someone would act. Though she was unrivaled among her peers, if a Yuanying stage cultivator were to attack, her chances of survival would be slim. Bai Ying resolved to depart quickly, but just then, Meng Xingchen spoke to her. "Since I have given you this chaos heavenly spirit pill, I will protect you for a time. Should anyone dare to snatch it from you, just crush this token, and I will appear immediately to assist you." With that, Meng Xingchen tossed the token to Bai Ying. She received it, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. Do not mention it. I merely find your techniques intriguing. Take good care of your spiritual roots. I shall return to claim them next time." With that, Meng Xingchen departed, accompanied by his disciple, the Shadow Blade. Although Bai Ying did not know much about Meng Xingchen, she was aware of his fearsome reputation. He was a man of his word, and whatever he stated would come to pass. This demeanor was unlike that of the demon clan. Now, with the demon lord's promise, she felt at ease. Otherwise, she would have been unable to take her belongings from Huayang sect, as some cultivators recognized the futility of obtaining the chaos heavenly spirit pill. They bid farewell to the sect leader of Huayang and departed. Bai Ying tucked the elixir away, intending to return to Huayang sect to gather her belongings. Lin Yizhi approached Bai Ying with excitement. "Boss, that was incredible." He did not plead with Bai Ying to stay. Rather, he was genuinely happy for her. He thought that if he were in Bai Ying's position, he would have left long ago. With such favoritism from her fellow disciples and master, he could hardly endure another day. He had witnessed bias before, but nothing compared to the egregious favoritism displayed by Bai Ying's senior brothers and master. Ruan Shinro treated Bai Ying so poorly, and yet, Master Qin Hua remained unfazed. Yin Jilin was even more outrageous, treating Bai Ying like a mere puppet. Such a place was one to flee from as far as possible. "Ah, if only I were not the sect leader's son. I would leave with you," Lin Yizhi lamented. "But it's all right. Once you find a new sect, I will come to visit you." Bai Ying nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved a sword from her storage ring, presenting it to Lin Yizhi. "This is a sword I forged for you over the past few days. It is only fitting, considering you call me boss." Lin Yizhi's eyes lit up at the sight of the sword. Having witnessed Bai Ying's prowess in forging, he knew just how skilled she was. Now that she had crafted a sword specifically for him, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, boss. I'll help you gather your things." The Lord of Huayang gazed at the figures of Bai Ying and Lin Yizhi, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Their bond was quite strong. He had even contemplated fostering their relationship. With a sense of helplessness, he turned to Master Qin Hua and lamented, "I truly do not understand your reasoning. Have you lost your senses? Why would you forsake such a talented disciple for someone like Ruan Shinro? I find myself increasingly perplexed by your decisions. Now, look what has transpired. Our sect's treasured relic has been seized by the forces of the demon tribe, and the chaotic celestial spirit pill is gone as well. Do you realize that this chaotic celestial spirit pill is precisely what you require? With it, you might very well break through to the transformation stage. Our sect could flourish far more than it currently does. And now if you are not mad, then I am driven to madness." As he spoke, the Lord of Huayang was again consumed by anger. Yet, Master Qin Hua exhibited no change in demeanor. He merely replied slowly, "During my meditation, I had a dream. In this dream, Ruan Shinro not only broke through to the transformation stage, but even surpassed to the void refinement stage, while Bai Ying was left beneath Ruan Shinro's heel. Bai Ying could not compete with Ruan Shinro. She was utterly defeated in the face of Ruan Shinro's prowess. Is that truly the case?" The Lord of Huayang was taken aback. It is known that at Master Qin Hua's level, even dreams are not mere figments of imagination. His divination abilities are formidable. To call his visions prophetic would not be an exaggeration, and no wonder he chose Ruan Shinro over Bai Ying. It appears Ruan Shinro's future is boundless, while Bai Ying is merely formidable in the present, the void refinement stage. That is a realm he could scarcely dare to imagine. Never did he expect Ruan Shinro would become so powerful in the future. If our sect could produce a practitioner at the void refinement stage, would we not be able to dominate this continent? Master Qin Hua nodded. The Lord of Huayang's spirits lifted even further. "Then we must concentrate our resources on Ruan Shinro. aiding her in breaking through to the void refinement stage as soon as possible. It is just a pity about the chaotic celestial spirit pill. With Meng Xingchen's token, we cannot force Bai Ying to relinquish that pill. As Master Qin Hua considered the chaotic celestial spirit pill, his gaze darkened. In truth, he had already given up on Bai Ying when he dreamt of her being trampled by Ruan Xinro. He had never been particularly fond of Bai Ying. Her cunning nature often led her to bully Ruan Xinro. He had long desired to expel her from his tutelage. Had it not been for her great fortune, he would never have accepted her as a disciple. Now it seemed that Bai Ying's fortune was rather ordinary, easily overshadowed by Ruan Xinro. Yet, despite his consistent thoughts on this matter, after he had just uttered the words to let Bai Ying depart, a wave of despondency washed over him. Perhaps it was because, despite her scheming, she had always treated him kindly. This disciple, no matter her qualities, always thought of him first and would promptly present her offerings to him. Had he not asked her to leave, perhaps she would have willingly handed over the chaotic celestial spirit pill. Lost in these contemplations, his eldest disciple, Suyu, rushed over in a frenzy. Suyu felt as though the sky were collapsing. He knew that Bai Ying harbored resentment toward them, and their current relationship was exceedingly poor. In truth, from the moment Bai Ying chose to abandon her feelings for them and recultivate the heartless path, he had anticipated this day would come. However, he never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. His fifth junior sister, having proactively relinquished her affections, was now poised to leave them. Suyu could not accept this under any circumstances. He did not want his fifth junior sister to depart from the sect. He rushed to Master Qin Hua. Kneeling before him, as he spoke, Suyu bowed deeply. Master Qin Hua regarded his eldest disciple with a furrowed brow. After a long pause, he seemed to have made a resolution and said, "Very well, for your sake. If she is willing to surrender the chaotic celestial spirit pill, I will allow her to remain." "Thank you, Master," Suyu exclaimed, as if he had heard the best news in the world, and hurried off to inform Bai Ying. This way, she would not have to leave. The Lord of Huayang smiled at Master Qin Hua, shaking his head. "You are still soft-hearted." Then, as if struck by a thought, he continued, "A few days ago, the Grand Elder of Lingxiao sect sent over some gifts, stating that you have taken on a fine disciple and that you should treat her well." Tell me, was he referring to Bai Ying? After all, he had previously met with her. The Lord of Huayang mused, if it were Bai Ying, matters would become complicated. How could it possibly be Bai Ying? He was speaking of Ruan Xinro. Master Qin Hua recalled his dream and felt assured. It was likely not just him who foresaw Ruan Xinro's boundless future. Others must have predicted it too. Which is why gifts were sent their way in advance to curry favor. When the Lord of Huayang uttered the phrase to curry favor, he felt a rush of exhilaration in the past. It had always been they who sought the favor of Lingxiao sect, as the Grand Elder of Lingxiao sect was a powerful practitioner at the transformation stage. Now, that transformation stage Grand Elder was condescendingly flattering them. The sensation was simply marvelous, as it truly attested to the promise of a disciple destined to reach the void refinement stage. The Lord of Huayang was nearly overwhelmed with joy, suppressing a laugh. When they arrived at Bai Ying's residence, Suyu had already reached her, excitedly sharing the good news. "Junior sister, you need not pack your things. I have to tell you, Master has said that as long as you hand over the chaotic celestial spirit pill, he will permit you to stay in the sect. You must hurry and give him that pill, or you will truly have to leave." Bai Ying did not respond, but Lin Yizhi jumped up first. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean? If she simply hands over the chaotic celestial spirit pill, do you even realize what that pill is? It possesses a 70% chance of allowing one to break through to the transformation stage. Would you willingly part with such a treasure?" Suyu was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the pill to be so formidable, yet Master had still demanded Bai Ying relinquish it. But he truly did not want Bai Ying to leave. "I understand this pill is precious, but if you give it to Master, our sect can produce a practitioner at the transformation stage, which benefits everyone. We can then boast about it. Everyone will know it was you who contributed, and they will all be grateful." Bai Ying could barely contain her laughter. "If I were to give away the pill, would everyone truly be grateful? But who would care?" With a smile, Bai Ying looked at him. "If I keep this pill for myself and eventually break through to the transformation stage, would that not be far superior to receiving gratitude from others? Why should I concern myself with such ephemeral sentiments of appreciation?" Suyu stood frozen in place. Both Master Qin Hua and the Lord of Huayang, who had just hurried in, suddenly wore dark expressions. Bai Ying continued, "Have I not given you enough already? Pills, artifacts, spirit stones, everything I could offer. I have. Yet, have you appreciated my kindness? Instead, you treat me as an enemy. That is because Suu was rendered speechless. Because of what? Because of the little junior sister. Has she ever given you anything?" Suyu was taken aback. Indeed, the little junior sister had not offered them anything tangible. Perhaps she had merely mentioned intentions to provide something in the future, but no actual gifts had ever materialized. Bai Ying laughed derisively. "She has not given you a single thing, yet you all treat her as a treasure. I have provided you with so many gifts, yet I am met with your disdain. So, why on earth would I want to give anything more?" Suyu was eager to continue persuading her, but he heard Master Qin Hua's voice ring out. "Do not try to convince her. If she wishes to leave, let her go. Just ensure she leaves the chaotic celestial spirit pill behind." Bai Ying turned to face Master Qin Hua. He ultimately could not contain himself. Bai Ying produced the token in her hand, a remnant left by Meng Xingqian. She had never intended to use it, as doing so would mean incurring a debt of gratitude. Yet, she never expected them to be so shameless as to voice their demands so openly. The Lord of Huayang pondered whether to dissuade Master Qin Hua. Although he too coveted the chaotic celestial spirit pill, Meng Xingqian had already reached the transformation stage and was not someone they could confront. However, Master Qin Hua was unperturbed. Initially cautious, he felt emboldened upon recalling how the Grand Elder of Lingxiao's sect sought to curry favor with them due to Ruan Shinro's potential. Meng Xingqian, no matter how formidable, was merely on par with the Grand Elder of Lingxiao's sect. He would never risk offending a powerful practitioner at the transformation stage over someone like Bai Ying. Master Qin Hua let out a cold laugh. On the way here, he had already notified the Grand Elder of Lingxiao's sect to come. Now, even if Bai Ying called upon Meng Xingqian, it would be of no avail. As Master Qin Hua's words fell, an overwhelming pressure descended from above. He could not help but smirk. The Grand Elder of Lingxiao's sect, Xian Yuanqin, had arrived. The Lord of Huayang's eyes lit up, and he turned to Bai Ying, saying, "I suggest you be sensible and hand over the chaotic celestial spirit pill. It would save you from unnecessary suffering. After all, the Demon Lord is unlikely to take on a practitioner at the transformation stage just for you." Lin Yizhi was utterly enraged. He could not believe his father would act in such a manner. Even upon seeing the Grand Elder's figure, he resolutely positioned himself in front of Bai Ying. "If you wish to deal with my boss today, you will have to go through me first. I assure you, I will not allow you to harm a single hair on her head." Yet, Lin Yizhi refused to budge, standing steadfastly before Bai Ying. Bai Ying tugged gently at Lin Yizhi's sleeve, shaking her head at him. The master of Huayang no longer paid them any heed. Upon noticing the appearance of the Grand Elder, an unmistakable pride illuminated his countenance. He hurried to the Grand Elder's side and addressed him, "Brother Chen, you have arrived." He then cast a glance at Bai Ying, adding, "Now that we have a cultivator of the transformation stage here, you must surrender the Chaos Celestial Spirit Pill, whether you wish to or not." The Master of Huayang was contemplating what gifts to present to the Grand Elder as a token of gratitude when the Grand Elder abruptly pushed him aside, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who appointed you as the overseer?" Chapter 51. "Today, I am here to advocate for Bai Ying." The Master of Huayang was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a reaction from the Grand Elder of Lingxiao sect. "Xianyuan Qin, Brother Qin, were you not sent here on behalf of the disciple of Jinren Qin Hua? Just a few days ago, you even had someone deliver gifts." Xianyuan Qin nodded in affirmation. The Master of Huayang quickly turned to a nearby individual, instructing, "Go summon Ruan Shinro at once. Inform her that the Grand Elder of Lingxiao sect wishes to see her." The individual hastily departed to find Ruan Shinro. Xianyuan Qin's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do I want to see her for?" His expression had grown exceedingly grim. In recent days, he had been refining the pills Bai Ying had gifted him. To maximize their potency, he had opted for a gradual refinement process instead of consuming them directly as he had previously done. Upon completing the refinement, he felt as though his lifespan had extended by another decade. Hence, he had sent gifts as a gesture of gratitude to Bai Ying. However, he had just overheard his sect's members discussing how the Master of Huayang had expelled Bai Ying for the sake of a person of notoriously vile character. Then, he received a communication talisman from the Master of Huayang. These two rogues expected him to help them seize Bai Ying's chaos celestial spirit pill. They had truly lost all sense of shame. He had come today solely to avenge Bai Ying's grievances. Unbeknownst to the master of Huayang, he had misjudged the target of Xin Yuanqin's gratitude. As Ruan Xinro approached, the master of Huayang eagerly brought her before Xin Yuanqin, declaring, "Xinro, this is the Grand Elder of Huayang's sect. He holds you in high regard." Ruan Xinro's eyes sparkled with delight. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Previously, she found herself in an exceedingly awkward position, facing discontent from her sect's members, her fortune dwindling day by day. Upon hearing the master's words, she beamed sweetly at the Grand Elder, contemplating. "I have heard that the Grand Elder of Lingshao's sect is immensely powerful. If I could earn his favor, would my path in cultivation not become smooth sailing?" She resolved to seize this opportunity and win the Grand Elder's goodwill. Yet, Xin Yuanqin did not even spare her a glance, treating her as though she were invisible. The master of Huayang, well aware of Xin Yuanqin's temperament, brushed it off and turned his attention back to Bai Ying. "Bai Ying, present the chaos celestial spirit pill," he insisted. "Not only do I stand here, but so does your master, alongside the Grand Elder of Lingshao's sect. The pill must be surrendered, whether you like it or not." Bai Ying smiled knowingly. "If I recall correctly, I won that pill myself, which seems to have nothing to do with Huayang's sect. What justification do you have for demanding it now?" The master of Huayang scoffed. "Do I need a reason to want this item? Is the size of my fist not reason enough? I warn you, I lack the patience to linger here any longer. You would do well to hand over the chaos celestial spirit pill promptly. Are you not afraid to possess something that does not belong to you?" With that, the master of Huayang reached out once more, attempting to seize the pill. His hand was infused with tremendous spiritual power, a force so overwhelming it seemed capable of obliterating everything in its path. Unlike the opponents Bai Ying had previously faced, the master of Huayang was a genuine nascent soul cultivator, his strength vastly superior. As he reached for her, it felt as though the very fabric of space would tear apart. However, just as the master of Huayang was about to make contact with Bai Ying, a hand suddenly descended from above, striking him with immense force. The sound of a thunderous impact echoed as the master of Huayang was forcefully knocked to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The sheer force created a deep crater in the earth, leaving those present in stunned silence. The master of Huayang raised his head in disbelief. It was Xin Yuanqin who had intervened. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Brother Chen, what are you doing?" Zhenren Qinhua also turned to Xin Yuanqin, questioning, "Brother Chen, what is the meaning of this?" Xin Yuanqin's gaze was frigid as he regarded them, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. He slightly raised his chin, as if looking down upon a swarm of insects. "Who said I was on your side?" The members of Huayang's sect could scarcely believe their ears. How could Xin Yuanqin possibly side with Bai Ying? Bai Ying quickly bowed respectfully to Xin Yuanqin, saying, "Thank you, Senior Xin Yuan. Why are you being so polite, my young friend Bai Ying? I should be the one expressing gratitude." In stark contrast to his earlier indifference towards Ruan Xinro, Xin Yuanqin's tone now radiated warmth. He then turned his gaze towards the individuals from Huayang's sect, his expression dripping with disdain as he remarked, "I recall that Zhenren Lingxi was a man of utmost integrity. When he founded Huayang's sect, he vowed never to engage in actions that contravene the dictates of heaven and conscience. It appears that you lot are blatantly disregarding his wishes, having lost all sense of decency." The members of Huayang's sect were left reeling, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, their faces ashen. The master of Huayang's face flushed crimson. "You are not here for Ruan Xinro, of course not. What is she worth?" Xin Yuanqin had not even heard of Ruan Xinro's name until today, and that was only because of her despicable actions towards Bai Ying. "I am nothing like you fools who cannot distinguish between a pearl and a fisheye, willing to forsake Bai Ying for Ruan Xinro. It is utterly laughable." Ruan Xinro's complexion shifted between red and pale. The master of Huayang's expression darkened further, yet he consoled himself internally. "You know nothing. Bai Ying may appear formidable now, but Ruan Xinro is destined to become the most powerful cultivator in the future. One day, she will surely trample you beneath her feet." However, such thoughts could only remain in his mind. At this moment, he was left utterly humiliated by Xin Yuanqin's blow, feeling thoroughly disheveled. With several disciples from their sect present, including his own son, Xin Yuanqin had shown him no mercy. The master of Huayang's hatred for Bai Ying intensified, surpassing even the resentment he felt when she had defeated Ying Ran. Indeed, a genius who had severed ties with her sect was better off perishing. Otherwise, once she grew powerful, she would undoubtedly bring calamity. Now that Bai Ying was without a faction, the master of Huayang figured the master of Lingxiao could not protect her forever, as long as he did not associate with Bai Ying. He would find a way to eliminate her. At this moment, the master of Huayang clearly harbored murderous intent towards Bai Ying. Yet, just then, Xin Yuanchun unexpectedly addressed Bai Ying, saying, "Bai Ying, would you be willing to join my Lingxiao sect and become my direct disciple?" After a brief glance at the master of Huayang, he added, "You are currently without a sect, lacking the protection of a major clan. It is inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals may take advantage of this. If you were to join my sect, from that day forth, all members of our sect would protect you. I dare say, who would still dare to lay a finger on you?" Chapter 52. What you covet like a treasure. She does not care for it. As Xin Yuanqin's words settled in, the master of Huayang fell into a stunned silence, and all present gasped in astonishment. In this region of Zhengzhou, Xin Yuanqin was the sole cultivator of the transformation stage, the pinnacle of existence. Even within Lingxiao sect, countless individuals yearned to become his disciple. Yet, everyone knew that Xin Yuanqin never took disciples, at most offering guidance to those cultivators. No one could have anticipated that he would openly express his desire to take Bai Ying as his disciple. What extraordinary fortune had befallen her? The disciple that Huayang's sect discarded was now being claimed by Lingxiao's sect, rising to become the direct disciple of the formidable Xin Yuanqin. This was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face for them. Xin Yuanqin's words were even more cutting. What did he mean by "it is inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals may take advantage of this"? The master of Huayang was filled with seething hatred. He was effectively being compared to a villain. Zhenren Qinhua's countenance grew dark and obscure. He had never liked Bai Ying and had long wished to expel her from the sect. Yet now that she had been chosen as Xin Yuanqin's direct disciple, he found himself discomfort. He recalled how, whenever Bai Ying had something significant to share, she would eagerly rush to him, and each time she acquired something valuable, she would present it to him first. Now she was about to become someone else's disciple, and right before his eyes. Zhenren Qinhua's brow furrowed deeply. Bai Ying, however, had already bowed before Xin Yuanqin, saying, "Respected master, please accept this disciple's bow." Xin Yuanqin let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent. This is my great fortune." The fact that such a powerful figure as Xin Yuanqin had taken Bai Ying as his disciple, and rather than proclaiming it as her fortune, he claimed it as his own great luck, was remarkable. He even cast a mocking glance at the people of Huayang's sect, stating, "How fortunate you are to have such an exceptional disciple. I must extend my gratitude to those of Huayang's sect. Your short-sightedness has cost you dearly, for a disciple as rare as her is exceedingly hard to come by." Xin Yuanqin spoke with genuine sincerity. The members of Huayang's sect were truly oblivious to how extraordinary Bai Ying was. With her unparalleled alchemical skills, there was no one in Zhengzhou, or even the entire world, who could compare. That they would expel someone of her caliber from their sect was utterly unfathomable. It had only benefited Lingxiao's sect. Bai Ying gazed at the chaos celestial spirit pill in her hand, fully aware that possessing it with her current abilities would undoubtedly attract endless troubles. In truth, she did not particularly need this pill. In her previous life, she had already transcended to the transformation stage, a formidable hurdle that posed extreme challenges to ordinary cultivators, yet for her, it was merely a trivial matter. This elixir could at most aid her in enhancing her abilities slightly. However, she was resolute in her determination not to bestow it upon Master Qinhua again. Thus, Bai Ying unexpectedly extended the elixir to Xin Yuanqin, proclaiming, "Master, this elixir is a token of my respect and a gift for your guidance." Upon hearing this, Xin Yuanqin burst into hearty laughter. It was his first time accepting a disciple, and he had yet to present a gift to her. Yet she was already offering him one. "I am no petty man who covets the spoils of his disciple. Keep this elixir for yourself," he remarked, an unmistakable jab at Master Qinhua. Instantly, Qinhua's expression darkened. His fingers clenched tightly. In response, Xin Yuanqin produced a top-tier heavenly artifact and presented it to Bai Ying. "This is a gift from your master," he said. "This sword is named Frostfall, discovered by me in a hidden realm. I have carried it for many years and found it quite useful. but now I bestow it upon you." Even Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback by the quality of this artifact. Such an item was invaluable, nearly impossible to acquire. Throughout both her past and present lives, she had never received such a precious gift. The finest offering she had ever received from Master Qin Hua was a low-grade artifact upon her initiation. Her senior brother, Su Yu, had once crafted a sword for her, after which there had been no further gifts. For the sake of her sect, she had worked diligently over the years, forging countless artifacts. Yet every time something of merit came along, it was gifted to the little junior sister. Their rationale was that since she could craft her own artifacts, why should they gift her any? Little did they know, she had once yearned for them to present her with artifacts, even if they were of the lowest grade, at that moment, as Bai Ying accepted this extraordinarily precious artifact. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Having long practiced the path of indifference, she rarely experienced emotional upheavals. Yet now, she felt an indescribable joy. "Thank you, Master." The way she addressed him brimmed with sincerity, completely dispelling her earlier reluctance to acknowledge Xian Yuanchen as her master. Xian Yuanchen, clearly pleased with her calling him master, recalled how Bai Ying had intended to give him the Chaos Heavenly Spirit Elixir. Understanding her apprehension that it might become a hot potato, he advised, "If you fear that others may covet this elixir, simply treat it like candy. Having already transcended to the transformation stage, I possess knowledge of certain secret methods for breaking through. I shall personally assist you when the time comes." Though he spoke thus, he discreetly transmitted a message to Bai Ying through secret means, urging her to safeguard the elixir and feign having consumed it. Bai Ying couldn't help but chuckle at the old man. "Then I shall ask Master to protect me." "Very well." Xian Yuanchun thumped his chest. "I shall guard you here. Let us see who dares to seize it." To his astonishment, Bai Ying genuinely swallowed the elixir in one gulp. In an instant, a torrent of potent spiritual energy surged forth from her being, sweeping through the air like a tempest. The energy was immensely concentrated, shimmering with brilliance, as if a mysterious force danced within. The members of Huayang's sect watched in horror as Bai Ying squandered such a treasure. That was a 9th-grade elixir capable of breaking through to the transformation stage. To consume it in such a manner was sheer waste. The sect leader of Huayang slammed his thigh in frustration, nearly crying out. Had he known this would transpire, he would have concealed his eagerness earlier. Bai Ying would not have dared to consume the elixir so recklessly if she were not intimidated by its potential consequences. Xian Yuanchen was equally taken aback by Bai Ying's audacity. However, he could not help but exclaim with delight, "Excellent! Such courage!" In his eyes, this was a testament to Bai Ying's unwavering confidence in her ability to transcend to the transformation stage. The fools of Huayang's sect regarded it as a treasure worth seizing. Yet Bai Ying was utterly unperturbed. Chapter 53. Will Bai Ying truly not return? Now that the elixir had been consumed, Bai Ying did not immediately refine it. Instead, she suppressed its potency. The elixir's power exceeded her expectations, and she needed to find a tranquil place to properly refine it. "Master, we may depart now." Seeing that Bai Ying had already ingested the Chaos Heavenly Spirit Elixir, the sect leader of Huayang, devoid of any further aspirations, furiously swept his sleeves and departed. Master Qin Hua followed suit, leading Ruan Exine row away. One by one, people trickled out, leaving only Su Yu behind. Enveloped in disbelief, a wave of profound loss intertwined with pain engulfed him, wrapping around him entirely. You could hardly fathom the reality unfolding before him. It felt as if he were ensnared in a disconcerting dream. The worst kind of nightmare. Yet even when he struck himself across the face twice, he failed to awaken from this torment, remaining trapped within it. His cheeks burned with pain. Could anything be more terrifying? What he deemed a nightmare was not a dream but a stark, unadulterated reality. Su Yu slowly made his way to Bai Ying's residence, his heart heavy with regret. He knew all too well that the house was dilapidated. Yet he had never taken the initiative to remedy the situation. Ever since Bai Ying had opted not to exchange with Ruan Exine Rou, he had ceased to pay attention. He had always assumed that Bai Ying would remain as she had been, accepting everything. Yet he forgot that once disappointment accumulated sufficiently, she would no longer wish to endure it. Su lamented. If only he had arranged for Bai Ying to have better accommodations earlier. Perhaps she would not have chosen to leave. As he approached her residence, he found it desolate. Bai Ying had taken all her belongings, leaving nothing behind to evoke memories. However, suddenly, Su Yu's gaze landed upon a sword hanging on the wall, and his complexion turned ashen. In the emptiness of the house, this sword stood out starkly. It was intentionally left behind by Bai Ying, yet it had once been her most treasured possession. It was the very sword she held dear. Even dreaming of embracing it at night, Su Yu felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if someone had thrust a knife deep into him. This sword was forged by him during Bai Ying's first attempt at swordplay. Bai Ying had later excelled in crafting, and this sword had played an essential role in her journey. She adored it so much that when Su Yu crafted it, the little rice dumpling had perched on a small stool beside him. Watching intently, she had expressed her desire to forge a weapon as formidable as her senior brother's. Eventually, she did become remarkably skilled, producing the finest weapons in their peak. Su vividly remembered the day the sword was completed. Bai Ying had been overjoyed, hopping with excitement and showcasing her treasure to anyone who would look. She declared that her senior brother treated her best. She even remarked that seeing the sword was akin to seeing her senior brother, promising to cherish it for a lifetime. Yet now, she had forsaken it, leaving it behind. She no longer desired him as her senior brother. Tears streamed down Su Yu's face as an indescribable sense of powerlessness washed over him. He remained seated in a daze until Qin Zijin arrived, assisting Lu Qingyu. Qin Zijin had just emerged from the cliff of reflection and was unaware of the events that had transpired. Upon witnessing Lu Qingyu's state, he seethed with anger, intending to confront Bai Ying to apologize. This Bai Ying is becoming increasingly petty. It was merely a bit of spiritual energy. Why couldn't she lend it to you? I'll speak with her. She must concede. Lu Qingyu swore an oath never to see Bai Ying again, prompting Qin Zijin to devise a plan to blindfold him, as long as he could not see Bai Ying. It should not constitute a breach of his vow. However, when they hastened to the scene, they were met with an empty abode. Bai Ying's cherished crafting tools were nowhere to be found. Qin Zijin furrowed his brow, approaching Su Yu with confusion. Where is Bai Ying? Su Yu sat there in despair, slowly replying, she has left. Where has she gone? To their astonishment, Su Yu uttered, she has departed from the sect, never to be a member of Huayang sect again. Qin Zijin was utterly stunned, unable to believe she out of her mind. Last time, she insisted on practicing the path of indifference, and now she has betrayed her sect. What is she trying to accomplish? That is because Su recounted the events leading up to this moment. He had not witnessed it firsthand, but had overheard discussions on his way here, piecing together the narrative. Lu Qingyu leaned against a nearby pillar, bitterly laughing. His resentment towards Yuan Xianro grew immensely. Qin Zijin, however, remained skeptical. Impossible, he shouted defiantly. It must be Bai Ying's fault. Little junior sister would never act this way. Surely, little junior sister sought Bai Ying's assistance. And when Bai Ying refused, little junior sister turned to fourth senior brother for help. If little junior sister claimed she wanted Bai Ying to be a puppet for life, it must have been said in anger. Just like me, I have uttered many angry words, but my heart does not truly feel that way. Qin Zijin continued to defend Yuan Xianro, oblivious to the derision etched on Lu Qingyu's face. He feigned indifference, shouting, if Bai Ying wishes to leave, let her. We still have little junior sister. I shall treat her twice as well from now on. Unlike Bai Ying, who is heartless, abandoning us without a second thought. Although Qin Zijin spoke in such a manner, his heart ached terribly. His fingers pounded against the wall in frustration. This wretch, how could she leave? What was so wrong with her here? Is it our wrongdoing towards her? Qin Zijin suddenly halted at this thought. He indeed had not treated Bai Ying well. Previously, when Xiao Yu sought her out to teach Bai Ying a lesson, he had allied with Xiao Yu to set a trap for Bai Ying, resulting in her great humiliation. However, that was merely his attempt to vent his little junior sister's grievances. Bai Ying, in truth, was rather petty. Qin Zijin clenched his hands tightly, mentally recounting Bai Ying's shortcomings to alleviate his own discomfort. Yet, aside from his little junior sister's frequent complaints about Bai Ying, she had not wronged him in any significant way. The magical artifacts he possessed were crafted by Bai Ying, and his garments were sewn by her as well. Even during their last excursion, Bai Ying had meticulously prepared a variety of magical artifacts and talismans for him, stating that it would allow her to feel more at ease. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow surged within Qin Zijin. How had he failed to recognize these acts of kindness from Bai Ying before? He had merely thought it was her duty. With a hint of grievance, Qin Zijin turned to Su Yu. Hoping for a swift rebuttal, Bai Ying had previously destroyed the spatial artifact intended for him right before his eyes, and he had held onto that grievance ever since. While at the thought-reflection cliff, he had resolved that upon his return, he would demand an apology from Bai Ying and insist on receiving another spatial artifact. Otherwise, he would never forgive her. Yet now, he found it unnecessary to voice such sentiments, as Bai Ying had already departed. Qin Zijing's eyes suddenly welled with tears, his nose tinged with a burning sensation. He had grown accustomed to Bai Ying's constant, meticulous care. Now that it was abruptly gone, he felt an overwhelming emptiness. Even a deception would suffice. But Su Yu merely lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Qin Zijing sensed his heart growing cold. It couldn't be. Bai Ying would not truly leave. She had promised to look after them for a lifetime. Suddenly, Qin Zijing pushed Su Yu aside and soared through the skies toward Lingxiao sect on his sword. He could not bear her departure. Upon Bai Ying's arrival at Lingxiao sect with Xianyuan Chun, the sect's members were already gathered at the entrance, ready to welcome her. The sect leader, Master Yu Xiao, could hardly contain his joy. It was indeed astonishing that such a talent had been forsaken by Huayang sect. He approached Bai Ying, speaking gently, "From now on, you shall be a disciple of Lingxiao sect. This will be your home. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform your master. If he proves stingy, come to me, and I will ensure he provides you with everything you desire." Xianyuan Chen furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "How could I possibly be stingy? I have finally taken in such an excellent disciple. How could I treat her poorly?" Master Yu Xiao chuckled, handing Bai Ying a vial of elixir. "This is Yusue pill. You may consume it shortly and soak in the heavenly pool. It will be immensely beneficial for you." Xianyuan Chen hurriedly passed the pill to Bai Ying. "Quickly take it. This is a rare treasure." Bai Ying gazed at the two elders before her. Her heart stirred slightly. She accepted the pill, expressing her gratitude, feeling at a loss for words. This sensation had been absent for quite some time, only emerging before when Ruan Shinro had not yet arrived at the sect. "Go now, child. The spiritual energy in the heavenly pool is abundant. Absorb as much as you can. Though you may experience some discomfort initially, try to stay for as long as possible. It will help cleanse your body of impurities." Bai Ying nodded at Xianyuan Chun and slowly entered the heavenly pool. The moment she stepped into the water, an intense pain engulfed her, as if countless ants were gnawing at every inch of her skin and every bone. Yet, Bai Ying understood that this pain was the miraculous cleansing liquid of the heavenly pool at work, transforming her fundamentally. The benefits of the cleansing liquid were countless. Once her body completed this transformation, she would undoubtedly soar in her cultivation journey, achieving twice the results with half the effort. Reflecting on her past life, Bai Ying felt a wave of emotion. Back then, she had to risk her life repeatedly just to acquire scarce resources, struggling on the brink of death. Yet now, she needed to do nothing, merely having reached the foundation establishment stage to gain access to this heavenly pool. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and appreciation. Regardless of how excruciating the pain was, she could endure it, for she had faced far worse torment. Not long after Bai Ying entered the heavenly pool, other disciples at the foundation establishment stage arrived in succession, stepping into the pool as well. The air was thick with swirling spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise. Bai Ying closed her eyes, casting aside all distractions and concentrating intently on the wondrous workings of the cleansing liquid within her body. An immense tide of spiritual energy surged against her, and she greedily absorbed this precious energy, swiftly operating her cultivation technique to allow the energy to flow smoothly within her. She promptly consumed the Yusue pill, and combined with the residual effects of the chaos celestial spirit pill in her, she resembled a sponge desperately thirsting for moisture, tirelessly absorbing the spiritual energy from both her body and the surroundings. Bai Ying immersed herself entirely in the marvelous transformations brought by the cleansing liquid and the absorption of spiritual power, utterly oblivious to the external circumstances. At that moment, many cultivators also entered the heavenly pool. Yet they could only endure for a few breaths before being overwhelmed by the unbearable pain, fleeing in disarray. These cultivators emerged pale-faced, their eyes filled with anguish and helplessness, utterly incapable of withstanding the brutal pain and force of the cleansing liquid. In stark contrast, Bai Ying seemed to inhabit a wondrous realm, relishing every moment. She voraciously absorbed spiritual energy, akin to a famished individual encountering a lavish feast. As she continued to absorb, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge around her, forming a massive vortex. This vortex grew larger and spun faster, as if it would engulf everything nearby. The powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the vortex drew the attention of surrounding cultivators, who gazed on in astonishment. Master Yuxiao fixated on Bai Ying, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Turning to Xinyuan Chun, he asked, "Do you think she can last a full 2 hours?" Xinyuan Chun stroked his beard, proudly declaring, "You underestimate her. Just look at how effortlessly she navigates this. Not only can she endure 2 hours, but if it weren't for the time constraints of the heavenly pool, I believe she could remain indefinitely." Master Yuxiao chuckled at Xinyuan Chen's protective demeanor, musing, "I wonder how she compares to Jeaner. Who will achieve more breakthroughs?" I recall Jeaner directly advancing to the early golden core stage. He pondered whether Bai Ying could reach a similar level. Xinyuan Chen replied with a smile, "Jeaner is a prodigious talent. Only he has managed to break through to the golden core stage in the heavenly pool. While Bai Ying may not surpass him, I believe she will not lag far behind." Chapter 55. The Qi of Xian Huang. The Jeaner mentioned by Xinyuan Chen is Morong Jin, the son of the sect's second elder. From birth, he exhibited extraordinary signs, possessing an exceedingly rare ice spiritual root. Even before his cultivation journey began, anything he touched would freeze instantly. At the age of 7, he entered the Qi refinement stage. By 14, he achieved full mastery, and at 16, he successfully established his foundation, directly breaking through to the golden core stage upon entering the heavenly pool. Such astonishing talent is indeed a rarity among youths. By comparing Bai Ying to Morong Jin, Master Yuxiao acknowledged her potential. Xinyuan Chun held no illusions that Bai Ying could rival Morong Jin. After all, he had yet to encounter anyone more remarkable than him. Let us see what realm Bai Ying can attain in the heavenly pool. As Xinyuan Chen and Master Yuxiao chatted and laughed, the area became crowded. Even those who had not witnessed Bai Ying's prowess at Huayang sect were already familiar with her name due to Wang Qi's incessant chatter. Ever since Wang Qi hunted the nether spider alongside Bai Ying, he had become her devoted admirer, proclaiming her greatness to everyone. His sister, Wang Miao Miao, had long been displeased with his behavior, feeling it acceptable to admire their own sect's talents, but not those from other sections. At this moment, Wang Qi was brimming with excitement. Bai Ying is bound to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. No, perhaps she will even reach the late stage. Wang Miao Miao looked at him helplessly, thinking to herself, "Give it a rest. Aside from Morong Jin, I have never seen anyone directly break through 2 levels in the heavenly pool, let alone reach the late foundation establishment stage. Just wait and see." Wang Qi asserted confidently. Bai Ying remained motionless in the heavenly pool, continuously absorbing the abundant spiritual energy. The heavenly pool's spiritual aura was so rich that, in addition to the ordinary blue spiritual energy, there was also the formidable Xianhuang Qi. Bai Ying's heart raced. The Xianhuang Qi was far too violent for ordinary cultivators to handle, rendering it impossible to absorb. Generally, cultivators would avoid it, fearing that attempting to absorb it could lead to immediate explosion and death. However, in her past life, during a near-death experience, Bai Ying had dared to absorb the Xianhuang Qi, resulting in a surge of spiritual power that enabled her to defeat a ferocious beast that sought to devour her. Yet after absorbing it, her body nearly ruptured, almost leading to her explosion, and it was only through the frantic operation of various techniques that she managed to find a way to diffuse the energy. Regrettably, the Xianhuang Qi was exceedingly rare. She had not encountered it again since. She had not expected to find so much of it here. Bai Ying immediately employed her divine consciousness to firmly lock onto the mysterious yellow aura, subsequently absorbing it into her own body. In that instant, she felt as though her entire being were on the verge of being torn asunder, as the mysterious yellow energy rampaged through her meridians with an exceedingly domineering demeanor. Bai Ying gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that seemed as if it would rip her apart, while desperately channeling the techniques she had wielded in her past life. Her mind was intensely focused, not daring to relax for even a moment, for she was acutely aware that any misstep could lead to her immediate demise. The techniques surged rapidly, incessantly devouring the mysterious yellow aura. Time was of the essence. While ensuring her body did not explode, she swiftly consumed wave after wave of the mysterious yellow energy. In the face of such treacherous and brutal spiritual power, she remained unperturbed, utilizing the absorbed energy to nourish her own physique, thereby strengthening her corporeal form in the process. Unbeknownst to her, those watching her actions from outside were utterly astonished. What was she doing? Why was she capturing the mysterious yellow aura instead of absorbing spiritual energy? Wasn't that the very energy her master had warned her never to attempt to absorb? I recall that absorbing it would lead to one's body exploding. Even the pinnacle genius of the sect, Murong Jin, had never dared to absorb the mysterious yellow aura. People began to murmur, and Xian Yuanshen's expression grew exceedingly grave. He furrowed his brow and remarked, Bai Ying would not act recklessly. This mysterious yellow aura is not absolutely impossible to absorb, as long as one masters the technique. Yet, despite his words, even he did not dare to attempt the absorption lightly. His gaze was fixed intently on Bai Ying, fearful that she might make a grave error. Wang Miao, with a look of exasperation, turned to Wang Qi and said, Is this the person you hold in such high esteem? I hope she doesn't explode before reaching the later stage of foundation establishment. Everyone frowned as they regarded Bai Ying, perplexed by her actions. Most concerning was the fact that she had not only absorbed one portion of the mysterious yellow aura but had taken in several. Even Xian Yuanshen's expression darkened considerably. He swiftly made his way toward the heavenly pool, anxious to assist Bai Ying should anything go awry. The sect's cultivators were abuzz with chatter, as absorbing even a single portion of the mysterious yellow aura could lead to an explosive demise. Let alone the reckless act of absorbing so many at once. They could almost envision her body bursting apart. Yet, at that moment, Bai Ying, seemingly insatiable, continued to absorb multiple portions of the mysterious yellow aura. Xian Yuanshun could no longer remain still. He leaped into the heavenly pool, intending to help Bai Ying stabilize her condition. However, she was consuming the energy too rapidly and in excessive quantities, causing her body to begin cracking, fissures appearing one after another. In such a state, even he would be powerless to assist her. Was she truly destined to explode? Some in the crowd had closed their eyes, covering their ears. Xian Yuanshen's heart raced with anxiety. Yet, contrary to the grim scenarios they had envisioned, the streams of mysterious yellow aura flowed into Bai Ying's body, not only failing to tear her apart but instead being continuously refined and absorbed. The fissures in her body began to heal almost instantaneously. The once tumultuous energy, upon entering Bai Ying's form, swiftly calmed. A golden radiance emanated from her being, particularly from her dantian, shining brilliantly like the sun. Amidst the flickering light, a powerful aura surged, enveloping Bai Ying in a sacred brilliance, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal presence. She absorbed it, and even managed to restore her body. Even Xian Yuanshen, having lived for 2 millennia, was left speechless in astonishment. He knew Bai Ying was formidable, yet he had never imagined she could truly absorb the mysterious yellow aura. It was simply incredible. After all, that was an uncontrollable energy that no one could absorb. Initially, Bai Ying's absorption speed had not been particularly swift, but as her body underwent the refinement of the mysterious yellow aura, she seemed to undergo a transformation, her absorption rate accelerating rapidly, faster and faster. Xian Yuanshen's breathing quickened. He was genuinely eager to see how many levels Bai Ying could break through in the heavenly pool. Could it be that she would reach the golden core stage? Just like Murong Jin, that was something he had never dared to contemplate. Chapter 56. Astonishing everyone, time continued to flow inexorably. The longer one remained in the heavenly pool, the more intense the pain inflicted upon the body. Within just an hour, the cultivators could no longer endure, emerging one after another. Now, only Bai Ying remained. Among so many, the best achievement was merely breaking through from the early foundation establishment stage to the mid-stage. Others had only refined their bodies slightly, accumulating a bit more spiritual energy. Even so, that one who had broken through a level was the envy of many. What transformation could Bai Ying possibly undergo? All eyes were firmly fixed on her. Upon witnessing Bai Ying's ability to absorb the mysterious yellow aura, Wang Miao had to admit that she indeed possessed some remarkable skills, but there was no way she could surpass Murong Jin. After all, he was the genius among geniuses, a sacred and invincible figure in her eyes. Wang Qi refrained from immediately countering her, instead remaining motionless, watching Bai Ying intently. Would she remain in the heavenly pool for a full 2 hours? Undoubtedly, Xian Yuanshen had already exited the heavenly pool. While the cleansing effects of the pool could cause physical discomfort, that pain paled in comparison to even 1% of the mysterious yellow aura's intensity. Since Bai Ying could absorb the latter, how could she possibly fear the discomfort caused by the heavenly pool? They merely awaited the conclusion of 2 hours to see what level she would reach. As Bai Ying absorbed the mysterious yellow aura, she unexpectedly saw the incense burner she had previously crafted emerge from her dantian, greedily drawing in the energy. Strangely, the incense burner began to show signs of evolution, transforming from its original ancient black color to a brilliant golden hue, its power significantly enhanced. Bai Ying's heart soared with joy. She had not anticipated that the mysterious yellow aura could refine her incense burner artifact. This artifact was not only unafraid of the mysterious yellow aura but seemed to thrive on it. This made matters much easier. She could utilize it to gather the aura and continue absorbing once she exited the heavenly pool. Bai Ying promptly activated the incense burner, drawing in the mysterious yellow aura, while continuously channeling her techniques in an effort to absorb more spiritual energy within the limited time frame. Time ticked away. Xian Yuanchen glanced skyward, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor, stating, "The 2 hours are nearly upon us." As these words left his lips, everyone's eyes widened, fixated on Bai Ying. Was she about to begin her breakthrough? In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd, as if they feared disturbing Bai Ying, even holding their breaths. With a resounding boom, countless vibrant lights erupted from Bai Ying's form, powerful spiritual energy surging forth like a roaring tide. A beam of pure spiritual energy materialized, encasing her entirely in a radiant protective light. This light shot skyward with unyielding determination. An aura of pressure emanated from Bai Ying, one that was characteristic of the mid-foundation establishment stage. She had broken through to the mid-stage. Yet, no one believed that Bai Ying would stop there. Their gazes remained locked upon her. Another, even more dazzling beam of light erupted beside her. This column of light was far more exaggerated and intimidating than the previous one. Its brilliance blinding to the eye. She had risen 2 levels. Ha ha ha. Wang Qi burst into laughter. I told you Bai Ying would reach the later stage of foundation establishment. Even Xian Yuanchun stroked his beard with satisfaction. She truly does not disappoint. The master of Jade Flute was overjoyed, rendered speechless by the accomplishment. This was yet another disciple from their sect who had ascended 2 levels within the heavenly pool. Such a talent, how could it be that Huayang's sect had deemed her unworthy? As he pondered, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Excellent. With this, Bai Ying became the second individual after Morong Jin. A rare talent indeed. Witnessing their reactions, Wang Miao huffed softly, muttering, "So what? No matter how impressive she is, she cannot surpass Morong Jin." Yet, before she could utter her thoughts, she noticed Bai Ying's energy emanating in large quantities once more. The golden beam rapidly coalesced around her. How could this be? Not only Wang Miao but the entire sect was taken aback. Was she about to break through again? Could she, like Senior Morong, directly ascend to the golden core stage? This was simply outrageous. While she had considered the possibility of Bai Ying reaching the later stage of foundation establishment, she had never imagined she could ascend to the golden core stage. Xian Yuanchen fell silent, his heart racing violently. He suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, even more so than when he had personally broken through to the golden core stage. The golden core stage was notoriously difficult to attain. Many had prepared for long periods without success. Morong Jin had received substantial support from the sect's resources to achieve his strength for the golden core breakthrough. But Bai Ying, Xian Yuanchun recalled her treatment within Huang's sect, feeling a pang of sympathy when he had visited her residence. Given her circumstances, did she possess the resources to break through to the golden core stage? However, considering that Bai Ying had previously consumed the Chaos Heavenly Spirit Pill, Xian Yuanchen felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps a miracle could indeed occur. Anticipation filled his gaze. Suddenly, in stark contrast to the previous beams of light, a faint radiance emanated from Bai Ying's body, reminiscent of the first light of dawn. Though this glow was subtle, it harbored boundless hope and potential. Gradually, the light intensified, enveloping Bai Ying within its embrace. At that moment, she appeared to be ensconced in a mysterious cocoon of light. As the luminescence grew stronger, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly towards her. The energy swirled around Bai Ying like a vortex, creating a resonant, whirring sound. Her body trembled slightly as she continued to form seals with her hands. At the center of that brilliance, a powerful force began to coalesce. This force resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with immense explosive power. Finally, in a singular moment, a dazzling beam of light shot skyward, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if it aimed to shake the very valley to its core. She had truly broken through to the golden core stage. A torrent of golden core energy enveloped the surroundings, leaving Wang Qi and the others in disbelief with their mouths agape. Xian Yuanshun looked at Bai Ying with sheer delight. Wang Miao Miao was equally astounded, utterly unable to believe her eyes. Master Yu Xiao, overjoyed, rushed to assist Bai Ying. However, to his astonishment, Bai Ying showed no signs of stopping. Instead, she began gathering spiritual energy once more in that instant. Everyone was rendered speechless. Could it be she intended to break through again? Chapter 57. The entire Ling Shao sect erupts. Even Xian Yuanshun began to tremble. No, it couldn't be. He had only witnessed the most formidable practitioners transition from the early foundation stage to the early golden core stage. An unprecedented feat, yet now, Bai Ying exhibited signs of yet another breakthrough. It was simply unbelievable. Everyone craned their necks to gaze at Bai Ying. Master Yu Xiao was so astonished that his breath quickened, his eyes shining with anticipation. Wang Miao Miao murmured, "Could it be that this individual truly can break through again? How is that even possible?" The corners of Wang Qi's mouth had already curled into a broad smile. As expected of my idol. She's remarkable. She is already on par with Senior Mu Rong, and if she breaks through further, she will surpass him, making her the foremost in our Ling Shao sect. Not a chance, Wang Miao Miao muttered, skeptical that anyone could surpass Mu Rong Jin. But at that moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Bai Ying like a raging tempest, radiating with an unstoppable force. It soared skyward like a resplendent pillar of light, exuding an aura of destruction. Wang Qi could not help but chuckle. You might be in for a disappointment. Indeed, the spiritual energy coalesced around Bai Ying, forming a robust beam of light that far surpassed the previous surge during her foundation stage breakthrough. The air around them warped instantaneously, as if the very fabric of space could scarcely endure the onslaught of such terrifying spiritual energy, producing chilling resonances. Master Yu Xiao was profoundly shaken by the spectacle before him. He had witnessed countless practitioners break through to the golden core stage, yet he had never seen such a magnificent display accompanying a breakthrough like Bai Ying's. This individual was extraordinary. She had truly broken through again, now reaching the mid-golden core stage, eclipsing Mu Rong Jin. Master Yu Xiao marveled inwardly, but before he could finish his thoughts, a luminous barrier formed around Bai Ying, as spiritual energy rapidly converged upon her. At that moment, Master Yu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Xian Yuanqin was completely numbed, his mouth agape in shock. Wang Qi swallowed hard, exclaiming, "My heavens! Is she even human?" He recognized Bai Ying's prowess and had anticipated her to ascend several levels. But he had never fathomed she would be this formidable. Just witnessing it filled him with exhilaration. It was simply astonishing. At that moment, the entire Ling Shao sect was in an uproar. Everyone was repeatedly awestruck by Bai Ying, rendered speechless. All eyes were fixated on her alone. Her form was once again enveloped in radiant golden light, the luminosity sacred and majestic, as if it emanated from the divine realms above. Within this golden light, the soaring beam resembled an indomitable pillar of heaven, safeguarding her within. More astonishingly, a profound dragon's roar reverberated around her, majestic and awe-inspiring. Each wave of sound carried boundless strength, causing the surrounding air to quiver. The interplay of golden light and the dragon's roar made Bai Ying appear as a celestial being descending upon the mortal realm. Upon breaking through to the later golden core stage, she had even elevated her cultivation of the Yanlong Fantian Ju to the 4th level. At this juncture, Bai Ying finally drew in her spiritual power. Master Yu Xiao, his expression brimming with excitement, gazed at her in awe. She had directly advanced from the early foundation stage to the later golden core stage, an unprecedented feat in the history of their sect. Xian Yuanqin's eyes glimmered with moisture. He had indeed acquired such an exceptional disciple. Truly, heaven had favored him. He approached Bai Ying. "My dear child, your breakthrough to the later golden core stage is nothing short of remarkable." Xian Yuanqin gently patted her shoulder. Clearly elated, Master Yu Xiao beamed with delight. "Bai Ying, you are truly impressive, far exceeding my expectations." "Thank you, Master and sect leader, Bai Ying replied, a smile gracing her lips. In truth, even she had not anticipated ascending through so many levels in succession. The Xian Huang Qi was notoriously volatile and could be lethal. Yet, if one could endure its fervor and subsequently absorb it, the benefits were immeasurable. She owed it all to the heavenly pool. Without it, she could never have achieved such a swift breakthrough to the later golden core stage. Xian Yuanchun smiled at Bai Ying. Do not be modest. The heavenly pool opens once a year, and many foundation stage disciples enter it. Yet, none have achieved such a level of advancement as you in a single go. Xian Yuanqin glanced at Master Yu Xiao, who nodded in agreement. Given your performance today, you will represent our sect in the upcoming trial at the Yuing Valley 3 days hence. Ensure you perform admirably. As soon as Xian Yuanqin's words left his mouth, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This trial was reserved for the most elite disciples of various sects, and the slots were exceedingly limited. All disciples participating would receive generous rewards, and the first prize was the coveted inheritance treasure of the valley, something every disciple yearned for. Now, Bai Ying, having just arrived at their Ling Xiao sect, had secured a chance to participate in the Yuing Valley trial, eliciting envy and admiration from everyone. Yet, they understood that, based on Bai Ying's remarkable display today and her current cultivation, awarding her this opportunity was entirely justified. He was utterly disheartened. Even now, he could scarcely believe that Bai Ying had severed ties with the Huayang sect and become a disciple of the Ling Xiao sect. That scoundrel! Did she think that by joining the Ling Xiao sect, she would be treated well? With her poor temperament and jealousy, there was no way anyone would take a liking to her. Heaven forbid she ends up cast out, homeless. At that point, their sect would not welcome her back either. Even if she begged him, he would not assist her. But within the sect, his senior brothers and sisters were absent. He casually approached a servant who was cleaning and inquired, "Where did everyone go?" The sect leader called them all over, saying he would mobilize the entire sect to assist Ruan Xian Ro in breaking through to the golden core stage. Qin Zijin was taken aback, not expecting the sect leader to hold Ruan Xian Ro in such high regard. However, it was for the best. Chapter 58. Ruan Xian Ro breaks through to the false Dan realm. The more Qin Zijin thought about it, the angrier he became. That insufferable Bai Ying was truly beyond the pale. How could she be so petty? Little sister hadn't wronged her in any way. She merely asked for assistance in participating in the Zhanyao Tower Challenge. Yet Bai Ying made such a fuss over something so trivial and chose to leave the sect. She would surely regret it. The more Qin Zijin pondered, the more furious he felt. Not only had he failed to see anyone, but he had also been mocked by several gatekeepers. They claimed that their sect members were foolish for not wanting Bai Ying and instead favoring Ruan Xian Ro. They knew nothing. Little sister was far superior to Bai Ying. What was so great about Bai Ying being able to use some sort of Ling Shi Pasu slash? Qin Zijin muttered incessantly. No matter how formidable, she is merely at the early foundation stage. Once little sister breaks through to the golden core stage, Bai Ying will be nothing. With that, Qin Zijin hurried towards the sect's Tianshu Hall. As the servant had mentioned that several individuals from their sect had been summoned there by the sect leader, this moment, the sect leader had not only summoned those from Ruan Xian Ro's sect, but also gathered all the elders of the Ling Xiao sect to collectively assist Ruan Xian Ro in breaking through to the golden core stage. The elders were initially skeptical, but upon hearing Master Qin Hua's prophetic dream that Ruan Xian Ro would eventually break through to the void refining stage, they immediately felt reassured. After all, a void refining stage practitioner had never appeared in the central state region. Should one emerge, their sect would undoubtedly ascend to the top of the central state. At that point, wouldn't all sects have to heed their commands? The gathered individuals willingly infused their spiritual energy into Ruan Xian Ro's body. Meanwhile, the patriarch generously poured his long-treasured spiritual elixirs into a vast pool, subsequently gesturing for Ruan Shinro to step into it. That moment, even Ruan Shinro herself was astonished beyond belief. She was acutely aware of her mediocre aptitude, yet never anticipated being bestowed with such an abundance of precious resources. System, look, am I not impressive? They are willing to invest so much in me. Ruan Shinro boasted in her heart, reveling in her perceived superiority. The system, equally astonished, encouraged her. You must strive harder now. With Bai Ying absent, this is your perfect opportunity to take her place. Realizing the gravity of the moment, Master Qin Hua approached Ruan Shinro with a solemn expression, advising her to diligently cultivate, declaring, We shall spare no effort to assist you in breaking through to the golden core stage. A smile involuntarily crept across Yuan Shinro's lips, her heart brimming with joy as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Master." His words prevented her fortune value from plummeting further. Ambition sparkled in her eyes as she envisioned the glory that awaited her upon breaking through to the golden core stage. She was utterly fed up with being trampled under by Ying's heel. Once she ascended to the golden core stage, she could cast Ying aside and leave those who once favored her in utter disbelief. The onlookers were channeling their spiritual energy into Yuan Shinro, while the elixirs within the pool were freely available for her absorption. The patriarch, in his fervor to ensure her breakthrough to the golden core stage, recklessly provided her with a golden core pill, an elixir meticulously crafted for this very purpose, typically reserved as rewards for exceptionally meritorious disciples. Now, however, he had laid all his resources bare before her. After bestowing the pill upon Yuan Shinro, he immediately transmitted his own power to her. With such an outpouring of support, it was indeed a simple feat for Yuan Shinro to advance from the early to the late stages of foundation building. However, transcending to the golden core stage could not merely rely on external forces. She needed to possess sufficient internal energy as well. Yuan Shinro diligently circulated her techniques, striving for a decisive breakthrough. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, reverberating through the air. All gazes fixated on Yuan Shinro, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Had she succeeded in breaking through to the golden core stage? Anxiety rippled through the crowd, tension thickening the atmosphere. Yet, the formidable pressure of the golden core stage did not manifest as expected. The air continued to resonate with the energy of the late foundation building stage. Disappointment echoed through the crowd. A flicker of dismay appeared in the patriarch's eyes, yet he quickly composed himself and assured Yuan Shinro gently, "It's all right. Breaking through to the golden core stage is no simple task that I too failed on my first attempt many years ago. Just keep trying." With that, he instructed everyone present to continue channeling their spiritual energy into Yuan Shinro. An unceasing stream of energy flowed from the assembly, akin to countless lively streams converging into her being. Yuan Shinro gritted her teeth, persisting in her cultivation. Yet, after multiple attempts, each one ended in failure. The elders present began to harbor doubts in their gazes. Could someone with such mediocre abilities truly ascend to the void refinement stage? Some even questioned Master Qin Hua. Could your vision have been flawed? Did you perhaps misinterpret whom you dreamt of? Master Qin Hua furrowed his brows. That is impossible. I clearly dreamt of Yuan Shinro. The patriarch's countenance darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he commanded, "We shall continue." At this point, some elders could no longer contain their frustrations. "Haven't we already tried numerous times? Must we persist?" In 3 days, the trial in the Shadow Valley would commence, with all disciples from various sects participating. To select the most outstanding disciples, all participants would be limited to those under 20 years of age. This declaration steeled the resolve of the elders present. "Very well, let us continue." Among these disciples, aside from the prodigy Morongjin, all others under 20 were merely at the foundation building stage, with the highest being at the pinnacle of foundation building. If Yuan Shinro could break through to the golden core stage, she would undoubtedly dazzle everyone. They resumed channeling spiritual energy into Yuan Shinro. Countless failures passed, until finally a resounding explosion erupted. At last, the aura of the golden core stage emanated from Yuan Shinro. "Success!" the patriarch cried out. With mere hours remaining before the Shadow Valley trial, they had dedicated 3 full days to this endeavor. Time was of the essence. Everyone gazed at Yuan Shinro, exhilaration evident in their expressions. Yet, that golden core aura soon began to wane, transforming into a mingling of the foundation building and golden core energies. A false golden core stage. A hint of disappointment flickered in the patriarch's eyes. Yet it was somewhat mitigated. Not bad. Achieving the false golden core stage at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Master Qin Hua nodded in agreement, acknowledging her accomplishments. After all, aside from Morongjin, no one else had reached such heights before 20. Yes, the patriarch of Huayang exclaimed, "You will undoubtedly astound everyone." All present congratulated the patriarch, except for Su Yu, whose expression was complex. He opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. In truth, utilizing such vast resources to force a breakthrough for any individual, even if not Yuan Shinro, could have been done with another candidate who might require less. Chapter 59. The little junior sister appears to be not as simple as he imagined. Ruan Shinro, having expended an immense amount of resources just to barely ascend to the false golden core stage, was still deemed insignificant by any cultivator's standards. Yet, the patriarch of Huayang felt an immense sense of pride. He reflected on the sects throughout the central continent, acknowledging that very few disciples under 20 had achieved the late foundation building stage, let alone the false golden core stage. Aside from Morong Jin, the rest were merely at the foundation building stage. Even Bai Ying was only at the early foundation stage. When you appear at the trial, you will undoubtedly shine. This trial represents the face of our Huayang sect. And you must strive to secure the top position, ideally obtaining that coveted treasure trove. It will significantly enhance your strength. Ruan Shinro nodded enthusiastically, already envisioning the astonished faces of those present when she revealed her newfound prowess. They could never fathom that in just 3 days, she had risen from the early foundation stage to the false golden core stage. The mere thought brought a smile to her lips. Suyu, like the other elders, had tirelessly channeled spiritual energy into Ruan Shinro and now felt utterly exhausted. After the patriarch's remarks, he mustered the strength to retrieve some materials regarding the Shadow Valley trial from his spatial ring, intending to show them to Ruan Shinro. These were resources he had procured specifically for the trial, yet Ruan Shinro displayed no interest. What is there to see? I've already reached the false golden core stage, surpassing you by 1 realm. It's simply a matter of charging in to achieve a ranking. Suyu, however, was not as optimistic. Morong Jin had already reached the golden core stage, and in the previous 2 trials of the Shadow Valley, he had garnered minimal benefit. The beasts within were vastly different from those they were accustomed to, hailing from regions of the central continent unfamiliar to them, with their habits and powers beyond their comprehension. The materials he had obtained were from the black market. Though incomplete, they might still prove somewhat useful. Seeing Ruan Shinro's lack of concern, he opened the materials before her, hoping to review them together. Yet, Ruan Shinro inquired, "Senior brother, do you think 5th senior sister will attend this trial?" Suyu froze momentarily, a sudden pang of pain striking his heart at the mention of Bai Ying. The thought that 5th junior sister would no longer be his disciple but would instead belong to another sect filled him with discomfort. "She will likely attend," Suyu replied, unable to suppress his melancholy. "Does that mean she represents the Lingxiao sect? After devoting so many years to her cultivation, she will stand for another sect without regard for the one that raised her. How must our master feel?" Ruan Shinro spoke with indignation. "And you know what? This time, she insisted that master choose between us, declaring that it's either her or me. I understand that my cultivation is inferior to hers, and she would contribute more to the sect, but she shouldn't act this way. Thankfully, master chose me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. My skills are lacking, and I won't have other sects vying for me like she does. I might as well throw myself off a cliff." As Ruan Shinro spoke of Bai Ying, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her words clearly hinted to Suyu that Bai Ying was cornering her. Under normal circumstances, Suyu would have stormed over to confront Bai Ying, his disdain for her only growing. Yet now, upon hearing Ruan Shinro's words, he remained silent. For Ruan Shinro was unaware that he had already visited the reflection cliff and encountered Yin Qiliang. In a rare departure from her usual stance, Yin Qiliang had spoken the truth, leaving Suyu with a deeper understanding of the situation. It was evident to him that Bai Ying bore no fault in this matter. How could he blame her when, had he been in Bai Ying's position, he might have acted even more decisively? Thus, he pondered, had the little junior sister's complaints about Bai Ying truly been warranted? Suyu's gaze remained fixed on Ruan Shinro, contemplating the complexities of their situation. Suddenly, it dawned on her that her junior sister might not be as innocent as she had imagined. The dreadful and malicious act she had committed against Bai Ying was shocking. Yet, when it came time to speak, it transformed into a narrative of Bai Ying bullying her. The sect leader had advised Ruan Shinro to act discreetly, to wait until the final moment when vying for the hidden legacy before revealing her formidable strength to astonish everyone. After all, a towering tree attracts the wind, and showcasing one's abilities too early is far from prudent. However, as soon as Ruan Shinro stepped outside, she completely forgot the leader's words and was eager for all of Zhongzhou to know that she had already attained the strength of the false dance stage. Accompanied by her 5 teammates, she soared through the skies on her sword, and upon reaching their destination, she eagerly scanned her surroundings in search of Bai Ying's figure. She could hardly contain her excitement to demonstrate her current prowess to Bai Ying. She resembled a proud peacock, desperate for everyone to acknowledge her breakthrough into the false Dan realm. Once all the young cultivators of Zhongzhou had gathered, Bai dutifully adhered to her master's instruction, suppressing her cultivation to the early foundation establishment stage, aiming to avoid drawing too much attention from formidable opponents during the preliminary trials. The trial in the Shadow Valley was unlike many previous ones. It required not only confronting demonic beasts, but also contending with practitioners from various sections. After all, the legacy treasure was singular, and everyone would exert themselves to the utmost to seize the opportunity for inheritance. Unleashing every technique at their disposal, such a moment, attracting too much attention could lead to becoming a target. Was entirely possible that several individuals could band together to eliminate the strongest cultivator first. When Morongjin had first arrived to participate in the trials, he was besieged by several Peak Foundation establishment experts, who even set up formations to trap him. He had to exert every ounce of his strength to escape that time, narrowly avoiding a catastrophic fate. Thus, Bai Ying had remained exceedingly low-key. When Ruan Shinro encountered Bai Ying, she sensed her aura at the early foundation establishment stage. A glimmer of pride flickered in her eyes as she unleashed her pressure, announcing her status in a silent proclamation. "Sister, it has been a long time." Although she refrained from explicitly stating her advancement to the false dance stage, the oppressive air she exuded clearly conveyed to all that she was now superior to Bai Ying. She assumed that the disciples of Lingxiao sect would undoubtedly be astonished at her rapid rise from early foundation establishment to false Dan within just 3 days, and they would surely regret their choice of Bai Ying. However, the Lingxiao sect members displayed no signs of remorse in her presence. Instead, they regarded her as one might a fool. Ruan Shinro's brows furrowed momentarily, but she quickly dismissed it, reasoning that they had already accepted Bai Ying as their disciple, and any regrets they harbored must be swallowed without a hint of expression. Chapter 60. The trials commence. Upon considering this possibility, Ruan Shinro found it increasingly amusing. What was Bai Ying, after all? Merely at the early foundation establishment stage. How could she possibly compare to her now? She was not one of those foolish demonic beasts that remained stationary for Bai Ying to slay, thus furthering her reputation. Ruan Shinro was far stronger than Bai Ying. She could easily crush her with just a single finger. With this thought, Ruan Shinro intensified the release of her aura, radiating confidence. This display indeed attracted considerable attention, with several male cultivators approaching her, seeking to form teams. Such was the nature of the cultivation world. They cared not for a person's character, only for their strength, which garnered admiration and pursuit. Ruan Shinro reveled in the attention, feeling extraordinarily proud. Meanwhile, Suyu remained profoundly low-key beside her, silent throughout. At that moment, he suddenly spotted Bai Ying, his heart racing with excitement. Just as he intended to greet her, he noticed the renowned Morongjin approaching Bai Ying as well. "You must be the new junior sister Bai Ying. I am Morongjin. You may call me senior brother." Upon hearing Morongjin's words, Bai Ying quickly called out, "Senior brother, I have long admired your reputation." Morongjin smiled at her. "I have been looking forward to meeting you as well. I will escort you all inside shortly." "Senior brother, are you not joining the trial in the Shadow Valley?" Suyu stood frozen, unable to utter a word to Bai Ying as she walked away with Morongjin. A pang of bitterness surged within him. She was undeniably his 5th junior sister, yet she now addressed others as senior brothers. In the past, he had always led her into the trials, but now, she was walking away without a word to him. He felt an overwhelming sadness wash over him. Beside him, Qin Zijing's expression was one of indignation. "What does this mean? She sees us but pretends not to, not even offering a greeting. Is she trying to act as though we are invisible?" Bai Ying is truly too much. Meanwhile, Ruan Shinro remained oblivious to the emotions of the two, for upon hearing Morongjin's decision not to participate in the trial, her eyes sparkled with excitement. The individuals around her from other sects quickly chimed in. "If Morongjin is not going, then the treasure of inheritance is surely yours, Ruan Junior sister. If you obtain that legacy, it will undoubtedly shock all of Zhongzhou." Ruan Shinro covered her mouth, laughing. "Not necessarily. You all have seen how formidable my former senior sister Bai Ying is. She made quite the impression at Huayang sect. She is merely at the early foundation establishment stage. No matter how impressive she was, what does it matter? Within the realm of cultivators, the disparity in cultivation levels is most pronounced. A mere early foundation establishment cultivator cannot compare to someone who has reached the fall stand stage, let alone someone like me at the late foundation establishment stage, who could easily overwhelm her. The speaker evidently held Bai Ying in low regard. Few had witnessed Bai Ying's prowess at Huayang sect, and many were unaware of her true capabilities. Moreover, with Ruan Shinro already at the fall stand stage, they were even less inclined to believe that Bai Ying could surpass her. Ruan Shinro quickly placed her hand over her mouth, anxious to interject, "You mustn't speak so carelessly. My senior sister is not like that." Yet, as she uttered those words, a smile unmistakably graced her lips. Ruan Shinro had entered the trial grounds alongside several of her fellow disciples from Huayang sect. However, once the dizzying sensation faded, she found herself utterly alone in this unfamiliar place. She furrowed her brow, cursing her misfortune for not being teleported with her sect members. She suddenly noticed a vast array of spirit herbs before her. Although she was unaware of their specific types, her eyes lit up at the sight. The herbs exuded a fragrant aroma, rich with medicinal properties, clearly not of ordinary quality. She hurriedly crouched down, diligently gathering the herbs, expending considerable effort before completing her task. Just then, she spotted a group of cultivators ahead and quickly made her way toward them. After all, in the early stages of the trial, it was wise to avoid solitary encounters. If demonic beasts appeared, it would be prudent to let others engage first. Despite already being at the fall stand stage, Ruan Shinro maintained a mindset of the weak, lacking any intention of confronting demonic beasts herself. However, as she approached the group of cultivators, she unexpectedly saw Bai Ying among them. "Senior sister?" Ruan Shinro exclaimed with excitement as she approached Bai Ying, intending to showcase the contrast in their strengths to those present. Yet, just as she drew near, Bai Ying suddenly called out, "Don't come any closer. Drop the herbs in your hands." Taken aback, Ruan Shinro responded, "Senior sister, what do you mean? I just worked hard to gather these." Tears welled in her eyes as she implored, "Senior sister, I know you dislike me. If you want these herbs, just say so. There's no need to trick me into discarding them, only to take them for yourself." Chapter 61. Kind words fall on deaf ears with a single utterance. Ruan Shinro painted Bai Ying as a deceitful character, one who would coax her into discarding her hard-earned herbs only to stealthily claim them for herself. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators shifted to one of intrigue. Some even stepped forward to defend Ruan Shinro, saying, "Fellow cultivator, those herbs appear harmless. Why do you speak such words?" Qin Zijing hurried over to Bai Ying, stating, "I know you have a dislike for our junior sister, but you can't treat her this way. She worked hard to gather those herbs. You can't just dismiss them with a word." Having been teleported alongside Bai Ying, he had initially felt awkward about speaking to her, but had not anticipated that she would continue to bully the junior sister upon seeing her. Frustration bubbled within him. He was tempted to position himself protectively in front of Ruan Shinro and chastise Bai Ying thoroughly. Bai Ying regarded him with a look of incredulity. The herb in question, known as beast-attracting grass, was specifically aimed at luring high-level demonic beasts. By collecting such herbs, she was unwittingly inviting a flood of demonic beasts to attack. This revelation caused gasps among the onlookers. "If that's the case, then you must discard those herbs immediately. Don't be a danger to us. Yes, hurry and throw them away. Do you wish to bring disaster upon us? If you don't understand, don't recklessly gather herbs you know nothing about." Ruan Shinro had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events, her complexion paling instantly. All she heard in Huayang sect was adulation. When had she ever faced such accusations? Even when her intentions to turn Bai Ying into a mere puppet were uncovered, her master stood protectively before her, shielding her from blame. The sect leader even assisted her in breaking through to the false Dan realm. With her current high level of cultivation, she should have been the center of attention, garnering praise from everyone during the trials. Yet now, merely due to two remarks from Bai Ying, the crowd had turned their ire towards her. What was this so-called beast-attracting herb? She refused to believe it. On the way here, Suyu had incessantly recited the contents of the materials he purchased. Although Ruan Shinro paid little heed, she still caught snippets of it. She had never heard of this so-called beast-attracting herb. It was undoubtedly a fabrication born out of Bai Ying's jealousy over her superior cultivation. The more Ruan Shinro pondered, the angrier she became. And she strode directly before the crowd, addressing them. As she spoke, Ruan Shinro's eyes reddened, and she produced the spiritual herb in her hand. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourselves. This herb is rich in aroma and brimming with spiritual energy. It is clearly no ordinary item. I am willing to offer it to each of you." The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to trust. Qin Zijing quickly stepped forward. "You may not know, but Bai Ying, during her time in our Huayang sect, was a master of deceit, always bullying the younger disciples. Even after being expelled by our master, she remains unrepentant. Do not be swayed by her." Qin Zijing's words, coupled with Ruan Xinrou's willingness to share her herb, began to sway many in favor of Ruan Xinrou. At that moment, several cultivators stepped forward. "This herb indeed looks quite impressive. It does not resemble what Bai Ying described. Yes, I see no issues with this herb. The real problem lies with those who harbor ill intentions." One cultivator named Yuan Shiji, standing beside Ruan Xinrou, derisively remarked to Bai Ying, "You coveted her herb and concocted this tale. Have you no shame? If you truly love herbs, why not seek them out yourself?" Another chimed in, "Why search for them when one can benefit without effort? Moreover, she has been expelled from Huayang sect and surely harbors resentment towards Ruan Shimi, which is why she would lie to slander her." Gratefully, Ruan Xinrou distributed the spiritual herb to each person present. The crowd's support for her grew ever stronger. Ruan Xinrou, with a sense of pride, cast a glance at Bai Ying, as if to flaunt her triumph in winning over everyone. Once again, she emerged victorious. Just as in Huayang sect, she would always prevail. Even though Bai Ying had left the sect, she would remain a formidable obstacle, an insurmountable mountain for Bai Ying. Ruan Xinrou felt it would not be long before she completely replaced Bai Ying, usurping all of her fortune. "Go further win the crowd's favor," she exclaimed. "I found more of these spiritual herbs where I gathered this one. Let me take you all there." Upon hearing this, the crowd beamed with delight, their allegiance now firmly tilted towards Ruan Xinrou. "Ruan Shimi is so generous, unlike some who only wish to hoard. Ruan Shimi, you are truly wonderful." Bai Ying observed the throng surrounding Ruan Xinrou and shook her head, feeling as though she were gazing at a gathering of fools. These simpletons failed to consider why so many spiritual herbs grew in that area without ordinary beasts to harvest them. It was precisely because these herbs attracted higher-tier beasts. It was truly futile to offer reason to these ignorant souls. If they desired their own demise, so be it. She would not accompany them. "Suit yourselves, I am leaving." With that, Bai Ying turned to depart. However, at that moment, Qin Zijing unexpectedly dashed in front of her, blocking her path. "You shall not leave. Apologize to the younger disciple at once." Qin Zijing still believed Bai Ying to be the same pliable figure of the past. Back then, whenever the younger disciple was displeased, they would pressure Bai Ying into apologizing. Even when it was not her fault, she had apologized to Ruan Xinrou on several occasions to maintain harmony among the sect. Now, Qin Zijing assumed it would be the same. Yet Bai Ying paid him no mind, directly pushing his hand aside with her sword and continuing forward. "You dare?" Qin Zijing exclaimed. "If you do not apologize today, I will not let you pass." He even drew his sword. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and was flung several meters away, crashing to the ground with a loud thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Zijing could hardly believe it. Bai Ying had raised her leg and delivered a brutal kick to his chest. Her cold voice rang out, "Fool, if you wish for death, do not obstruct me with that." She strode away. Qin Zijing's head buzzed. Bai Ying had never treated him this way before. Was this truly Bai Ying? How could she act so towards him? Chapter 62. How could there be so many beasts since entering the sect? Qin Zijing had never been treated this way by Bai Ying. She had always cared for him, ensuring he never bore the burdens of laborious tasks. Even when he erred, she would take the punishment in his stead, never wanting him to suffer even the slightest harm. Except for that last time when he had wounded her with a sword, provoking her wrath, Bai Ying had never shown anger towards him. Qin Zijing had always believed Bai Ying to still be the same, unwilling to see him hurt. Yet he never anticipated her kicking him with such force to his chest. Did she know how much that kick hurt? His eyes reddened, his heart aching. He still could not believe that Bai Ying would treat him this way. He pressed his hand tightly against his chest. How could she? Qin Zijing called out to Bai Ying's retreating figure. Yet she showed no sign of stopping, appearing utterly indifferent, even summoning her sword to fly away. In an instant, she was gone. Qin Zijing stood there, dazed, feeling a deep sense of anguish, unable to articulate his feelings. That wretched girl! Anger and frustration surged within him, but more than that, he felt a sense of grievance. He could not comprehend how Bai Ying had transformed into this version of herself. Ruan Xinro, recognizing this as an opportune moment to win over Qin Zijing, quickly approached him. Sixth senior brother, do not be upset. The senior sister has always been like this. You know that. Look, there are so many spiritual herbs over there. Shall we go gather them together? Qin Zijing nodded and stood up. Ruan Shimi, you are the best. Compared to you, Bai Ying is nothing. He rambled on about Bai Ying's faults, as if it were the only way to alleviate his distress. When I see the eldest senior brother, I must tell him just how terrible Bai Ying is, to prevent him from constantly thinking of her. That wretched girl not only sought to deceive the younger disciple into relinquishing her herbs, but also kicked me in a fit of rage when her deceit was uncovered. She has truly gone too far. Listening to Qin Zijing's words, Ruan Xinro wore a smug smile. She led him to the patch of spiritual herbs, where each cultivator collected one or two, with their first harvest upon entering the trials. They were all beaming with joy. Ruan Shimi is the best. She shares her good fortune with us. Indeed. Ruan Shimi, shall we form a team? We can share our finds like we just did. Ruan Xinro, having an abundance of spiritual herbs at her disposal, was unconcerned about these. What mattered more to her was her standing in the eyes of the crowd. Thus, she readily agreed, of course. As the group gathered their herbs, someone remarked, but Bai Ying said this was a beast-attracting herb. Where are the beasts? I see none. Indeed. She clearly intended to hoard these herbs for herself. Thankfully, Ruan Shimi exposed her lies. Honestly, I have never heard of any beast-attracting herb in my life. Ruan Xinro smiled with delight. All right, let us not speak of her any longer. However, just then, someone nervously interjected, but what if this really is a beast-attracting herb? What if Bai Ying wasn't lying? Are we in danger? What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Zijing was the first to respond. How can you defend Bai Ying? You saw what kind of person she is just now. Ruan Xinro's expression darkened as she unleashed her pressure, a formidable aura that conveyed her strength. Even if it were a beast-attracting herb, there is nothing to fear. I am already in the false Dan realm. Do you think I would fear those beasts? If any beasts come, I will protect everyone. With her declaration, the group felt invigorated. Yes, with Ruan Shimi protecting us, what is there to fear? Ruan Shimi is in the false Dan realm. She is not like you. The person who had spoken earlier finally relaxed. My apologies. I forgot that Ruan Shimi has already reached the false Dan realm. Ruan Xinro beamed with pride. All right, let us not dwell on this. There is no such thing as a beast-attracting herb in this world. Bai Ying is merely a liar. How can you believe her words? Yet, no sooner had she finished speaking than a black-spotted leopard suddenly burst forth from the forest, charging swiftly towards their group. Its speed was unprecedented. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Isn't that a beast that only appears in the later stages of the trial? Why is it here? They had no time to escape before the Black Panther lunged at one of them. No! The man cried out in despair. His cultivation was low. He had only dared to linger at the entrance of the trial, hoping for a stroke of luck, and had never dared to venture further. Yet now, a creature that should only emerge deep within the Shadow Valley had appeared, far beyond his capacity to contend with. He reached out in a futile attempt to resist, but before he could even summon his magical artifact, the panther had already severed his throat. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground. Awe! The crowd erupted in frantic cries. Someone screamed in terror, "Where is Ruan Xinro? Aren't you the one with high cultivation? Didn't you say you would protect us?" Ruan Xinro, with a steely resolve, stepped towards the Black Panther, striving to attack it. However, her lack of practical combat experience rendered her efforts nearly futile. Her attacks were even weaker than those of some late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. After just a few attempts, she retreated behind the others. Witnessing this, the crowd gritted their teeth and retaliated against the Black Panther, wielding a myriad of weapons that struck its form. They barely managed to stabilize the situation. Yet before they could slay the beast, they heard a series of roars in the distance. This time, it was not just the Black Panther. There were also blue wolves, brown shadow bears, and a plethora of other beasts. The faces of the crowd turned ashen in an instant. It dawned on them that something was terribly amiss. How could there be so many beasts, and all of such high rank? Chapter 63. The crowd's regret turned to tears. Everyone was in a frenzy. desperately fleeing, and no matter where they ran, the beasts pursued them relentlessly. How could this be? In a desperate attempt to shake off their pursuers, someone tossed down food that beasts typically adored, yet the creatures didn't even glance at it. Continuing their relentless chase, it was as if they were enchanted by some force. Their eyes glowed red, clearly intent on devouring their prey, and yes, the beast-attracting grass. Bai Ying was right, someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that they had genuinely brought the beast-attracting grass? That was why so many beasts had converged upon them? It had to be true, otherwise such high-ranking beasts could not possibly appear at the entrance of the trial. Therefore, Bai Ying was correct. Everything Ruan Shinro had said was false. The spiritual herbs she had given them were indeed the beast-attracting grass. Impossible! Ruan Shinro shouted at the crowd, unwilling to believe in the existence of such grass. She had never heard of it. How could Bai Ying know while she did not? Don't let Bai Ying deceive you. This is merely a coincidence with the beasts passing by and has nothing to do with the herbs I provided. Ruan Shinro bit down hard on her teeth, her face shifting in color as she glanced at Qin Zijing. Hoping he would speak on her behalf, Qin Zijing furrowed his brow tightly. He too wished to defend Ruan Shinro. From the very beginning, he had firmly believed in her, even recently mocking Bai Ying on her behalf. However, now, at the entrance of the trial, with so many high-ranking beasts appearing, how could he possibly defend her? Qin Zijing hesitated, but when he saw the tears welling in the eyes of his junior sister, he spoke up. It's Bai Ying who is deceiving you. Do I not know her character? She is a habitual liar, and there is no such thing as beast-attracting grass. Why junior sister would never lie. Yet the crowd paid no heed to Qin Zijing, discarding all the herbs Ruan Shinro had given them onto the ground. Each precious spiritual herb, which they had eagerly gathered or begged Ruan Shinro for, was tossed aside like refuse, as if they feared being too slow in discarding them. Their fear was palpable. Even if they had to forsake those herbs, they were determined to save their own lives. After all, the Shadow Valley trial was unlike any other. There were no life-replacing talismans allowed here. Death was final, and no charm could substitute for their lives. No one dared to gamble. Ruan Shinro was infuriated. How could they not believe her? However, even after they discarded the spiritual herbs, the beasts still did not relent in their pursuit. They continued to chase, their predatory gazes fixed upon their prey, eyes glinting with malevolence. With jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs, they savagely clamped down on one of the cultivators. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the forest. Why is this not working? Everyone present felt the weight of despair crashing down upon them. Ruan Shinro scoffed, wanting to proclaim that she had said all along it was not the beast-attracting grass. Yet, even as they altered their course, the beasts remained in relentless pursuit. This was not the beast-tide Ruan Shinro had described. These creatures were specifically hunting them down. What was worse, the number of beasts continued to swell. Why? Why could they not escape? Why were they pursuing them so tenaciously? Panic-stricken wails began to erupt from the crowd. At that moment, a female cultivator's tremulous voice broke through. I have heard my master say that some herbs do not attract beasts while they grow in the ground. However, once they come into contact with humans, their scent mingles with that of the human body, creating a uniquely enticing aroma for the beasts. It's that point. Even tossing the spiritual herbs away will be ineffective, for their scent has already latched onto the humans. It will take at least a day for the smell to dissipate. Tears streamed down the female cultivator's face as she spoke, the unutterable fear enveloping her. Oh, the herbs were indeed the beast-attracting grass. We have merged our scent with it. That is why discarding the grass did not help. We have become the most alluring prey for the beasts. Who can endure a day? The crowd was on the brink of madness. They urged their swords beneath their feet, hoping to increase their speed. The ground trembled beneath the frenzied stampede of the beasts, leaves cascading down like rain. Fear was etched on every face, sweat soaking their garments. And their eyes reflected despair. They charged forward with desperation, seeking a glimmer of hope, yet the forest seemed endless, each path shrouded in darkness. The beasts drew nearer, their sharp claws leaving deep gouges in the earth, their gaping maws revealing glistening fangs, as if ready to rend them to pieces. Some had already exhausted their strength, their speed diminishing, but they dared not stop, for pausing meant death. An atmosphere of despair permeated the crowd. They could not fathom how much longer they could endure, as if they had already fallen into an abyss. At that moment, no one was free from regret. Why had they not believed Bai Ying? She had warned them from the very start. Had they heeded her counsel and allowed Ruan Shinro to discard the beast-attracting grass back then, this calamity could have been averted. The crowd was overcome with remorse, their hearts filled with hatred for Ruan Shinro. Had she not claimed she would protect them? Why had she not stepped forward to obstruct the beasts? Instead, she was fleeing faster than any of them. Qin Zijing, too, gazed at Ruan Shinro in disbelief. Among them, he had been the most trusting of her. Had it not been for her unwavering assertion that she had perused the materials on the Shadow Valley trial purchased by the senior brother, he would not have been so steadfast in his belief, nor would he have persuaded everyone to trust her. Yet now, reflecting on their journey, the senior brother had consistently urged her to review those materials. Had she truly done so? Qin Zijing felt a wave of anguish wash over him. His cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, not particularly high, and he wondered if he would even survive this day. Meanwhile, Bai Ying walked ahead, indifferent to the chaos unfolding around Ruan Shinro. She had already offered her warnings, yet those individuals had chosen not to believe her, even joining forces to slander her, if they were determined to court disaster. There was little she could do. A trace of derision appeared at the corners of Bai Ying's mouth. Were she the person she had been in her past life, she would have sacrificed her own life to safeguard Qin Zijing. In her previous life, she had also faced similar circumstances. They had been relentlessly pursued by beasts summoned by Ruan Xinro. At that time, she had stood before the beasts to protect them, despite her efforts. After vanquishing the creatures, not a single person expressed gratitude. Instead, Qin Zijing had worried whether his junior sister had been frightened. When she had been injured, they even blamed her for not acting sooner. Ultimately, it had all turned into her fault. Yet now, after having been subjected to their betrayal in her past life, she no longer wished to be entangled with them. Whether they lived or died was of no concern to her. Bai Ying strode forward with cold indifference, intent on gathering some spiritual herbs and accumulating more points in the trial of the Shadow Valley. Gathering spiritual herbs not only allows one to keep them, but also converts them into points. The more points one accumulates, the greater the rewards one can obtain upon exiting. Before venturing into the Shadow Valley, Bai Ying had been shown the map by her master and was acutely aware of the distribution of herbs in the area. However, she had scarcely walked for a short while when she unexpectedly encountered members of Lingshao's sect. Upon seeing Bai Ying, their faces lit up with joy. "Junior sister Bai, you just came from that direction. Did you see Wang Qi and his sister Wang Miaomiao?" Bai Ying shook her head. No, the leader, Yuding, appeared perplexed. That's strange. They just sent a message using a communication talisman, stating they were transported to the southernmost area. Logically, they should have arrived here by now. We had clearly arranged to meet. As she spoke, Yuding attempted to reach Wang Qi again via the communication talisman, but could not connect at all. With growing concern, she remarked, "Could something have happened to them?" Bai Ying's brow furrowed instantly. "You say they are in the southern region?" Yuding nodded affirmatively. "This is bad." Bai Ying swiftly drew her sword and soared toward that direction. Wang Qi and Wang Miaomiao's teleportation point was not far from where Bai Ying currently stood, and she feared they might fall victim to the beasts summoned by Ruan Shinro. That scoundrel Ruan Shinro not only endangered the group that had just assisted her, but now even innocent lives were caught in her web. If it were only the previous group, Bai Ying would not have intervened, but now that Lingshao sect members were involved, she could not stand idly by. The people of Lingshao sect had treated Bai Ying exceptionally well, especially her current master, Xian Yuanqian, and the sect leader, Yu Xiao Zhenren, who had assisted her in consolidating her cultivation after her immersion in the heavenly pool. Out of gratitude for their kindness, she could not disregard the safety of Lingshao sect members. Bai Ying's speed escalated dramatically, hoping she would arrive in time. Seeing this, Yuding and the others hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, Ruan Shinro and her group were already exhausted from being pursued by the beasts. Initially, to maintain her image, Ruan Shinro had intended to exchange blows with the beasts, fantasizing that, with her current high level of cultivation, dealing with them would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. She had observed Bai Ying effortlessly defeating golden core beasts before. However, the reality was far grimmer than she had imagined. While her attacks could barely hold off one beast, the sheer number present rendered her incapable of managing them all. Moreover, Each of these beasts was at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, far more formidable than those Bai Ying had faced, and she was no match for them. Ruan Shinro soon felt overwhelmed and narrowly escaped having her arm bitten off by a charging beast. A wave of sheer panic engulfed her. From that moment on, she dared not lead anymore, discarding her earlier thoughts of protecting everyone and gaining their favor. These beasts were beyond her capacity to handle. If she continued to charge ahead, her demise was certain. Thus, Ruan Shinro swiftly changed direction and fled at breakneck speed. Unfortunately, having attracted the most beasts with the lure grass she had gathered, she was now pursued by the largest number. As she glanced back at the multitude of beasts behind her, her face turned as pale as a sheet. She had never anticipated that simply uprooting a few herbs could lead her into such peril. In her desperation, she scurried about aimlessly, continuously crying out for help. On the other hand, Qin Ziqin faced a similarly dire situation, being relentlessly pursued by beasts, his expression tense and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, upon hearing Ruan Shinro's frantic cries for help, he gritted his teeth and flew toward her direction. Although his junior sister had improved in cultivation, she lacked experience and was clueless about how to escape. Qin Ziqin quickly reached Ruan Shinro's side, grasping her hand tightly as he exerted all his strength to propel her forward. He constantly altered their route and remarkably managed to shake off several beasts. Yet, a black-spotted leopard relentlessly pursued them, nearly sinking its teeth into Ruan Shinro on multiple occasions. Ruan Shinro was paralyzed by fear, having just elevated her cultivation to the fake Dan realm, surpassing Bai Ying. How could she allow herself to be slain by these beasts at such a moment? If only someone could shield her for a moment, she could escape. This thought consumed her mind as her gaze fixated on Qin Ziqin. Meanwhile, Qin Ziqin was fiercely maneuvering his sword, determined to protect his junior sister at all costs. But at that moment, he heard Ruan Shinro utter, "Senior brother, I'm sorry." Qin Ziqin initially believed Ruan Shinro was apologizing for burdening him. He intended to reassure her that he held no grudge against her, but in the next instant, she brutally shoved him toward the direction of the black-spotted leopard. Qin Ziqin could hardly believe it. His beloved junior sister had pushed him toward death. Chapter 65. Qin Ziqin's complete collapse. No. Qin Ziqin was utterly shattered. He could not fathom that Ruan Shinro would act in such a manner. Just moments before being thrust toward the black-spotted leopard, his singular focus had been on helping her escape. Even as he found himself in peril, he had directed himself to her side to assist. Yet she had pushed him towards certain death. He crashed into the black-spotted leopard with force. The beast lunged, pinning Qin Ziqin beneath its weight, rendering him immobile. "Help!" he screamed in terror. But Ruan Shinro showed no inclination to halt. She continued to flee further away until she vanished from sight. Qin Ziqin's eyes remained locked on her receding figure, tears streaming down his cheeks. Why did this happen? Why? He repeatedly uttered why aloud, his heart echoing the question internally. Within the sect, he had devoted all his goodwill solely to Ruan Shinro. He had always strived to fulfill her every request. When Ruan Shinro disparaged Bai Ying, he was the first to stand by her side. He had always favored Ruan Shinro, but why had she treated him this way? Qin Ziqin was tormented, feeling as if his heart were being torn to shreds. Yet the scene before him demanded his attention. The black-spotted leopard was already opening its gaping maw. Qin Ziqin's heart constricted violently. Terror coursed through him like electricity. He stared wide-eyed at the ferocious beast before him, his body shaking uncontrollably. The black-spotted leopard growled lowly, its voice akin to a furious roar from the depths of hell. Freezing Qin Ziqin's blood, he wished to flee, but his body felt as heavy as lead, utterly immobile. The leopard's head inched closer, each movement gnawing at Qin Ziqin's heart. His breathing quickened and became erratic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The black spots on the leopard's fur appeared particularly sinister in the sunlight. It bared its sharp teeth, exuding a nauseating odor. Suddenly, the black-spotted leopard clamped down on Qin Ziqin's arm. A searing pain surged through him, and blood gushed forth. Qin Ziqin let out a wretched scream. Desperately, he attempted to regain his composure, raising his magical artifact to defend himself, creating a barrier between him and the beast. Yet the black-spotted leopard was undeterred, biting down again, its powerful jaws shredding through the resilient artifact. Qin Ziqin struggled in despair, pushing against the black-spotted leopard with all his might, but its strength was overwhelming. Rendering his efforts futile, fear and hopelessness filled Qin Ziqin's heart. For the first time, he felt the profound grasp of death. "Someone, please save me," he cried out in anguish. Not just him. This place had become a veritable hell on earth. Countless cultivators had met their gruesome end at the hands of various beasts, the air thick with blood and terror. Slowly, he closed his eyes in despair, sensing the imminent approach of his fate. The endless darkness seemed to swallow him whole at that moment, and despair clung to him like a shadow, refusing to dissipate. But at that moment, a shadow darted in like a flash of lightning. Qin Ziqin barely had time to register the movement before an arrow shot through the air with astonishing speed, accompanied by a piercing whistle that seemed capable of cleaving the very atmosphere. In the next instant, the arrow found its mark, driving itself into the throat of the black-spotted leopard with precise accuracy. The beast's movements froze instantly, its eyes wide, the ferocity within them still present. Yet a gurgling sound escaped its throat, blood spurted from the wound, staining its dark fur crimson. The black-spotted leopard struggled futilely a few times before ultimately collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Turning his head, Qin Ziqin beheld a pair of siblings emerging from the forest, Wang Qi and his sister Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao appeared to be in poor condition, having been previously attacked by a beast and was currently recuperating. Were it not for the proximity of Qin Ziqin and the leopard to their hiding place, Wang Qi would not have intervened, as their own situation was perilous enough to preclude helping others. At this moment, Wang Qi approached Qin Ziqin and asked, "Are you all right?" Qin Ziqin shook his head in confusion, still unable to believe he had narrowly escaped death. "Thank you both. But why are there so many beasts here?" Wang Qi furrowed his brows tightly. Qin Ziqin's face was etched with bitterness. "It was my junior sister who gathered the lure grass, attracting these beasts. She even distributed some of the lure grass among everyone." Wang Qi could hardly believe it. Even his tone of voice grew increasingly agitated. "You of the Huayang sect are no small sect. Surely you must have encountered the information regarding the trials of the Yueying Valley? It is one thing for the smaller sects to be ignorant, but how could you commit such a grave error?" Qin Zijing found himself at a loss for how to refute this. "I'm sorry, but what good is an apology? Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost? All because of your Huayang sect." Wang Qi was aware that losing his temper at this moment would be futile. Yet he had witnessed far too many corpses of cultivators. Many had merely ventured to the entrance of the Yueying Valley in search of fortune and should not have perished. Forget it. "Can you still walk? We must leave this place swiftly." Wang Qi extended his hand toward Qin Zijing, who struggled to rise. He thought he had narrowly escaped calamity, only to be confronted by a tremendous roar. Just after slaying a black-spotted leopard, a creature even more fearsome than the leopard, the brown shadow bear, emerged. Wang Qi's complexion turned as pale as snow as he gritted his teeth and urged, "Run!" Yet, the beast, though seemingly cumbersome, moved with terrifying agility. They had barely managed to react when the bear lunged towards them. Wang Qi desperately dodged, shooting arrows to divert the brown shadow bear's attention and protect his sister from harm. However, the bear's defenses were formidable. Wang Qi's arrows could not pierce its hide in an instant. Everyone felt a chill of despair. After barely surviving, were they to face death once more? Qin Zijing's heart was heavy with bitterness. Filled with fear and regret, he should not have doubted Bai Ying, nor should he have placed such trust in Ruan Xinrou. Had he heeded Bai Ying's words back then, the situation would not have escalated to this point. Qin Zijing exerted himself, wielding his magical artifact against the brown shadow bear, but his efforts seemed utterly futile before the beast. No. In despair, Qin Zijing stood trembling. This time, it seemed there was truly no hope. But just then, he suddenly heard a loud voice commanding, "Get back!" Qin Zijing's heart surged. He turned sharply to see the figure he had just disparaged, Bai Ying, standing before him. Chapter 66. "I am not here to save you, Bai Ying." Qin Zijing could scarcely believe his eyes. His most cherished junior sister had pushed him into hell, while Bai Ying, whom he had repeatedly slandered, appeared to save him in his direst hour. Trembling, Qin Zijing stood speechless. While Wang Qi was clearly exhilarated, shouting to Bai Ying, "Junior sister, you have come to save us." Bai Ying nodded at him and instructed, "You all should find a place to hide." Wang Miaomiao, equally thrilled, exclaimed, "Thank you, junior sister, you are truly wonderful." Previously, Wang Miaomiao had harbored disdain for Bai Ying due to Wang Qi's excessive praise, but after witnessing Bai Ying's meteoric rise from early foundation establishment to late golden core, she was completely won over. Seeing Bai Ying appear like a deity before them only intensified her admiration, turning her into a devoted fan alongside Wang Qiuida. To avoid hindering Bai Ying's battle with the beast, she hurriedly pulled Qin Zijing to hide with them. However, Qin Zijing could not comprehend Wang Qi's excitement upon seeing Bai Ying. She was merely at early foundation establishment. She was not stronger than them, and her arrival seemed destined to lead to her demise. Wang Qi shot him a cold glance, finally understanding why Bai Ying had chosen to leave the Huayang sect. Qin Zijing, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? What could it possibly mean?" Wang Miaomiao rolled her eyes at Qin Zijing, her tone turning unfriendly. "You know nothing about your former senior sister. When Bai Ying was at early foundation establishment, she single-handedly fought 5 late golden core golden wing doppings. Even now, hidden as she was, she could not be dismissed as weaker than the likes of him." Wang Miaomiao refused to waste time arguing with him, focusing instead on cheering for Bai Ying. Qin Zijing remained confused as to why Wang Miaomiao was suddenly cold towards him. When he saw Bai Ying draw her sword and unleash the Lingxi Pi Su slash against the brown shadow bear. In an instant, a sword aura surged like a rainbow, as if it could tear through the very fabric of space. Qin Zijing's eyes widened in astonishment. The power of the Lingxi Pi Su slash was staggering. As the sword's might emerged, the air itself seemed to be cleaved, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The tremendous sword energy swept forth like a tempest, shattering earth and splintering trees. Despite the brown shadow bear's tough hide and flesh, it could hardly withstand the onslaught of the Lingxi Pi Su slash. The sword aura struck the bear, leaving a deep gash in its thick fur, blood gushing forth. The bear let out a pained roar, staggering back in response to the overwhelming force. The might of the Lingxi Pi Su slash lay not only in its destructive power, but also in its precision and efficient use of spiritual energy. Allowing the caster to turn the tide of battle in an instant. In a mere moment, the once ferocious brown shadow bear, intent on their demise, seemed to lose its nerve and turn to flee. Its massive form appeared somewhat frantic in its panic, shaking the ground as it ran. Bai Ying, however, had no intention of letting it escape. Her gaze hardened, and she raised her sword high once more. The sword in her hand blazed with light, spiritual energy swirling around the blade. She stood tall like a pine, her long hair billowing in the wind, exuding a fierce aura. The brown shadow bear sensed the impending danger and quickened its pace. But it could not outrun the momentum of Bai Ying's sword. With a swift slash, a streak of sword light sliced through the air, striking the bear's back with painful precision. The powerful impact caused the bear to stumble and fall heavily to the ground, its wounds bleeding profusely, rendering it incapable of further movement. Qin Zijing stood transfixed, engulfed in utter shock. Was it truly over? The beast that had nearly claimed their lives was so easily vanquished by Bai Ying. When had she become so formidable? No wonder the Wang siblings had spoken to him in such a manner. While Qin Zijing remained dazed, Wang Qi and Wang Miaomiao rushed excitedly towards Bai Ying. "Junior sister, you are amazing." Wang Qi's face radiated joy. "Ah, Bai sister, I adore you." Wang Miaomiao squealed in delight. They called her junior sister repeatedly, causing Qin Zijing's expression to darken. For some inexplicable reason, hearing the Lingxiao sect refer to Bai Ying as their junior sister unsettled him. Bai Ying ought to be his senior sister. Their addressing her in such a manner was a stark reminder that their connection had been severed. Yet, regardless of everything, Bai Ying had come to save him. She must still care for him, Qin Zijing thought to himself. He approached Bai Ying, murmuring, "Thank you, senior sister." As soon as the words left his lips, Bai Ying responded, "You need not thank me, nor should you call me senior sister. I am not here to save you. Had it not been for the presence of my fellow disciples from the Lingxiao sect, I would not have come at all. After all, I am not so benevolent as to save someone who has slandered me." Qin Zijing's complexion turned as pale as snow. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself unable to utter a single word. He had indeed slandered her, even forcing her to apologize to Wan Xinro. Bai Ying ignored Qin Zijing further, instead tending to Wang Miaomiao and Wang Qi's injuries. Wang Qi urged Bai Ying, "Since you are here, please help us deal with all the beasts in this area to prevent any unnecessary casualties." Bai Ying nodded. It was not out of compassion for those who had slandered her, but rather her acute awareness of Wan Xinro. if she did not bring witnesses with her, who knew how Ruan Shinro would defame her upon her escape. Bai Ying descended upon the group like a deity, and the onlookers were overwhelmed with gratitude. They had previously hurled insults at Bai Ying, yet now they directed their scorn 100-fold towards Ruan Shinro. Bai Ying, however, remained uninterested. After slaying the beasts, she instructed the people to take refuge in the water. The water would mask their scent and preserve their lives. Bai Ying then sat down to guard them. Time passed quickly, and just as the group was about to emerge from the water, they heard Ruan Shinro's voice nearby. She had evidently also taken refuge in the water. Waiting for the effect of the beast-attracting herbs to wane at a tea that moment, believing all the cultivators to be dead, she was lamenting to those unaware of the truth, claiming it was Bai Ying who gathered a multitude of beast-attracting herbs and distributed them to everyone, which led to the appearance of so many beasts here. Chapter 67. I will confront her myself. After Ruan Shinro had pushed Qin Zijing towards the black-spotted leopard, she swiftly fled towards the edge of the forest. She flew for a considerable time before finally discovering a lake, where she remained for an entire day. When she emerged from the lake, numerous cultivators had already arrived. The earlier battle had drawn much attention. As they arrived, they were met with the horrific sight of corpses strewn across the ground. The scene was heart-wrenching, with many tightly clutching the bodies of their fallen comrades, weeping inconsolably. These were their fellow disciples, who had just entered the Yueying Valley trials and met their demise. Little junior sister, I warned you not to come. Your experience is too shallow. You should not have ventured into such perilous territory. If I had known it would be like this, I would have risked my life to stop you. Senior brother, please open your eyes and look at me. I beg you, don't scare me. Senior sister, what should I do? How can I bring you back to life? The air is thick with the sounds of anguished weeping, and indescribable sorrow pervades every corner of this place. Ironically, those who can find a complete corpse are considered fortunate. The ground is littered with various severed limbs, leaving one to ponder their former owners. Suu, with red-rimmed eyes, searches desperately. Upon entering the trial ground, he had received a communication talisman from Qin Zijing, informing him of his whereabouts. Trembling, Suyu continues his search and stumbles upon a piece of Qin Zijing's tattered clothing. The fabric is stained crimson with blood, and he can hardly bring himself to believe it. Their group scours the area until someone spots Ruan Shinro, who has just crawled out of the lake. Shinro, Suyu calls out to her, and Ruan Shinro rushes towards him. Senior brother, wailing, tears cascade from Ruan Shinro's eyes as she struggles to breathe. Shinro, how did you end up here? Have you seen Zijing? Where is Zijing? Suyu shouts at her. With tears streaming down her face, she replies, Senior brother died saving me. He was bitten to death by a black-spotted leopard. Upon uttering those words, her tears flow even more freely as Suyu feels the world spin around him. It cannot be true. No, Zijing would not die. Meanwhile, another person approaches Ruan Shinro, observing the claw marks on her body. You bear the wounds of a black-spotted leopard. You also experienced that fierce battle, didn't you? What exactly transpired? We found the beast attracting grass on the ground. Who lured those monsters here? The man's eyes are already bloodshot. Ruan Shinro's complexion pales instantly. Witnessing the fury of those around her, she realizes she must not reveal her own involvement. It was. Before Ruan Shinro can finish, Wang Miaomiao, not far away, directs her words at Qin Zijing. Do you think she will incriminate herself? A despicable person like her would surely slander us buying, right? Qin Zijing instinctively responds to Wang Miaomiao's mocking expression. She wants to, oh, still defending her? She has already cost you your life. Qin Zijing's habit of defending Ruan Shinro is deeply ingrained, and upon hearing Wang Miaomiao's words, he fervently seeks to justify Ruan Xinro. My junior sister pushed me out of desperation. She had no choice. The more he speaks, the more he feels his words fall flat. Regardless, she is not as you claim. However, as soon as he utters this, he hears Ruan Shinro addressing the group before her. It was Bai Ying. Bai Ying collected a great deal of beast-attracting grass and shared it with everyone. That's why so many monsters appeared here. Qin Zijing's face drains of color, his heart jolting violently, his expression one of disbelief. Wang Miaomiao gazes at him with derision, sneering. Is this what you call she wouldn't he do such a thing? I simply cannot comprehend it. After all she has done to you, how can you still defend her? You are truly pathetic. I feel so sorry for Bai Ying. She has lived among you people who cannot discern right from wrong for so long, suffering who knows how much injustice. At this moment, even Qin Zijing himself feels something amiss. He should loathe Ruan Shinro. Why then does he remain so loyal to her? This loyalty seems beyond his control. Why is that? Upon hearing Ruan Shinro's words, Suyu shouts at her. Wasn't the information I provided you about the beast attracting grass? Why didn't you tell everyone? Ruan Shinro's face turns pale. Only at this moment does she realize that Suyu's information included the details about the beast attracting grass. She stammers. I told everyone, but Bai Ying insisted on slandering me, claiming I coveted her herbs, that I wanted her to discard them so I could secretly collect them. She even said those spirit herbs exude a potent fragrance, surely powerful herbs, inciting everyone to gather them. Everyone believed Bai Ying. No one trusted me. Yet when the monsters came, it was Bai Ying who fled first. Ruan Shinro cries as she speaks, secretly reveling in the blame she has shifted entirely onto Bai Ying. Now Bai Ying cannot defend herself. Consequently, everyone will despise Bai Ying, allowing her to seize Bai Ying's fortune. How splendid! Yet she remains oblivious to the fact that Bai Ying and her companions are not far off. Hearing her distort the truth firsthand, the group of cultivators beside Bai Ying is utterly shocked by her shamelessness. They have seen disgraceful behavior, but never this level of audacity. She dares to place her own misdeeds upon Bai Ying. Qin Zijing is equally filled with shock. All his fondness for Ruan Shinro collapses, and he ridicules himself for appearing like a fool. The group immediately rises from the water, eager to rush over and berate Ruan Shinro. But Bai Ying holds up her hand to stop them. Hold on, let me confront her myself. Bai Ying strides purposefully towards Ruan Shinro. Chapter 68. You must remember the punishments you just spoke of. Ruan Shinro continues to recount Bai Ying's faults to the crowd. Yet at that moment, she sees Bai Ying approaching them. Ruan Shinro's eyes widen, a flicker of panic crossing her gaze. How can you be here? Why shouldn't I be? Bai Ying replies, and the people around Ruan Shinro shout at her. How dare you show your face? It is all your fault. You have caused so many deaths. Bai Ying, you wretched creature. I demand your life as retribution for my junior sister. How can you brazenly walk out like this, devoid of any guilt? Do you even comprehend how many lives have been lost because of you? Did you intend to lead them to their doom? The group grows increasingly agitated, nearly ready to kill Bai Ying. Some even brandish their weapons. I will slay you to avenge my junior brother. Even Suyu, his eyes ablaze, shouts at her. Do you know that 6th junior brother died because of you? Bai Ying. How can you? Tears stream down Suyu's face. He retrieves his weapon from his storage ring. Kneel before me today. I must punish you. Bai Ying regards the furious crowd before her with amusement, finding it laughable. Merely based on Ruan Shinro's word, they are quick to condemn her, each one poised for confrontation. However, Bai Ying has long grown accustomed to such treatment during her time at Huayang sect. She feels no distress now. Yet, she remains silent, as the people from Lingxiao's sect speak up first. Is it true? Merely on Ruan Shinro's say-so, you would cast blame upon Bai Ying? Where is your evidence? The speaker is Yi Yuding, who had met Bai Ying previously and informed her of Wang Qi and Wang Miao's presence nearby. Bai Ying had moved too swiftly for them to catch up, and by the time they arrived, Bai Ying had vanished. They had searched the area, only to stumble upon this scene. Although Yi Yuding's acquaintance with Bai Ying is brief, she knows Bai Ying is not that kind of person, and to accuse someone based solely on one person's word is utterly excessive. As she speaks, Yi Yuding turns her gaze toward Ruan Shinro. You claim that my junior sister did this? Where is your evidence? Ruan Shinro's face pales. She has no evidence. Why? Yi Yuding scoffs. Then I could just as easily say it was you who lured the monsters with the beast attracting grass. After all, anyone can make such claims. Suyu quickly steps forward to defend Ruan Shinro. Our Huayang sect possesses detailed records regarding the trials in the Ghost Shadow Valley, which clearly outline the effects of the beast attracting grass. You cannot slander my junior sister. He speaks with righteous indignation, yet he fails to notice Ruan Shinro's complexion growing even more ashen. A few individuals who had previously flattered Ruan Shinro at the trial entrance now step forward to support her. Ruan junior sister is not the kind of person to lie. If she says it was Bai Ying, then it was Bai Ying indeed. Suyu, you must agree, Bai Ying was once part of our Huayang sect. And you should know her well. Now that Bai Ying is with Lingxiao sect, of course, you would protect her to avoid being implicated. Suyu's breath quickens, evidently furious with Bai Ying. He refuses to heed Yi Yuding's words. firmly believing Bai Ying is responsible for Qin Zijing's death. My junior sister possesses the information on the Ghost Shadow Valley trial. She could not possibly be unaware of the beast attracting grass. She must have warned Bai Ying upon seeing it, therefore, her words must be the truth. Bai Ying, he points his sword at her. Kneel before me and apologize to everyone here. Bai Ying cannot help but laugh at his accusation. In that moment, she contemplates how, when words fail a person completely, laughter is indeed the only response. The members of Lingxiao's sect were not particularly familiar with her, yet they firmly believed in her. In stark contrast, her elder brother, who had raised her since childhood, unreservedly placed the blame upon her. Su had already spoken up, and the others had unanimously concluded that Bai Ying was responsible for the deaths of their fellow disciples. Each of them burning with a desire to take her life. That moment, seeing her smile was infuriating to the extreme. "You scoundrel! How dare you smile?" Ruan Shinro, with tears welling in her eyes, addressed her. "Sister, you have truly erred this time. You must face the punishment you deserve. I can no longer speak on your behalf. But could everyone spare my sister's life?" As soon as Ruan Shinro finished speaking, someone retorted, "Ruan Shimi, you are far too benevolent. She has committed such grave mistakes, yet you still plead for her. Perhaps she was merely ignorant, unaware that the beast attracting grass would summon demonic beasts." Bai Ying regarded Ruan Shinro and the speaker with a cold gaze, saying, "Then, Ruan Shimi, if you believe I have committed such a heinous error, what punishment do you think I should receive?" "Ah, you finally admit it. You should forfeit your cultivation and become a mere mortal," someone shouted immediately. "You must also kneel before every cultivator and repent. You deserve to be tortured in the most excruciating manner," another added. "Ruan Shimi wishes to spare your life, and we can choose not to kill you, but you must endure immense suffering before we heal you, ensuring you do not die. You shall be torn apart by demonic beasts, experiencing everything those you have wronged faced before their demise." Listening to their cacophony of punishments, Bai Ying counted them off. "So, you believe that for such a grave transgression, I should be stripped of my powers, subjected to torture and torn apart by demonic beasts, correct?" "Indeed." Bai Ying turned to Su Yu. "Do you also find this acceptable, master brother?" Su Yu's heart sank. He recognized the cruelty of the proposed punishments, and he feared that Bai Ying might not endure them. Yet, Xiao Lu was dead. She had caused the deaths of so many cultivators at the scene. Gritting his teeth, he declared to Bai Ying, "I will treat you and ensure you do not perish." Bai Ying coldly laughed at Ruan Shinro. "And what of you? Do you also believe such punishment is warranted?" Ruan Shinro weakly replied, "Sister, although their words are fearsome, your transgressions are truly excessive. To plead for your life is the utmost I can do." Bai Ying erupted into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" The crowd seethed with anger. Ruan Shinro, however, was exhilarated. She had long desired to strip Bai Ying of her powers. Bai Ying's talent was too formidable. If she could be rendered powerless, the fortune that had once favored her would shift to Ruan Shinro. She could hardly contain her eagerness to see Bai Ying's powers abolished. Yet at that moment, Bai Ying uttered, "Remember the punishments you just proposed." Turning to the woods behind her, she called, "Come out." Immediately, a throng emerged from the forest behind Bai Ying. All of them the same individuals who had previously obtained the beast-attracting grass. Even Qin Ziqin, whom she had believed to be dead, was among them. Chapter 69. It was Ruan Shinro who caused everyone's death in an instant. All present were rendered speechless, and Ruan Shinro felt a chill run down her spine. You all. She could hardly believe her eyes, her heart plummeting as a wave of cold washed over her. The scene before her left her breath quickening and erratic. "What is happening? Did you think they were all dead?" Bai Ying mocked Ruan Shinro with a cold smile. "Unfortunately for you, look, there are still living souls." Su Yu was equally stunned, hardly able to believe what he was witnessing. "Xiao Lu." He rushed towards Qin Ziqin, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "You're alive. You scared me to death." He embraced her tightly. "Did you know? Both Xiao Shimi and I were worried sick about you." Xiao Shimi cried heartbrokenly when she thought something had happened to you. Su Yu continued to express his concerns, oblivious to the fact that when he mentioned Xiao Shimi, Qin Ziqin's body stiffened, and her gaze towards Ruan Shinro turned icy. Many others rushed over, their expressions filled with joy. Despite the countless casualties of this battle, the fact that some were still alive was undoubtedly a source of exhilaration. Especially for the surviving disciples, their joy was palpable. They wept and laughed, incessantly checking each other as conditions. Although some had become disabled, survival was worth more than anything. Yet, there were still those unwilling to relent against Bai Ying. What do you mean by this, Bai Ying? Are you suggesting that there are still survivors? But my fellow disciples have perished. Surely, just because some remain alive, you cannot evade punishment? Bai Ying cast them a frigid glance. Having committed such a grave error, punishment is certainly warranted. Fine. Then let it be you who suffers. Someone shouted, but their words were cut short as Bai Ying's followers interrupted. Who told you Bai Ying was responsible for our plight? It was Bai Ying who saved us. If it weren't for her, we would have perished long ago. Indeed, Bai Ying rescued us. The crowd was incredulous. What are you saying? Even Su Yu was taken aback, murmuring, if Bai Ying did not harm you, then who did? As he spoke, he turned to face Bai Ying, an unshakable fear gripping his heart. Could it truly be that Bai Ying was innocent? He could hardly accept the notion that he had wronged her. Su Yu fixed his gaze on Bai Ying, desperate to find a trace of coldness in her eyes. Yet now, Bai Ying merely regarded him with derision, devoid of any sorrow. Panic surged within Su Yu. Did this mean he had also misjudged Bai Ying in the past? The more he misjudged her, the less she would feel any anguish. He muttered, then who could it be? In truth, he would have preferred it to be Bai Ying. He did not wish to be mistaken. It had to be her. Who else could it be? Wang Miao Miao was the first to step forward. Isn't it your most innocent little junior sister? Nonsense, Su Yu exclaimed, agitated. Do you think I'm a fool? I tell you, Lingshao's sect will not tolerate slander. My junior sister possesses the records from Yueying Valley. She has long known the function of the beast attracting grass. She could not have brought it here. It was Ruan Shinro, another person interjected, indignantly asserting. She was the one who provided us with the beast-attracting grass. In fact, it was Bai Ying who warned us that it was the beast-attracting grass. At that moment, we did not believe her and watched helplessly as the grass summoned a horde of demonic beasts. She caused the demise of us all. The speaker wept as he recounted the horror of the experience. Unable to emerge from the shadows of the past, it was terrifying. Those demonic beasts, I almost died. If not for Bai Ying's timely intervention, none of us would have survived. Su Yu shook his head vehemently, refusing to accept anything he had just heard. Impossible. Xiao Shimi has the records. She would never do such a thing. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he burst into laughter. I see. You've all conspired together to frame my junior sister. Tell me, did Bai Ying instigate this? He was convinced that she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his junior sister. He never imagined she could orchestrate such a scheme. Su Yu grew more convinced with each passing moment. Otherwise, how could this group of individuals shift all the blame onto his junior sister? He urged those around him, do not believe a word they say. It is all lies. They must have received some sort of benefit. Then, he shouted at Bai Ying, Bai Ying, do you not confess your wrongdoing? At this moment, not only Bai Ying's followers, but even Qin Ziqin found the situation unbelievable. Faced with the truth, Su Yu continued to support Ruan Shinro. Had he lost his mind? Disappointment crept into Qin Ziqin's voice as she addressed Su Yu. Master brother, it was indeed Xiao Shimi. Do you still doubt me? I witnessed everything unfold clearly. Xiao Shimi not only summoned the demonic beasts, but she also pushed me into their midst when I came to rescue her. If Bai Ying had not arrived in time, you would truly never see me again. Su Yu was utterly stunned, his mind racing as if it might explode. How can this be? How could it happen? My junior sister has the records. His lips continued to utter those words, unwilling to accept the reality. A bitter smile crept across Qin Ziqin's face. What if she never even looked at them? Su Yu froze, then abruptly turned to stare at Ruan Shinro, whose face had gone pale with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Yu gazed at her appearance, and what was there left to comprehend? His heart sank further with each passing moment. It truly is you? Yes, I am sorry. Ruan Shinro suddenly broke down in tears. I had no idea it would turn out like this. I thought those herbs were excellent spiritual plants. I merely wished to share the good things with everyone. Chapter 70. One must bear the consequences of their own declarations. Su Yu looked at the person before him in disbelief. His entire being trembling violently. He had placed such immense trust in his junior sister. Just moments ago, she had been fervently defending her stance, eager to shift all blame onto Bai Ying, yet now, She was confessing that it was indeed her. He shouted at Ruan Shinro in a fit of agitation. You scoundrel! Weren't you just saying it was Bai Ying? I thought I was just too frightened. Ruan Shinro sobbed softly. I was afraid you would blame me, that's why I said it was her. Ruan Shinro's words chilled Suyu to the core. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted toward Bai Ying. Bai Ying. I thought he longed to utter an apology. But at this moment, even the words I'm sorry felt utterly inadequate. In such dire circumstances, those 3 words seemed to carry no weight. Bai Ying was indifferent to the apology of the person before her. She directly stated, You haven't forgotten the punishments you mentioned earlier, have you? Isn't it time to enforce them? I recall that it included the nullification of cultivation, 1,000 cuts, and being torn apart by demonic beasts. Correct? Which punishment do you plan to start with for Ruan Shinro? Bai Ying's words caused Suyu's pupils to constrict sharply. Tio imposed those terrifying punishments upon his junior sister? He instinctively protested. But those punishments are too severe. She cannot endure them. Bai Ying could hardly contain a laugh. She shouted at Suyu. So I can withstand them, is that it? If it were me, would those punishments be applicable to my case? Suyu's complexion drained of color. It was the first time he realized his bias. Indeed. Why hadn't he felt this urgency when those punishments were directed at Bai Ying? Instead, he had felt it was acceptable. Yet, when it came to his junior sister, it was an entirely different matter. Fortunately, apart from Suyu, no one else came to Ruan Shinro's defense. They were all disgusted by her actions, the heinous deed she had committed. And yet she dared to shift all blame onto Bai Ying. If Bai Ying had not rescued those individuals today, she would have succeeded in her slander. Ruan Shinro was truly terrifying. Those who had previously sought to befriend her due to her ascension to the false Dan realm now entirely reconsidered their intentions, even vowing to keep their distance from her in the future. Since the one in the wrong was not Bai Ying, but Ruan Shinro, then let her face the consequences as previously agreed upon. Suyu, brother, you wouldn't want to shield her, would you? I remember you were quite in favor of such punishments before. Even Ruan Shinro herself was in agreement with these penalties. Suyu trembled all over. His junior sister's cultivation had been painstakingly nurtured by their sect. To nullify it now would drive the sect leader to madness. Senior brother? Ruan Shinro looked at him, tears streaming down her face. Please save me. I truly did not mean to. Suyu furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he addressed the group. As for the punishments you mentioned, except for the nullification of cultivation, I have no objections. Ruan Shinro could hardly believe her ears. She had thought her senior brother would assist her in dismissing the punishments. Instead, he merely stated that the nullification of her cultivation was off the table. Ignoring Suyu entirely, Ruan Shinro hastily summoned her sword and flew away. She had only just reached the false Dan realm. How could they strip that from her? Ruan Shinro's speed was remarkable. But she had not anticipated that Bai Ying had been keeping a close watch on her. The moment she took flight, Bai Ying immediately pursued. Qin Zijing expressed concern. Bai Ying's cultivation is only at the early foundation establishment stage. She won't be able to catch up to Ruan Shinro. Wang Miao and Wang Qi looked at him as if he were a fool. This idiot had witnessed Bai Ying slay numerous demonic beasts, and yet believed she could not handle Ruan Shinro. Heaven knows the fervor stirring within Bai Ying upon encountering Ruan Shinro. Her eyes had turned a fierce crimson. Had it not been for the numerous cultivators present, and if she were not a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect at this moment, she would have ended Ruan Shinro's life without hesitation. However, since the punishment was one Ruan Shinro had confessed to, then let it be administered, Bai Ying forcefully threw Ruan Shinro to the ground. The crowd was already restless. Ruan Shinro had caused the demise of so many. They could not let her off easily. You declared those punishments. You should bear them yourself. Yes, first, nullify her cultivation, then throw her into the beast tide. Let her experience the suffering of those cultivators she has harmed. She must also endure 1,000 cuts. The crowd was incensed, eager to see Ruan Shinro suffer these torments immediately. Yet at that moment, a tremendous force suddenly swept through the air. Ruan Shinro is a disciple of Huayang sect. Who dares to lay a hand on her? A resounding voice echoed. The speaker was a nascent soul expert from Huayang sect, indicating that Ruan Shinro was receiving the full attention of her sect. Huayang sect had discreetly dispatched powerful individuals to protect her, but these figures would only reveal themselves in times of danger. After all, the trial in Yueying Valley was only open to cultivators under 20. Those individuals, with their profound cultivation, could not possibly be under that ag though prevent the rules of the Great Way from detecting their presence and eradicating them. They had to conceal their auras. Seeing Ruan Shinro in peril, they had no choice but to act. If you dare to harm a disciple of Huayang's sect, I will slay you all right here. Bai Ying cast a cold glance upward. These individuals had appeared in her previous life as well. Each time she had sought to end Ruan Shinro, they had intervened to protect her, however. Bai Ying was no longer the weakling she once was. She now possessed late-stage Golden Dan cultivation, and even faced with a nascent soul cultivator, she would not be at a disadvantage. The cultivators present dared not speak further, only casting hateful glares at Ruan Shinro. The nascent soul cultivator couldn't help but laugh. Humph! What now? With me here, do you still dare to harm a disciple of Huayang's sect? Today, I shall ensure Ruan Shinro's safety. Those lowly cultivators are as insignificant as ants. Their deaths mean nothing. You think to punish our Huayang sect's prodigy for the sake of such worthless trash? It's simply laughable. Not satisfied, are you? If you have the capability, then come at me. Let us see how much weight your threats carry in my presence. The eyes of the crowd turned crimson, the hatred within unmistakable. The ants he spoke of were their closest companions. Their deaths were being dismissed so lightly. The nascent soul cultivator saw that the group before him dared not move, and he laughed uproariously, confident they wouldn't act. However, at that moment, a petite figure boldly stepped forward. Chapter 71. Let us make a bet. Just as the nascent soul cultivator intended to take Ruan Shinro away, he saw Bai Ying had actually stepped forward. What? Do you plan to snatch her from me? He unleashed his oppressive aura. The pressure from the nascent soul cultivator was far beyond what the others present could withstand. Even Ruan Shinro, who was already at the Falstan realm, felt exceptionally strained. Uncle Ku, thank you for coming to my aid. Ruan Shinro managed to thank the nascent soul cultivator named Kalin through gritted teeth. There's no need for thanks. This is simply what I should do. Ke Lin shifted his gaze back to Bai Ying, coldly declaring, You, little ant, do you dare to defy me? He intensified his oppressive aura even further. The crowd staggered, those of lower cultivation collapsing to their knees. The pressure was extraordinarily terrifying, akin to a mountain pressing down on everyone. Some even spat blood. Yet Bai Ying stood resolutely, her eyes locked onto him, brimming with fierce battle intent. Even Wang Qi could not help but tug at Bai Ying. Bai Ying, you cannot contend with a nascent soul cultivator. You must concede this time, though not think to engage. You will perish. Wang Qi understood the vast chasm between the nascent soul and Golden Dan realms. Though the former was only a single realm above the latter, the leap in quality was as different as heaven and earth. No matter how formidable Bai Ying was, she could never hope to rival a nascent soul cultivator. Now that the opponent had sent someone of that caliber, they had no recourse but to allow Huayang's sect to take Ruan Shinro away. However, Bai Ying retorted, Do you think we will do nothing and allow them to take Ruan Shinro away? He will spare us, will he? Wang Qi frowned. What do you mean? Even all the cultivators present turned their attention to Bai Ying. A cold smile crept across her face. Today, Ruan Shinro has committed a grave error. If this matter spreads, how will Huayang's sect maintain its reputation? Bai Ying's words sent a chill through the crowd. Are you saying he intends to kill us all? To silence us? Otherwise, what? In the trial of the Shadowy Valley, the use of the Qian Kuan mirror is strictly prohibited. If he were to slay us all, who would ever know of the transgressions committed by Ruan Shinro? Panic washed over the faces of all present. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a Yuan-ing stage cultivator named Colin chuckled, displaying an unsettling cleverness. Alas, such brilliance often leads to a more tragic demise. Hearing Colin's words, Su Yu's face drained of color. He could scarcely believe that Uncle Colin intended to eliminate everyone in this place, especially in light of Ruan Shinro's misdeeds. To conceal Ruan Shinro's faults, he was willing to commit an even graver error. Why was this happening? Since childhood, he had been taught by the elders of his sect to be upright and courageous in admitting mistakes. Yet now, it was clearly Ruan Shinro who was at fault. Uncle. Just as Su Yu was about to dissuade him, Colin barked, Silence. If you wish to avoid dying here, swallow those words. I shall not permit anyone to tarnish the reputation of our Huayang sect. Colin observed their futile struggles, a smug smile spreading across his face as he slowly declared, Do not bother attempting to flee. None of you shall escape. Today, none shall leave this place. His words resonated with an undeniable authority. Ruan Shinro, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt a rising tide of anxiety within her. The lives of the others were inconsequential to her, but Bai Ying absolutely could not perish if Bai Ying were to die. How would she obtain that fortuitous destiny? After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Shinro turned to Colin and said, "Senior Colin, I have a deep-seated disdain for Bai Ying upon first sight. May I be entrusted with her?" Colin regarded her with intrigued curiosity. "And how do you intend to handle her?" "Let us make a wager," Ruan Shinro proposed, stepping forward to face Bai Ying. "If I defeat you, I shall compel Senior Colin to release everyone present. Should you win, you will become my slave, swearing an oath to the heavens to obey my every command henceforth." Ruan Shinro, already at the false dance stage, was well aware of her formidable strength and had long anticipated the opportunity to publicly vanquish Bai Ying. To showcase her prowess, upon uttering those words, the crowd erupted in vehement protests. "You are already at the false dance stage. How could Bai Ying ever stand a chance against you? Even if she is formidable, she remains merely at the foundation establishment stage. She possesses no odds of victory. Even those whom Bai Ying had previously rescued could not believe she could triumph over Ruan Shinro. They reasoned that Ruan Shinro's prior retreat was merely a tactic to avoid confrontation with beasts, while Bai Ying's victories over those beasts must have stemmed from some secret technique. However, techniques effective against beasts often proved ineffective against humans. Colin laughed derisively. If Ruan Shinro wished to toy with Bai Ying, she could do so without consequence, for Ruan Shinro could dispatch that mere foundation establishment ant with a mere flick of her finger. Ruan Shinro confidently approached Bai Ying, her face alight with arrogance. "Do you dare?" she taunted. As soon as the words left her lips, a cultivator shouted, "You vile woman! How could she possibly win against you?" A foundation establishment cultivator stands no chance against someone at the false dance stage. The false dance stage is the closest level to the golden dance stage, a realm that may elude these cultivators for their entire lives. Their previous boldness in pressuring Ruan Shinro to face punishment stemmed from the presence of several formidable foundation establishment cultivators among them, who believed they could subdue her in unison. But now, Bai Ying stood alone, lacking even the full capabilities of a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet Bai Ying had no choice but to accept. The crowd watched as she stepped toward Ruan Shinro, declaring, "Bring it on." They could only perceive her as putting on a brave front, believing she would scarcely be able to withstand a single blow from Ruan Shinro, destined to be defeated. Despair filled their hearts. Convinced they would perish here today. Chapter 72. All were left astounded by the scene before them. Bai Ying had barely begun to approach Ruan Shinro when a voice rang out from a man. "May I face you instead?" The speaker was a peak foundation establishment cultivator, the most powerful among them. He understood that Bai Ying could not possibly triumph over Ruan Shinro, so he resolved to take her place. As he soared toward Ruan Shinro, he was met with an unexpected and overwhelming pressure that forced him to stagger back before he could even engage her. Though Ruan Shinro was merely at the false dance stage, she was nonetheless a formidable opponent, having formed her dan, albeit not yet a golden dan, with her hands weaving complex seals. Petals suddenly filled the air, cascading like pink snowflakes, beautiful yet concealing deadly intent. The petals swirled and spun, their velocity intensifying, forming a resplendent whirlwind. The onlookers could only feel a prickling unease at the sight. This was the Huayang sect's supreme technique, the illusory flower-killing formation. This seemingly innocuous technique bore tremendous destructive power. Each petal was sharp enough to slice through steel, and mastering such a technique was no small feat. They were astonished that Ruan Shinro had already learned it. This was the end. The peak foundation establishment cultivator hastily gathered his spiritual energy, erecting a sturdy defensive barrier. However, the moment the whirlwind of petals struck the barrier, a deafening screech echoed through the air. The petals possessed an almost supernatural penetrating force, gradually eroding the barrier. Ruan Shinro continued to manipulate the whirlwind, intensifying its ferocity. The barrier began to crack under the relentless assault of the petals, ultimately collapsing under the strain. With the protective barrier shattered, the opponent was thrown into a state of panic, desperately attempting to evade the petals' assault. Yet they pursued him relentlessly. One petal grazed his cheek, leaving a crimson mark, followed by a flurry of petals that overwhelmed him, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Ruan Shinro seized the advantage, forcefully propelling the whirlwind toward her adversary. He gazed in despair at the oncoming petals. Powerless to resist, in the end, he was engulfed by the tempest of petals, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Moments later, the whirlwind dissipated, revealing a battered opponent sprawled on the ground, devoid of any combat capability. The spectators stood in stunned silence, their minds racing. They had anticipated the Peak Foundation establishment cultivator's defeat, but had never imagined it would happen so swiftly. If even he could not withstand Ruan Shinro, what hope did Bai Ying have? Ruan Shinro coldly addressed them. My only opponent is Bai Ying. Should anyone else dare to intervene, I shall have my master dispatch them instantly. Frost gripped the faces of the crowd. Ruan Shinro's actions were akin to a dull blade carving flesh. Death was inevitable, and they might as well embrace a swift end rather than be toyed with like puppets. Some, in their fury, considered rushing forward, but they were restrained by those from Ling Xiao's sect, urging them to reconsider. Perhaps Bai Ying would emerge victorious. How can she possibly win? She faces the false dance stage. One agitated voice cried out, I would rather defeat her myself than witness Bai Ying's defeat. Another voice rose in desperation. Yet, as he took a step forward, Colin's finger flicked, and a beam of spiritual energy shot through the man's body, rendering him lifeless in an instant. Fear gripped the hearts of all, their expressions marred by despair. Even Su Yu and Qin Ziqin could not muster the belief that Bai Ying would prevail. They clenched their fingers tightly, uncertain of what course to take at that moment. Bai Ying approached Ruan Shinro once more. Ruan Shinro began to weave her seals again, sending beautiful petals toward Bai Ying, her thoughts tinged with boredom, believing that defeating Bai Ying would be a simple affair. However, in the next instant, she was astonished to witness her petals come to a halt upon encountering Bai Ying. With a gentle flick of her finger, the number of petals multiplied 100-fold, spiraling through the air as they altered direction and surged toward Ruan Shinro. What is happening? Someone shouted in disbelief. Su stood frozen, his fingers gripping his sword tightly, veins bulging. This was the same illusory flower-killing formation. Yet Ruan Shinro had barely grasped the first level, while Bai Ying had achieved mastery of the 5th level. Suyu could hardly fathom it. The illusory flower-killing formation demanded exceptional talent and diligent training to achieve even minor success. Ruan Shinro had only managed to learn it through painstaking instruction from the sect leader. Yet Bai Ying had progressed to such a high level without him ever being aware. Bai Ying was stronger than he had ever imagined. Could she truly defeat Ruan Shinro? Though he knew it was improbable, the thought lingered in his mind. The petals now bore far greater power than before, and even Ruan Shinro's expression shifted in alarm. Faced with such a lethal technique, she should have sought to counter it and find a way to neutralize its effects. Yet, Ruan Shinro had forgotten the sect leader's teachings, consumed by a frantic desire to flee. Though her speed was considerable, the petals were swifter still as the petals were about to touch her. Ruan Shinro swiftly raised her shield. Fortunately, this shield was bestowed upon her by her master for protection. Bai Ying could not possibly break through it, however. To her astonishment, the petals began to fuse together, transforming into a myriad of resplendent flowers, each bursting forth with a translucent ice crystal from their cores. Terrifying spiritual force emanated from within, exuding a sense of apocalyptic destruction. All those dreadful ice crystals were aimed directly at Ruan Shinro. Bai Ying stood gracefully in midair, her garments billowing, her hair gently swaying in the breeze. As if she were one with the heavens, in that moment, she resembled a celestial goddess, standing at the very center of the world. Around her, the air seemed to freeze, and time appeared to come to a standstill. Everyone was awestruck by the scene before them. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Even Colin, who had been merely observing, furrowed his brow. Su was on the verge of crushing the hilt of his sword. This was not the 5th level of the illusory flower-killing array. This was the pinnacle, the 9th level. Suyu was utterly speechless, having never witnessed anyone capable of mastering this final tier. Yet, Bai Ying had effortlessly manifested it. At this moment, Ruan Shinro, too, wore an expression of profound shock. This sect's secret technique was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Even the sect leader had only reached the 8th level. Yet Bai Ying had somehow attained the 9th. How was she able to accomplish this? In exasperation, Ruan Shinro addressed her system. Does the protagonist possess such extraordinary fortune? Why can she cultivate anything so swiftly? How is this fair? This world is far too unjust. The system replied, What do you think our system is for? We exist to shatter such inequities. Once you defeat her and make her your puppet, her fortune will belong to you. Greed filled Yuan Shinro's eyes. If she could harness Bai Ying's fortune, success in all her endeavors would come effortlessly. She was determined to seize all of Bai Ying's luck. Although she was not yet capable of killing Bai Ying, she intended to trample her beneath her feet, subjecting her to the disdain and contempt of all. She would make her suffer even more than death. However, Yuan Shinro was unaware that Bai Ying's illusory flower-killing array was not easily mastered. Bai Ying had exerted tremendous effort to break through this formation, even flirting with death in her previous life to perfect it. Without immense dedication, how could one achieve such success? As the overwhelming force coalesced into a tangible attack aimed at her, Yuan Shinro's face turned pale. System, assist me. The system promptly utilized an item to shield Yuan Shinro from the strike, but then informed her, your fortune value has plummeted. You have no more points. From now on, you must rely on your own efforts. Yuan Shinro furrowed her brow, fixated on Bai Ying, internally resolving. Using the illusory killing array against her is futile. I must rely on my own cultivation to crush her completely, she declared sharply. Bai Ying, soon you will come to understand that the false Dan realm is far from what you imagine. I will make you acutely aware of the vast chasm between us. With that, Yuan Shinro immediately unleashed her technique to bind Bai Ying, intending to overpower her with sheer pressure from her cultivation level. She released her oppressive aura without reservation. Though this pressure paled in comparison to that of the nascent soul stage, it nonetheless rendered many cultivators present grave and solemn. Spiritual energy surged rapidly within Yuan Shinro as she clasped her hands together and pointed directly at Bai Ying. Dense spiritual energy shot forth like lightning towards Bai Ying. No matter how formidable Bai Ying was, she was merely at the late foundation establishment stage and could not possibly evade her binding technique. Yuan Shinro aimed to utterly defeat Bai Ying in this manner, and to extinguish the hopes of those who wished for Bai Ying's victory in the face of Yuan Shinro's fierce assault. Bai Ying exhibited no intention of dodging. Some onlookers could not bear to watch and tightly closed their eyes. After all, no matter how powerful a technique, it could not ultimately rival the strength of cultivation. Bai Ying was surely doomed. Foolish creature, how dare you think you can defeat one in the false Dan realm? Yuan Shinro roared, launching her full force at Bai Ying. Bang. The sound of the collision was terrifying, almost apocalyptic in nature. Yet, upon striking Bai Ying, the force failed to shatter her. She stood unscathed, even taking a step forward. How could this be? Wasn't she bound? Why could she still move? This scene left many in disbelief. How could Yuan Shinro, at the false Dan level, fail to kill Bai Ying, who was merely at the late foundation establishment stage? The astonishment was palpable not just among the onlookers, but even Yuan Shinro herself, who distinctly felt her attack connect with Bai Ying. Moreover, she had indeed used her technique to bind Bai Ying. Why? Bai Ying looked at the astonished Yuan Shinro and said, word by word, who told you that I am merely at the early foundation establishment stage? With that, she gradually released her own oppressive aura. That pressure was immensely powerful, even exceeding Yuan Shinro's. Could it be that Bai Ying had also ascended to the false Dan realm? Suyu stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Momentarily lost in thought, he was acutely aware of the cost Yuan Shinro had incurred to reach the false Dan realm. It was no exaggeration to say she had mobilized the full strength of her sect. Yet, Bai Ying had only just arrived at Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao sect could not possibly cultivate Bai Ying using the same methods as Yuan Shinro. How could Bai Ying have already reached the false Dan realm? What terrifying talent she possessed! Such a person had been forsaken by the sect. Feeling Bai Ying's immense pressure, the crowd did not feel discomfort. Rather, they were filled with exhilaration. This is wonderful. We are saved. Bai Ying has concealed her strength. Only Yuan Shinro's expression darkened. Even if you are at the false Dan realm, so what? I can still defeat you. With that, she produced a pill given to her by the sect leader, which was said to grant her the strength of the early Golden Dan stage instantaneously. Bai Ying, this time I will make you lose. However, to Yuan Shinro's astonishment, her attack still had no effect on Bai Ying. All thwarted by the invisible barrier she had created, the onlookers' mouths gaped wider. Even the early Golden Dan stage could not breach Bai Ying's barrier. Could it be that Bai Ying had already reached the early Golden Dan stage? Impossible! Just 3 days prior, she had still been at the early foundation establishment stage. At that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and even Colin, who had been watching the commotion, wore a grave expression. Bai Ying paid no heed to Ruan Shinro's assault. Instead, like Ruan Shinro, she simply concentrated her spiritual energy and directed it toward Ruan Shinro's dantian. Since she wished to destroy her golden Dan, then Bai Ying would allow her to experience the sensation of a shattered Dan embryo. Ruan Shinro's face turned an ashen hue as she realized Bai Ying's intent and instantly fled in a frenzy. Despite her extensive efforts and having consumed the enhancement pill, why was she still inferior to Bai Ying? Yet, to her shock, as she made even the slightest movement, she suddenly felt herself completely immobilized. She could not move, let alone release her spiritual energy. Even the autonomy of her body was no longer hers. Bai Ying had countered her with the same technique. As Bai Ying prepared to shatter Ruan Shinro's Dan embryo, Colin sprang into action, no longer willing to merely observe. He extended his hand toward Bai Ying with a fierce strike. "You bastard! How dare you? What do I have to fear?" Chapter 74. This is the last time I will call you senior brother. It shall never happen again. A terrifying pressure erupted from Bai Ying's palm in an instant. At that moment, she held nothing back. The weight of her aura descended like a colossal mountain, enveloping everything. Making it feel as though one were drowning in an endless abyss, it surged forth like a torrential tsunami, sweeping all before it, instilling a deep sense of dread, as if even the soul trembled under such overwhelming oppression. This is Bai Ying's pressure? Everyone present was left speechless in shock. After a long while, someone exclaimed, "How is this possible? She is actually at the late Golden Dan stage. Heavens! No wonder she slaughters those demon beasts like chopping vegetables. I thought she had some secret technique. It turns out she is genuinely powerful, to ascend from the early Foundation establishment stage directly to the late Golden Dan stage in just 3 days, something even the genius Morong Jin could not achieve. How could she be so formidable? This cannot merely be described as talent. It is monstrous." Even Colin's expression shifted dramatically. Would Bai Ying truly fall to Ruan Shinro as Qin Huazhenren had predicted? Her rate of growth was nothing short of terrifying. In the brief moment Colin hesitated, he saw Bai Ying, while fending off his attack, swiftly strike out with her other hand like lightning toward Ruan Shinro. "You dare!" Colin bellowed once more, his voice booming like thunder. He quickly gathered immense power in his hand and struck fiercely towards Bai Ying. At this moment, Colin harbored a strong intent to kill. This junior, endowed with such terrifying talent, had betrayed their sect. He understood that if such a prodigy were not eliminated now, she would swiftly grow stronger and become a significant threat to the sect. Such a monster ought to be dealt with as soon as possible. Colin's full-force strike surged towards Bai Ying like a tidal wave, yet he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing fact that Bai Ying managed to block his assault once more. Without the slightest pause, she continued her aggressive advance towards Ruan Shinro. Colin, consumed by urgency, found himself powerless to prevent the unfolding calamity. He could only watch in horror as Ruan Shinro's dantian bore the brunt of Bai Ying's lethal blow. A sharp crack echoed, as if something had shattered in that very instant. Blood erupted from Ruan Shinro's mouth, and she fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The oppressive aura that enveloped her dissipated in an instant. Leaving her breath alarmingly feeble, Bai Ying's strike had irreparably shattered Ruan Shinro's nascent dantian. The backlash from the shattered dantian plummeted Ruan Shinro from the realm of false dantian to the early stages of Foundation establishment. Colin seethed with rage. This was a disciple for whom their sect had expended immeasurable resources to cultivate. Now, she lay ruined by Bai Ying's hand. Yet, the onlookers among the cultivators shouted at him, demanding, "Ruan Shinro has lost. You must honor the original agreement and let us go." "Yes, let us leave." Their voices brimmed with hope. Enraged, Colin struck out with his palm, instantly killing the one who had dared to shout. Colin had never intended to honor any agreement. He sought the demise of everyone present, and Bai Ying was his primary target. "You wretched creature. I will make you pay a price beyond your comprehension. I want you all to perish." Colin's fury reached a boiling point as he lunged towards Bai Ying, his hand swelling ominously like a colossal demonic claw. Exuding a chilling aura, he aimed to crush Bai Ying's golden core. To ensure her death was without a trace. The crowd's faces paled, filled with both hatred for his betrayal of the wager and terror at his imminent attack. Just then, a deep voice resonated. "Who dares to harm my disciple?" A figure materialized suddenly, bringing with it the oppressive pressure of the transformation stage. Unbeknownst to them, Xianyuan Qian had appeared. Colin's imposing aura faltered. Disbelief washed over him as he gazed at the elder before him. Astonished that such a formidable being would be present, cultivators over the age of 20 faced tremendous danger here, yet Xianyuan Qian, over 2,000 years old, had the audacity to show up. Colin couldn't gamble on whether the Order's laws would discover Xianyuan Qian first, or if Xianyuan Qian would eliminate him first. Retreat, Colin bellowed, seizing Ruan Shinro's hand and fleeing the scene at breakneck speed. However, his escape meant he could no longer eliminate everyone present. The disgraceful actions of Ruan Shinro would surely spread like wildfire once they left. Colin's heart brimmed with anger, yet he was compelled to flee. He departed so hastily that he even neglected to take other Huayang sect cultivators with him, leaving Suyu and Qin Zijing behind. Bai hurried to Xianyuan Qian. Master, well done, my child. Xianyuan Qian gently patted Bai Ying's head before vanishing, seemingly retreating in fear of the Order's loss. Yet Bai Ying quickly turned to Wang Qi, who gestured for silence. A smile crept onto her lips as she realized this was Wang Qi's illusionary art at work. Unlike Huayang sect, Lingshao sect had specialized manuals for practicing illusions, and Wang Qi had evidently mastered it well enough to deceive even her. After all, she had studied how to unravel such illusions herself. But how he conjured that oppressive aura remained a mystery. Bai Ying was filled with gratitude. She dared to confront Ruan Shinro because she was confident in her ability to defeat Colin. However, Wang Qi was unaware of this. He was desperately trying to ensure his own safety. With the crisis averted, Wang Qi urged those present, "Everyone, disperse, do not linger here." The cultivators were eager to leave, and they vanished in an instant. Only Suyu and Qin Zijing remained. As Suyu approached Bai Ying, "May I ask you a question?" He took her hand and led her away. Suyu's face turned pale as he looked at Bai Ying's retreating figure. Calling out, "Fifth junior sister, were there many situations like today in the sect? Did you not do anything wrong? And was it Ruan Shinro who slandered you?" Bai Ying halted in her tracks. "Brother, do you not know? I refuse to believe that you were oblivious each time. You simply do not wish to accept that your pure and virtuous junior sister is a hypocrite full of lies." After a pause, Bai Ying added, "This is the last time I will call you brother. It shall never happen again." Chapter 75. Perceiving Ruan Shinro's anomaly, Suyu lay sleeping in the woods, dreaming of Bai Ying as a child, persistently clinging to him. This little sticky rice dumpling was simply adorable, and Suyu often delighted in teasing her. Back then, he enjoyed taking her along on various escapades, proudly showcasing her as his beautiful porcelain doll of a junior sister. He exerted great effort to see her smile, and his fellow disciples bore no resentment towards his favoritism. They were even kinder to her than he was, particularly the fourth junior brother, Yan Zhilin, whose affections for her were well known to all. They both assumed that the two would eventually become a couple. These two had always hit it off since childhood, frequently causing mischief in his spirit beast garden, whereby Ying would practice her artifact forging, while Yan Zhilin would target the spirit beasts he cared for, be it plucking feathers from the spirit crane or attempting to saw off the antlers of the spirit deer. He would often chase after them in exasperation, but in truth, he was never genuinely angry. He understood that the items Bai Ying crafted from these materials were gifts for everyone, and she held immense love for them. Those chaotic days were truly wonderful. Even in his dream, Suyu wore a smile. Ever since his junior sister joined the sect, everything seemed to have changed. He watched in his dream as he grew increasingly biased towards her. No matter what she did, he believed she was in the right. The junior sister he once adored suddenly became the object of his disdain. He saw himself striking her arm with a vine. So heavy, so harsh, he had never considered it wrong. In fact, he believed she deserved it. But now, Suyu pondered, were all of her words truly correct? He had never verified them. He had blindly assumed it was all Bai Ying's fault. The once favored fourth junior brother had also begun to chase after the junior sister, even resorting to violence against Bai Ying. How could he harm someone he once cherished so dearly? The brothers grew increasingly intolerant of Bai Ying. Even discussing how wonderful it would be if their master could expel her from the sect, they only needed one junior sister. Suyu trembled in his dream. No, he did not want his junior sister to leave the sect. But then the scene shifted, and he saw their master also intending to expel her. No. Suyu shouted at their master, feeling a gut-wrenching pain as if he had experienced it all before. He knelt, pleading with his master not to cast her out. Yet he still witnessed their master banishing Bai Ying from the sect. No. His eyes shot open, gasping for breath. Qin Zijing looked at him with concern. Elder brother, are you all right? Su Yu stared at the person before him. Realizing he had merely been dreaming, he felt a sudden wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness, it was just a dream. He muttered to himself. What dream did you have, brother? Su Yu smiled at Qin Zijing. I just dreamt that our master expelled Bai Ying from the sect. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that it had merely been a dream. But then he heard Qin Zijing say, Bai Ying has indeed left. But it wasn't our master who expelled her. She left of her own accord. Yu Yu's face immediately froze, the smile fading gradually. Bai Ying left? He murmured, his entire being seeming to lose its essence. Yes, brother. Did you not witness it with your own eyes? It has been a while. Why do you suddenly act as if you are unaware? Have you been sleeping too deeply? At that moment, Su Yu finally awakened fully. He had indeed been lost in sleep, mistakenly believing Bai Ying's departure was merely a dream. He thought, how wonderful it was just a dream. But reality struck him hard. This was no dream. It was all too real. Even just moments ago, Bai Ying had said to him, this is the last time I will call you brother. It shall never happen again. Tears streamed down Su Yu's face as he felt a heart-wrenching pain. He truly felt as if he had lost his fifth junior sister. Elder brother, what is wrong? Qin Zijing watched him with worry. This was the first time he had seen his elder brother cry. The man who always appeared unfazed no matter the circumstance was now in tears. Fifth junior sister. Upon hearing Su Yu mention Bai Ying, Qin Zijing fell silent. He sat beside Su Yu, taking out a bottle of wine from his storage ring. He took a hearty swig before offering it to Su Yu. Su Yu accepted it, desperately pouring the alcohol down his throat. Zijing, do you not find me strange? Su Yu prided himself on not being someone who could easily be swayed by right and wrong in the past. He would meticulously trace the roots of any matter, yet why was it that he found himself devoid of principles when it came to his junior sister? Just moments ago, when she claimed that Bai Ying was responsible, he believed her without question. Moreover, the frightful punishment she mentioned seemed plausible for Bai Ying, yet not for his junior sister. Su Yu began to loathe himself, attributing this bias to favoritism. His favoritism had indeed gone too far. It was evident that his junior sister had only recently joined their sect, while Bai Ying had been part of the clan for quite some time. Emotionally, he should have felt closer to Bai Ying. How had he come to this point? Su Yu clenched his fingers in frustration, resenting his own partiality. At that moment, Qin Zijing unexpectedly addressed him. Do you feel this way as well, senior brother? To be honest, when I was pushed toward the black-spotted leopard by junior sister, I nearly lost my life. Regardless of who was responsible, I would have loathed them to the core, even to the extent of wishing for their demise. Yet, after such an incident, I found myself speaking up for junior sister. I cannot fathom why I am so protective of her. I am, after all, someone who despises evil with fervor, yet I feel as though I am losing control over myself. I hardly recognize who I am anymore. The two brothers furrowed their brows tightly, sensing the peculiarity of their situation. Why were they so lacking in principles when it came to matters concerning Wan Shinro? Desperately seeking to shield her? Chapter 76. Unworthy. Meanwhile, Bai Ying was diligently searching for spiritual herbs alongside the disciples of Lingxiao sect. This trial in the shadowy valley not only aimed to uncover a treasure of inheritance, but also required them to gather herbs. The one who procured the most spiritual herbs would receive greater rewards. These rewards were collectively offered by all sects and included rare spiritual treasures seldom seen. Bai Ying had heard that there was a rare herb known as the dragon essence, essential for her breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. Thus, she was determined to secure first place. As Bai Ying and her companion sought the herbs, they found their efforts lacking despite having reviewed the map of the shadowy valley before entering. Wang Miao sighed in exasperation. The few spiritual herbs we found are pitiful. There isn't enough for us to share. It seems we must locate the herb garden. However, the herb garden was elusive, its location constantly shifting. Even if it had appeared in a specific place during the last trial, it could very well be elsewhere this time. The group exhausted all means to search, even Bai Ying releasing her spiritual sense. Yet still, they could not detect it. Bai Ying furrowed her brow tightly. Just then, 5 or 6 cultivators approached them. Wang Miao's expression soured instantly as she summoned her magical artifact, fearing these individuals intended to seize their spiritual herbs. They had encountered numerous such characters along their journey, and Wang Miaomiao had grown utterly weary of these opportunists. But the newcomers quickly called out, "We are not here to rob you. We merely have information to share. We know where the herb garden is." The herb garden. At this revelation, not only did the disciples of Lingshao's sect perk up, but Bai Ying's eyes also gleamed momentarily. Yes, it was the herb garden. It had suddenly materialized, already surrounded by a throng of people. However, only one person could enter the garden at a time. Once someone stepped inside, it would close immediately. Thus, the crowd was vying to determine who would gain entry. The speaker, Yuan Shiji, kept his gaze fixed on Bai Ying as he continued, "You may not remember me, but I am one of those saved by Bai Shushi earlier. I know you possess great strength. If you go, you can defeat everyone. That is why I sought you out." He paused, adding, "However, I am uncertain whether that nascent soul cultivator will arrive. If he does, he will undoubtedly kill you. Even we who are aware of Ruan Shinro's actions may not escape unscathed." Originally, Yuan Shiji had ridiculed Bai Ying, initially focused on Ruan Shinro when he entered the trial grounds, but the unexpected events had shifted his priorities. If not for those incidents, he would have first thought of Ruan Shinro upon discovering the herb garden. Yet now he sought Bai Ying. "I have no choice. My sister is ill. I need a moonlight herb from the garden to treat her. Thus, I must go, and I hope you will consider it." The disciples of Lingshao's sect frowned. While the allure of the herb garden was great, there was also the risk of encountering the aforementioned nascent soul cultivator. If he spotted Bai Ying, she would undoubtedly perish. "All right." The disciples' eyes widened, with Wang Qi exclaiming, "Bai Shimi, do not worry. I can defeat that Kalin." Bai Ying conveyed her thoughts to those around her, but they vehemently opposed her. It was too perilous, and none of them should go. Bai Ying shook her head, "Do not worry. Even if I cannot win, I can escape. After all, I am at the late stage of Golden Cord. I will be fine." Recognizing Bai Ying's determination, the group understood she was resolute in her decision and could only relent. "Fine, to avoid holding you back, we will not go. But you must be cautious. If you see Kalin, flee immediately, understood?" "I understand. Do not worry." After parting ways with the disciples of Lingshao's sect, Bai Ying promptly joined Yuan Shiji in searching for the herb garden, only to unexpectedly encounter two individuals along the way. One was her second senior brother, Gu Qingzhou, whom she had not seen since her rebirth, and the other was Xiaoyu, whom she never wished to lay eyes upon again. Bai Ying nodded at him. She had a favorable impression of Gu Qingzhou, likely due to his frequent travels and limited interaction with Ruan Shinro, making him the least influenced by her in the past. When Bai Ying had been targeted by her fellow disciples, Gu Qingzhou had spoken in her defense. Though his words had been light and lacking substantial action, they had been a rare comfort for Bai Ying at that time. Upon seeing Bai Ying, Gu Qingzhou said, "May I have a word with you? I promise not to take up much of your time. Just one sentence." Bai Ying, unusually not on edge as she was with other disciples, nodded in agreement. However, upon seeing Bai Ying, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned. His eyes fixated on her, revealing a glimmer of greed. Since Bai Ying had expressed her desire never to see him again, he had sought Ruan Shinro, desperately convincing himself that he only liked her. Yet, in the face of Ruan Shinro, he could no longer find the excitement he once felt, instead being haunted by thoughts of Bai Ying. To escape this torment, he chose to leave the sect and wander, hoping to forget Bai Ying. He longed for even a distant glimpse of her. Yet he had not anticipated that Bai Ying would have already left the sect. That day, after drinking excessively, Xiaoyu felt as if he had lost something precious. Now, upon seeing Bai Ying, he could not tear his gaze away but was equally terrified of her loathing him. Rendering him speechless, he finally managed to say, "Bai Ying, your relations with your fellow disciples are strained. It seems natural for you to wish to leave the sect. After all, continuing this way is not good for anyone." Bai Ying nodded, appreciating that there were still rational individuals in her sect. However, he continued, "But I must say this. Keep your distance from Xiaoyu. I have heard that you caused quite a scene at the birthday banquet for Junior Sister because of him. You may not know this since leaving the sect, but Junior Sister has already reached the fake dance stage. Even Xiaoyu is held in high regard by the sect. He is now at the peak of Foundation establishment, just a step away from Golden Core. He is no longer someone of your ordinary caliber who can aspire to be with him. They are destined to be a pair, to put it bluntly. You are no longer worthy of Xiaoyu, so do not entertain any fantasies about him in the future. Chapter 77. I am extremely disgusted by Xiao Yu. Bai Ying was taken aback. Never expecting Gu Qingzhou to speak such words to her, she nearly burst into laughter. With a hint of sarcasm, she replied, "Why would I fantasize about a scoundrel, especially one so weak, in my opinion? It would be best if Xiao Yu and Ruan Xinro ceased to appear before me. Otherwise, I will not be kind to them. They do not deserve to be in my presence. They would sully my eyes." After delivering this statement, Bai Ying resolutely turned to leave. She found it utterly absurd that she had paused to listen to such nonsense. From now on, should anyone from Huayang's sect attempt to engage her in conversation, she would ignore them completely. Otherwise, she would truly feel nauseated. At that moment, Bai Ying did not even wish to cast another glance at the two. Meanwhile, Gu Qingzhou was equally incensed by Bai Ying's words. When did Xiao Yu become a scoundrel? How could Bai Ying, the fool, dare to claim that Xiao Yu was weak? She even declared that she would not be courteous to Ruan Xinro and Xiao Yu. This individual was truly lost in a dream, unaware of her own worth. Jiu Qingzhou, fuming, muttered to himself, "Ruan Xinro and Xiao Yu are among the finest of the younger generation in the sect. Even the sect leader's son pales in comparison to them. For Bai Ying to call such a talent weak is surely sour grapes. She should consider her own position, being merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. How can she have the audacity to utter such words?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he hastily pursued Bai Ying, grabbing her arm with determination. "I am aware of your fondness for Xiao Yu. Yet the two of you truly seem incompatible. How about this? I can introduce you to some promising young talents. Although they may not measure up to Xiao Yu, they would certainly suffice for someone of your caliber." With that, Gu Qingzhou reluctantly recited a long list of disciples from various sects, each of whom possessed mediocre talents, destined to achieve no more than the foundational stage in their lifetimes, with the prospect of breaking through to the golden core stage exceedingly slim. He considered it a stretch for Bai Ying to aspire to any of them. What of Lu Xuan and Yang Yu? I believe they are quite commendable. They have already reached the mid-foundational stage, which would be more than adequate for someone at the early foundational stage like you. Should you agree, I can approach them on your behalf. Perhaps one of them would be inclined to pursue you. Bai Ying clenched her fists. That Lu Shuyuan is already in his 60s. While not exceptionally old among cultivators, his age could very well make him her grandfather, and remaining at the foundational stage at such an age likely means he will never progress further. As for Yang Yu, he is even more egregious, a notorious playboy within the sect, juggling multiple female cultivators at once, often winning their affections only to cast them aside. Enough. Why not seek someone like that? Gu Qingzhou retorted, "Miu, obsessing over Xiao Yu. I am merely concerned about you disrupting his relationship with Ruan Xinro. Rest assured, I would never interfere with their bond. In fact, I hope they remain locked in their devotion forever." Seeing Gu Qingzhou attempt to draw her back, Bai Ying forcefully shook him off. I need to repeat myself. I have long ceased to harbor any feelings for Xiao Yu. In fact, I find him utterly repugnant. And I hold none of your Huayang sect in any esteem. As for you, please refrain from addressing me in the future. I have severed all ties with Huayang sect. With that, Bai Ying turned and swiftly pulled Yuan Shiji away. Leaving the scene, Xiao Yu continued to gaze at Bai Ying, watching her leave with an icy expression. A wave of despondency washed over him. He had hoped to discern a hint of lingering affection in her eyes, but she had not spared him a single glance as she departed. With a sense of melancholy, he approached Gu Qingzhou. "What did you say to her?" She seemed quite angry upon leaving. Jiu Qingzhou scoffed. "Angry? I merely advised her to keep her distance from you. That girl is like a toad yearning for a swan. She should assess her own worth." Xiao Yu's eyes widened, his heart racing. "She was angry because you kept her away from me? Does that mean Bai Ying still has feelings for me? No, she is being excessive, claiming she is above anyone from Huayang sect, and foolishly asserting that you would taint her vision. It is she who has persistently pursued you." That wretch! The flicker of hope that had ignited within Xiao Yu's heart was quickly extinguished, leaving him with an indescribable sorrow. He wished to articulate that it was not Bai Ying who had chased him. It was not her fault. Yet, he opened his mouth to speak, only to find the words stuck in his throat. He did not want to leave a negative impression on anyone. Jiu Qingzhou, oblivious to Xiao Yu's shifting emotions, embraced him tightly. "Enough about Bai Ying. As long as she stays away from you, that's what matters, and you, after all, have Ruan Xinro by your side. the first among our generation to reach the false core stage. Your future is boundless. You are indeed fortunate. Xiao Yu forced a smile, aware that Gu Qingzhou's words held truth. Bai Ying was currently at the early foundational stage, now entirely outclassed by Ruan Xinro. Regardless of how well she had performed previously, the chasm of their cultivation levels was an insurmountable divide. By all accounts, Ruan Xinro was the far superior choice. Both Gu Qingzhou and Xiao Yu were headed to the Spirit Herb Garden. Having just received news from their fellow disciples about its discovery, they hastened to the location. Meanwhile, a group of Huayang sect members had also arrived and immediately approached the two. Jiyu Qingzhou scanned the surroundings and muttered, "Isn't Junior Sister with you?" The others shook their heads. Junior Sister Ruan did not carry a communication talisman, and we are unable to reach her. However, we have left her a message, and she should come upon seeing it. I hope she arrives soon. Yu Qingzhou's heart swelled with pride at the thought of Junior Sister. Now having reached the golden core stage, she undoubtedly shone the brightest among these cultivators. If she were to appear here, she would surely astonish the crowd, becoming the object of everyone's admiration. In that case, the Spirit Herb Garden would become the possession of Huayang sect. However, he glanced at Xiao Yu and smiled reassuringly. With Xiao Yu now at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, he should be able to surpass everyone present. Even if Junior Sister did not arrive, it would be inconsequential. Jiyu Qingzhou's sense of pride only grew. At that moment, however, he spotted a familiar figure. Bai Ying had also appeared here, accompanied by that earlier foundational stage cultivator. What is she doing here? A mere foundational stage cultivator venturing into such a place is tantamount to courting death. Gu Qingzhou's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried toward Bai Ying, grasping her arm and sternly admonishing her, "Have you lost your mind? What are you doing here? Do you even know where this is? Do not assume that just because a Spirit Herb Garden has emerged, someone like you can covet it. Do you even know your own limitations? With such meager cultivation, if you wish to remain alive, you must leave this place at once." Chapter 78. This person is insane. As Gu Qingzhou spoke, he reached out to pull Bai Ying away, intent on dragging her to safety. This area was rife with cultivators eyeing the Spirit Herb Garden, and only those with significant prowess would dare to tread here. Yet Bai Ying, merely a foundational stage cultivator, she was utterly insane. However, to his surprise, as soon as his hand touched Bai Ying, she effortlessly shook him off. Her expression was decidedly unfavorable. "Did I not tell you before to refrain from speaking to me? I have completely severed ties with Huayang sect." With that, she turned and walked away, offering him not a shred of dignity. Gu Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to Bai Ying's newfound assertiveness. He felt a surge of frustration. It was one thing for her to act that way when he had advised her against pursuing Xiao Yu. But now he was trying to save her life. How could she maintain such a demeanor? This insufferable girl. What wrong had he spoken? Was he not looking out for her? This wretch was indeed coveting what she should not. And once she faced the consequences at the hands of those cultivators, she would surely regret it. As Gu Qingzhou continued mulling over this, he witnessed a foundational stage cultivator being sent flying by another at the mid-foundational stage, crashing to the ground with a thud. The foundational stage cultivator was utterly outmatched, landing in a heap, spitting blood, clearly injured with several broken bones. This was a fortunate outcome, considering what he had just witnessed. Despite the trial being jointly hosted by several sects, with strict rules against fatality, many were willing to resort to underhanded tactics. Numerous participants might not kill, but their actions bore little difference. Some cruel individuals would even cripple their opponents entirely, rendering them unable to rise again. For someone like Bai Ying, attempting to seize the Spirit Herb Garden would likely lead to a disastrous fate. Jiyu Qingzhou's disdain for Bai Ying deepened, and he began to suspect that her motives for being here were not merely to compete, but rather to pursue Xiao Yu. Despite her claims of no longer being interested in him, her words might have been mere lip service. After all, Xiao Yu had achieved the pinnacle of the foundational stage and had a bright future ahead. She would surely be reluctant to let go. No, he needed to devise a plan to ensure that Bai Ying and Xiao Yu would never have a chance together. With that thought, Gu Qingzhou's gaze shifted to Yang Yu nearby, and he approached him. At that moment, Yuan Shiji was explaining the situation to Bai Ying. "Senior Bai, we are currently on the outskirts of the Spirit Herb Garden, within its sphere of influence. Even if the garden were to shift, it would take those present with it, so there is no need to worry about it disappearing during the trial. Our objective now is to secure the top position in the competition, proving that you are the only one worthy of entering the Spirit Herb Garden. However, in such circumstances, mere cultivation strength is insufficient. The trial rules of the Shadow Valley permit any techniques as long as they do not result in death. Thus, we must remain vigilant against those who would resort to underhanded tactics, such as using thunderstorm pearls and other concealed weapons. Bai-Ying nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to participate in the competition. Just then, a hand landed on her shoulder. "Isn't this junior sister Bai? It's been a while." Bai-Ying turned to find a young cultivator standing before her. Yang Yu, one of the peculiar individuals Gu Qingzhou had mentioned. Yang Yu had a notorious reputation for trampling upon the affections of young women, often juggling multiple romantic interests with abandon. Present, he regarded Bai-Ying with a smile, though it was unclear what Gu Qingzhou had conveyed to him. As his demeanor towards Bai-Ying was markedly different from that towards the previous female cultivators. Instead, he looked down upon her with an air of superiority. "I heard from Brother Gu that you wished to be with me. Although I may not be as formidable as Brother Xiao, my own qualifications are quite commendable. I have already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and no matter how skilled you are still merely at the early stage of foundation establishment." As Yin Yu spoke, he scrutinized Bai-Ying with a penetrating gaze. Before Bai-Ying could respond, Yuan Shiji, standing beside her, was rendered speechless with shock. How dare a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator speak to a senior like Bai so audaciously? Yuan Shiji, who could only refer to Bai-Ying as Senior Bai, was acutely aware that she was currently at the late stage of Golden Core, capable of annihilating everyone present with ease. Has this person lost their mind? Yuan Shiji shouted at Yin Yu. "What madness is this? Do you think you can speak to Senior Bai like that? Be sensible and get lost, or I shall not hold back with that." Yuan Shiji displayed his magical artifact, attempting to assert his dominance. "Get lost? Who do you think you are? A mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator daring to speak to me like this? Aren't you afraid I might end your life? You, whose reputation is already in ruins, have no one who would want you. The fact that I even considered being with you was a stretch. It is utterly impossible for you to gain anything from me." Yin Yu leered at Bai-Ying, thinking that although she had been abandoned by Xiaoyu, her looks were to his liking, and he wouldn't mind reluctantly accepting her. He reached out, attempting to caress Bai-Ying's cheek. Observing this, Yuan Shiji felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his gaze toward Yin Yu akin to that of a man regarding a hopeless case. Indeed, just as Yin Yu's hand was about to touch Bai-Ying's face, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Yin Yu was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, his cheek swelling prominently. Chapter 79. "Do you think I would look at you?" Yin Yu touched his cheek in disbelief. With so many spectators watching their confrontation, the commotion drew everyone's attention. Were they competing as well? It didn't seem so. It appeared that the man was being unilaterally beaten. How could a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator be outmatched by someone at the early stage? How pathetic! Yin Yu had never experienced such humiliation. His face flushed crimson with rage. "You wretched girl, how dare you strike me?" He lunged at Bai-Ying, desperate to prove his strength. Yet, before he could reach her, Bai-Ying delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground in a most humiliating manner. Yin Yu had never faced such disgrace, and his fury reached a boiling point. He retrieved his magical artifact, his expression dark and menacing. He was determined to eliminate this girl. Yin Yu had heard tales of Bai-Ying's formidable Lingxi Pasu slash, but had never witnessed it firsthand. He could not fathom that a mere girl could possess such power. Surely, it was an exaggeration. Even if she were powerful, she was still only at the early stage of foundation establishment. He could easily crush her with a single finger. Struggling to rise, he bellowed at Bai-Ying. "Bai-Ying, you should be grateful for my attention. Today, you will kneel before me and apologize." However, before he could finish his tirade, he suddenly noticed Gu Qingzhou approaching. Gu Qingzhou hurriedly intercepted the furious Yin Yu, shouting at Bai-Ying. "Bai-Ying, what on earth are you doing? I went at great lengths to introduce Yin Yu to you. What have you done? Come over here and apologize to Yin Yu, now." Gu Qingzhou, exasperated, regarded Bai-Ying with disbelief, thinking that as long as Yin Yu was willing, they would immediately be together. Little did he realize that Bai-Ying held herself in such high regard that she looked down even on Yin Yu, even going so far as to strike him. "Have you taken a good look at yourself? Besides Yin Yu's goodwill, which mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would want you?" Hurry up and apologize. Yet, Yin had lost interest in Buying. Enough. Even if she begs now, I would never consider being with her. Buying observed their back and forth with a cold smile. First, Gu Qingzhou, did I ever request you to introduce such trash to me? Second, I have long since stated that I have severed all ties with your Huayang sect, so please refrain from calling me junior sister. Third, she pointed at Yin. Do you truly believe I would look at you? You are but a useless wretch. I wouldn't mind teaching your parents a lesson. If you wish to fight, then come. Buying raised her hand, seemingly poised to strike Yin once more. He trembled with rage, determined to settle the score with her. Yet before he could make a move, a spirit ape suddenly charged in from outside. It barreled through, toppling many cultivators to the ground. Just as Yin intended to confront Buying, he was struck by the spirit ape and sent hurtling away. With a splatter, blood erupted from his mouth. Yu Qingzhou was also caught in the chaos. Although he was at the late stage of foundation establishment, he was effortlessly thrown aside by the spirit ape, unable to even steady himself before crashing to the ground. The spirit ape was not to be underestimated. It had evidently come for the spirit herb garden. Upon arrival, it announced to the gathered cultivators, all of you, get lost. This spirit herb garden now belongs to me. I do not wish to see another human cultivator here. Otherwise, I shall kill you all. To intimidate the cultivators further, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames were so potent that a nearby tree was reduced to ash. This spirit ape was clearly a fire ape with awakened intelligence, capable of speech and demonstrating intellect that rivaled that of the cultivators present. Having squabbled for so long, the cultivators were on the verge of determining who would gain entry into the spirit herb garden, only to be interrupted by the spirit ape, which demanded they leave. Who could tolerate such insolence? A young cultivator shouted back at the spirit ape, how absurd! This spirit herb garden was discovered by our human cultivators. What does it have to do with you spirit beasts? You are but one, whereas we are many. You are no match for us. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or you will die here. After all, the rules of the Yueying Valley trial prohibit killing human cultivators, but do not extend that courtesy to spirit beasts. One by one, the cultivators prepared for battle, eager to eliminate the spirit ape. Yes, we are many. Why should we fear a mere beast? Even if it has awakened intelligence and can speak, it is not a significant threat. Each of us could easily defeat it with a single blow. Fueled by righteous indignation, the cultivators surged toward the spirit ape. Leading the charge was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator who drew a long whip, striking fiercely at the spirit ape. The whip crackled with lightning power. Clearly his most formidable treasure. Under normal circumstances, any cultivator of the same level struck by this whip would be left in dire straits. However, to his utter shock, the spirit ape effortlessly seized the whip with a single hand. Impervious to the lightning's might, with a furious roar, the spirit ape yanked on the whip, causing the late-stage cultivator to stumble forward, losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit ape raised its powerful arm and swung at the cultivator. The cultivator hastily dodged, but the spirit ape's speed was astonishing, grazing his shoulder and inflicting excruciating pain. His shoulder bone shattered, and at that moment, the spirit ape snatched the whip from his grasp. Holding the whip aloft, the spirit ape let out a raucous laugh, turning it against the gathered cultivators. Though the weapon remained the same, its power increased tenfold in the spirit ape's hands. The whip struck the cultivators with brutal force, and those closest were instantly slain, while others were sent flying by the whip's wind, spewing blood from their mouths. Panic ensued among the cultivators, their faces draining of color. Someone shouted, "This is bad. This spirit ape is at least at the early stage of nascent soul. It is far beyond our capabilities. We should flee and abandon the spirit herb garden." The cultivators were now filled with trepidation, their faces pale. Despite the multitude present, none dared to advance. Only one young girl silently stepped toward the spirit ape. Chapter 80. I shall battle you. Just then, the spirit ape bellowed at the cultivators. I have heard that only the finest human talents may participate in this trial. Yet how is it that you are all so weak? Is there no one left among the human race? If this is the case, I might just have to consider sending my kind's king to attack you. The spirit ape's words sent a wave of dread through the cultivators. Those who had been considering retreating now hesitated, halting their attempts to flee if they abandoned their post now. and the spirit ape truly summoned the demon tribe's leader to attack, it would spell disaster for humanity. They could not allow the rumor of their cowardice to spread, lest they be remembered in infamy for eternity. Now, they had no choice but to fight, and they could not afford to lose. If they were defeated, they would be held accountable for the ensuing conflict and would have only death to offer as atonement. Charge! It was unclear who shouted, but the spirit ape clearly did not welcome their collective assault. It relished in toying with each individual, savoring the fear etched upon their faces. Is it only your kind that resorts to overwhelming numbers? Your weakness is evident. Someone shouted at the spirit ape. Yet you are fully aware that we stand no chance against you if we confront you individually. The spirit ape, unperturbed by their claims of inadequacy, retorted mockingly. Thus, I maintain that you are indeed feeble. I shall grant you but a single opportunity. Choose one among you to challenge me. Should that individual succeed in besting me, I shall immediately depart from this place and relinquish any thoughts of sending my kin to wage war against you. Otherwise, prepare yourselves for battle. Who dares to step forth? A glint of bloodthirst flickered in the spirit ape's eyes. The spirit ape clan is notoriously savage, deriving pleasure from the torment and demise of their prey, with a particular penchant for torturing the human cultivators. It is only through the suffering of these cultivators, witnessing the flicker of despair and resentment in their eyes, that they feel an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. This moment is no different. It eagerly anticipates such a spectacle. The onlookers were acutely aware of the spirit ape's intentions, gritting their teeth but none daring to step forward. Just then, a cold, clear voice broke through the tension. I shall fight you. Baying confidently approached the spirit ape. Her intention was straightforward. She wished to enter the spirit herb garden swiftly, believing that defeating this spirit ape would instill awe among the crowd and save her from having to confront them one by one. However, after merely 2 steps, she was seized by Gu Qingzhou. Gu Qingzhou could hardly believe his eyes. He had warned Baying numerous times along their journey. How could this reckless fool still fail to recognize her own limitations? Was this truly the appropriate moment for her to step forward? What an embarrassment! In exasperation, Gu Qingzhou shouted at Baying. Are you out of your mind? What are you trying to prove at this moment? Have you no understanding of your own capabilities? As a mere foundation establishment beginner, you cannot hope to contend with any of these individuals, let alone represent us in battle. Step aside. Do you not feel any shame? Yuan Shiji interjected, eager to defend Baying. You should watch your tongue. Senior Bai is not merely a foundation establishment beginner. Just as he began to clarify, Yang Yu's mocking voice rang out from behind him. What do you mean she is not a foundation establishment beginner? Are you suggesting she has already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage? Do you think we are blind? Anyone here can easily sense her aura. The gazes of the crowd toward Baying were laden with disdain. Even those who had previously witnessed Baying wield the Lingxi breakthrough slash deemed her overconfident, for this was a Yuan Ing stage spirit ape. They struggled even in numbers against it, let alone one individual. What was she trying to prove? Truly infuriating. Even Xiao Yu's gaze toward Baying was tinged with disappointment. He pondered. Not choosing Baying had indeed been the right decision. Yuan Shiji was in a state of despair. No, Senior Bai has already reached the late golden core stage. If not for the fact that those who witnessed Baying attain the late golden core stage had fled in fear of the Yuan Ing cultivator. Many would come forth to attest to it. However, as soon as he voiced this claim, the surrounding cultivators merely scoffed in ridicule. Enough, enough, spare us your pretense. Late golden core stage? Do you think we are fools? Clearly, just 3 days ago, Baying was still at the early foundation establishment stage, and now you claim she has reached the late golden core stage. I have seen many boastful claims, but this takes the cake. Do you think she is a genius like Ruan Shinro? Ruan Shinro is the only one who, in 3 short days, advanced from early foundation establishment to false dance stage. One of the few true prodigies I have encountered. Late golden core stage? What a fanciful thought. I have long heard that Baying harbors jealousy toward Ruan Shinro, which is why she has fallen out with the entire sect. Do you know why she left Huayang sect? Because she forced the esteemed Qin Huazhenren to choose between her and Ruan Shinro. Luckily, Qin Huazhenren was perceptive enough to select the genius Ruan Shinro. Otherwise, Baying would surely be wallowing in frustration now. Ah, so that is the case, and no wonder she dares to emerge now. Perhaps her jealousy toward Ruan Shinro has driven her to madness, leading her to fantasize about being at the late golden core stage. Only the fool beside her, of equal cultivation, would believe her words. One by one, they denigrated Bai Ying, yet none dared to step forward after her. They lamented. If only Ruan Shinro were here, she might have a chance against it. Each person sighed heavily. The spirit ape's eyes flickered as it plucked a hair from its own body, transforming it into a small monkey. It addressed them. Since you all fear my superior cultivation, I shall lower the challenge's stakes. This is merely a hair from my body. As long as your chosen warrior can defeat it, I will immediately leave this place and concede the spirit herb garden to you. The moment the crowd heard the spirit ape's words, their eyes brightened with hope. Though they could not contend with the spirit ape itself, could they not handle a mere hair? If they could conquer its hair, they would earn the opportunity to enter the spirit herb garden and spread the illustrious name of the war god spirit ape. Many among them began to feel tempted. Yet, Yuan Shiji found it peculiar. Senior Bai, how could the spirit ape, so bloodthirsty and cruel, possibly lower the stakes of the challenge? Why would it simplify the rules so drastically? Bai Ying replied. It is impossible. The hair it has plucked is, in fact, its true form. This spirit ape is cunning. Once they send forth a challenger, it will reveal its true nature. Chapter 81. The despair of Xiao Yu Buying spoke these words without lowering her voice. The crowd would not believe her regardless. Sure enough, upon hearing her statement, they mocked her anew, claiming she was merely posturing as if she understood everything. Yet, she was merely a foundation establishment beginner. Hurry up and close your foul mouth. You sound as if you were the savior. In truth, we could all perish here, and we would not require your rescue. Bai Ying had initially intended to confront the spirit ape directly, aiming for a swift resolution. However, with the crowd voicing such sentiments, she would not easily engage now. Even if this group were to be entirely wiped out, it was of no concern to her. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow and approached Bai Ying, saying, I remember you were not like this before. There is no need for you to constantly compare yourself to Ruan Shinro. Bai Ying's gaze bore into the individual before her, her eyes icy as if imbued with frost. I also recall telling you to keep your distance from me and never appear before me again in this lifetime. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Xiao Yu shook his head helplessly. When Bai Ying had made that statement, she had been full of vigor. However, he was now a perfected foundation establishment cultivator, no longer someone she could easily contend with. How could she possibly be unkind to him? I still advise you, speak only as much as your abilities allow. Otherwise, you will only make a fool of yourself. With that, he turned away from Bai Ying and approached the spirit ape. Do your previous words still hold? We need only defeat a hair of yours? Of course. The spirit ape's eyes sparkled with excitement as it gazed at Xiao Yu. Are you here to challenge me? I, a humble disciple, wish to represent everyone in this duel. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's declaration, the crowd expressed unanimous approval. If Brother Xiao wishes to represent us, then by all means. You are not like that fool who is merely a foundation establishment beginner. Indeed, Brother Xiao is a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. He is sure to prevail. Yang Yu added, Brother Xiao, annihilate this spirit ape and let that wretched girl see. Xiao Yu stepped forward, addressing the spirit ape. Please? The spirit ape's eyes gleamed with excitement, and it immediately commanded the small monkey, born from its hair, to attack Xiao Yu. A torrent of profound spiritual energy surged forth from Xiao Yu, akin to a crashing tidal wave. And in an instant, that formidable force shot toward the small monkey like an arrow released from a bowstring. However, the little monkey's speed was akin to lightning. Xiao Yu's attack failed to even graze a single hair on its body. In the blink of an eye, the small monkey darted before Xiao Yu, delivering a powerful strike. This palm strike carried the weight of a mountain, crashing down upon Xiao Yu's shoulder with devastating force. In that moment, Xiao Yu felt as though an incomprehensibly heavy mountain had fallen upon him. His complexion turned ashen, and he was struck down to the ground like a projectile, producing a thunderous crash that sent tremors through the earth, stirring up clouds of dust around him. The onlookers were taken aback. How could Xiao Yu, who had previously exchanged blows with them, fail to withstand even a hair of the spirit ape? No matter how formidable the spirit ape may be, it was merely a hair. How could this be? Xiao Yu had previously demonstrated superior skills and cultivation compared to the crowd. How could he possibly be unable to contend with the spirit ape's hair? Someone gasped in terror. Could it be that the hair is indeed the spirit ape's true form, just as Bai Ying claimed? Yang Yu gritted his teeth and shot a glance at Bai Ying. unwilling to accept her words as truth. Impossible. Brother Xiao is surely only testing the waters. He hasn't exerted his full strength. Indeed, Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and summoned his magical artifact to confront the small monkey. In an instant, a brilliant and resplendent light flashed by, accompanied by surging flames that seemed poised to devour everything in their path, akin to a roaring beast that swiftly enveloped the little monkey entirely. The fire blazed with an intensity that was almost unbearable, as if it could incinerate the entire world, instilling a profound sense of dread. The flames soared skyward, waves of heat rolled and churned, distorting the surrounding air in a grotesque manner. The onlookers were left in awe, exclaiming, "How formidable! Does Brother Xiao intend to burn that monkey to death? Isn't that monkey merely a manifestation of fur? It would surely be reduced to ashes upon encountering fire, leading to Brother Xiao's victory." Thus, it became evident that Brother Xiao was not far from triumph. Everyone basked in the elation of impending victory, except for Bai Ying, who shook her head gently, a grave expression crossing her face as she remarked, "He ought not to proceed in this manner. That spiritual ape has already exhaled flames, proving it to be a fire ape. Such flames will not harm it. Rather, they will enhance its spiritual power. By doing this, he is undoubtedly channeling spiritual energy into the ape. If this continues, his own spiritual energy will be drained by the ape." Bai Ying's words incited fury in a nearby cultivator. "What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see that monkey is incapable of movement? Brother Xiao will soon turn it to ash. Are you certain that the spiritual ape is immobile, rather than your Brother Xiao?" This was a statement that seemed redundant. The cultivator regarded Bai Ying as if she were a fool. However, scarcely had the words left his lips than the crowd was horrified to witness Xiao Yu suddenly spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. The crimson liquid splattered through the air, a shocking sight. His complexion instantly turned ghastly pale, as if all vitality had been drained from him, leaving him as white as a sheet, devoid of color. He cried out in agony, "I concede. Let me go." His entire body writhed violently, as if he was enduring unimaginable torment. At that moment, the spiritual ape let out an exultant roar, its voice brimming with pride and arrogance. It had no intention of releasing Xiao Yu. For it, the most delightful spectacle was watching these cultivators transition from hope to despair. Is it enjoyable to strike yourself with your own techniques? The spiritual ape seemed to taunt as it spoke. It redirected the flames that Xiao Yu had unleashed back upon him. The fire swiftly engulfed Xiao Yu, the searing heat threatening to melt him away. Xiao Yu struggled in agony amidst the flames, emitting a chilling scream that echoed like a desperate cry from the depths of hell. Yet, the spiritual ape had no intention of killing Xiao Yu. It relished in his despair. "Come on, you're not dead yet. Let's continue." With that, the spiritual ape extinguished the flames enveloping Xiao Yu and hoisted him upright. But Xiao Yu was in no condition to fight back. His eyes were filled with hopelessness. Chapter 82. "Are you certain you want to choose me next? I can no longer fight. Please spare me." The spiritual ape's brows furrowed, and its expression darkened. "What are you babbling about? The battle has only just begun. You don't intend to end it so easily, do you? Let's continue." Xiao Yu shook his head incessantly, no trace of his earlier bravado remaining. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Xiao Yu was considered formidable among them, yet even he was being tormented by the spiritual ape, leaving them devoid of any hope. Each person's face turned ashen, their eyes filled with despair. The spiritual ape reveled in their expressions, experiencing immense delight. Yet, it was still not enough. With a wave of its hand, it conjured a barrier, ensnaring everyone within it yearned to witness their despair deepen. Since he did not wish to compete, then let it be you. The spiritual ape reached for another individual, offering no chance for refusal, ensnaring him in spiritual energy and pulling him forth. The man's complexion turned pale instantly. He was merely at the mid-stage of foundation building. Having come here on a whim, how could he possibly contend with a Yuan Ing stage powerhouse? I can't do this. Tears streamed down his face, but the spiritual ape was indifferent. Dragging him into battle, a thunderous crash erupted, like a sudden clap of thunder, catching the man off guard as the spiritual ape commanded the little monkey to deliver a swift and powerful kick to his body. The force was tremendous, imbued with immense spiritual power, crashing forth like a surging tide. The sheer strength distorted the surrounding air, causing the ground to tremble beneath the impact, dust swirling in chaos. The man struck by the kick was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood gushing from his mouth, his face turning as white as a ghost again. The spiritual ape was evidently ecstatic. It pointed at the cultivator before it and then at the recently defeated Xiaoyu, proclaiming, "This time, both of you come at me together." Their faces paled instantly, terror filling their eyes. It was then that they realized they lacked the strength to contend with the little monkey at this stage. They had no doubt that Bai Ying's previous assertions were entirely accurate. The little monkey was clearly a manifestation of the spiritual ape itself. It had transformed into an inconspicuous strand of fur, solely to brutally torment them. This spiritual ape was indeed deranged, utterly reveling in their suffering. If this continued, their demise was inevitable. Previously, these two had entertained thoughts of halting the conflict, yet when faced with the brink of death, such notions vanished. Their only desire now was to preserve their lives. Xiaoyu was the first to react, channeling all his energy to flee at remarkable speed. The other cultivator dared not hesitate, closely following behind. The spiritual ape observed the two crumpled before it, laughing heartily. "You don't honestly believe you can escape, do you? I have long since sealed this place within a barrier. None of you shall flee. You can either come forth and battle me willingly or be dragged over against your will. The choice is yours." Upon uttering these words, the countenance of everyone present changed drastically, as if shrouded by a frosty chill. Their faces drained of all color, turning lifeless and gray. The flicker of hope that had lingered within them was ruthlessly extinguished. The spiritual ape had firmly sealed their fate. They felt as if they were trapped like ants in a desperate situation, with not even a glimmer of hope for escape. Some collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in despair, crying out, "Why is this happening? We do not wish to die here." Others sat in a stupor, their eyes vacant, tears streaming down their faces, as if their souls had been siphoned away. The entire scene was one of desolation, an atmosphere of despair pressing down like heavy clouds, suffocating all. The spiritual ape, witnessing their plight, was filled with exhilarating delight. It slowly pointed its finger toward Yang Yu's direction, as if delivering a decree of doom. That fingertip seemed to carry endless pressure and coldness, akin to fate's arrow aimed squarely at Yang Yu. The spiritual ape's gaze held a cruel mockery, as if it were savoring the impending tragedy about to unfold. "Come, you are next." The voice of the spiritual ape was cold and merciless, like a biting wind cutting through each person's heart. Yang Yu, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground. His legs felt devoid of any strength, leaving him incapable of rising. Terror washed over him like a tidal wave, his face pale as a corpse, his eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. However, the spiritual ape showed no mercy. With a casual wave, a blazing inferno surged toward Yang Yu. "Ah!" The scream pierced the heavens, filled with anguish and terror, as if it emanated from the depths of his soul. Yang Yu rolled frantically on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing him. His body writhed in pain from the scorching fire, clothes singed, skin reddened, emitting a nauseating odor. This sight was unbearable to behold. As despair and sorrow permeated the AI art, it was a massacre, a blatant slaughter. They were all destined to perish here today. Every individual felt as though they had plunged into an abyss of despair. Among the multitude, only Bai Ying's expression remained inscrutable, as if all that transpired bore no relevance to her. The spiritual ape watched her with keen interest, puzzled by her demeanor. "You are next." All present were filled with dread. Yet Bai Ying remained unfazed, calmly addressing the creature. "Are you certain you wish to choose me next?" Chapter 83. "You have already made your move. Now, it is my turn. Yes, I choose you next. Only you remain unafraid in this place." The spiritual ape was visibly exhilarated, its interest piqued by Bai Ying. It relished encountering someone feigning composure. The fear in their eyes would bring it the utmost joy when it came time to end their lives. A bloodthirsty smile crept across the spiritual ape's face. "I intend to torment you thoroughly." Yet Bai Ying, far from being intimidated, merely curled her lips into a smirk. "Choosing me might lead to your demise." "Ha ha ha ha." The spirit ape seemed to have heard an immensely ludicrous joke, exclaiming, "You, little girl, though young in years, possess a boldness that is quite audacious. I shall see how you intend to bring about my demise." Very well, let me demonstrate. Bai Ying stepped forward towards the spirit ape. Yet, after merely 2 steps, she was seized by someone. Have you lost your mind? Apologize at once. Gu Qingzhou rushed over to grasp Bai Ying. His face etched with urgency. He feared that the spirit ape might erupt in fury due to Bai Ying's words, and even more so, he dreaded the repercussions it might have on himself. Although it was likely they would all perish here, it did not mean they were devoid of a glimmer of hope. What if the spirit ape merely sought to toy with them? Rather than to kill, Bai Ying's words would undoubtedly provoke the beast. Perhaps she would sever their last thread of survival. The others present also exhibited expressions of outrage, refraining from confronting the spirit ape and instead reproaching Bai Ying. Apologize. Who do you think you are to provoke a Yuan Ying stage beast? Your demise may not matter, but do not drag us down with you. Great spirit ape, if you must kill, let it be her. We have no part in this, however. In the blink of an eye, those who had just berated Bai Ying were suddenly snatched by the spirit ape's long arm. Without mercy, it lifted them high and then slammed them down with the force of a mountain crashing down. How bothersome! A dull thud resonated as blood erupted from their mouths. Among them, Gu Qingzhou suffered the most, for he was the first to step forward to stop Bai Ying, and thus had incurred the spirit ape's wrath. When the ape struck him, it exerted twice the force it had used against the others. Gu Qingzhou felt an overwhelming force assail him, as if a heavy mountain had descended upon him. Pain twisted his features into a grimace, and he felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, every inch of skin and every cell crying out in agony. He lay on the ground, his body twitching slightly, blood gushing from his mouth, teetering on the brink of death. The spirit ape gleefully surveyed the crowd, declaring, "Whoever dares speak again, I shall slay him instantly." The onlookers fell silent, too terrified to utter a sound. They recoiled from Bai Ying as if she were a harbinger of disaster, fearful of being implicated by her. Trembling uncontrollably, they dared not speak or even glance at the spirit ape. Only Yuan Shiji whispered to Bai Ying, "Be careful." Bai Ying nodded in response, "Do not worry, I am fine." Yuan Shiji nodded back, though concerned. He had witnessed Bai Ying's prowess and believed she might not falter. This small exchange, however, filled the crowd with scorn. They had seen pretentiousness before, but never to such an extent. Be careful, fine. Let us wait until the spirit ape slaps her. Then she'll know whether she truly is fine. Some malicious cultivators even wished for the spirit ape to teach Bai Ying a lesson, to show her just how insignificant she truly was. With so many at the peak of their foundational cultivation, all being toyed with by the spirit ape, how could she possibly compare? Bai Ying drew her sword and pointed it at the spirit ape. The spirit ape gazed back with a sinister grin, its eyes glinting with a chilling mockery. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and unleashed a torrent of raging flames toward Bai Ying. This scene mirrored its earlier assault on the other cultivators. In an instant, the flames surged forth like a ferocious beast, engulfing Bai Ying at an astonishing speed. The intensity of the fire was even more exaggerated than before. Flames shot skyward, as if intent on consuming the very heavens. The searing heat distorted the air around her, and within this inferno, Bai Ying appeared as though she might be devoured entirely. Watching this spectacle, the spirit ape erupted in laughter, yearning to hear Bai Ying's pleas for mercy, longing for her to weep like those before her. The onlookers anticipated Bai Ying would immediately scream and writhe on the ground. Yet, to their astonishment, she exhibited no reaction, continuing to stride forward, seemingly unaffected by the enormous flames. "How is this possible?" gasped the crowd. Not only the cultivators present, but even the spirit ape displayed disbelief. Others might not know, but the spirit ape was acutely aware of the immense power of its spiritual fire, which scorched not only flesh but also the very soul. Anyone who came into contact with those flames experienced excruciating torment. Yet, to its surprise, Bai Ying bore no signs of scorching, her garments unscathed, as if she were shielded by an impeccable barrier that kept the flames at bay. The spirit ape glared at her. "How did you accomplish this?" Bai Ying produced a pearl, stating, "My master gifted me this fire-repelling pearl upon my departure from the sect." "I see." The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. They had wondered how a mere foundational cultivator could be unafraid of the flames. It turned out she possessed a special artifact. However, the spirit ape had other means of attack. If it refrained from using fire, would she not still be doomed? The spirit ape seemed to share this sentiment, swinging its arm to seize Bai Ying's shoulder, intending to slam her into the ground. Yet, it was of no avail. Upon grasping Bai Ying, it felt as if it had grasped a mountain, incapable of lifting her no matter how hard it strained. The spirit ape exerted itself, its face reddening until it resembled a liver. Yet still, it could not budge Bai Ying in the slightest. Beads of sweat formed on its forehead, while Bai Ying regarded it with an air of nonchalance. You've had your turn. Now it is mine. Chapter 84. What if I am not merely a foundational cultivator? Her turn. The crowd failed to comprehend Bai Ying's words. They watched as she tightened her grip on the spirit ape's arm and began to exert her strength. Someone shouted, could she possibly intend to throw the spirit ape? Is she dreaming? That is a yawning stage beast. How could a mere foundational cultivator hope to move it? Yet before the thought could be completed, the once imposing giant ape was hurled away by Bai Ying with an incredible force. A thunderous boom echoed, resembling a crack of thunder, as the spirit ape's massive form crashed to the ground. Kicking up a cloud of dust, the ground trembled beneath the force of the impact, the nearby trees rustling in response, their leaves cascading to the ground. The spectators gaped in disbelief, unable to close their mouths. Their eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How did she achieve this? Gu Qingzhou was so astonished he nearly popped his eyes out. He recalled that his fifth junior sister was of modest cultivation, not particularly formidable. How could she possibly affect the spirit ape? Bai Ying maintained her calm demeanor, even frowning slightly. She had just executed a technique specifically devised in her past life to combat strength-oriented beasts. Previously, with her cultivation, such a throw could shatter the internal organs of a Yuan-Ing stage beast, leading to an instant demise. Yet now, it had not yielded the desired effect. With a gentle sigh, she felt her power was still insufficient. Unbeknownst to her, that very throw was something no other cultivator present could accomplish. They were stunned to the point of questioning their own existence. What secret did Bai Ying possess that allowed her to remain unshaken by the spirit ape? Even striking it back, when the spirit ape rose, it had even broken one of its arms. It roared in rage, very well. You have provoked my ire. I no longer wish to play. I shall see you dead. With that, it charged at Bai Ying. These beasts primarily relied on their innate abilities. The spirit ape's talent lay in its fire breath, and beyond that, it only wielded its physical strength. Observing the spirit ape's reckless charge, Bai Ying's eyes glinted with disdain. You are nothing but a brutish fool, relying solely on such simplistic tactics. She seized the spirit ape's arm as it barreled toward her, grasping it tightly, her fingers slightly whitening from the exertion. Then, with astonishing power, she executed a swift and clean shoulder throw. She crouched slightly, her body pivoting seamlessly, sending the spirit ape soaring over her. The massive creature, under her force, lost all resistance, crashing down as if it were weightless. The once mighty spirit ape was tossed to the ground like a mere sack of sand. With a resounding boom, dust erupted as its enormous body collided with the earth, the sound reverberating like a muffled drum. The shock was indescribable, leaving the spectators in utter confusion. If avoiding the flames was due to Bai Ying's fire-repelling pearl, how could this be explained? Was this truly the kind of power a foundational cultivator could unleash? Was Bai Ying truly so formidable? When she unleashed her technique, it was as if she had not even invoked a flicker of spiritual energy. This meant she had not utilized any spiritual power to achieve such a feat against the spirit ape. If one were to say, the speaker glanced at the severely injured individuals and remarked, had we allowed Bai Ying to engage from the very beginning instead of hindering her, perhaps she could have handled the spirit ape, and no one would have been harmed. Nonsense. Yang Yu shouted at the individual with a face twisted in fury, his entire being charred, his visage rendered unrecognizable by fire. Only by cultivating to the nascent soul stage could he hope to reconstruct his body. Yet, given his current cultivation level, he could not fathom how long it would take to reach the nascent soul stage, and during this time, how could he face others? Merely contemplating this filled him with despair. Yang Yu recalled how he had previously mocked Bai Ying and prevented her from confronting the spirit ape, and his heart grew increasingly troubled at the thought of her potentially overcoming the spirit ape. How could she possibly contend with a foundation-building stage beast? She would undoubtedly lose. He cast a chilling gaze at Bai Ying, wishing fervently for her to be defeated by the spirit ape. to suffer a fate even more miserable than his own. However, as soon as he uttered a sound, Bai Ying's eyes caught his. With a cold glance, she silenced him instantly. For reasons unknown, the very person who had just been domineering towards Bai Ying now felt a flicker of fear. Xiao Yu stared at Bai Ying in shock, his face paling as he recalled his previous words to her. Bai Ying paid no further attention to these individuals. Instead, she drew her sword from its sheath. You haven't exhausted all your moves, have you? Mine have only just begun. Bai Ying assumed a stance, clearly intending to unleash the Lingxi Void Slash. Some in the audience recognized her intent, for this technique was renowned. Was she truly going to employ the Lingxi Void Slash? It was said that this move was designed for overcoming opponents of higher levels, and when the Lingxi master first created this technique, he had obliterated a nascent soul stage opponent from the Golden Core stage. Yet, Bai Ying was merely at the early foundation building stage. Even if she could defeat an opponent of a higher level, it would only be against those of the Golden Core stage. But the Spirit Ape was at the nascent soul stage. Although the Spirit Ape had been thrown about, it had not sustained serious injury. To attempt to use such a technique against it was naively optimistic. Some voiced their concerns. While Bai Ying had performed admirably before, it did not imply she could leap 2 tiers to confront the Spirit Ape. Even the Spirit Ape, while reattaching its arm, mocked her. With your mere foundation building stage cultivation, do you truly believe you can kill me? Such delusions. It continued, unabashedly plucking out tufts of fur from its body. Each strand, upon being infused with its spiritual energy, transformed into small monkeys of comparable height. Each of these little monkeys appeared vividly lifelike, baring their teeth as if poised to pounce on Bai Ying and tear her to shreds. The Spirit Ape sneered, its expression ferocious as it addressed Bai Ying. Prepare to embrace death. The onlookers gasped at the sight of the multitude of small monkeys, their hearts sinking at the memory of the previous terrifying encounter. Yet, Bai Ying remained unfazed. She smiled at the Spirit Ape, her arm beginning to move. What if I am not merely at the foundation building stage? Chapter 85. She is truly at the late Golden Core stage. Disaster struck as the Spirit Ape plucked countless tufts of fur, transforming them into small monkeys. The crowd erupted in exclamations. They had just witnessed the formidable prowess of a single monkey. Now, with so many, was Bai Ying doomed? I initially thought she could win. Yet, even if those monkeys had not been created, Bai Ying could never match the Spirit Ape. Despite the Spirit Ape's limited techniques, it was still at the nascent soul stage, and even if it could not rival a human cultivator of the same stage, it was more than capable of dispatching someone at the late foundation building stage. No matter how formidable Bai Ying was, her cultivation level was a constraint. This individual shook his head slightly, doubting Bai Ying's chances. All her words seemed to him mere bravado to intimidate the Spirit Ape. 3 days to break through to the foundation building stage was impossible. Apart from the freak Morong Jin, none had achieved such a feat. Moreover, even Morong Jin would not stand a chance against this Spirit Ape. As his words left his lips, the light in the eyes of the others dimmed. They watched as the multitude of small monkeys charged towards Bai Ying, believing she would meet a fate akin to Xiao Yu and the others. Yet in that pivotal moment, Bai Ying resolutely swung her sword. The sword in her hand danced like a nimble sprite, twirling and flashing as if countless radiant petals were cascading down. Then, gathering her strength, Bai Ying unleashed a powerful slash that tore through the void. In an instant, a black, terrifying mist surged forth from the shattered void like a raging tide, as if invisible hands, imbued with a chilling force, grasped everything around, ruthlessly tearing it apart. This was the Lingxi Void Slash. The power of this move was extraordinarily fearsome, a spectacle to behold. The overwhelming aura it radiated seemed capable of annihilating all in existence. The countless small monkeys, fierce as they charged forward, were instantaneously reduced to mere wisps of fur, scattering like dust in the wind under the terrifying might of the Lingxi Void Slash. How could this be? The Spirit Ape's countenance shifted dramatically. Although these small monkeys were not its true form, they should not have been so easily cleaved by a mere early foundation-building cultivator. How could this happen? Did I not say? What if I am not at the foundation-building stage? Bai Ying's soft voice resonated, and she unleashed her oppressive aura. Astonishingly, the power of the Golden Core stage manifested vividly from her. In that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief. She was truly at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, at the late Golden Core stage. My heavens! Did that mean she was even more extraordinary than Morong Jin? Even Wan Shinro's pseudo-golden core stage was insignificant before her. A wave of shock washed over the crowd, while Xiao Yu and Gu Qingzhou were left speechless, their jaws agape, reflecting on their previous derision towards Bai Ying. And comparing her to Wan Shinro's pseudo-den realm, their faces shifted through shades of pale and green. This was utterly outrageous. In just 3 days, how had she managed to ascend from the early foundation building stage to the late golden core stage? Such a terrifying rate of advancement could not be achieved merely through the incessant infusion of spiritual energy and the assistance of spiritual herbs. They had witnessed firsthand how Wan Shinro transitioned to the pseudo-dan realm. Bai Ying's potential was truly alarming. The spirit ape's expression grew grave, yet it remained oblivious to the impending danger. After all, it was just a golden core stage cultivator, still beneath its level. The spirit ape bellowed loudly, forcefully pounding its broad chest, the sound echoing like thunder, each strike reverberating through the earth. In that instant, the spirit ape began to swell dramatically, its form expanding at a bewildering rate. Before long, it had grown to more than 3 times its original size. Standing like a towering hill, exuding an aura that instilled fear. So what if she was at the golden core stage? Could I possibly fear her? It clenched its fists and struck at Bai Ying with all its might. Bai Ying merely shook her head slightly, disregarding the spirit ape's assault. Once more, she channeled her spiritual energy into her sword and swung it forward with force. This swing, seemingly ordinary, concealed an unimaginable power beneath its unassuming appearance. As the sword was drawn, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. A brilliant light burst forth from the sword, slicing through the void like lightning, propelled by an unmatched momentum. Wherever the light traversed, the space appeared to warp slightly, as if buckling under the weight of this formidable force. The atmosphere around them shifted chaotically, winds howled, and dust swirled. This isn't good. The spirit ape cried out in alarm, its body rapidly shrinking as it fled in panic, fearing that its large form would draw the attention of Bai Ying's strike. The onlookers were still bewildered by the spirit ape's sudden retreat when Bai Ying's sword cleaved through the spirit ape's arm. Boom! Crimson blood erupted like a fountain from the spirit ape's severed arm. The shocking red staining the air. One of its arms was cleaved clean off by the razor-sharp sword energy, tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground. The power of this sword strike was immensely potent. As the sword energy met the ground, a thunderous roar echoed as deep fissures split the earth, gaping like a monstrous maw, seemingly intent on devouring everything. The fissures did not cease with the dissipating sword energy. Instead, they widened, as if alive, spreading further and further, threatening to tear the very ground asunder. The spirit ape howled in agony, its eyes bloodshot. What kind of technique is this? The spectators were utterly astonished. It resembled the Lingxi Void Slash, yet it was not quite the same. The Lingxi Pasujan possesses the formidable ability to cleave through the void, wielding immense power primarily manifesting as external injury upon its target. However, Bai Ying's strike evidently channeled all her spiritual energy into it, inflicting not merely superficial wounds but also causing persistent harm to the areas struck. A truly terrifying prospect. Chapter 86. Why must I save you? Never before had one encountered such a technique. Could it be an original creation by Bai Ying herself? How remarkable she is! At this moment, the spirit ape was in such agony that it wished to roll on the ground. Beads of cold sweat pouring down its forehead as it howled in despair. This technique was no ordinary display of strength. It was downright monstrous. The members of the beast clan were inherently robust, making it impossible to sever them with such ease. Furthermore, being in the nascent soul stage, it could easily reshape its body. Yet, inexplicably, it found itself utterly incapable of doing so now. Its form was gradually eroded by this fearsome technique. The frenzied spiritual energy surged wildly within its body, rendering any further attempts to sever the current wounds futile. The terror emanating from this young woman far exceeded its expectations, and her demeanor appeared so calm and unperturbed. Clearly not exerting her full power, alarm bells rang in the spirit ape's mind as it fled without hesitation. Unexpectedly, as it tried to escape, it collided with an invisible barrier, much like the previous cultivators had. How could this be? When had this rascal set up a barrier right under its nose? The spirit ape screamed in madness, frantically throwing punches at Bai Ying and unleashing flames from its mouth towards her. However, to its astonishment, Bai Ying remained unfazed, casually producing a fragrant censer-shaped artifact. This item, ancient and mysterious, emanated a faint glow. With a gentle incantation, the censer generated a powerful suction that absorbed all the flames spewed forth by the spirit ape. Leaving not a trace behind, then, with a mere wave of her hand, the censer unleashed the absorbed flames back upon the spirit ape. The flames surged like a tidal wave, engulfing it in an instant. Ah! The spirit ape cried out in pain, scorched by its own flames. The fire, now fused with the mysterious energy Bai Ying had previously gathered, surged with a ferocity far beyond what it had been before. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the surreal scene unfolding before them. The once seemingly invincible spirit ape was effortlessly subdued by Bai Ying, a thought too astonishing to fathom. The spirit ape gazed at Bai Ying with sheer terror, exerting all its strength to slam against the barrier she had erected in a desperate attempt to break free, knowing that failure would lead to its demise. Yet, the barrier felt as impenetrable as a thick fortress wall, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not budge an inch. Bai Ying approached it step by step. Why attempt to flee? Did you not claim you wished to kill me? Here I stand, ready for you to fulfill your promise. The spirit ape, overwhelmed with despair, fell to its knees, weeping, I'm sorry. It was terrified and pleading for Bai Ying to spare its life. It was all my fault. I should not have harmed your companions. Had I known you were this formidable, I would never have acted against them. Bai Ying regarded it coldly. Its actions against those individuals were of no concern to her. Your error lies in your attempt to strike me. Bai Ying recognized the spirit ape's vengeful nature. If she spared it, it would inevitably bring endless trouble in the future. Thus, she resolved to eliminate it. With a swift motion of her hand, the blazing flames within the censer coalesced into a colossal, searing column of fire. Guided by her gestures, the fiery column crashed down upon the spirit ape with the force of thunder. Its wails echoed through the heavens, but they swiftly faded, and the once mighty spirit ape, who had toyed with the lives of many, met its end just like that. The crowd was rendered speechless, struggling to process the sight before them. The girl they had looked down upon had so effortlessly vanquished the spirit ape. Xiao Yu and Gu Qingzhou could hardly believe their eyes, their minds swirling with conflicting emotions. Xiao Yu recalled his previous words to Bai Ying, feeling as if an invisible hand had slapped him across the face, leaving a searing pain in its wake. How dared he mock her? What right did he have to scorn her? Yang Yu's face turned ashen. He had been one of the most vocal in deriding Bai Ying, utterly unaware of her true strength. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke her. Yet, amidst the stunned crowd, a few dim-witted individuals dared to chastise Bai Ying. If you were so powerful, why did you not confront that spirit ape sooner? Do you know how many people were burned here by its flames? Many suffered at its hands while you merely stood by. This individual hailed from Huayang sect, accustomed to treating Bai Ying with disdain, their tone dripping with discontent. The spirit ape had primarily targeted their sect, leaving Xiao Yu and Yang Yu severely burned. And Yang Yu's appearance was utterly ruined. Bai Ying's second senior brother, Gu Qingzhou, had been rendered nearly lifeless by the spirit ape's onslaught. He was filled with resentment towards Bai Ying for not acting sooner. He intended to reprimand her, but he suddenly noticed the fearful glances from those around him. He felt an immense force constricting his throat as Bai Ying gripped it from a distance, tightening her hold. The strength was so great that it felt as if she were about to crush him. It was then that he realized this young woman was no longer the submissive Bai Shimi they had once known. She had long since left the sect, her cultivation surpassing theirs by leaps and bounds. With just a flick of her finger, she could determine his fate. What was he thinking? I'm sorry. The individual felt a chill run down his spine. He could distinctly feel Bai Ying's fingers pressing against his arteries. A mere twitch could spell his end. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly apologized to her. Bai Ying regarded him coldly, then turned her gaze to each person present, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Did you not claim I was weak? Did you not assert that you could all perish here without needing my assistance? So now, when you cannot fend for yourselves, you come to blame me. She stared at them icily. Why should I save you? Chapter 87. Huayang's sect master believes that the one who unlocked the inheritance treasure is Ruan Shinro. Bai Ying's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity, akin to two sharp blades of ice, capable of piercing through one's very soul. Those who met her gaze were rendered speechless. The first to speak again turned pale, his lips quivering, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Bai Ying looked at him with malicious intent. In her time at Huayang's sect, she had endured countless instances of such hostility. No matter her actions, they were always deemed wrong, subject to their reproach. It was no different now. Whether she intervened or not, she was criticized. If every action she took was viewed as erroneous, did it not imply that she could do anything she wished? With renewed determination, she tightened her grip on the man's throat, a cracking sound echoing from his neck. Though the rules forbade murder, she could certainly maim him. The intense pain caused him to lose control, urinating himself as a foul liquid dripped from his pants. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me." Bai Ying looked at him with disgust, abruptly flinging him away. The terrifying impact shattered his bones, leaving him crumpled on the ground like a broken doll. Yet, the excruciating agony rendered him silent, too terrified to utter a sound. Fearing Bai Ying would return to finish him off, the crowd stood in hushed apprehension. Not daring to utter a single word, Yu Qingzhou's face was particularly pale. He had been among the most vociferous in mocking Bai Ying's abilities. He had failed to comprehend why she had rebuffed Yang Yu. Now it was evident that Bai Ying had already reached the late stage of the golden core. How could she possibly entertain thoughts of Yang Yu? He had grossly underestimated her, and with her current cultivation speed, it was unfathomable to consider the heights she might achieve in the future, certainly far beyond his reach. Bai Ying coldly surveyed the group before her, choosing not to utter another word as she strode directly towards the entrance of the spirit herb garden. The crowd instinctively parted to grant her passage, save for Yuan Shiji, who arrogantly followed at her side. Before entering the spirit herb garden, Bai Ying set a formation on the ground for Yuan Shiji, instructing, "Wait for me here. As long as you remain within this formation, no one can enter to harm you." After delivering this command, she stepped into the garden. Just before she entered, Yuan Shiji quietly conveyed to her, "Senior Bai, your temper is truly commendable. After all they said about you, you did not retaliate against them. If I were in your position, I would have relished the opportunity to eliminate every last one of those who insulted me." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Ying's eyes. How could she not desire to slay them? However, it was unnecessary for her to take action herself. The Spirit Ape clan, known for their grudges, would undoubtedly seek revenge upon the demise of one of their kin. The individuals who had just insulted her were, to some extent, marked by the Spirit Ape's aura. Other Spirit Apes would surely follow the scent to exact their retribution on those individuals. She would neither kill them nor save them. This time, without her presence, she could only watch how they would manage. Bai Ying's footsteps moved forward step by step, and as she entered the entrance of the spirit herb garden, she was utterly astonished by the scene before her. It was indeed worthy of the name Spirit Herb Garden, for it was filled with an array of spirit herbs of every conceivable variety. There were century-old winter lingqiao, millennium-old lingji, and even some spirit herbs Bai Ying had never laid eyes on before. Each clump of these spirit herbs was worth its weight in gold, exceedingly rare. The sight of these vibrant herbs dispelled the displeasure in Bai Ying's heart, and she quickly crouched down to retrieve her storage bag, gathering a few specimens of each type. Only when she saw her bag brimming did a smile grace her lips. Upon recognizing some familiar herbs, Bai Ying conjured a ball of spirit fire with her bare hands, refining them into pills, which she then tossed into her mouth like candy. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly sensed a gentle breeze brush past her body, as if something were probing her presence. Instinctively, Bai Ying's body tensed, and she immediately extended her consciousness to identify who was inspecting her. Just then, she heard the voice of an elder erupting into hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. Such a young age, yet already a high-level alchemist, and able to wield spirit fire to refine pills by hand. At long last, I have awaited the heir. Who? Bai Ying scanned her surroundings, eager to locate the owner of the voice, only to hear the elder's voice resound once more. Now that I have found you, the trial is concluded. All of you may exit in an instant. A blinding white light enveloped Bai Ying, transporting her to another location. Outside the trial valley, excitement was palpable. The members of various sects were taken aback by the voice, unable to believe their ears. The trial of the Shadow Valley had been ongoing for countless years, with throngs of disciples entering each time. However, they only ever returned with a few spirit herbs. Never had the treasure of inheritance been unlocked. Yet now, the trial had concluded prematurely, and even the tokens for entering the trial of the Shadow Valley trembled violently in their hands, indicating that someone had indeed unlocked the treasure of inheritance. The elders and sect leaders were beside themselves with excitement. Who is it? Which disciple could it be? The joyous news spread like wildfire among the sects. Initially confined to the major sects, soon many elders who had not come also arrived. Even nearby smaller sects and wandering cultivators flocked to witness the event. They had all heard tales of the treasure of inheritance, but no disciple, no matter how talented, had ever managed to unlock it. They had thought it merely a legend, yet now it had been opened. Their curiosity was piqued as they wondered who the fortunate individual was. While the disciples had yet to emerge, the elders incessantly inquired about the tokens for the trial of the Shadow Valley. The guardian of the treasure on the other side of the token indicated that only the consciousness of the immortal Vientiane had chosen a female cultivator. Soon, he would personally transmit her secret methods before the crowd. Upon hearing that the chosen one was a female cultivator, the leader of Huayang's sect found his breath becoming heavy with excitement. He turned to the venerable Qin Hua beside him and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? The guardian said the one chosen by the immortal Vientiane is a female cultivator. It must be Ruan Shinro. After all, she is the highest-ranking cultivator who entered the trial of the Shadow Valley. Furthermore, I personally taught her alchemy to help her gain this inheritance. Her talent in alchemy is remarkable, with the potential to become a top-tier alchemist. The immortal Vientiane is an alchemist. I suspect that the inheritance is related to alchemy. He must have chosen Ruan Shinro." The mere thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through the leader of Huayang's sect, and he could hardly contain the smile on his face. All his previous efforts had been worth it. Chapter 88. Not Ruan Shinro. The jubilant expression on the leader of Huayang's sect led many to conclude that the disciple who had obtained the inheritance must be Ruan Shinro. Moreover, prior to entering the trial, Ruan Shinro had intentionally released her pressure at the false pill realm, making her power well known. Other sect leaders sighed in resignation. It seems it truly could be Huayang sect's Ruan Shinro. That young girl has reached the false pill realm at such a tender age. It is no surprise she would be chosen by the immortal Vientiane. It appears that another formidable figure will emerge in Zhengzhou. They were filled with envy. How fortunate was Huayang sect to have such a disciple. If she were to obtain the inheritance of the immortal Vientiane, the entire sect would benefit immensely. One by one, the crowd approached to congratulate the leader of Huayang's sect, who, despite his modesty, could not help but acknowledge, "It may not necessarily be our disciple. It could also be from another sect." However, despite his words, his heart soared with joy. After all, apart from Ruan Shinro, he could hardly conceive of anyone else who could catch the eye of the immortal Vientiane. Previously, their sect had always been overshadowed by Lingxiao's sect, watching helplessly as the prodigy Morong Jin emerged from there. Yet even Morong Jin had failed to unlock the treasure of inheritance, whereas it had been Ruan Shinro who had achieved it. The leader of Huayang's sect was bursting with excitement at the mere thought. He longed to announce it to the world. An elder beside him was equally exhilarated. "I guarantee we will host a grand celebration for this occasion." Saying this, he hurried back to the sect. The leader of Huayang's sect surveyed the surrounding crowd with immense satisfaction. Choosing Ruan Shinro had indeed been the right decision. His gaze remained fixed on the exit of the trial of the Shadow Valley. With the trial concluding early, the disciples would emerge from here. Aside from those whose life tokens had extinguished, the remaining disciple must be the one left behind by the immortal Vientiane. Though the leader of Huayang's sect was convinced that the inheritor would be Ruan Shinro, he could not shake his nervousness. He watched as disciples emerged one after another, stepping into the square at the exit, his heart racing. However, what he did not anticipate was the sight of his disciples. Some dead and others grievously injured, suffering staggering losses. His brow furrowed deeply. Xiao Yu and Gu Qingzhou were severely wounded, carried out by others, while Yang Yu was disfigured, with half of his body torn apart. A truly harrowing scene. It turned out that after Buying visited the spirit herb garden, the spirit ape had sought revenge on these individuals. Without Bai Ying's assistance to eliminate them, they had suffered terribly. Only Yuan Shiji remained unscathed, thanks to the formation Bai Ying had set for him. The others had all been severely wounded. The cultivators who had previously scolded Bai Ying for not intervening had met their demise at the claws of the spirit ape. It was a horrifying massacre. Yet after Bai Ying had saved them, not a single person offered her an apology. Their deaths were entirely self-inflicted. Seeing the significant losses to his sect, the leader of Huayang's sect's expression darkened. Thankfully, an elder beside him reassured, "Do not fear. As long as Ruan Shinro inherits the treasure, we can produce as many pills as needed. By then, they can consume the pills, and most will recover. Even if they do not fully heal. We can cultivate more disciples using those pills." Upon hearing this, the leader of Huayang's sect's mood improved significantly. Before long, most of the disciples had emerged. However, two individuals had yet to appear, Ruan Shinro and Bai Ying. The leader's eyes sparkled with anticipation as his fingers clenched into excited fists. The Lingxiao sect members quietly murmured to their sect leader, "Yu Xiao Zhenren, could the inheritor be Bai Ying?" Yu Xiao Zhenren frowned. Nodding seriously, "It is indeed possible." After all, while others were unaware, every member of Lingxiao sect was well aware that Bai Ying possessed the strength of the late Golden Pill stage, and she also had remarkable alchemical skills. The likelihood of Bai Ying being chosen by the immortal Vientiane was indeed substantial. The leader of Huayang's sect could not help but chuckle upon hearing the discussions from Lingxiao sect. Even Qin Hua Zhenren rolled his eyes at the absurdity. Bai Ying's cultivation aside, she was utterly ignorant of alchemy. How could someone like her possibly catch the eye of an alchemist like the immortal Vientiane? It was sheer folly. Why Yu Xiao Zhenren cast a surprised glance at Qin Hua Zhenren, not realizing that he had once been Bai Ying's teacher and was so misinformed about her. He refrained from explaining. Yet others took Qin Hua Zhenren's words to heart. Since Bai Ying knew nothing of alchemy and her cultivation was lacking, it was clear that the inheritance must belong to Ruan Shinro. Some perceptive sect leaders immediately approached the leader of Huayang's sect. One quickly produced a long-treasured gift and presented it to him. This is a congratulatory gift for Ruan Shizhi, celebrating her acquisition of the inheritance. Upon seeing this, others hastily followed suit, offering their own gifts. This is a spirit herb I gathered a century ago, perfect for Ruan Shizhi's alchemy. I believe she will refine it into a top-tier pill. The leader of Huayang's sect beamed at the multitude of gifts, unable to suppress his smile. I did say it might not necessarily be Ruan Shinro. If not Ruan Shinro, then who could it be? Laughter erupted, and the leader of Huayang's sect begrudgingly accepted the gifts amid the overwhelming enthusiasm. They anxiously awaited the last figure to emerge from within. It seemed the time had come for Bai Ying to step out. After all, everyone knows that Ruan Shinro would never emerge. Laughter and chatter filled the air, yet when the person finally appeared, all were left utterly astonished, for it was none other than Ruan Shinro herself. The master of Huayang's sect leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "How can this be? How could Ruan Shinro have come out? Was she not supposed to be receiving the inheritance from the celestial master Fantion?" Chapter 89. You wish for me to deal with my chosen successor. The expression on the master of Huayang's face froze in disbelief. The group who had just presented him with gifts stood agape. Could it be that the one chosen by celestial master Fantion was indeed Bai Ying? Had their offerings been rendered pointless? The master clenched his fists, struggling to accept the reality before him. It was unfathomable. Ruan Shinro was so exceptional. How could she have not been selected by Celestial Master Fantion? Was the Celestial Master blind? At that moment, the Master of Huayang observed Bai Ying emerging from the secret realm as well. He exhaled sharply in relief. It seemed Celestial Master Fantion had not kept his chosen successor hidden away to impart his teachings, but intended to announce her to the world. After all, the Celestial Master relished in showcasing his selections. Having finally chosen a successor, he would undoubtedly proclaim it to all. Imagining the moment when Celestial Master Fantion would introduce Ruan Shinro, a smile crept across the Master's face. He quickly sent a message to Ruan Shinro, informing her that she was likely chosen by Celestial Master Fantion. He urged her to present herself with grace and confidence to earn the Celestial Master's favor. Ruan Shinro could scarcely believe her ears. The joy that flooded her heart was indescribable. This time, she would ensure that everyone witnessed her prowess, just as the master of Huayang was savoring his triumph. A throng of individuals approached him, each a prominent figure from various sects, their faces twisted in anger. One of them shouted directly at him. The master was momentarily stunned. He had sent Colin in to protect Ruan Shinro. How could he possibly have acted in such a manner? However, those present recounted Ruan Shinro's actions with vivid detail, and even Qin Zijing admitted to it. He narrated the events that had transpired. including how Ruan Shinro had pushed him towards a beast. The crowd shuddered at Qin Zijing's description, unable to reconcile the delicate Ruan Shinro they knew with such behavior. Particularly, the already injured Xiaoyu listened in disbelief. How could the kind and gentle Ruan Shinro be capable of such actions? The master of Huayang furrowed his brows tightly. Ruan Shinro's deeds were indeed a significant predicament. Yet, his frown soon relaxed. It no longer mattered. Ruan Shinro was now the chosen successor of Celestial Master Fantian. Why should he concern himself with the fates of mere disciples? With an air of arrogance, the master proclaimed, "You should all be aware that my disciple Ruan Shinro is quite possibly the chosen one of Celestial Master Fantian. If that were the case, she would undoubtedly become an extraordinary alchemist. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of someone with such potential?" His words rendered the crowd silent. Exceptional alchemists were rare, and those of extraordinary caliber even more so. A fifth-tier pill was a treasure everyone fought over. Yet, an exceptional alchemist could concoct sixth and even seventh-tier pills. Such cultivators were sought after by all. The elders who had been so vociferous moments ago fell into silence. The master of Huayang, filled with pride, strode purposefully towards Ruan Shinro, and the members of Huayang's sect quickly followed suit. Upon seeing the master, Ruan Shinro's eyes glistened with tears, which fell like pearls. "Master, Bai Ying attempted to take my life in the secret realm. Had it not been for Uncle Colin, I would have perished," she spoke. Her sorrowful demeanor deepened, recalling the countless times she had voiced such grievances in the past, when Bai Ying was still within Huayang's sect. She would effortlessly weave these tales. The members of the sect had been influenced by her charm. They believed her every word. Now, she employed the same tactic, especially with her tearful visage, confident that all would loathe Bai Ying. However, to her surprise, not a single soul uttered a word. The expressions around her grew dark and inscrutable. The master of Huayang, however, believed her to be jesting. With her current level of cultivation, how could Bai Ying possibly pose a threat? Just as he was about to question how Bai Ying could have harmed her, a voice suddenly cried out, "Celestial Master Fantian has arrived." In an instant, all eyes turned skyward. An elder with white hair and youthful features descended gracefully. Clad in a flowing robe of moonlight hue, his garments billowed like clouds. An aura of auspiciousness surrounded him, his gaze profound and tranquil, as if imbued with boundless wisdom and experience. The crowd bowed in reverence. For Celestial Master Fantian was the most formidable alchemist in the region of Zhengzhou. Upon his passing, he had reached the void refinement stage, but, alas, had failed his tribulation, leaving behind only a fragment of his soul to linger in the mortal realm. Unwilling to allow his lifetime of knowledge to fade into oblivion, he had sealed his remaining essence in the Shadow Valley, enticing numerous young disciples to partake in trials with the allure of his legacy. All the while, he observed them from the sidelines. Years had passed, and despite the abundance of talented disciples, he had found none worthy, until now, when he had finally chosen a favored successor, though many believed, due to the master of Huayang's proclamations, that Celestial Master Fantian would select Ruan Shinro. Some disciples still held hope, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as their hearts raced. Ruan Shinro's heart raced with excitement. Although her innate talent for cultivation was not particularly high, the master had informed her that her aptitude for alchemy was exceptional. He had imparted many techniques to her, which she had mastered. This time, Celestial Master Fantian would undoubtedly choose her. As Celestial Master Fantian approached her with deliberate steps, Ruan Shinro was overwhelmed with exhilaration. She gazed up at the elder, unable to contain her smile. Celestial Master Fantian, before she could finish her thought, he addressed her directly. "I overheard your discussion. What are you speaking about?" "Celestial Master, I was nearly killed by Bai Ying during the trials. I beseech you to take action on my behalf." Ruan Shinro's heart brimmed with hatred for Bai Ying, whose actions had shattered her alchemical embryo. Now, with Celestial Master Fantian poised to support her, how could she not unleash her malice? She yearned for him to incapacitate Bai Ying, ideally extracting her golden core as compensation. However, to her astonishment, Celestial Master Fantian merely scoffed, the sarcasm evident in his tone. Ruan Shinro looked up, bewildered by his meaning. At that moment, she heard him declare, "You wish for me to act against my chosen successor." Chapter 90. He released a super talent, yet cherished a fool. Ruan Shinro was momentarily stunned. The smile on her face had not yet faded, but her heart constricted in an instant. Celestial Master Fantian's implication was clear. The successor he favored was not her, but Bai Ying. How could this be? Ruan Shinro's complexion turned pale, her expression twisting in disbelief. The master of Huayang's smile froze, his entire being appearing as if he had lost his soul, rooted to the spot. Celestial Master Fantian cast a cold glance at them before striding towards Bai Ying. Seeing the Celestial Master approach, Bai Ying hurriedly bowed in greeting. Celestial Master, a smile finally graced Celestial Master Fantian's lips. He had already met Bai Ying within the secret realm, and now, addressing the assembly, he proclaimed, "This young friend Bai Ying is the successor I have chosen." With that, he took Bai Ying by the hand, drawing her close. Instantly, colorful clouds swirled around Bai Ying like ethereal ribbons, while white mist rose delicately like gossamer. Bai Ying seemed to transcend into a realm of immortality, emanating an extraordinary aura, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Ethereal and elusive. This was Celestial Master Fantian's way of bestowing his legacy upon Bai Ying. To onlookers, it appeared merely as a beautiful spectacle, yet Bai Ying felt a torrent of tomes filling her mind. Too numerous to peruse. The crowd gazed at Bai Ying with envious eyes, whispering amongst themselves, some mocking the earlier demeanor of the master of Huayang and Ruan Shinro's audacity in attempting to challenge the chosen successor of the Celestial Master. Ruan Shinro's emotions transcended mere discomfort. Disbelief gripped her heart. She could hardly fathom that Celestial Master Fantian had chosen Bai Ying as his successor. Bai Ying's cultivation speed was already beyond her reach. And now, with the inheritance of Celestial Master Fantian, how could Ruan Shinro ever hope to catch up? Her teeth ground together in frustration. She wished fervently that all of this were but a cruel illusion. She had thought she had successfully turned the tide against Bai Ying, seizing most of her fortune in the process. However, why is it that just a few short months have passed, and everything has changed once again? She truly cannot accept it. Although the system had long warned her that if Bai Ying were to perish, she would no longer be able to draw upon Bai Ying's fortune at this moment. She desperately wished for her demise. Ruan Shinro's nails had already dug into her flesh. The incessant voices of congratulations to Bai Ying filled her ears. Congratulations, Bai Ying, dear friend. Congratulations, dear friend. Those who had previously sought to curry favor with the Lord of Huayang had all rushed to Lingxiao sect to offer their congratulations. As they congratulated her, they could not resist casting glances at the Lord of Huayang, relishing in his misfortune. Had they known better, they would not have wasted their gifts on the Lord of Huayang. What a waste of such fine offerings. Indeed, it was his overabundance of confidence that led her to believe that the immortal venerable Fantian truly favored Ruan Shinro. Who could have known that he had not even glanced her way? The Lord of Huayang's face darkened with rage. He consoled himself that at least Ruan Shinro's cultivation was higher than Bai Ying's, and in the future, she too would reach the refinement void stage. Those fools would soon see. Once Ruan Shinro reached the refinement void stage, he would not even allow them to seek his favor. But at that moment, the immortal venerable Fantian revealed the actions that Ruan Shinro had committed within the secret realm. Others could not use the Chinquan mirror to record everything that transpired in the secret realm, but he could. The images instantly appeared in midair, and the eyes of immortal venerable Fantian were fixed on Ruan Shinro. Did you not just claim that you were nearly killed by Bai Ying? Why do you not recount the events leading up to it? This was a gift bestowed by immortal venerable Fantian upon Bai Ying. He had noticed her the moment she entered the Shadow Valley, such a young talent already at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Truly remarkable. In conjunction, he had also witnessed Ruan Shinro's misdeeds. Each of her actions was vividly displayed before all as the crowd beheld the deeds of Ruan Shinro and Kalin. They were filled with righteous indignation, and the air was thick with curses. Immortal Venerable Fantian's expression turned cold as he stated, "I have long declared that cultivators over the age of 20 are prohibited from entering the Shadow Valley for trials. Yet someone dared to enter and slaughter so many young disciples." As he spoke, his hand reached out towards Kalin, who was hastily retreating. In an instant, the once dominant Yuanying stage cultivator was crushed to death by that hand. He did not even have time to utter a plea for mercy before he became a cold, lifeless corpse. The Lord of Huayang was left utterly stunned. The turn of events was far too sudden. He stared in disbelief at Kalin's corpse, then turned his gaze toward Ruan Shinro. Just moments ago, He had discovered that Ruan Shinro had been shattered by Bai Ying's Dan embryo, and the Bai Ying, whom he had always deemed inferior to Ruan Shinro, had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. The Lord of Huayang felt as if his heart might seize. The late stage of the Golden Core. He felt as though he were trapped in a dream. No, even in dreams, he would not dare imagine that one could ascend from the foundation establishment stage to the late Golden Core stage in such a brief period. How could Bai Ying possibly attain the late Golden Core stage? If that were the case, would she not be a super genius? What, then, was the worth of all his previous efforts? He had expended tremendous effort, mobilizing the entire sect to elevate Ruan Shinro to the false Dan realm. What was it all for? It felt like a cruel joke. Now, even immortal venerable Fantion had chosen Bai Ying. The Lord of Huayang abruptly turned his head toward real person Xinhua, his mind beginning to doubt the authenticity of his prophetic dreams. Were they merely an ordinary dream? If so, had he let slip a super genius while mistaking a fool for treasure? Chapter 91. Immortal venerable Fantion establishes a betrothal for Bai Ying. As he pondered this, the Lord of Huayang felt the skin on his scalp tighten, as if someone were gripping it tightly. The sensation was unnerving. The regret within him surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. Although he desperately tried to convince himself that real person Qin Hua's prophecy could not be wrong, how could he not doubt, gazing upon the scene before him? Bai Ying had already reached the late Golden Core stage, and now she was chosen by immortal venerable Fantion. Would she truly be trampled beneath Ruan Shinro? He could not fathom such a possibility. With that kind of cultivation speed, Ruan Shinro could not hope to keep pace. At that moment, immortal venerable Fantion addressed all present, proclaiming, from this moment forth, Bai Ying shall be my successor. You must show her the utmost respect, for I shall impart my spiritual herb garden to her. And you are all to address her as the garden master. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The spiritual herb garden, while appearing merely as a garden, contained an array of diverse herbs, some of which were even of the rarest 9th grade IT. Is worth noting that consuming just one of these herbs could spare a cultivator a century of arduous training, granting them a swift breakthrough. The Chaos Celestial Spirit Pill, which the Demon Sovereign once used to wager against various sects, was concocted using 9th grade herbs. Now, immortal venerable Fantion would bestow upon her various alchemical secrets, for Bai Ying. The coveted Chaos Celestial Spirit Pill, which all major sects sought with fervor, would now be within her grasp to create. How terrifying was that? With such resources, her ascension to the Transformation God stage was all but assured. If her fortune were to improve further, reaching the Refinement Void stage, akin to immortal venerable Fantion, would not be outside the realm of possibility. Merely contemplating such prospects incited envy in others. Xiaoyu gazed at Bai Ying, utterly entranced. This day had unfolded with unprecedented events. Bai Ying's image in his heart had shifted time and again, and now she seemed so far beyond his reach. However, Bai Ying, immortal venerable Fantion continued. The herbs in the spiritual herb garden are governed by usage rules. The higher your cultivation, the greater the level of herbs accessible to you. The 9th grade herbs will only be available to you at the peak of the Yuanying stage. So do not neglect your cultivation. Yes, immortal venerable, Bai Ying responded. Immortal venerable Fantion smiled at her. What? Having received so much from me, you still call me immortal venerable? Bai Ying paused, having heard that the immortal venerable did not take disciples. Yet she did not anticipate his intention to accept her as his disciple. However, Bai Ying already had a master. If she were to recognize another, would Xinyuan Chen be angered? Instinctively, her gaze darted toward Xinyuan Chen, who was fervently nodding at her. Bai Ying immediately clasped her fists toward immortal venerable Fantion, saying, "Thank you, master." Immortal venerable Fantion burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent." He glanced at Xinyuan Chen, adding, "Rest assured, I will not compete with you for disciples." He gently ruffled Bai Ying's hair and encouraged her, "Keep it up, little one," before his figure began to fade. Finding a successor had been immortal venerable Fantion's sole obsession for many years, and it was this very obsession that had sustained him for so long. Now that this desire was finally fulfilled, he would soon vanish. Before his departure, he produced a wooden slip and handed it to Bai Ying. This was signed during my rescue of the Lin clan's patriarch. At that time, he and I agreed that if I were to find a successor, my successor could present this bamboo slip to him. He would arrange for his descendants to wed my successor, thereby ensuring protection for my legacy from the entire Lin clan, so that no one would dare to bully them. Immortal Venerable Fantion had been concerned for his successor, fearing that after his disappearance, someone might covet his successor's legacy, so he had sought to shelter them with a super clan like the Lin clan. Once the wooden slip was activated, members of the Lin clan would immediately appear. Currently, the youngest direct descendant of the Lin clan should be a youth named Lin Yuan, who is also a prodigy of exceptional talent. You two would be quite compatible. It would be wonderful for you to become partners in the Dao. Bai Ying had not anticipated that Immortal Venerable Fantion would help her establish a betrothal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was left in a daze, his heart clenching painfully. Previously, he had been lying on his fellow disciple due to his severe injuries, unable to move. Yet now, he could not help but clench his fingers tightly, even embedding his nails into his flesh. The Lin clan was the largest clan in the central continent, even more formidable than some sections. Marrying into the Lin clan would provide their protection, a coveted goal for many cultivators. Xiao Yu had been earnestly convincing himself that his affections lay with Wan Xinro, repeatedly asserting that she was the best choice for him. However, at this moment, upon hearing Immortal Venerable Fantion decree that Bai Ying was to marry Lin Yuan, he was suddenly beset by a heart-wrenching pain. He had encountered Lin Yuan before. The lad was indeed a prodigious talent, and he and Bai Ying would complement each other perfectly. Just the thought of them together filled him with indescribable anguish, nearly suffocating him. This was not merely a casual suggestion from the sect leader to unite Bai Ying with Lin Yi, but an official betrothal ordained by Immortal Venerable Fantion himself. The wooden slip in Bai Ying's hand was their marriage certificate. His eyes were fixed on Bai Ying, his mind swirling with memories of everything that had transpired between them. Her initial delight upon meeting him, the subsequent tension, culminating in the moment she donned bridal attire to marry him. The ceremonial garment is known to Xiao Yu. It was meticulously crafted by Bai Ying, stitch by stitch. At that time, he regarded Bai Ying as foolish, delighting in playing tricks on her, yet she took it all to heart and prepared with such dedication. She even gifted him a piece, which he callously discarded as if it were refuse. Never having worn it, however, in this moment, he finds himself pondering what might have transpired had he not maliciously toyed with Bai Ying, and instead truly wed her. In that case, she would now be his companion for life. Belonging solely to him, Chapter 92. Let Xiao Yu pursue Bai Ying. Xiao Yu's fingers tightened increasingly, his gaze fixed intently upon Bai Ying, his heart burdened with an indescribable yearning. He genuinely wished that Bai Ying would not acquiesce. Although he recognized the futility of such hope, he could not suppress the thought. The anguish within him had become uncontrollable, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. Tears almost spilled from his eyes as he contemplated the image of Bai Ying marrying another. At this juncture, Xiao Yu could no longer deny how much he cared for Bai Ying. He was oblivious to when this sentiment had taken root, but he was acutely aware that he had pushed her away with his own hands. The pain he felt was beyond words. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Ying addressed Fantion Xianzun, stating, "Master, Bai Ying has cultivated the path of unfeeling and has no intention of marrying in this lifetime." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, followed by an exhilarating joy. Bai Ying had actually refused. Fantion Xianzun, too, appeared taken aback by Bai Ying's cultivation of the path of unfeeling. "Very well, I shall entrust you with this wooden tablet. It merely paves a path for you. If you do not desire a marriage contract, then forego it. However, it will still afford you the protection of the Lin clan." Knowing Bai Ying was now a disciple of Ling Shao sect, he felt reassured about her safety. Having spoken these words, Fantion Xianzun's figure gradually faded until he vanished from sight. Bai Ying gazed at his departing silhouette, her eyes moistening. In her previous time at Huayang sect, she had endured countless injustices, receiving only mockery and reproach. Yet now, she was met with such affection, and even Fantion Xianzun had laid a path forward for her, even if she did not require it. This was a gesture of a senior's concern for a junior, which moved her deeply. Although she had indeed cultivated the path of unfeeling, it did not mean she lacked gratitude. Bai Ying deeply bowed in the direction of Fantion Xianzun's disappearance. As he vanished, the spectators around them began to disperse. Bai Ying had successfully secured the spirit herb garden, and naturally, she emerged victorious in the task of obtaining the most spirit herbs. The sect leader of Ling Xiao personally presented her with the reward, which included the dragon marrow she had longed for, along with 2 superior spirit stones. Bai Ying immediately stowed the dragon marrow in her storage ring. She then retrieved a significant number of spirit herbs she had collected from the garden to distribute among the disciples of Ling Xiao sect. These herbs were no longer of paramount importance to her, but they could greatly enhance the strength of the disciples. The disciples were exceedingly delighted, each expressing their gratitude to Sister Bai. Wang Miao Miao even lifted Bai Ying and spun her around. It was Bai Ying's first experience being embraced in such a manner, especially by another girl, leaving her utterly astonished before breaking into a radiant smile. Bai Ying also provided Yuan Shiji with the spirit herbs he needed. Grateful, Yuan Shiji thanked Bai Ying profusely for the herbs that would save his sister. The atmosphere around Bai Ying was one of jubilation, with everyone beaming, even the sect leader of Ling Xiao unable to contain his delight. In stark contrast, the atmosphere at Huayang sect was oppressive. The sect leader had no desire to even glance in their direction. They had suffered significant losses, not only losing a Yuanying stage cultivator, but also many promising disciples who had sustained severe injuries, with several fatalities among them. Despite such losses, they had gained nothing. Everything seemed to irk him, particularly the presence of Ruan Shinro, whose cultivation had now plummeted to the early foundation establishment stage. She had squandered so many spirit herbs and resources, wasting their time and effort. This individual was nothing short of a burden. The sect leader remained silent throughout the journey, and others cautiously refrained from speaking in his presence. He even instructed the disciples to applaud Ruan Shinro. The second elder had informed the entire sect about this, and at this point, no one was unaware. This was a task the sect leader had personally assigned him, yet he had not anticipated the leader's complete lack of joy. Even failing to muster a smile, his expression was as dark as ink, and those around him appeared embarrassed. The second elder was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. Had Ruan Shinro truly not been chosen by Fan Tianxianzun? Ruan Shinro's face turned awkward as she lowered her head in silence, desperately hoping the second elder would cease his inquiries. However, he persisted. Then who was it? It couldn't possibly be Bai Ying, could it? Isn't she inferior to Ruan Shinro? Has Fan Tianxianzun lost his sight? Ruan Shinro's embarrassment became increasingly pronounced, and a disciple, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. Bai Ying is already at the late golden core stage. The second elder was completely flabbergasted, in a way. If she is so extraordinary, why did we choose Ruan Shinro over Bai Ying back then? Ruan Shinro's complexion darkened to an extreme. The sect leader's brow furrowed tightly. Enough. All of you may leave now. Attend to your own matters, and do not mention this again. Real person Qin Hua approached the sect leader, his expression displeased. My prophetic dream must be genuine. You must believe me. The sect leader yearned to trust Qin Hua, yet the harsh reality before him made him skeptical. He simply wished to be alone for a moment. However, just as he entered his chamber, there was a knock at the door. An elder outside inquired, Sect leader, has the breakthrough golden core been completed? I wish to reward the outstanding disciples. The sect leader felt utterly drained. He had already allocated all the breakthrough golden cores to Ruan Shinro. Now, their grand sect could not even produce such a pill. It was utterly ludicrous at that moment. He found himself wishing that Bai Ying were still a disciple of their sect, with Fan Tianxianzun's inheritance and the spirit herb garden. As long as Bai Ying was present, what kind of spirit pills could they not procure? Not to mention the breakthrough golden core. Bai Ying could concoct even more potent pills. After all, Bai Ying had once been a disciple of their sect. How he wished she were still with him, as the sect leader contemplated. His eyes suddenly brightened. He had heard a rumor that Bai Ying seemed to hold deep feelings for Xiaoyu. She had even caused a commotion at Ruan Shinro's birthday banquet while wearing a wedding dress, casting a spell to compel Xiaoyu to marry her. If that were the case, wouldn't the issue of spirit pills be easily resolved? Chapter 93. Scheming. The more Huayang sect's leader pondered, the more he felt his line of reasoning was sound. In that case, the spirit herb garden would effectively belong to Huayang sect. Wouldn't that mean they could procure any spirit herbs they desired? The exhilaration bubbling within him was nearly palpable. Even the chaotic celestial spirit pill would be plentiful. How many god transformation stage cultivators could they produce then? The mere thought sent his heart racing. The sect leader promptly summoned both Xiaoyu and Ruan Shinro. When Xiaoyu arrived, he bore an unwell countenance. He had sustained serious injuries during the trial in Yueying Valley. Despite the sect's divine physician having exerted every effort to heal him, his pallor remained ghastly. Yet, after consuming numerous pills, he could now walk normally. Ruan Shinro, too, looked unwell. Compared to Xiao Yu's physical injuries, her fury stemmed more from the humiliation she had endured. It was infuriating to be ridiculed for their own miscalculations. Upon seeing them, the sect leader's first words were, "Xiao Yu, you were gravely injured during the trial and consumed a considerable amount of the sect's spirit pills and herbs. Did you not?" Xiao Yu paused momentarily before turning to Ruan Shinro. "Ruan Shinro, you consumed even more spirit herbs. To aid your ascension to the Golden Core stage, the sect allocated all the breakthrough Golden Cores solely to you. Yet, what have you contributed in return? Not only did you fail to secure a Dan embryo, but your cultivation has also fallen to the early foundation establishment stage." As the sect leader spoke, Ruan Shinro clenched her fists tightly, remaining silent. She had anticipated a harsh reprimand from the sect leader, yet was taken aback when he continued, "Both of you have consumed a significant amount of the sect's spirit herbs and pills. Shouldn't you contribute something in return?" Xiao Yu immediately clasped his hands in respect. "Of course, but we are both injured, and with Ruan Shinro's cultivation having diminished, we cannot procure that many spirit herbs in the short term." The sect leader smiled. "I do not require you to seek spirit herbs." "Then what do you mean?" "I merely wish for Xiao Yu to make a small sacrifice." Ruan Shinro, too, was filled with curiosity at this point. What sort of sacrifice? Xiao Yu was taken aback to discover that the sect leader intended for him to pursue Bai Ying once more, causing his heart to race erratically. He gazed up at the sect leader. He had already resigned himself to the notion that he and Bai Ying were fated to be apart, convincing himself that he would remain with Ruan Shinro in the future. Yet, he never anticipated the sect leader would utter such words. Was it still possible for him to see Bai Ying again? Ruan Shinro's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. "But master, you know the nature of my relationship with Xiao Yu." Although Ruan Shinro utilized Xiao Yu to deal with Bai Ying, she indeed harbors a certain affection for him. Otherwise, she would not have publicly acknowledged their relationship amidst a multitude of suitors. Yet now, the sect leader insists that Xiao Yu pursue Bai Ying. The leader of Huayang's sect, somewhat apprehensive of the prophecy from Master Qin Hua, is reluctant to offend Ruan Shinro, and thus remarks, "This is merely a temporary measure. In truth, I contemplate that once Xiao Yu successfully wins Bai Ying's heart, we can have her hand over the spirit herb garden to Huayang's sect. At that point, with the spirit herb garden in our possession, Bai Ying would hold little value for us, would she not? Hence, my thought is, once we secure the spirit herb garden, her existence becomes unnecessary. Eliminating her may even be a viable option. Shinro, I have observed your spiritual roots and qualifications, and they are rather mediocre. In contrast, Bai Ying is exceptionally gifted. Do you not envy her? Once we obtain that spirit herb garden, I can extract Bai Ying's spiritual roots for you and even grant you her golden core. At that juncture, you would not need to cultivate. You would directly ascend to the late stage of golden core. What could possibly be better than this? As for Bai Ying, once we utilize the soul-searching technique to extract the secrets from the celestial master Fantion, we can dispose of her. Those who have left the sect once are of no use to me." Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Ruan Shinro's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her avarice surged at that moment. She had long desired Bai Ying's spiritual roots but had been unable to act upon it. She never anticipated the sect leader would propose it so directly. He even promised to grant her Bai Ying's golden core. Ruan Shinro had no reason to refuse. However, Bai Ying is still my senior sister. Can we truly not spare her? She has yet to fully absorb Bai Ying's fortune. Once Bai Ying is rendered a waste, her fortune will surely swiftly transfer to me. The sect leader replied, "You are still too kind-hearted. However, if you do not wish to kill her, it matters not. A Bai Ying without spiritual roots and a golden core poses no threat. Keeping her around as a servant would be acceptable." This left Xiao Yu in silence. Bai Ying's brilliance and formidable cultivation had long surpassed his ability to contend with her. If Bai Ying were to lose her powers, she would no longer be able to exert her influence as before. Thus, having such a Bai Ying by his side could indeed be a favorable choice. Once he and Ruan Shinro become partners, he could see Bai Ying whenever he wished. He might even bring her to serve as his maid, keeping her close at all times. Xiao Yu was evidently tempted, yet he furrowed his brow and said. The sect leader dismissively replied, "I have never heard of anyone practicing the path of indifference. I suspect this so-called path of indifference is merely a ruse. Bai Ying knows of your feelings for Wan Shinro and is aware you look down upon her. Thus, she merely seeks a pretext. I assure you, in this world, that which is unattainable is the most desirable. And you, my friend, are precisely that unattainable desire for Bai Ying. Chapter 94. She intends to return all his schemes back to him. The sect leader mused and continued. Bai Ying despises herself for loving what she cannot have, which is why she resents you. Yet, she truly harbors feelings for you. I have heard all about your experiences during the trial in the Shadow Valley. Tell me, if Bai Ying did not care for you, why would she intervene to assist you against the spirit ape that sought to kill you? Why would she refuse such an advantageous marriage arrangement offered by Celestial Master Fantion? Is it not because you occupy a space in her heart? Xiao Yu, Bai Ying has been waiting for you. All she desires is for you to take the initiative, to show her care and affection. And she will undoubtedly become infatuated with you, at this age, which female cultivator does not have love on her mind. A mere gesture of kindness from a man can lead to her following him without hesitation. The sect leader spoke with utmost conviction, igniting a fervor in Xiao Yud it, seemed as though Bai Ying truly was playing hard to get, while still cherishing him in her heart. He began to contemplate. Indeed, the marriage proposal from the Lin clan is coveted by many, yet Bai Ying rejected it so decisively. Could it truly be because she holds feelings for him? Xiao Yu's heart raced at the thought, and he glanced at Wan Shinro, noting her calm demeanor, which allowed him to indulge in a secret joy. The sect leader, seeing their agreement with his plan, felt an immediate uplift in spirit and clapped Xiao Yu on the shoulder. Grinning, everything now rests upon you. However, unbeknownst to them, a figure stood trembling outside the door. Lin Yifei, his countenance pale, he could hardly believe that his father harbored such malicious intentions. How could they be so vile? He had always idolized his father, yet now he found himself disillusioned. How could he have ever trusted Wan Shinro? How revolting she turned out to be, and Xiao Yu. How loathsome. Were it not for Xiao Yu's powerful connections and the secretive old monster behind him, killing him would bring immense trouble. Lin Yifei hurriedly departed, running swiftly while pulling out Bai Ying's communication talisman, speaking urgently into it. Boss, please hold your tongue for now. Let me explain. Lin Yifei paused momentarily, then emphasized. I genuinely wish to be in the same sect as Bai Ying. It would make undertaking missions together much more convenient. But for now, I can only advise her in this manner. Upon hearing Lin Yifei's words, Bai Ying nearly laughed in exasperation at the folly of those scheming against her. Thank you, Yiji. They actually believe I still harbor feelings for Xiao Yu. If not for Xiao Yu's formidable background and the potential chaos his demise could cause, I would have killed that scoundrel countless times by now. Killing the spirit ape was purely self-defense. What does that have to do with Xiao Yu? I refrained from attacking because I knew the spirit ape clan would intervene. Rendering my assistance unnecessary, it was merely that Xiao Yu managed to survive against the odds. Yes, for rejecting the Lin family's betrothal, that was even more ludicrous. She had never intended to marry, thus had no need for such an arrangement. How dare they assume her rejection stemmed from lingering affection for Xiao Yu? A chilling aura emanated from her eyes, as if the very air around her threatened to freeze. These scoundrels not only coveted her spirit herb garden, but also sought to extract her spiritual roots and golden core. The memories of her past life flooded back, where she was held down by those grotesque figures. Ruthlessly dissected, and her golden core forcefully extracted, an overwhelming tide of hatred surged within her. That heart-wrenching sensation would forever haunt her. After enduring countless tribulations and painstakingly cultivating her golden core, they treated it as a mere commodity to be handed over to Wan Shinro, pressing it upon her, and they had the audacity to say it was merely a golden core, not to be so petty. Ha! What gall! Why did they not offer their own golden cores to Wan Shinro instead? Now they dared to set their filthy sights upon hers. She would never allow them to succeed. Xiao Yu did not immediately seek out Bai Ying. Instead, he devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. His cultivation level was too low. He believed his chances of success were slim if he approached Bai Ying now. She was already in the late stage of golden core, and he must at least break through to the early stage of golden core before confronting her. He wished to demonstrate that he was not inferior to her. Over the past days, Xiao Yu trained fervently, with the sect leader providing considerable support, sending an abundance of elixirs his way. Originally, he had reached the peak of foundation establishment, a mere step away from breaking through, and with the aid of these elixirs, he swiftly ascended to the golden core stage. Upon witnessing the golden pill manifesting in his dantian, not only Xiaoyu but even the sect leader felt a surge of excitement. Excellent! Your cultivation speed surpasses my expectations. In just over a month, you have reached the golden core stage. Now you can confidently pursue Buying. In order to contact Buying without delay, Xiaoyu sought out a friend within Lingxiao sect, requesting that he place a letter he had personally pinned on Bai Ying's desk. When Buying glanced at the letter resting on her desk, a cold glimmer flickered in her eyes. Finally, it has arrived. Had she been unaware of these schemers' machinations, she would have tossed the letter aside as mere refuse, not even deigning to glance at it, however. Now she methodically opened it, curious to discover its contents. A cold laugh escaped her lips. Did this scoundrel think to manipulate her? She would turn the tables and make Xiaoyu experience the humiliation of being mocked by everyone just as she had. Chapter 95. Bai Ying could not possibly harbor no feelings for him. Bai Ying slowly opened the letter before her, reading its contents with a sense of disgust. In truth, Xiaoyu had not hastily professed his feelings for Bai Ying. Fully aware of the significant emotional scars he had inflicted upon her in the past, Tio's start with a confession would only raise her suspicions. Thus, he merely expressed a desire to apologize, followed by an invitation to join him in hunting a dragon-transforming azure flood dragon. Bai Ying must cultivate to the Yuanying stage, and for that, she requires long sway liquid. Although she has already obtained a vial, it is still insufficient. Naturally, the more long sway liquid, the better. Xiaoyu has indeed done his homework. He knows that the moment he writes the words long sway liquid, Bai Ying has no reason to refuse. As Bai Ying gazes at the long sway liquid inscribed above, a hint of cold laughter flickers in her eyes. She finds herself unable to refuse, and in truth, she has no intention of doing so. She still intends to repay that fellow's malice in full. Holding the letter in her hands, Bai Ying conjures a wisp of spiritual fire from her palm, incinerating the letter completely. She watches the ashes drift from her hands and tosses them outside her dwelling, feeling even the remnants to be repugnant. Having completed this, she takes up her sword and strides towards the door. To her surprise, just as she reaches the threshold, she encounters the hurriedly approaching Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao's expression is far from pleasant, and upon seeing Bai Ying about to leave, she swiftly grabs her. I heard that Xiaoyu from Huang sect sent you a letter through someone. You aren't planning to seek him out, are you? Wang Miaomiao harbors a poor impression of Xiaoyu. Although she has never met him, she is aware of the commotion Bai Ying caused at Ruan Shinro's birthday banquet due to Xiaoyu. Isn't it said that Bai Ying has already cultivated the path of indifference? Why is she still so infatuated? You cannot go to him, Wang Miaomiao implores earnestly. That scoundrel will only bring you harm. Bai Ying is taken aback by Wang Miaomiao's words. In her previous life, after being deceived by Xiaoyu, she had clarified the situation to countless individuals, yet none believed her. Thus, in this life, she resolved not to clarify at all. After all, the opinions of others are of no consequence to her. She is indifferent to anyone's judgment. Yet, unexpectedly, despite her silence, Wang Miaomiao can still label Xiaoyu as a scoundrel. Bai Ying is momentarily stunned. Why do you say he is a scoundrel? Do you truly believe he would harm me? Moreover, have you not noticed? Before you received the inheritance, Xiaoyu never reached out to you even once. The moment you acquired the inheritance of the celestial venerable Fantion, he suddenly appeared. Do you not find this timing suspicious? He must have ulterior motives regarding your treasures of inheritance. Wang Miaomiao speaks with conviction, and a flicker of emotion passes through Bai Ying's heart. During her time at Huayang sect, she had never heard such words. Although she is not particularly close to Wang Miaomiao and has not been at Lingxiao sect for long, Wang Miaomiao is able to speak entirely from her own perspective on her behalf. Yet, her own fellow disciples, despite her endless explanations in her previous life, never believed her. How ironic they had grown up together since childhood. Bai Ying gently curved her lips and addressed Wang Miaomiao. Thank you. Wang Miaomiao's mouth dropped open in surprise. Huh? Bai Ying ruffled her hair. Do not worry. I will not be harmed. I have long since ceased to have feelings for him. Then why do you plan to seek him out? Wang Miaomiao insists on following Bai Ying. Bai Ying can only respond. Did you not say he would harm me? I am curious as to how he intends to do so. When Xiaoyu sees Bai Ying, he appears somewhat dazed. His mind is filled with memories of their time together when he would visit her dwelling daily, enjoying their moments alone. Bai Ying had harbored affection for him, her eyes sparkling whenever she saw him, often professing her fondness. Even the notion of marriage had been proposed by Bai Ying herself. As he recalls this, Xiao Yu's heart races with trepidation, convinced that Bai Ying could not possibly lack feelings for him. Just then, someone suddenly leaps into view. "You are Xiao Yu." The speaker is Wang Miaomiao, who, worried for Bai Ying, insists on following her. Before Bai Ying can address Xiao Yu, Wang Miaomiao interjects, "I am Bai Ying's senior sister. I have heard that there is a green dragon preparing to transform. Where is it?" "Over there. I will lead you," Xiao Yu replies, his gaze still fixed intently on Bai Ying, a hint of unacknowledged desire glimmering in his eyes. He pays no mind to Wang Miaomiao and directly addresses Bai Ying. "How have you been lately?" Wang Miaomiao emphasizes the last question. Xiao Yu feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He finds Wang Miaomiao exceedingly annoying. However, it is evident that Wang Miaomiao shares a closer bond with Bai Ying, rendering him unable to voice any objections. Bai Ying, initially repulsed by Xiao Yu, now finds her heart softening at the sight of Wang Miaomiao's protective demeanor. Before long, they arrive at the location Xiao Yu mentioned. Indeed, there lies a green dragon, nestled in the dragon pond, preparing for its transformation. Bai Ying and her companions stand ready, waiting for the moment the green dragon becomes a dragon so they can eliminate it and extract its long sway liquid. However, eager to impress, Xiao Yu, wishing to leave a profound impression on Bai Ying, charges forward with his sword the instant the dragon emits a roar. His reckless action leaves Bai Ying dumbfounded. She has seen foolishness before, but never such utter stupidity. Unlike other creatures, dragons are at their most formidable during their transformation. Any other creature would be at its weakest during such a moment, making it the perfect time to strike. Yet, for dragons, this is their peak strength. To attack now is tantamount to courting death. If Xiao Yu were truly to perish at the hands of this green dragon, Bai Ying would not intervene. Yet, he undoubtedly carries a life-saving talisman. Even if he were to die now, it would merely mean the loss of a talisman. Moreover, this fool has already alarmed the dragon. It is infuriating. Xiao Yu intends to display his prowess before Bai Ying, deliberately showcasing his golden core stage aura as he lunges at the dragon's vital spot. He moves like lightning, weaving through the air with his sword gleaming coldly, exuding an unstoppable momentum. However, what he never anticipated was that, just as his sword was poised to strike the dragon's body, an overwhelming force surged forth unexpectedly to attack him. This force was like a tidal wave, imbued with an irresistible pressure, as if drawn from the depths of ancient power. He felt an immense impact hit him, causing his body to lose balance instantaneously. The sheer force was terrifying, too powerful for him to evade. Before he could even process his astonishment, he was struck violently. His body flew back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the green dragon also became aware of his presence, its enormous eyes ablaze with fury. With a thunderous roar, it charged at him with unbridled rage. Its massive form stirred up a tempest, causing the surrounding flora to bend and sway. It moved with incredible speed, akin to a flash of lightning, rapidly closing the distance between them. Xiao Yu stood frozen, having intended to impress Bai Ying, only to find himself effortlessly bested by the green dragon in a single encounter. He gazed at the furious dragon rushing towards him. Even though he bore a life-saving talisman and would not truly die, an instinctual fear surged within him, accompanied by a rising sense of despair. What to do? Just then, he suddenly heard Bai Ying's voice ring out, "Get back!" In that instant, he witnessed the figure he had always imagined standing protectively in front of him, shielding him from the onslaught. Bai Ying summoned her incense burner artifact, firmly placing it before Xiao Yu. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from the artifact, filling the air with a dazzling brilliance, radiating immense power that clashed head-on with the dragon's aura. The two formidable forces collided fiercely, creating a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The surrounding air appeared to warp under the pressure of this immense power, sending dust and debris flying. Bai Ying bit her lip, channeling all her strength into the incense burner artifact. Pouring forth spiritual energy, Xiao Yu watched her, his gaze fixed on the figure before him, finding it impossible to articulate the shock he felt. His scalp tingled, and his heart raced uncontrollably in that moment. His eyes remained locked on Bai Ying's silhouette, an indescribable feeling blossoming within him. Xiao Yu had never fought side by side with Bai Ying before. Prior to approaching her, he knew nothing about her. Only that she was the cause of Ruan Shinro's heartbreak. Upon getting closer, he had merely seen her as a target for his amusement. Over the days, although he longed for Bai Ying, his thoughts were solely on her gentle and charming demeanor. Yet now, witnessing her in such a light, he suddenly felt as though she radiated brilliance. Bai Ying seemed to transcend his previous imaginings, even more captivating than he had anticipated. In the realm of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. Those with power inevitably draw attention, especially since Xiao Yu had always aimed to approach Bai Ying with ulterior motives. At that moment, Bai Ying was utterly mesmerizing, rendering him unable to tear his gaze away. Merely looking at her was enough to ensnare him in enchantment. Just then, Xiao Yu suddenly heard Bai Ying call his name, Xiao Yu. His heart skipped a beat. Then he saw Bai Ying pointing her finger at the Qinglong's eye, urging him, "Quick, strike there." Xiao Yu promptly retrieved his magical artifact and launched an attack at the Qinglong's eye. The Qinglong, furious, lashed its tail towards Xiao Yu, but Bai Ying stood in front of him. Absorbing another wave of its assault, I will draw its attention. Xiao Yu, keep attacking its eyes. Meow Meow, target its 7-inch mark. All right. Wang Meow Meow charged forward as well. The group was acutely aware of the danger. Although the creature before them could not be classified as a true dragon, merely a flood dragon, it exuded dragon energy that made it far more formidable than an ordinary beast. Bai Ying took the lead in this battle, enduring the majority of the attacks while the other two focused on delivering their blows. Xiao Yu had never felt such ease while combating a beast. When he witnessed the colossal creature collapsing before him, disbelief washed over him. Elated, he approached Bai Ying, unable to suppress the smile on his face, even feeling an urge to embrace her. However, just as he reached out, he heard Wang Meow Meow's voice alertly calling out. She insisted on pulling Bai Ying away from the scene. Bai Ying nodded at her and turned to Xiao Yu, saying, "I must take my leave now." After they divided the spoils, she hurriedly departed. Xiao Yu felt a pang of regret, realizing there were so many things he wished to say to Bai Ying. Reluctantly, he watched her retreating figure, unable to tear his gaze away. He had never experienced this close proximity to Bai Ying's true self. Although he knew she was strong, they hadn't fought side by side until now. The thrill of battling alongside her awakened a desire within him. How wonderful it would be if he could continue this way with Bai Ying. It was only when Ruan Shinro's voice broke through his thoughts that he snapped back to reality. Ruan Shinro, who had been nearby, approached when she saw Bai Ying had left and Xiao Yu had not sought her out. Upon seeing him, she eagerly exclaimed, "I can't wait any longer. I want to extract Bai Ying's spiritual root and golden core right now." Xiao Yu smiled, "Do not rush, even if we are to bring her to Huayang's sect. We must proceed step by step." However, Ruan Shinro frowned, her tone tinged with jealousy. "Xiao Shixiang, I fear you may develop feelings for her and hesitate to treat her harshly." Xiao Yu chuckled as he ruffled Ruan Shinro's hair. Chapter 97. Let him experience the pain of being toyed with. After investing emotion, Ruan Shinro felt a surge of anxiety. She sensed Xiao Yu's attitude towards Bai Ying was not as she had envisioned. If this continued, her mission would surely fail. Thus, she was desperate to seize everything belonging to Bai Ying. The odds seemed too elusive, and the task too daunting. It would be far easier to directly extract her spiritual root and golden core for herself. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze intently on Xiao Yu. "Xiao Shixiang, you will do this, right?" Finally, Ruan Shinro felt reassured. She leapt into Xiao Yu's embrace, exclaiming, "I knew you were the best." She then suggested, "Let us hunt beasts together." Previously, Xiao Yu had enjoyed taking Ruan Shinro out to hunt beasts. It was their way of spending time alone. Now, since they were already in this forest, Ruan Shinro wanted to deepen their bond. "Sounds great," Xiao Yu readily agreed. However, when they encountered a beast, Ruan Shinro instinctively hid behind Xiao Yu, causing him to pause. He had always faced such dangers alone, having become accustomed to this combat style. He led the charge while Ruan Shinro followed behind. Yet, at that moment, Bai Ying's image flashed in his mind. Just moments ago, when he was in peril, it was Bai Ying who had shielded him. Absorbing all the firepower, she shone like a goddess, illuminating everything around her. Even now, despite being with Ruan Shinro, his thoughts were still occupied by Bai Ying's presence. As thoughts of Bai Ying stirred within him, Xiao Yu felt a ripple of emotion. After they managed to slay the thunder wolf before them, Ruan Shinro excitedly rushed over, exclaiming, "Xiao Shixiang, you're amazing." Xiao Yu smiled, attempting to display joy, Yet, for some reason, his heart felt devoid of emotion. In the past, such praise from someone he cherished would have filled him with pride. Yet, having just faced the formidable Qinglong, this thunder wolf felt trivial in comparison. It was only the thrill of vanquishing such a dangerous creature that could elicit true excitement. Killing these lesser beasts left him feeling indifferent. Xiao Yu remarked to Ruan Xinrou, slaying the Qinglong first makes this feel utterly pointless. You have no idea how perilous it was to defeat that Qinglong. Its dragon energy was so potent. I nearly fell victim to it. Thankfully, Baiying arrived just in time to shield me. He spoke animatedly, and when he mentioned Baiying, a fervor ignited in his eyes that he had never displayed before. I had no idea Baiying had grown so powerful. She is truly formidable. So this is what it feels like to be at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Ruan Xinrou's expression darkened instantly. Xiao Shixiang, why do you keep bringing up Baiying? Xiao Yu, realizing the implication, hastily defended himself. I didn't intend to mention her. I merely believe the Golden Core stage is impressive. If you had her Golden Core, you would also become as formidable as she is. All right. Ruan Xinrou assumed Xiao Yu was eager to extract Baiying's Golden Core. Yet, Xiao Yu was secretly elated at the prospect of seeing Baiying again. This time, he had arranged to confront a Deep Abyss Tiger alongside her. The Deep Abyss Tiger guarded a rare herb, the Sky Repairing Grass, which was not even found in Baiying's Spirit Herb Garden and was excellent for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. As Baiying grasped her sword, preparing to leave, she was once again intercepted by Wang Miaomiao. By Shimmy, you aren't really going to meet Xiao Yu again, are you? I have something to show you. With that, Wang Miaomiao produced a Qinkuan mirror, projecting its contents before Baiying. The image displayed a conversation between Ruan Xinrou and Xiao Yu, plotting to extract Baiying's Golden Core, recorded by the Qinkuan mirror Wang Miaomiao had discreetly set up. I knew something was off about that Xiao Yu, so I secretly kept this Qinkuan mirror. I caught them red-handed. Now you see he has ulterior motives, right? I never expected her to be so malicious. Wang Miaomiao had prepared to comfort Baiying, thinking she would be devastated. To her surprise, Baiying not only remained unperturbed, but also sneered. Realizing this, Wang Miaomiao exclaimed, "You knew all along. You don't actually like him? Do you? You're just seeking revenge," Baiying nodded. Wang Miaomiao sighed in relief. So you were indeed the one who caused such a commotion at that birthday banquet in your red wedding gown. Right? I knew you weren't that kind of person. Wang Miaomiao babbled on, and as Baiying observed her, a hint of softness flickered within her. This marked the first time in this lifetime that she had shared her past with another. Wang Miaomiao was infuriated to learn that Xiao Yu had conspired with Ruan Xinrou against Baiying, exclaiming, "How can someone be so vile?" Baiying soothed her, saying, "Honestly, I'd rather kill him than seek revenge. But my cultivation is too low right now. I cannot ensure my own safety after eliminating him. I also do not wish to jeopardize the sect. Since they wish to target me, how could I hide away like a coward and refuse to meet them? He seeks to exploit my feelings. I shall turn the tables and use him in return. Let him experience the pain of investing emotions only to be toyed with. He desires my Golden Core. I will compel him to extract his own." At this point, Baiying paused, a wry smile escaping her lips. "Am I not quite different from what you envisioned? Perhaps I am rather wicked. The path of indifference does not imply a lack of emotion. Rather, it signifies the abandonment of feelings once held dear." Baiying wondered if Wang Miaomiao might find her frightening. Yet, unexpectedly, Wang Miaomiao replied, "Is that what you call wicked? You are far too kind and honest. Against such despicable individuals, you ought to break their legs and toss them into a cesspool, dousing them in filth, then let everyone know. From that day on, whenever they step outside, they shall be known as the filthy couple." Chapter 98. Ruan Xinrou felt consumed by jealousy. Baiying could not help but laugh at Wang Miaomiao's words. Wang Miaomiao remained unfazed by her own crudeness, insisting, "I mean every word. Do not mistake my honesty for vulgarity. Everything they have done deserves only filth." And that Huayang sect master, appearing so righteous, who knew he could be so malicious, with a sigh, Wang Miaomiao lamented their insufficient cultivation, compelling Baiying to engage in a charade with the scoundrel Xiao Yu. Otherwise, if they relied solely on their strength, it would be far more satisfying to eliminate them outright. Since you are not blinded by love, I shall not disturb you this time. I will now focus on my cultivation. Once my strength increases, I will help you eliminate these wretches. I cannot allow them to bully you like this." Baiying couldn't help but step forward to embrace her for a moment. It had truly been a long time since she had felt such sincere kindness. Meow meow, thank you. Xiao Yu had arrived much earlier than Bai Ying. Even he himself had not realized that while waiting for Bai Ying. A smile had graced his lips. Upon seeing Bai Ying approach alone, his eyes sparkled with delight. Xiao Yu yearned to embrace her, yet he hesitated to extend his hand. He believed that dealing with Bai Ying was best approached gradually. Shall we go? I know where that tiger is. This information had been provided by the leader of Huayang's sect, who had meticulously pinpointed every beast that Bai Ying needed to hunt, all to lure her in as prey. Today, Xiao Yu had even brought along some formidable magical tools, hoping to capture Bai Ying's attention. He wished to present himself as flawless, to leave her enamored upon their encounter. However, before he could even make a move, Bai Ying swiftly brandished her magical tool and charged ahead. There was a certain recklessness to Bai Ying's elegance when confronting the beasts. Although her actions appeared brash, a closer observation would reveal that everything she did was meticulously calculated. Even anticipating the next move of the beast, just watching Bai Ying's assault left Xiao Yu entranced. When he finally grasped his magical tool to join the fray, he felt an indescribable beauty envelop him. As Bai Ying engaged the beast, her strikes incorporated his efforts, allowing Xiao Yu to sense that he was indeed a part of this battle. Not merely an observer, nor were they fighting separately. They were fighting side by side. A profound joy surged within Xiao Yu as he fought with fervor, yet Bai Ying suddenly noticed a disturbance in the thicket. A cold smile crept onto her lips. She was aware that Ruan Shinro harbored genuine feelings for Xiao Yu, unlike others who merely sought to conquer him. Yet, she had not anticipated that Ruan Shinro would trail them out of concern. Then observe closely. Bai Ying unsheathed her sword, delivering a fatal strike to the abyssal tiger. The sword flashed through the air like lightning, glimmering with a brilliant silver sheen. The blade quivered slightly, emitting a clear, melodious sound. The sword's momentum was both fierce and graceful, akin to a resplendent dance, showcasing unparalleled strength and beauty in an instant. Bai Ying stood tall, her gaze resolute, her sword seemingly merging with her essence, radiating an indomitable light. This lethal blow to the abyssal tiger was both a thunderous shock and an exquisite spectacle. Xiao Yu was utterly captivated, momentarily forgetting to breathe, his eyes fixated on Bai Ying as if his very soul had been ensnared by her. Ruan Shinro, observing Xiao Yu's gaze upon Bai Ying, felt her expression darken. Xiao Yu was genuinely entranced by Bai Ying. She could not fathom why such individuals existed in the world, those who could effortlessly attain what others toiled for relentlessly. Just like Bai Ying, born with an exceptional fire spirit root and prodigious cultivation talent in such a short span, she had not only mastered the extraordinary skill of Ling Si Pi Su Zhan, but had also advanced to the later stages of the Golden Core realm. It seemed that with just a casual effort, she could achieve what others struggled to attain. Even now, the seemingly formidable beast was as easy for her to vanquish as slicing through vegetables. As long as she was present, no gaze could divert from her. Even those brothers who had pursued her for so long began to reminisce about Bai Ying now. Even Xiao Yu's attention was solely on her. Ruan Shinro felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. She increasingly desired to extract Bai Ying's spirit root and golden core. After the battle, Bai Ying said little to Xiao Yu, merely preparing to leave after collecting the heavenly repairing herb she needed. She understood Xiao Yu's nature. The kinder one was to him, the less he cared. Ignoring him only made him more concerned. Upon hearing that Bai Ying intended to depart, Xiao Yu panicked. Don't go. We still have other beasts to tackle together. He turned his gaze toward the thicket, only to see Ruan Shinro emerge from the bushes. Xiao Yu's brow furrowed instantly, irritation brewing within him. What are you doing here? Are you not aware that Bai Ying dislikes you immensely? Your presence will only lead her to misunderstand. Ruan Shinro feigned tears. Senior brother Xiao, I was merely worried about you. Previously, Xiao Yu found Ruan Shinro's tearful demeanor endearing. He could never bear to be angry with her. Yet now, her appearance only irked him. He forced a response. I understand and I know. It's not that urgent. Just wait a bit longer. Ruan Shinro frowned. Wait again? Until when? And if I didn't possess the system, I would surely believe your words. But I can feel my fortune waning. This signifies that you've begun to care for Bai Ying. She could not idly watch as Xiao Yu's affections gradually swayed toward Bai Ying. Perhaps if Xiao Yu became too attached to Bai Ying, it would be better for her to take action herself. She resolved to personally extract Bai Ying's spirit root and golden core. Chapter 99. He would rather die than forget her. Yuan Shinro's heart brimmed with urgency. She feared that as Xiaoyu spent time with Bai Ying, he would gradually develop feelings for her and hesitate to take action against her. His attitude towards Bai Ying had already been peculiar, and now even his gaze toward her had become ambiguous. The brothers were lamenting within the sect. Bai Ying's extraordinary talent meant that if they protected her, the sect leader might not execute her. This would place Yuan Shinro in an undeniably awkward position within the sect. They all adored Bai Ying. No one favored her anymore. In fact, they even harbored animosity toward her. The mere thought of this twisted Yuan Shinro's expression. She could not allow such a situation to come to pass. Yuan Shinro pondered her next move when suddenly, the thought of Yin Jiling struck her mind, the very fourth senior brother who had previously redirected his affections and collaborated with her against Bai Ying. While she could not control the other brothers, Yin Jiling was different. He had been emotionally redirected by Yuan Shinro long ago, ensuring his unwavering loyalty to her. Furthermore, Yin Jiling possessed exceptional skills in formations and illusions. This was a matter she could only entrust to Yin Jiling. She intended to personally dissect Bai Ying's body, extracting her spirit root and golden core to claim them as her own. As Yuan Shinro contemplated, she tightly clenched her fingers. At that moment, Yin Jiling suddenly awoke from his slumber, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he gazed at the stone wall before him, instinctively placing his hand against it. Ever since he had assisted Yuan Shinro in confronting Bai Ying, he had been punished to the cliff of reflection. During these days, he had been reflecting in solitude. A few days prior, he had chanced upon a wall inscribed with Bai Ying's name in a haphazard scrawl. Strangely, as he beheld those characters, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if his very soul had been ensnared. Unable to divert his gaze, when his fingers grazed the letters, he was overwhelmed by a surge of intense emotion emanating from them. Even in dreams, he envisioned a small boy carving these names into the stone. He found it peculiar that he would dream such a thing. Due to Yuan Shinro, he had always harbored disdain for Bai Ying and felt annoyed at the mere mention of her name. Yet at this moment, he could not fathom why, but each character appeared familiar. A strange yet familiar sensation began to entwine around his heart, inching toward his very core. His eyes remained transfixed on those inscriptions. Yin Jiling stood frozen, a sudden pain enveloping his head as if something was yearning to break free from within. Just then, Yuan Shinro's voice resonated from behind him. "Fourth senior brother, I found you." Yin Jiling clutched his head, staring at the figure before him in disbelief. "Junior sister, how did you get here? This is the Cliff of Reflection. The sect prohibits meetings between disciples here. I sought out the sect leader and had him grant me access. You have no idea, I am now an important figure in the sect leader's eyes. Such trivial matters are of no concern to him." She looked at Yin Jiling, eager for his assistance. But at that moment, she noticed the words inscribed on the wall beside him. Yuan Shinro's smiling expression suddenly froze, disbelief washing over her as her mind exploded with confusion. Had Yin Jiling begun to recall their past? "Fourth senior brother, what dot is this? Did you carve this?" Yuan Shinro asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice as she took a few steps back, wary that Yin Jiling might turn against her. Thankfully, Yin Jiling shook his head. "How could I have carved such ugly characters? I have no idea who did this. Judging by the appearance, it seems someone has quite the affection for Bai Ying. I never imagined there would be someone who likes her." With that, Yuan Shinro exhaled in relief. So that was the case. She turned to Yin Jiling. "You should refrain from looking at these words any longer. By the way, fourth senior brother, could you do me a favor?" Yin Jiling had indeed not revisited those inscriptions, believing them to be mere scribbles left by a bored individual. He did not dwell on them further. However, what Yin Jiling remained oblivious to was the fact that these markings were, in truth, etched by his own hand. At that time, he was infatuated with Bai Ying, and upon discovering that the scoundrel Qin Zijing had forced Bai Ying to bear the punishment at the reflective cliff on his behalf, he had beaten Qin Zijing soundly. Fearing that Bai Ying would feel lonely, he deliberately committed errors, hoping to accompany her to the reflective cliff. Little did he anticipate that in the desolate confines of the cliff, no one could see anyone else. All were solitary figures, punished for their misdeeds. He gazed helplessly at the barren wall, a tempest of frustration brewing within him. Yet, in that moment of punishment, with no master present, he had no one to aid him. The agonizing throes of his bloodline threatened to consume his sanity, instilling a dread of what might transpire. Should the demonic bloodline truly take hold, he feared he would transform into a mindless beast. He could not bear the thought of becoming such a creature, nor did he wish to forget Bai Ying, yet the pain was overwhelming. He found himself unable to maintain control. Thus, in a desperate bid to etch Bai Ying's name upon the stone wall, he inscribed each character as a vow to himself. He would not forget her. She would forever reside in his heart, for he truly cherished her, and he would rather die than let her memory fade. But now, standing before the wall, he was left in ignorance, perceiving the inscriptions as grotesquely crooked and ugly. Ruan Shinro addressed Yin Qiliang. "Fourth senior brother, could you assist me in crafting a formation that transforms a person into a beast? It would be best if that individual could be trapped within it." Yin Qiliang, puzzled, inquired, "What do you need such a formation for?" Ruan Shinro frowned, "Of course, to transform Bai Ying into a beastly form, so I can lead our sect members to attack her. This way, I can legitimately hunt Bai Ying, and then extract what I have long desired from her Dantian. All of this will be done without anyone being the wiser." She continued, "I have been bullied, and I simply wish to retaliate against her." Yin Qiliang hesitated, "But you must understand that such a formation is perilous. Those unaware will think the trapped individual is merely a cultivator and will attack in unison. Senior brother, I assure you, I will not take anyone's life. Please help me. Do you truly wish to see me continually bullied?" Yin Qiliang's unconditional love for Ruan Shinro rendered him incapable of refusing her request. Upon hearing that Ruan Shinro had been wronged, he immediately acquiesced. "Very well. However, I will require certain materials to set up this formation. You must gather them, and I shall assist you in its creation." "Excellent!" Her excitement was palpable. She could hardly wait. "Oh, Bai Ying, may you swiftly become worthless." Meanwhile, on another front, Xiaoyu was gathering flowers on the back mountain of Huayang's sect. He remembered that Bai Ying adored blue flowers, so he had specifically come to collect them. Upon seeing the flowers in his hands, Ruan Shinro mistakenly believed they were meant for her and hurriedly approached him with a smile. However, Xiaoyu did not offer her the flowers. Instead, he stated, "Bai Ying loves blue irises the most. I picked these for her. Do you think they are beautiful? She should like them upon seeing them." Ruan Shinro's expression soured at once. "These are for Bai Ying?" Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. His demeanor darkened slightly as he added, "But I do not like you being with Bai Ying." Ruan Shinro was taken aback by her own feelings. She was disconcerted by Xiaoyu's closeness to Bai Ying, even if it was for her possessions. "How about this, senior brother? I have devised a plan to trap Bai Ying. We can then extract her spiritual roots and golden core together, shall we? As for the spiritual herb garden, we will forego it unless Bai Ying willingly surrenders it. I shall speak to the sect leader myself. What do you think? I simply cannot bear to see you with her." Xiaoyu gazed at Ruan Shinro, a flicker of annoyance igniting within him. "Can you not consider the bigger picture? We stand to gain the spiritual herb garden. Why would we relinquish it?" He had yet to fully savor his time with Bai Ying and was not inclined to hastily execute their plan. His nature was such that he coveted what he could not possess. Previously, when Ruan Shinro had shown no interest in him, he had been utterly devoted to her. Now, with Bai Ying's affection for him, he found himself dismissing her. Yet now the roles had reversed. Ruan Shinro was invested in him, and he found it irksome. Nevertheless, he gently reassured Ruan Shinro, "Fear not, you need not worry about my feelings. My affection for Bai Ying is merely an act. My true feelings lie with you. Even if I am kind to Bai Ying, it is all for your sake." With that, he departed, leaving Ruan Shinro alone in her turmoil. She seethed with hatred for Bai Ying. Regretting her decision to acquiesce to the sect leader's request, it would be far better to simply capture Bai Ying and extract her spiritual roots and golden core. The more Ruan Shinro contemplated, the more infuriated she became. Bai Ying's combat prowess was formidable, and her calculations against demonic beasts were meticulous. Furthermore, Bai Ying had claimed to cherish the flowers Xiaoyu had gifted her. Ruan Shinro felt as though she would go mad. Bai Ying, Bai Ying. Once again it was all about Bai Ying. Especially the way Xiaoyu spoke of her, clearly enamored. Xiaoyu was aware that Ruan Shinro would inevitably inquire about this. Here we go again. Yet how could Ruan Shinro not feel panic? Everyone in the sect had turned against her, and even Xiaoyu seemed to be slipping away into Bai Ying's grasp. If this continued, she would truly have nothing left. Tears streamed down her face before Xiaoyu as she lamented, "I am simply afraid that you might come to like her." "How could that be?" Xiaoyu quickly embraced Ruan Shinro. She said nothing, but had grown weary of such reassurances. I do not want to wait until then. I want it now. Xiao Yu's expression turned frigid as he released Ruan Shinro, opting for silence as he exited the scene. Ruan Shinro stared in disbelief at his retreating figure, her face contorted with anguish. She could bear it no longer. She needed to find the materials that Yin Chiling required immediately. She must trap Bai Ying. Yet unbeknownst to Ruan Shinro, her conversation with Xiao Yu was being observed in its entirety by Bai Ying and Wang Miaomiao in an effort to monitor Ruan Shinro's movements. Bai Ying had discreetly placed a specially crafted miniature Qingkuan mirror on her. Wang Miaomiao watched the two individuals through the mirror, her ire bubbling over. How revolting! I could just kill them, Bai Ying. You meet with Xiao Yu daily, yet only to slay demonic beasts together. What is your true intention? Bai Ying did not seek to entice Xiao Yu. She treated him as she would any fellow disciple. Wang Miaomiao, perplexed, could not fathom Bai Ying's motives. Bai Ying smirked. I am merely waiting for Ruan Shinro to make her move. Possessing the memories of her past life, Bai Ying was acutely aware of Ruan Shinro's genuine affection for Xiao Yu. Should someone else capture his attention, Bai Ying knew she would lose her composure, especially if that someone were herself. Thus, Ruan Shinro would inevitably act, and that moment would be her opportunity for revenge. Huh. Wang Miaomiao clearly did not grasp Bai Ying's meaning. Bai Ying did not elaborate, stating instead, there is a hidden powerhouse behind Xiao Yu. I cannot act against him. Doing so would invite endless trouble, and our entire sect would suffer. However, if Ruan Shinro were to strike at Xiao Yu, that would be of no concern to me. Wang Miaomiao, thoroughly confused, queried, but how could Ruan Shinro possibly act against Xiao Yu? Bai Ying chuckled, just wait and see. These two scoundrels, so intent on deceiving their own feelings and seizing my golden core, shall reap the consequences of their actions. In the next chapter, Ruan Shinro surveyed the materials she had gathered, satisfaction swelling within her. After considerable effort, she had finally assembled everything Yin Chiling required. With these items, she could send Bai Ying straight to hell, die. Ruan Shinro's expression twisted into a sinister grin. However, she could not allow Bai Ying to perish just yet. A chilling smile graced her lips as she plotted. I will make you wish for life but find none, and wish for death yet be unable to attain it. Once your powers are completely depleted and you can no longer cultivate, I shall see if Xiao Yu still holds any affection for you. Ruan Shinro laughed coldly, stowing the materials away as she hurried towards Yin Chiling's location. She fervently hoped that her fourth senior brother would hasten to create the formation she desired. She could not bear to wait any longer. At that moment, Ruan Shinro suddenly heard Xiao Yu calling her name. Shinro. Her heart raced. Senior brother Xiao. She swiftly turned to face him, her expression softening in an instant. Did you need something? Xiao Yu approached Ruan Shinro, extending his hand to present her with something. This is what I crafted. Do you find it beautiful? It is a gift for you. In his hands lay a jade pendant, evidently fashioned from high-grade jade, its luster exquisite and translucent. Ruan Shinro's eyes sparkled with delight. You crafted this yourself? I had no idea you could forge items, senior brother Xiao. She marveled as she held the pendant. Enchanted by its beauty. Of course. It's just that you never showed interest in forging, so I never discussed it with you. Indeed, I still have my talisman to refine, so I shall busy myself with that first. Ruan Shinro held the jade pendant in her hand, her heart brimming with joy. Once she had delivered all the materials she had prepared to Yin Chiling, her spirits soared even higher. Now, she merely needed to wait for Yin Chiling to assist her in completing the formation, which would ensnare Bai Ying within that moment. She planned to bring her fellow disciples over, allowing Bai Ying to witness firsthand as they hunted her down and subsequently dissected her to extract her spiritual root and golden core. The mere thought of this made Ruan Shinro's lips curl into an uncontrollable smile. She could vividly imagine the despair that would wash over Bai Ying. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, her fellow disciples would be completely oblivious to the fact that they were hunting Bai Ying. Ruan Shinro couldn't help but stifle a laugh as she contemplated this. As she did, she retrieved the jade pendant gifted to her by Xiao Yu, idly playing with it in her hand. This pendant was clearly crafted with considerable effort. Ruan Shinro reassured herself that Xiao Yu indeed harbored feelings for her, having specially forged such a beautiful jade pendant. She had been so eager to deliver her items to Yin Chiling that she hadn't taken a moment to visit Xiao Yu's workshop. She was curious to see what he looked like while refining equipment. He must appear incredibly dashing. Humming a little tune, Ruan Shinro dashed towards that direction. However, Xiaoyu was not in his workshop. Not wishing to leave immediately, Ruan Shinro curiously examined her surroundings, having never visited this place before. Xiaoyu's belongings were arranged neatly, a clear indication of his disciplined nature. Ruan Shinro felt a wave of softness as she explored, soon captivated by another jade pendant resting on Xiaoyu's desk. Unlike the small one he had given her, this one was considerably larger and crafted from far more precious materials. The spiritual energy contained within it was so soothing that merely placing her hand upon it brought immense comfort. Ruan Shinro gazed at this jade pendant, still incomplete, and wondered if this was also meant for her. She couldn't help but smile again, her joy threatening to spill over. Yet at that moment, a servant entered from outside. Exclaiming upon seeing Ruan Shinro with the pendant, "Fairy Ruan, do not touch that. It is a gift from Lord Xiao to Fairy Bai. You mustn't damage it." The servant's words caused Ruan Shinro's smile to freeze in an instant, disbelief washing over her. "You mean, this is meant for Bai Ying?" "Indeed." The servant hurried over and took the pendant from Ruan Shinro's hands, staring at her empty palm, her fingers clenched into a fist, her nails digging painfully into her palm. She glanced at the smaller pendant Xiaoyu had given her, which was clearly inferior and obviously a mere scrap compared to Bai Ying's. How foolish she had been to feel so delighted moments ago. The pendant given to her was merely a byproduct of Xiaoyu crafting one for Bai Ying. Ruan Shinro's chest heaved with frustration. She was on the verge of losing her temper. Unbeknownst to the servant, who continued to ramble, "This pendant is very precious to the Lord. Fairy, it would be best not to touch it. If it gets damaged, I shall have difficulty explaining to the Lord." Ruan Shinro's gaze fell upon the writing on the blueprint, her brows furrowing in irritation. The characters unmistakably belonged to Bai Ying. What was this? She reached for the blueprint, but the servant became even more agitated. "Fairy, do not touch that. It is a blueprint lent to the Lord by Fairy Bai." The Lord expressed a desire to learn from her unparalleled talisman crafting skills. The servant continued, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Fairy Bai sent this over, as the Yingqi Pavilion seeks a precious pair of golden dragon horns to refine into talismans. They have requested blueprints, and should theirs be chosen, they would receive countless rewards, potentially even becoming an esteemed guest elder." The servant's enthusiasm was palpable. Despite his low cultivation, he was fond of talisman crafting, and admiration shone in his eyes when he spoke of Bai Ying. Surely, Fairy Bai's blueprint would secure the top prize. Ruan Shinro could no longer bear to listen, disregarding the servant's protests as she snatched the blueprint. Indeed, the crafting ideas within were far beyond her reach. If one were to follow Bai Ying's blueprint, they would undoubtedly create powerful talismans. She would certainly be selected. Bai Ying had loved crafting since childhood, always creating talismans for her fellow disciples. Her talent in this field surpassed all her other skills. Thus, these past days, Xiaoyu had not only been slaying beasts alongside Bai Ying, but also studying talisman crafting with her. Just the thought of the two of them sitting together in study made Ruan Shinro feel a surge of blood rise in her throat. The maddening jealousy was driving her to the brink of insanity. Why was Bai Ying so adept at everything? If this continued, would Xiaoyu truly treat Bai Ying with such favor? Would the sect leader genuinely forsake Bai Ying for her? No, she could not allow such a thing to transpire. If only she possessed the talent for crafting, Xiaoyu would not seek Bai Ying. Then she could also claim the rewards from the Yingqi Pavilion. Ruan Shinro's fingers clenched tightly, wishing to shred Bai Ying's blueprint to pieces, but suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she halted her actions and turned to the servant, asking, "Has Xiaoyu seen this blueprint?" "Not yet, that's good." Ruan Shinro swiftly reclaimed the blueprint, tucking it into her spatial ring. Since Xiaoyu had not seen it, it now belonged to her. After all, Bai Ying would soon be rendered incapacitated by her. And when the time came, she would have Yin Jilin turn her into a puppet. How could she then stand up to testify against her? This reward would be hers to claim in place of Bai Ying. Chapter 102. The yellow sparrow lurks behind a cold smirk flickered across Ruan Shinro's lips. The Yingqi Pavilion was a formidable auction house, brimming with resources. She had previously sought the materials entrusted to her by Yin Jilin from the Yingqi Pavilion. Unfortunately, she was unfamiliar with the people there, and had to pay exorbitant prices for many materials, some of which had already been claimed by esteemed guest elders of the pavilion, forcing her to wait long to acquire them. Becoming an elder there felt utterly unattainable, something Ruan Shinro had never even dared to consider. But now, With Bai Ying's blueprint in her possession, she could present it to the Yinchi Pavilion and potentially become a guest elder herself. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that this was the path she should take. After all, Xiaoyu had never seen this blueprint, and Bai Ying was about to become a puppet. No one would know that this blueprint was not of her creation. It was as if heaven had bestowed this opportunity upon her. The servant, realizing Ruan Shinro had taken Bai Ying's blueprint, grew anxious. That belongs to Fairy Bai. Yet, before the servant could finish, Ruan Shinro seized his face, compelling him to meet her gaze. Ruan Shinro's illusion magic was not particularly refined. Compared to Yin Jilin, it was akin to child's play. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with a mere servant at the initial stage of qi refinement. Forget everything you just witnessed. Bai Ying did not send any blueprints, and you never saw me here. The servant's eyes glazed over, mindlessly repeating Ruan Shinro's words. Bai Ying did not send any blueprints, and I never saw you here. Ruan Shinro then smiled. Excellent. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Ying had placed a Qian Kuan mirror upon the blueprint, meticulously recording all of Ruan Shinro's actions. Bai Ying observed Ruan Shinro's schemes, a cold smile gracing her lips. Reflecting on her past actions at Huayang sect, everything she had done had only benefited Ruan Shinro, and she had taken every opportunity to seize what was not hers. She had even bound a system that siphoned her fortune. To Ruan Shinro, it seemed that everything she possessed was desired. Thus, upon learning that she had sent a blueprint, Bai Ying knew Ruan Shinro would stop at nothing to claim it. If she had not done so, Bai Ying might have regarded her with a smidge more respect. Alas, she had succumbed to her baser instincts. However, this blueprint would not grant Ruan Shinro the wealth and privileges she anticipated. It would only lead her into an exceedingly dire predicament. That evening, Xiaoyu felt somewhat distracted. He awaited Bai Ying's delivery of the blueprint with eager anticipation, curious about the intricate ideas she might present. However, after numerous inquiries, Bai Ying had yet to bring forth the blueprint, leaving Xiaoyu feeling disappointed. Instead, Ruan Shinro approached him, holding a blueprint. Brother Xiao, I heard the Yinchi Pavilion is soliciting a set of talisman blueprints, so I sketched one. Could you take a look and see if it's adequate? If so, I would like to give it a try. Upon hearing Ruan Shinro's words, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smiled. Of course, I'd be happy to help you. Yet, when he laid eyes upon the blueprint, he was left utterly speechless. The content within was astoundingly intricate, both in conception and design, leaving one in awe. Should one follow the blueprint's instructions, they would undoubtedly produce extraordinarily powerful talismans. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized immediately that this blueprint would surely be selected by the Yinchi Pavilion. Did you draw this? Of course. Ruan Shinro had deliberately altered the handwriting on the blueprint to mimic her own, leaving Xiaoyu none the wiser. Xiaoyu gazed at Ruan Shinro with uncontainable excitement, her entire being brimming with exhilaration. Did you not express disdain for forging artifacts? Yet that does not imply I am incapable. Xiaoyu looked at her in disbelief. I had no inkling that my Shinro possessed such remarkable talent. To craft such intricate blueprints, do you realize? You are nothing short of a genius. Even Bai Ying pales in comparison. Ruan Shinro looked at Xiaoyu, a faint smile gracing her lips, as her vanity was instantaneously satiated. Indeed. Just so. She relished the way Xiaoyu's eyes remained fixed upon her, and she delighted in his assertion that Bai Ying was inferior. This was, without a doubt, the happiest day she had experienced in many days. Truly, she was destined to seize everything from Bai Ying. For now, it was merely a blueprint, but in the future, there would be more. Everything belonging to Bai Ying would ultimately become hers. Ruan Shinro departed from Xiaoyu, her heart filled with satisfaction, only to receive even more exhilarating news. Yin Qiliang had completed the formation he crafted for her, signifying that she could ensnare Bai Ying within its confines. Bai Ying had evidently become her prey. Ruan Shinro was so elated that her heart raced with fervor. However, she did not rush to Yin Qiliang. Instead, she brought Bai Ying's drafted blueprint to the Yinchi Pavilion, presenting it under her own name. The personnel at the pavilion regarded her submission with utmost seriousness, promptly handing her a token, assuring her that she would be notified should any good news arise. Though they uttered such words, they treated Ruan Shinro with the highest level of courtesy upon witnessing the blueprint. The individual who received her submission even bestowed upon her a pouch of spiritual herbs. Ruan Shinro subtly lifted the corners of her mouth. Once she became a guest elder at the Yinchi Pavilion, her rewards would be even greater at that point. Even if she were to take action against Bai Ying without acquiring Bai Ying's herb pavilion, the sect leader would likely not be enraged. Chapter 103. The hunt begins early the next morning. Ruan Shinro sought out Yin Chiling. Upon seeing the formation he presented to her, she could hardly contain her joy. A radiant smile blossomed on Ruan Shinro's lips as she eagerly snatched the formation from Yin Chiling's hands. He earnestly cautioned her, "This formation is perilous. The first person to enter will transform into the visage of a beast. Undetectable by anyone at that point, should you desire revenge, you may justifiably rally others under the pretext of hunting a monster. I understand." Ruan Shinro excitedly accepted the formation from Yin Chiling, her smile revealing an enchanting curve. In the past, Yin Chiling would have been mesmerized by the sight of her smile, as he cherished witnessing the joy of the one he adored. Yet, he was perplexed by his own emotions, finding no inclination to appreciate the beauty before him. Ever since he discovered the wall inscribed with Bai Ying's name at the base of the reflective cliff, he felt an unsettling change within himself. Unbidden, Bai Ying's image would flicker through his mind, even invading his dreams. Just yesterday, he dreamt of catching countless fireflies for Bai Ying. Reveling in her laughter, which seemed brighter than his own joy, he had cried out to her. "Do you like it?" "I do," she replied, her delight infectious. He had laughed even more, adding quietly, "I like you too." This was his secret confession to Bai Ying. Yin Chiling felt as though he had lost his mind. How could he have such absurd and peculiar dreams when he held such disdain for Bai Ying? It was not merely dislike. It bordered on disgust. Yet, the vividness of the dream felt undeniably real, as if it had truly transpired. Thus, Yin Chiling remained distracted, attributing his turmoil to that wall, convinced that the excessive exposure to Bai Ying's name or the lingering thoughts of the engraver had influenced his dreams. He lingered in this haze, oblivious to Ruan Shinro's departure. Upon acquiring the formation, Ruan Shinro immediately sought a secluded grove to set it up, completing all preparations to lure Bai Ying into her trap. In high spirits, she took out Xiao Yu's communication talisman. At that moment, Xiao Yu had just finished hunting a large beast alongside Bai Ying. Noticing his talisman glowing, he promptly informed Bai Ying, "Apologies, I have some matters to attend to." Before hastily leaving, Xiao Yu's voice bore a hint of impatience, yet he remained unaware that Bai Ying heard every word clearly. Bai Ying could not help but chuckle. She felt an unexpected gratitude towards him for sparing her life. Yet, Ruan Shinro was now growing impatient. As for the golden core and spiritual roots, those should be taken from her own hands. Ruan Shinro coldly set aside the communication talisman from Xiao Yu, a sinister smile creeping across her face. This fellow was still reluctant to act against Bai Ying so soon. Regardless, her aim in contacting him was merely to imprint his voice, which she intended to use to lure Bai Ying into her carefully laid formation. Once she confirmed that Xiao Yu would not be leaving, Ruan Shinro swiftly retrieved the communication talisman she had stolen from Bai Ying and contacted her. "Bai Ying, this is Xiao Yu. I've heard of a location where a Qi Jiao has appeared. Shall we hunt it together?" Upon hearing the affirmative response from the other end, Ruan Shinro set down the talisman, elated beyond measure. She trembled with joy. At last, she could resolve the nuisance that was Bai Ying. What she did not realize was that, at that very moment, Bai Ying was also contacting Xiao Yu. "Make sure to bring some swift travel talismans when we head to Qi Shui Forest. The Qi Jiao is exceedingly fast. I'm concerned that without them, we might not be able to catch it." Xiao Yu was evidently taken aback at a Qi Jiao. "Yes, we shall hunt it together." The sudden invitation from Bai Ying sent Xiao Yu into a frenzy of excitement. "Excellent! I shall prepare at once. Once ready, I will come find you." Xiao Yu had limited swift travel talismans, even requesting a few from Ruan Shinro. Eager to deal with Bai Ying, Ruan Shinro did not question Xiao Yu's intentions. She hurried to the vicinity of the formation, lying in wait to observe as Bai Ying entered the grand array. When she finally spotted Bai Ying's arrival, Ruan Shinro's heart raced wildly. She held her breath, her gaze fixed intently. Only when she witnessed Bai Ying step by step enter the formation and transform into the form of a Qi Jiao did Ruan Shinro erupt into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" She watched as Bai Ying, now a Qi Jiao, sensed something amiss, desperately searching for an exit, attempting to escape the formation. However, the formation crafted by Yin Chiling was remarkably powerful. It could ensnare even those at the golden core stage. let alone those at the nascent soul stage. Ruan Shinro hastily took out the communication talismans belonging to her fellow disciples, calling out, "Senior brothers, I have discovered a Qi Jiao in Qi Shui forest. Come quickly to assist me in slaying it." Su Yu and Qin Zijing displayed little interest in Ruan Shinro's words. Since the trial in Yueying Valley, they had scarcely spoken to her, effectively severing their connection. Now, hearing her reach out, they were not inclined to engage. "You can handle it yourself. We are busy." Only Gu Qingzhou was willing to respond. "All right, just wait for me." Ruan Shinro was infuriated. Slaying Bai Ying could not rely solely on one senior brother. She wanted Bai Ying to witness her brother's carve open her body to extract her spiritual roots and golden core. She wished to plunge Bai Ying into the depths of despair. Attempting once more to contact Su Yu and Qin Zijing, she pleaded, "Senior brother, sixth senior brother, I truly erred last time. This Qi Jiao is a rare find. Please help me." Chapter 104, A Heart in Torment Through the Communication Talisman. Ruan Shinro wept pitifully. Shinro truly understands her mistakes. "The hunt for this Qi Jiao is also for our master. I have found a Qi Jiao with a pearl in its belly. This is precisely what our master seeks." Su Yu, ultimately softening, replied, "Very well, wait for us a moment. But remember, we shall only assist in slaying the Qi Jiao. We will not help with anything else." Ruan Shinro's face lit up with a smile. Good. Unfortunately, her fourth senior brother, Yin Qiliang, remained unable to come due to punishment, and her third senior brother, Lu Qingyue, was now incapacitated. Had they been able to join, it would have been all the more entertaining. If she could summon everyone, Bai Ying would undoubtedly be engulfed in despair. Nonetheless, this was satisfactory. With those few brothers present, Bai Ying would not fare well. She would witness her beloved eldest brother personally carve open her dantian. She would see her second brother thrust his sword into her flesh and watch her younger brother extract her golden core. How delightful! Ruan Shinro gazed at the Qi Jiao entrapped within her formation. A cruel smile gracing her lips, she stepped closer to the Qi Jiao and said, "Wait here for a moment. Soon, I will summon my brothers to take action against you. Do you understand? Your spiritual root and golden elixir are quite impressive. I find them delightful. From this moment forth, they shall all belong to me. And this is merely the beginning. I shall acquire everything that is yours." The moment Ruin X and RU concluded her statement, the Crimson Dragon surged against the grand formation as if driven mad, desperately seeking an escape. Its frenzied roars echoed, suggesting an urgent desire to communicate something to Ruin X and RU. Alas, having transformed into a demonic beast, its utterances were now incomprehensible to her. Yet, understanding was unnecessary. Merely witnessing its anxious demeanor brought a smile to her lips. "You do seem desperate, however. It is futile, and no matter how frantic you are. You cannot escape this grand formation. I had my fourth senior brother personally craft it for you. Do you like it? Soon, everything that belongs to you will be mine. Rest assured, I shall utilize your spiritual root and golden elixir with care. All your honors will be mine as well. Do you know? Just a couple of days ago, the drawing you made for the YNQ Pavilion has already been delivered by me. And they mistakenly believed it was my work. They gifted me a plethora of spiritual herbs." As Ruin X and RU spoke, she could not help but chuckle at that moment. SY, accompanied by QNZJN and GQNGZHU. Arrived Ruin X and RU hurried toward them, exclaiming, "Senior brothers, it is the Crimson Dragon. It has already grown a dragon pearl. Please help me defeat it and retrieve its pearl." SY frowned, responding, "This Crimson Dragon is already at the golden elixir stage. We may not be its matched. I shall call for more assistance." "Very well. We need to subdue this Crimson Dragon in one fell swoop." SY summoned additional allies, and together they launched an assault on the Crimson Dragon ensnared by the grand formation. The dragon, seemingly frenzied, repeatedly slammed against the barrier, eager to escape rather than to retaliate. Pained groans erupted from its mouth, resonating with a terrifying intensity. Y, furrowing his brow, observed the Crimson Dragon, sensing something amiss. As if it had something to convey to them. To his astonishment, the Crimson Dragon nodded in response to his voice before resuming its desperate attempts to break free. Ruin X and RU's expression shifted instantly, and she urgently warned everyone, "Do not heed it. This Crimson Dragon is cunning. Releasing it from the grand formation would spell endless trouble. Let us focus on defeating it." A piercing sound erupted from the dragon's maw. Yet Ruin X NRU wore a sinister smile. She retreated behind her companions, delighting in the unfolding spectacle. How splendid this scene is! Were you not so arrogant? Did you not acquire the legacy of the celestial venerable F and Tin? Have you not mastered the Linksy Void Slash? You are so formidable, yet here you are, trapped and being hunted by those you grew up with. Ruin X NRU watched as the Crimson Dragon finally exhausted its strength. Crashing down from the sky, the thunderous impact resonated like a sudden storm, shaking the ground and sending clouds of dust swirling around. Her smile became even more malevolent. She turned to her senior brother, saying, "Elder brother, please assist in disemboweling it. I wish to extract its dragon pearl." This so-called dragon pearl was, in fact, the golden elixir of Biy-ing, transformed by the formation into this guise. While the spiritual root was a blood pearl condensed from its bloodline, Y nodded at Ruin X NRU and approached the Crimson Dragon, drawing the sword he always carried. At that moment, Ruin X NRU's communication talisman suddenly glowed. It was YNZHLN attempting to contact her. Originally, YNZHLN could not communicate with those outside of the thought-reflecting cliff. But Ruin X NRU had secured privileges from the sect leader, allowing for this connection. However, just as he closed his eyes to meditate, the image of Ruin X NRU attempting to turn Biy-ing into a puppet flashed in his mind. Filling him with unease, he knew Biy-ing had left the sect, severing all ties, and Ruin X NRU's target could not possibly be her. Yet, he could not resist reaching out to Ruin X NRU. X NRU, can you tell me who this formation is meant to confront? YNZLN mused that he was likely overthinking it. As long as it was not Biy-ing, all would be well. To his shock, Ruin X NRU's voice came through the talisman, low and clear. Of course, it is Biy-ing. Ruin X NRU had employed a system tool on YNZLN, knowing he would never betray her like the others, thus she never concealed anything from him. She even expressed her gratitude, "Thanks to you, fourth senior brother. Without the formation you provided, how could I possibly contain Biy-ing? And manage to have the others join in confronting her?" YNZLN could hardly believe the words that echoed from the talisman. His heart tightened painfully, and his mind felt as if it had exploded. He shouted into the talisman, "What did you say?" Ruin X NRU lowered her voice, almost gleefully, to boast, "Fourth senior brother, the elder brother has already opened her belly. I can see her golden elixir inside." She seemed to notice something was off with YNZLN and inquired, "Fourth senior brother, what is wrong? Did you not despise Biy-ing? You should be pleased with how I am dealing with her." YNZLN stood frozen, and after a long moment, he stammered, "Yes, I should be pleased." Yet, for reasons unknown, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, his body trembling violently, and his heart felt as though it were shattering.